Chapter 1: The Eve of the Great Catastrophe. Mr. Gu, your symptoms have become increasingly severe. You have at most 1 month left. I suggest you complete the discharge procedures and go home to rest, the attending physician said emotionlessly before leaving. Watching the doctor's figure disappear from the hospital room, Xiangyu picked up the bill for the medical fees that the doctor had just delivered. After confirming the dates and times on it repeatedly, he murmured to himself, "Have I been reborn to the end of 2055, on the eve of the Great Catastrophe?" In the mid-21st century, the technology of water blue star experienced explosive growth. However, at the same time, resources were depleting, greenhouse effects were becoming evident, polar glaciers and permafrost were melting, sea levels were rising rapidly, and more. And more cities faced the danger of being submerged. The frequency of extreme weather events such as volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes was also increasing. One day, a solar flare erupted violently, and under the influence of solar particle radiation, the seabed of water blue star released strong radiation, causing simultaneous mutations in its flora and fauna, leading human civilization into a dark age. That day is also known as the Day of Catastrophe. Before the catastrophe struck, Xiangyu was a senior programmer at a gaming company. He once thought he had a very happy family, with a gentle and beautiful wife, Yin Qinghan, and a clever and adorable daughter. When Xiangyu was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, he realized he had been living in a false reality. First, when he was processing his hospitalization, his wife suddenly told him that the family's savings had not been used for investment, but had all been given to support her brother to buy a house, leaving Xiangyu unable to even pay for his hospitalization and treatment. 3 months into his hospitalization, his wife, under the pretext of buying expensive special medicine, tricked him into signing for the sale of their house and car, taking all the money and disappearing, leaving terminally ill Xiangyu and their 6-year-old daughter to fend for themselves. Due to his wife's sudden disappearance, Xiangyu was heartbroken, wishing to end his life, but he couldn't bear to leave his daughter behind and could only painfully survive. Until the catastrophe suddenly struck. After the catastrophe, Xiangyu's cancer was miraculously cured, and his daughter, Pan, awakened a prophetic talent, becoming a sought-after asset in various shelters. Xiangyu, relying on his daughter's newfound abilities, enjoyed a brief period of glory. Suddenly, one day his wife and her family showed up at the shelter where he and his daughter were staying. After much insistence, Xiangyu and Pan reluctantly accepted them. However, Xiangyu underestimated the baseness and ugliness of human nature. In less than a week, his brother-in-law transformed into a prophet, and his family enjoyed the best treatment in the shelter, while Xiangyu and his daughter were marginalized. When Pan predicted that the shelter would soon face a catastrophic disaster, his brother-in-law's family, enamored with the shelter's favorable living conditions, refused to leave, claiming that children's words should not be taken seriously, and obstructed Xiangyu and Pan from departing. When the real disaster struck, his brother-in-law's family did not hesitate to betray Xiangyu and his daughter, leading to his daughter's death and leaving Xiangyu severely injured, forced to struggle for survival in a world of catastrophe, ultimately becoming prey for a monstrous beast. Even before his death, Xiangyu was unable to seek justice for his daughter. Yin Qinghan, in my past life, my daughter and I loved you deeply. But in your heart, there is only yourself and your brother. In this life, I will never allow you to hurt me or my daughter again. With a self-deprecating smile, Xiangyu let out a deep breath and walked slowly to the window. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the streets were bustling with traffic. A group of middle school students laughed and dribbled a basketball as they crossed the crosswalk. This peaceful and harmonious scene left Xiangyu momentarily stunned. Xiangyu carefully reviewed his memories. There was one day left until the end of the world. His wife was currently at the real estate office processing the transfer procedures, and he would soon receive the final payment for the house. Once he received the final payment, his wife would use the excuse of buying special medicine to have him transfer all the money from his bank card to hers, and then she would disappear without a trace. At this moment, the money from selling the car and the down payment from selling the house was lying in Xiangyu's bank account, totaling over 2 million. Your account ending in 8285 received an income of 2,198,000 yuan at 12:28 p.m. on November 26. Federal currency automatic transfer income. with a usable balance of 4,459,803 yuan. Federal Central Bank. As Xiangyu was lost in thought, the crisp sound of a text message notification rang in his ears. Glancing at the message, a happy smile appeared on his face. Xiangyu calmly silenced his phone and set it aside, opening his laptop. His fingers danced across the keyboard, creating phantom-like trails above it. In less than half an hour, as a senior programmer, Xiangyu obtained all the information about his brother-in-law, Yin Qingwei, through online means. After quickly skimming through Yin Qingwei's information, Xiangyu's expression darkened. He silently sentenced Yin Qingwei to death in his heart. This was because when Yin Qingwei chatted with Yin Qinghan, he showed no respect for Xiangyu, purely treating him as a money-making tool. Even after Yin Qinghan drained their family savings of over 3 million yuan, Yin Qingwei's attitude towards Xiangyu remained unchanged, and he even secretly tried to introduce new boyfriends to his wife. Xiangyu, what's going on with you? We've called you so many times, and you haven't answered any of them. As Xiangyu was contemplating how to deal with Yin Qingwei, the door to the hospital room was kicked open, and an impatient voice entered his ears. Dayu, Qingwei is concerned about your health, don't take it personally. Yin Qinghan tugged at her brother's shirt and shot him a glance before softly asking, why haven't you been answering your phone? Did we receive the final payment for the house? Upon hearing this, Xiangyu's gaze fell on his wife. After carefully examining her for a moment, Xiangyu couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. How could he have been so foolish in his past life, completely failing to see the hypocrisy of the woman before him? Although his wife spoke of concern for his health, her gaze was fixed on the phone he had casually placed on the bedside table. She didn't ask about his condition upon entering, but inquired if the final payment for the house had been received. That I just took a short rest, and my phone was on silent, so I didn't hear the calls or messages, Xiangyu replied while taking out his phone. Soon, a happy smile appeared on Xiangyu's face. The final payment for the house has all been received, and the amount is correct. Hearing Xiangyu's words, both Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei showed excited expressions. Qinghan, I want to talk to Qingwei alone for a few minutes. Can you go downstairs to help with the payment? Just as Yin Qinghan was pondering how to trick Xiangyu out of the money in his card, Xiangyu gestured towards the payment list. Okay, sure. Yin Qinghan's gaze flicked between her husband and brother, hesitating, but eventually nodded and left. Xiangyu, just say what you need to say. Why do you have to send my sister away? Yin Qingwei lit a cigarette with an impatient expression, puffing smoke in the hospital room. Can you put out the cigarette? This is a non-smoking ward. Seeing Yin Qingwei's nonchalant demeanor, Xiangyu gently reprimanded, oh, I forgot you're a liver cancer patient and can't stand the smell of smoke. Yin Qingwei slowly exhaled a smoke ring, mocking, but I feel uncomfortable if I don't smoke. So just hurry up and say what you need to say. It's quite uncomfortable being in this sick room. Yin Qingwei, I just sent you an email. I suggest you read it before talking to me, Xiangyu said, tired of arguing with Yin Qingwei, a smile that was neither a smile on his face. Sensing the change in Xiangyu's tone, Yin Qingwei was taken aback for a moment before looking down at his phone. Soon, Yin Qingwei discovered that there was a new, unread email in his inbox. When he saw the title of the new email clearly, Yin Qingwei's face changed dramatically, and the cigarette he had been holding fell to the floor without him realizing it. He trembled as he opened the email attachment. After reading all the contents of the email on his phone, Yin Qingwei felt as if all his strength had been drained, and his gaze towards Xiangyu was filled with terror. Sister, brother-in-law, we're family, you can't just expose these things. At that moment, there was no longer any disdain or arrogance on Yin Qingwei's face, only endless anxiety and fear. Chapter 2. That ridiculous night. Yin Qingwei, don't play the emotional card with me, we're not that familiar. You know very well what you and your sister did behind my back, and it's clearly recorded in the email. Your issues have nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved, but you shouldn't keep coveting the money in my hands. Xiangyu coldly glanced at Yin Qingwei and said impatiently, brother-in-law, I was wrong, I promise I won't have my eyes on that money anymore. Yin Qingwei quickly admitted his mistake, following Xiangyu's words. Is that all? Xiangyu sneered, disdainfully saying, do you believe I can make the email contents trending news in minutes? Brother-in-law, I have no money. The 3 million my sister gave me before has already been lost in a casino. I still owe over 10 million in high-interest loans. Brother-in-law, I was wrong, please spare me. I really didn't lie to you, I lost all my money gambling. The reason I asked my sister for money was to pay off the high-interest loans. Seeing that the emotional plea was ineffective, Yin Qingwei panicked. It turned out that a girl from the Li family in the capital had taken a liking to Yin Qingwei, but the girl was both fat and ugly, which made Yin Qingwei have no feelings for her at all, even feeling a deep aversion to meeting her. However, Yin Qingwei simply could not resist the temptation of living off a woman. After a year of passionate dating, Yin Qingwei confirmed his relationship with that girl and was about to step into the hall of marriage. But to vent his frustration and dissatisfaction, Yin Qingwei had been secretly indulging in drinking, gambling, and other vices behind that girl's back, having a blast. Yin Qingwei never dreamed that all his sordid affairs over the past year would be collected and organized into a compressed file and sent to his inbox. If the Li family in the capital found out about this information, not only would his marriage be ruined, but whether he could keep his life would also be a big question. I know you have no money, and I didn't intend to ask you for any. After a while, estimating that enough time had passed, Xiangyu finally said, "Promise me 2 things, and I can help you keep the email content confidential." Brother-in-law, as long as you're willing to keep it secret, I can promise you not just 2 things, but 200. Seeing Xiangyu relent, Yin Qingwei excitedly assured him. First, when your sister comes back, tell her that the money for the house and the car has all been transferred to you, and then disappear with her from my sight. Second, you don't have to pay back the 3 million I lent you. Just leave the stone pendant on you. Thank you, brother-in-law, you're too good to me. He'll give you the stone pendant right away. Yin Qingwei thought that even if he didn't die this time, he would at least suffer greatly. But unexpectedly, Xiangyu let him go just like that. He instantly felt a huge relief and hurriedly nodded in agreement to the conditions proposed by Xiangyu. As he spoke, Yin Qingwei took off the stone pendant he wore close to his body and handed it to Xiangyu. After receiving the stone pendant, Xiangyu felt a surge of emotion. However, upon hearing footsteps in the hallway outside, Xiangyu discreetly tucked the stone pendant into his pocket. When Yin Qinghan entered the room, she was surprised to find that her brother, who had always disdained her husband, was actually helping him peel an apple with a happy smile on his face. "Sister, you're back." Brother-in-law said, "I don't have to pay back the 3 million I borrowed from you, as long as I can help him get the pain relief medicine." Yin Qingwei handed the peeled apple to Xiangyu and greeted Yin Qinghan. "Really? Then you should thank your brother-in-law." Yin Qinghan was overjoyed to hear this. "Hey, didn't I just thank him? Brother-in-law, just transfer the money for the house and the car to me. Let's hurry and buy the medicine. The sooner we get the medicine, the sooner brother-in-law will be free from pain." Hearing that Xiangyu had directly transferred money to her brother, Yin Qinghan was momentarily stunned. However, recalling Xiangyu's usual pampering of her, she felt that it was quite normal for him to do such a thing. Remembering how she had spent all the savings her family had accumulated over the years for her brother's house without caring about her husband's suffering, and now selling their house and car, Yin Qinghan felt a wave of guilt in her heart. "Brother, I know you love your brother-in-law. Once we buy the medicine, you'll have plenty of opportunities to chat. Let's hurry and go now." Seeing the guilty look in her sister's eyes, Yin Qingwei, remembering Xiangyu's instructions, urged. Yin Qinghan hesitated and glanced at her husband, then left the hospital room under Yin Qingwei's insistence. After confirming that the siblings had left, Xiangyu slowly took out the stone pendant, his lips curling up into a beautiful arc. This stone pendant was the favorite toy of his daughter when she was little. After it mysteriously got lost when she was 4, she was heartbroken for over half a year. It wasn't until a year later that Xiangyu learned that Yin Qingwei had taken the stone pendant when he came to play at their house. The Xiangyu scolded Yin Qingwei a few times, asking him to return the stone pendant. But Yin Qingwei not only refused to return it, but also had a big fight with Xiangyu. In the end, it was his daughter who chose to compromise, saying she was willing to give the stone pendant to her uncle. Having already decided to sever ties with his wife, Xiangyu naturally wouldn't indulge Yin Qingwei anymore, allowing him to take away his daughter's beloved item. Holding the stone pendant, the pain in my body has lessened significantly. Is this just a coincidence, or can the stone pendant really relieve pain? Xiangyu looked at the stone pendant with a suspicious gaze, his face showing a contemplative expression. To verify his guess, Xiangyu tried placing the stone pendant far away in the corner of the hospital room. The next moment, an overwhelming pain surged, causing Xiangyu to groan involuntarily. He quickly ran to the corner to grab the stone pendant, and all the pain dissipated. After repeated experiments, Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. As he laughed, he suddenly remembered sad memories and began to sob uncontrollably. Daddy, why aren't you paying attention to Pampan? Pampan is so scared. As Xiangyu fell into a daze, a tender voice sounded in his ear. Looking at the beautiful little girl beside him, who looked like a fairy tale sprite, Xiangyu felt as if he was in a dream, and his eyes involuntarily turned red. Daddy, is your body hurting again? Pampan will give you candy after eating the candy. It won't hurt anymore. Seeing her father's eyes turning red, the girl carefully took out a lollipop from her clothes pocket and handed it to Xiangyu. Daddy isn't in pain. Daddy's eyes are red from the wind outside the window. Xiangyu patted his daughter's head, his eyes filled with affection. Xiangyu took the candy from his daughter's hand, unwrapped it, and then offered it to her, saying, Pampan, this is for you. Pampan shook her head vigorously, her big round eyes wide open, saying, this is Pampan's love for Daddy, and Daddy must accept it. Looking at his daughter's eager eyes, Xiangyu was taken aback, and his nose suddenly felt sour. Just as Xiangyu was about to say thank you to his daughter, he saw her suddenly displaying a look of pain, and then she started to have a nosebleed. In the next moment, Pampan rolled her eyes and fainted in front of the hospital bed. Pampan! Pampan! Xiangyu's face suddenly turned pale, and he bent down to pick up his daughter. On the planet L, billions of light years away from Blue Star, a large-scale interstellar resource competition was fiercely underway. Among them, the commander of the Human Alliance was a stunningly beautiful woman with a frosty demeanor. The moment Pampan fainted, this breathtaking woman suddenly frowned, covering her heart and turning pale. She quickly instructed her aide beside her and retreated from the battleship deck back to the command room. Once inside the command room, the stunning woman waved her fair hand in the air, and a virtual projection of the L system appeared. She gently slid her fingers, examining the many planets in the projection. Soon, her gaze fell on a water-blue planet, and her fair fingers stopped moving. That planet where I once sought refuge is actually heading towards self-destruction due to resource depletion. After glancing at the detection data, the stunning woman's expression turned exceptionally grim, and she finally understood the reason for her bloodline's agitation. I hope the humans of Blue Star value the super-origin planet they left behind and take measures in advance. Otherwise, Blue Star and the species on that planet will likely disappear from the annals of history. The stunning woman instinctively recalled that absurd night and the flesh and blood she naturally bore on that planet. Baby, please forgive your mother's selfishness. Due to the harsh living conditions in the L system, your mother could only leave you on Blue Star. But once I completely resolve the rebellion in the L system, I will bring you back. Right now, all I can grant you is a chance, hoping you can safely evade this calamity. The stunning woman stared at the water-blue planet for a long time before pulling out a syringe from her wristwatch, filling it with blood. After a moment's hesitation, she also took out a newly obtained super energy crystal from a recent expedition. Jasmine, inject the super energy crystal and this vial of blood into core experiment number 1. Then deploy it to planet number 2793. The stunning woman commanded her assistant with a loving expression as she gazed into the depths of the vast universe. Little princess, this super energy crystal was extracted by you at great risk. If you submit it to the Empire, you could be promoted to the commander of the Empire immediately. Jasmine, clad in red armor, hesitated. You only need to execute my orders, the stunning woman coldly uttered. Upon hearing this, Jasmine looked troubled, standing beside the stunning woman, wanting to say something but hesitating. Noticing that the stunning woman showed no signs of changing her mind, she could only reluctantly carry out the task. Chapter 3. The Shocking Truth. Xiangyu immediately pressed the call bell at the bedside, summoning a nurse. On the way to the hematology department with the nurse to take his daughter, Xiangyu suddenly recalled a detail in his previous life. After his wife passed away, his daughter visited him in the hospital after school and also fainted in the ward. However, he was feeling low at that time and didn't think much of it. He carried his daughter to the bed, and after resting for a night, she woke up by herself. Could my daughter be seriously ill? Xiangyu's heart shuddered. After anxiously waiting for half an hour, Xiangyu was called to the end of the corridor by the attending physician. Mr. Gu, based on various data analyses, your daughter has been diagnosed with leukemia. The attending physician's words hit Xiangyu like a thunderbolt, leaving him rigid and completely unable to think. Mr. Gu, your daughter's condition is caused by a tumor virus, which cannot be treated domestically or abroad. However, The good news is that your daughter's immune system is much stronger than that of her peers. Xiangyu didn't hear what the attending physician said next. He was only filled with self-hatred for neglecting his daughter in his previous life. After standing quietly in the corridor for a moment, Xiangyu returned to the ward, greeted the nurse caring for Pan, and then went downstairs to help his daughter with the hospitalization procedures, also applying for special nursing services. Even if he neglected his daughter, she would still wake up tomorrow, and after the great catastrophe, her leukemia would likely heal without treatment. However, now that he knew his daughter had leukemia, Xiangyu still wanted her to receive the best treatment to alleviate her suffering as much as possible. Moreover, there was only half a day left before the day of the great catastrophe, and there were too many things waiting for Xiangyu to handle. He couldn't take care of his daughter closely, so leaving her in the hospital's care was the most appropriate choice. After helping his daughter with the hospitalization procedures and returning to the ward, Xiangyu stared at his daughter's tender face, his eyes filled with heartache. Leukemia caused by a tumor virus should be acquired later. Did someone deliberately poison Pan? Or did she accidentally get infected while dining outside? Suddenly, Xiangyu's gaze fell on his daughter's examination report, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The examination report showed that Pan's blood type was B, but Xiangyu clearly remembered that he was type O and Yin Xinghan was type A. Their child could only be type O or A. It couldn't be any other blood type. Recalling Yin Xinghan's indifferent attitude towards Pan, Xiangyu began to suspect something. Pan's physical examination report was something he had followed step by step. There was no way it could be wrong. Therefore, the greatest possibility was that Pan was not his and Yin Xinghan's child. Thinking of this cruel fact, Xiangyu felt dizzy. That he quickly remembered another matter. He clearly recalled that Yin Xinghan was pregnant with his child. Since Pan was not his and Yin Xinghan's child, then where was his child? With this thought, Xiangyu dialed Yin Xinghan's phone number. Hearing the message that the number was out of service on the other end of the line, Xiangyu frowned, feeling even colder inside. Xiangyu did not continue to dial Yin Xinghan's number, but quickly returned to his hospital room to pack his belongings. While processing his daughter's hospitalization procedures, Xiangyu also took the opportunity to arrange his own discharge. Knowing that the great catastrophe was about to arrive and that his cancer would heal without treatment, Xiangyu naturally would not continue to lie in the hospital wasting. Tom.Amar. Gu, this is a letter your wife asked me to pass on to you before she left. Xiangyu heard a call just as he finished packing and was about to leave. Xiangyu paused at the sound, turned around, and took the letter handed to him by the nurse, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Even without opening the envelope, Xiangyu knew what it contained, a divorce agreement signed by Yin Xinghan and the wedding ring he had bought for her. In his previous life, after receiving the divorce agreement, Xiangyu was so furious that he tore it to shreds and threw it into the toilet. I end this life. However, Xiangyu intended to play along and fulfill Yin Xinghan's wish for a divorce. Taking a deep breath, Xiangyu then dialed Yin Qingwei's number. Brother-in-law, you're not having second thoughts, are you? I've completed the 2 conditions you mentioned. Yin Qingwei finally answered the phone after a long time, his tone filled with anxiety. Oh, you know about Pan's background? Xiangyu cut straight to the point. I don't know if you can tell me about Pan's background. I will immediately transfer you 1 million, brother-in-law. I don't know much about Pan's background. I only heard some things when my mom chatted with my sister occasionally. Why don't you just ask my sister? She must know better than I do. Tell me everything you know. The promise of 1 million stands that I don't dare to say. I'm afraid you'll get angry. If you're unwilling to speak, I will expose all the dirty things you've done online right now. Brother-in-law, I don't want you to transfer money to me anymore. I just hope that after you know what my mom and sister have done, you won't blame me. This really has nothing to do with me. Seeing Xiangyu silent, Yin Qingwei suddenly got scared and hurriedly shared the information he knew. Back when you were dating my sister, my mom strongly opposed it. Even after you got married, my mom still didn't support your marriage and even forced my sister to abort her 3-month-old child. But my mom never expected that while my sister had already aborted the child, she hadn't had the chance to confront you when you called to tell her that your house in the urban village was being demolished and you received nearly 5 million in compensation. In the following months, my sister pretended to be pregnant in front of you. As the due date approached, my mom and sister wandered near the hospital, hoping to find an abandoned baby, and then met Pan's mother. Pan's mother left behind more than 30,000 yuan and that stone pendant I gave you. then hurriedly left and never appeared again. After learning the ins and outs, Xiangyu fell silent. It took him over 10 minutes to fully digest and accept the facts narrated by Yin Qingwei. He logged into his mobile banking and transferred 1 million yuan to Yin Qingwei as promised. Soon, Yin Qingwei's phone rang, expressing his gratitude in a disjointed manner. Get your sister to the Civil Affairs Bureau across from Qinji Hotel within half an hour and tell her that I fully accept the terms of the divorce agreement and can divorce her. Xiangyu interrupted Yin Qingwei's rambling, feeling no emotional turmoil inside. Brother-in-law, don't worry. This matter is on me. If she doesn't want to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, I'll drag her there, Yin Qingwei assured. After hanging up, Xiangyu walked toward Qinji Hotel. When Xiangyu arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he found Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei already waiting there. Seeing Xiangyu again, Yin Qinghan felt a bit guilty, not daring to greet him or even make eye contact. Whether it was the over 4 million yuan spent on persuading Xiangyu to buy the miracle medicine or the content of the divorce agreement, it made Yin Qinghan feel embarrassed. To face him, on the other hand, Yin Qingwei was very enthusiastic, fearing that Xiangyu might be unhappy and expose him online. The custody of Pan will be mine, and the rest will be handled completely according to the divorce agreement. No problem, right? Xiangyu, not in the mood for pleasantries with Yin Qinghan, said indifferently. Yin Qinghan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded numbly. Due to the lack of disagreement, the divorce procedures between Xiangyu and Yin Qinghan went exceptionally smoothly. About 10 minutes later, the three walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, with Xiangyu and Yin Qinghan each holding a dark red divorce certificate. Dayu, I'm sorry. I know you love me very much, but I really can't imagine the hardship of raising Pan alone after you leave. After leaving the Civil Affairs Hall, Yin Qinghan, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but speak up. So, is this your reason for poisoning Pan? Xiangyu impatiently interrupted Yin Qinghan's words, speaking abruptly. Chapter 4. The Tyrant's Forceful Approach. How did you know? Upon hearing Xiangyu's words, Yin Qinghan's eyes were flustered, and her face turned pale. She stammered, You were just trying to trick me. You didn't know it was me who poisoned you before, did you? How can you be so shameless? Xiangyu, hearing this, laughed in anger, throwing the hospital's examination report at Yin Qinghan's face, his expression full of sarcasm. Yin Qinghan, tell me, what other reason besides human poisoning could cause leukemia induced by tumor viruses? I just didn't expect it to be you who did it. Just go live your life with your mother and brother. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Seeing that Yin Qinghan not only failed to realize her mistake, but also habitually threw a tantrum in front of him, Xiangyu provided no explanation. Instead, he calmly tossed out a sentence before turning to leave. Xiangyu, stop right there. How dare you yell at me? Are you saying that if you're going to die, I should spend my whole life mourning a bastard child? Watching Xiangyu's resolute figure, Yin Qinghan refused to back down. Hearing her hysterical shout, Xiangyu did not look back but quickened his pace. Seeing this man who once doted on her suddenly turn cold as ice, Yin Qinghan felt an overwhelming rage mixed with an emptiness in her heart, which was extremely uncomfortable. Sister, I think the reason Xiangyu has changed so much is that you and Mom have pushed him too hard. Even a cornered rabbit will bite back, let alone a person. Yin Qingwei murmured beside her. Dayu still loves me. He's just afraid that I'll be sad after he dies, which is why he deliberately picked a fight with me for a divorce. Otherwise, why didn't he mention the 4 million and the special medicine just now? After a moment, Yin Qinghan muttered to herself. Hearing her sister's words, Yin Qingwei felt a pang of guilt and subconsciously said, Actually, I suddenly think my brother-in-law is quite good. You don't seem to need a rush to divorce him. Anyway, when he dies, everything will still be yours, and you can remarry. You don't know anything. Xiangyu has a sister. According to the law, if Xiangyu dies without a will, his sister will also get a share of the inheritance. Moreover, most of Xiangyu's hospital and treatment expenses over the past few months were borrowed with the help of his sister, so I will definitely have to pay her back. While Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei were arguing outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiangyu had already taken a taxi straight to Li Shui's apartment. After registering his identity information at the apartment entrance, Xiangyu took the elevator to the 17th floor and found the apartment where his sister, Guwaner, lived. Standing at the door, Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a long time, not daring to knock. Hot tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, falling to the ground. Gu Xiangyu had always regarded his sister Gu Waner as a little girl who hadn't grown up. He never expected that when he was diagnosed with cancer and faced obstacles in borrowing money, it was his sister Gu Waner who promptly gathered the necessary hospitalization and treatment fees for him. After that, it was his sister who repeatedly came to the hospital to help settle the bills. In his previous life, after being tricked by Yin Qinghan into selling his house, Gu Xiangyu wanted to pay off Gu Waner's hundreds of thousands of debts first, and use the remaining money to buy the special medicine. However, Yin Qinghan had promised to return the money promptly, but once she received it, she vanished without a trace and never returned the money to Gu Waner. Even so, his sister Gu Waner never complained and patiently comforted Gu Xiangyu for an entire night. The next morning, after helping him buy breakfast, she quietly left. However, after the great disaster occurred, Gu Xiangyu could no longer contact his sister. It wasn't until several days later that he learned the apartment where his sister lived had been attacked by mutated animals from a nearby zoo on the day of the disaster. And no one in the entire building survived. Gu Waner, have you thought it over in 10 minutes? Do you want to be my woman or not? Sugu, I'm really sorry. I will find a way to pay you back the 200,000 as soon as possible. I really appreciate your help during my most difficult time, but I really can't be your mistress. Gu Waner, I'm speaking to you nicely, and you're getting arrogant, right? Since you refuse to drink the wine I offer, then I'll have to make you drink the punishment wine. Let go of me, you can't do this. Suddenly, Gu Xiangyu heard a conversation between his sister and a man from inside the room, followed by his sister's scream and the sound of things being knocked over. Gu Xiangyu's heart sank, and he hurriedly knocked on the door. However, after knocking for a long time, no one answered, and his expression darkened. With each knock, there was still no response from inside the room. Gu Xiangyu realized that his sister must have been controlled and couldn't make a sound, and it seemed that the man inside had already made up his mind to bully Gu Waner, which made Gu Xiangyu's heart sink even further. Furrowing his brow, Gu Xiangyu took out his phone and dialed the number of his sister's roommate, Huang Lijuan. Soon, a crisp ringtone echoed from inside the room, but after one ring, it was quickly hung up. Dayugo, Waner hasn't gotten off work yet. I'm the only one in the room, so it's not convenient for you to come in. Is there something you want? Knowing she had been exposed, Huang Lijuan walked to the door and said, Nothing, then I'll wait for Waner downstairs. Gu Xiangyu replied and turned to leave. Inside the room, after Huang Lijuan saw Gu Xiangyu enter the elevator through the peephole, she patted her chest and gestured to the man inside. Sugu, that bitch's brother has left. You can't continue. Good, it's finally over. That scared me so much I almost became impotent. The young man spat and angrily shouted, Come over and hold this bitch's arm. She's too strong for me to handle alone. Okay, Sugu. Huang Lijuan replied simply, then walked to Gu Waner and held her hands down. Lijuan, please let me go. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Gu Waner pleaded loudly. Waner, Sugu has money and power. What is wrong with following him? Huang Lijuan said with a smirk. Besides, Sugu said he could marry you officially, which is something many women dream of. Hearing her roommate's words, Gu Waner realized that she could no longer count on her and could only struggle desperately to try to break free from their hold. Despite Gu Waner's vigorous struggle, Huang Lijuan and the young man were drenched in sweat and still couldn't take off Gu Waner's clothes, let alone force her. Sugu, didn't you drug her? Why is she still so strong after so long? Huang Lijuan asked in confusion. She probably sensed that I drug her, so she didn't take it. The young man said in frustration, If it doesn't work, I'll just have to knock her out. Today, no matter what, I must get my first taste of her. You should have done this long ago. I don't know why you were so patient with this bitch. Upon hearing the conversation between her roommate and Su Haijiang, Gu Waner's heart sank, and tears of pain streamed from her eyes. She knew that if Su Haijiang really resorted to violence, she would have no chance of escape. Just as Su Haijiang was about to smash an ashtray onto Gu Waner's head, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. He instinctively paused and wondered, What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? As soon as Su Haijiang finished speaking, the door was kicked open, and he saw a man holding a chainsaw walk into the room. The three people inside the room were stunned to the sight of the man with the chainsaw. Brother, save me. Gu Waner was the first to react. Taking advantage of Su Haijiang, and Huang Lijuan's moment of distraction. She struggled free from their grip and ran to Gu Xiangyu's side. "Wanner, don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one can hurt you," Gu Xiangyu said, looking at his sister's panicked eyes with a pained expression. It turned out that Wanner's brother had arrived. "I happen to want to discuss something with you. I heard that Wanner listens to you about everything. As long as you convince her to agree to marry me, I will give you 1 million as a betrothal gift and immediately arrange for you to be treated at the best cancer specialty hospital in the United States. How about that?" After Su Haijiang learned Gu Xiangyu's identity, he tidied up his disheveled clothes and looked calm. Chapter 5. You are really courting death. Brother, don't. Before Gu Xiangyu could speak, Gu Wanner hurriedly interrupted. Sensing her inner resistance and fear, Gu Xiangyu gave his sister a reassuring look and then slowly walked toward Su Haijiang. His gaze icy. "What do you want to do?" Su Haijiang's face changed drastically as he looked at Gu Xiangyu's menacing eyes, stuttering in question. "I just used this chainsaw to cut the door lock. It only took 17 seconds. How long do you think it will take to saw off your arm?" Gu Xiangyu asked ominously. "Wanner's brother, can we not joke around? This isn't funny at all." Realizing Gu Xiangyu was not joking, Su Haijiang's pupils shrank, sensing that the situation was slipping out of his control. "Who is joking with you? Do you think I'm just idling around?" Gu Xiangyu reprimanded angrily. "My doctor said I have less than a month to live, so I specifically came to say goodbye to Wanner, only to find you two scum bullying her. You are really courting death." After finishing his sentence, Gu Xiangyu pressed the switch of the chainsaw and took a step forward, stopping just a step away from Su Haijiang. His gaze was as if he were looking at a dead man. "Wanner's brother, killing is against the law. You can't just go crazy." Feeling the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Gu Xiangyu, Su Haijiang panicked, his usual arrogant demeanor completely gone. "Am I afraid of the law as a dying man? Besides, 1 life for 2 lives, it's a bargain, don't you think?" Gu Xiangyu's indifferent gaze swept back and forth between Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan, the chainsaw switch opening and closing repeatedly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely tense, and the hearts of the few people inside were racing. They could almost hear their own heartbeats pounding. Although Gu Xiangyu was an ordinary person in the apocalypse world, he was a survivor who had gone through countless battles. With blood on his hands and a strong killing intent that was almost palpable, which was something the few people in the room could hardly bear. Under Gu Xiangyu's indifferent gaze, Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan felt as if they were in a bloody storm, fearing for their lives at any moment. Huang Lijuan couldn't hold out any longer. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the floor, sweat pouring out. "Big brother to you, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tempted Wanner to borrow money from Su Haijiang, nor should I have brought a wolf into the house to help Su Haijiang harm Wanner. Please don't kill me." Su Haijiang wanted to stop Huang Lijuan from speaking recklessly, but before he could say anything, a large foot appeared in front of his face. Before Su Haijiang could react, he was kicked to the ground, and then he felt intense pain as Gu Xiangyu began to hit him with the chainsaw. In just a moment, Su Haijiang felt like his bones were falling apart, with sharp pain coming from all over his body. He was afraid that Gu Xiangyu would use the chainsaw on him and didn't dare to move. "Brother, stop. If you keep hitting, someone will really die." Just as Gu Xiangyu was venting his emotions, a timid voice rang in his ear, bringing him back to his senses. At that moment, Gu Xiangyu realized that Su Haijiang was lying on the ground, covered in wounds and blood, no longer making a sound, with his eyes closed. Unsure of whether he was dead or alive, Gu Xiangyu looked at the deformed chainsaw in his hand and then turned his gaze to Huang Lijuan. Huang Lijuan, already on high alert, rolled her eyes back and fainted when she saw Gu Xiangyu looking at her. "Brother, are you okay?" Gu Wanner asked with concern. "I'm fine. If I hadn't come today, you might have been in trouble." Remembering how his sister had come to visit him in the hospital with red and swollen eyes in his past life, Gu Xiangyu felt a wave of regret and fear. Feeling her brother's concern, Gu Wanner felt warm inside and smiled sweetly. "Brother, I was so desperate when Huang Lijuan tricked you before. I thought you were so foolish. But unexpectedly you turned around and came back with a chainsaw. However, the way you used the chainsaw was so scary. I always thought you were a weak scholar. I didn't expect you to be so violent at times. Brother, even though they wanted to bully me, they didn't succeed. It's enough to teach them a lesson. There's no need to go to such extremes. After 20 years, seeing her sister smile brightly again and listening to her chattering voice made Xiangyu feel particularly close. He watched her intently, hoping this moment would last forever. Guwaner seemed to have also been startled. She kept talking to calm her emotions. After a long while, she finally noticed that her brother hadn't spoken, only smiling at her. "Brother, do I have something dirty on my face?" Guwaner paused the topic, confused as she touched her face. "It's nothing. I just saw that my sister has become more beautiful again." Xiangyu smiled and changed the subject. "You just said that Su Haijiang is from the Su family?" "Yes, the Su family has a lot of power in Yuta province, with influence in both legal and illegal circles. You just beat Su Haijiang so badly. We probably can't stay in Yudu anymore," Guwaner said with a worried expression. "How about I go all out and kill them both?" Xiangyu made a throat-slitting gesture, seeking Guwaner's opinion. "Brother, don't. After all, we live in a society governed by law. Even if you're not afraid of legal consequences, it will affect Ponpon's education and job prospects in the future." Guwaner decisively refused. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu smiled, knowing his sister would never let him kill anyone. He was just trying to scare her. "Then what do you suggest? If we don't kill them to silence them, they will definitely cause us trouble," Xiangyu said with a frown. "Brother, how about we feed them sleeping pills? After they pass out, we can leave Yudu province, and then they won't be able to do anything to us." Guwaner's eyes lit up as she looked at a bottle of medicine on the coffee table, suggesting it in a low voice. Xiangyu picked up the bottle and examined it for a moment, a playful smile appearing on his face. He wondered where Su Haijiang had gotten the sleeping pills. One pill could make a person unconscious for half a day. If Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan really took the sleeping pills by the time they woke up, the apocalypse would have already arrived, and they would die without him having to lift a finger. Using their own methods against them, Warner, this idea is excellent. Let us do it. Xiangyu nodded, and then the siblings fed the unconscious Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan the sleeping pills. After administering the pills, Guwaner quickly packed her things. "Brother, I suddenly thought of something. I can leave Yuta province, but your health is so poor, and sister-in-law and her family are also in Yudu. You can't just leave at will," Guwaner said, scratching the back of her head as she walked out of the apartment door. Seeing his sister's worried expression, Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Silly girl. Don't worry. My advisor has some connections with Su Haijiang's father, Su Daoyuan. I'll go to my advisor for help. He will assist in resolving the issues." "Really? That's great. Brother is really amazing." Guwaner almost immediately believed Xiangyu's words, her face full of joy. After a pause, she murmured, "Brother, did you deliberately drug Su Haijiang and Huang Lijuan? Who told them to bully my little Warner? Am I not allowed to take a little revenge?" Xiangyu touched his nose and said. Upon hearing this, Guwaner was moved, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her eyes glistening with tears. "Warner, I need to go find my advisor for help, and I will trouble you with another matter." Xiangyu paused, concealing the matter of his divorce and Ponpon's background, and carefully explained how he sold his car and house to buy special medicine, asking Guwaner to find a suitable rental in the afternoon, one where they could move in that night. "Brother, sister-in-law is really good to you, actually willing to sell the house and car to buy you special medicine. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rental." After listening to Xiangyu's words, Guwaner's eyes turned red, and she patted her chest, promising. Seeing that his sister believed everything he said, Xiangyu felt a pang of guilt. After gazing at her for a moment, he silently opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1 million to her. "Warner, I just transferred some money to you. Pay back all the money you borrowed from friends and colleagues, and use the rest for the house deposit and rent." "Brother, I remember every word you said. Don't worry." After hailing a taxi for his sister, Xiangyu turned and rented a 63 from a nearby car dealership, then headed straight to the suburbs. Xiangyu clearly remembered that at noon on the day of the Great Disaster, all humans would awaken to properties similar to a network game attribute panel, where various bodily attributes will be displayed in concrete data form. If one took medicine to enhance physical attributes before noon on the day of the disaster, these illegally enhanced attributes would be mistaken for the human body's inherent attributes and solidified on the attribute panel, providing a significant advantage in the early stages of the disaster. Knowing this excellent cheat method, Gu Xiangyu naturally wouldn't let slip by easily. Chapter 6. The fanatical cold weapon collector 40 minutes later. Gu Xiangyu arrived at a clinic on the outskirts of the city in the rented 63. Our clinic is closed today. If you're sick, go to the big hospital. A middle-aged man with yellow teeth said through the door. Gu Xiangyu glanced at the man, silently slid 2 stacks of brand-new bills through the crack in the door. Scarface Liu sent me over, said I could find good stuff here. Gu Xiangyu only knew Scarface Liu from his previous life in the shelter. And he only knew that before the disaster, Scarface Liu was a small leader at the Qianhong Casino. In fact, at this moment, Gu Xiangyu did not yet know Scarface Liu. Upon hearing Scarface Liu's name, the yellow-toothed man opened the door with a creak and invited Gu Xiangyu into the clinic. What do you want to buy? Adrenaline, smart needles, muscle explosion needles, stimulants, etc. I want 3 of each. Gu Xiangyu listed them off as if he were reciting a catalog. Are you going to fight in underground boxing or engage in a life-and-death duel? The yellow-toothed man asked curiously. Just take the money. Why ask so much? Gu Xiangyu deliberately mumbled in a low voice. Oh, you have quite the temper. A bit of personality. In light of Scarface Liu's face, I can give you the best stuff on the market. It'll be a total of 230,000. Is that okay? Without hesitation, Gu Xiangyu pulled out 21 stacks of cash from his backpack and handed them to the yellow-toothed man. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's decisive action, the yellow-toothed man nodded in satisfaction, quickly prepared all the medicines, and patiently packaged them before handing them to Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu did not check the authenticity of the medicines. This clinic only did business with acquaintances, and there was no need to cheat him. After leaving the clinic, Gu Xiangyu felt relaxed. He had secured the excellent cheat method for the disaster. And next he just needed to find a few reliable cold weapons to ensure he had the strength to protect himself when the disaster arrived. Gu Xiangyu happened to know that in Yudu province, there was a fanatic cold weapon collector. That person was Su Daoyuan, the father of Su Haijiang, whom Gu Xiangyu had mentioned to his sister earlier. However, Gu Xiangyu's advisor had no connection with Su Daoyuan. He had only seen a news report about Su Daoyuan in his previous life. Su Daoyuan had once spent a fortune of 50 million at a large auction to buy a legendary weapon from long before the establishment of the federal government. The Yudu Provincial Evening News had conducted a detailed interview and report on Su Daoyuan. Su Daoyuan was a fanatic cold weapon collector. As long as he had heard of a cold weapon, he would find a way to acquire it, and for those he couldn't get, he would spend a lot of money to have replicas made. No one knew how many weapons Su Daoyuan had collected. It was said that a large portion of the profits from Xiangyu Hotel had been spent on purchasing and replicating cold weapons. As the chairman of Xiangyu Hotel, Su Daoyuan even built a private cold weapon museum on the top floor of the hotel, showing his obsession and madness for cold weapons. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiangyu drove straight to Xiangyu Hotel. It would be best if Su Daoyuan was willing to part with a few top-notch weapons for him. If he proved to be uncooperative, Gu Xiangyu wouldn't mind resorting to strong-arm tactics. Half an hour later, Gu Xiangyu arrived at Xiangyu Hotel and directly booked 2 presidential suites on the second top floor. Excuse me, is Mr. Su in the hotel? Gu Xiangyu casually inquired after completing the check-in procedures. I'm sorry, Mr. Su is not in the hotel at the moment. If you wish to meet him, you can leave your phone number, and I will help you schedule an appointment. The receptionist respectfully answered after sizing up Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu took the note handed to him by the front desk, seriously wrote down his phone number, and then handed the note along with 2 large red bills back to the receptionist. Thank you for your hard work. If it's convenient, please let me know as soon as you have any information about Mr. Su's whereabouts. After taking a stroll around the hotel lobby and the second top floor, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but frown as he discovered that none of the public elevators could reach the top floor of the hotel. They could only go to the second top floor. The entire hotel was built in a letter shape, making it impossible to climb up through the windows. It seemed he could only take a private elevator or use force to reach the top floor. Just as Gu Xiangyu was struggling with how to enter the cold weapon museum ahead of time to check things out, his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Gu, your daughter has woken up. She wants to talk to you. As soon as the call connected, Gu Xiangyu heard the voice of a head nurse. Daddy, why did you leave Pan alone in the hospital? Pan is scared. The panicked voice of Pan came through the phone. Hearing his daughter's cry, Gu Xiangyu's heart broke. Pan, Be good. Daddy is nearby handling some matters and will be back to accompany you soon. After hanging up the phone, Xiangyu turned around without hesitation and rushed to the hospital. The world is vast, but a daughter is the most important. Passing by a flower shop, Xiangyu casually bought a bouquet of purple baby's breath. As soon as Xiangyu walked into the intensive care unit, he felt a shadow rush towards him. Daddy, I miss you. Pan nuzzled her head against Xiangyu's chest and said in a sweet voice. Pan, Daddy misses you too. Feeling his daughter's reliance on him, Xiangyu responded emotionally. Daddy, is Pan useless? I can faint just standing. My little princess Pan is super amazing. Other kids need their parents to pick them up. But Pan goes to and from school by herself. Both the teacher and Daddy like Pan very much. But why doesn't Team Mommy like Pan? Mommy often says Pan is a burden. Pon's words left Xiangyu momentarily stunned. Because Xiangyu devoted all his thoughts to work. The task of taking care of their daughter was handed over to Yin Qinghan. He didn't expect that Yin Qinghan would completely disregard their daughter's feelings, calling her a burden. Looking at his daughter, whose hair had turned dry and yellow due to malnutrition, and her thin body, Xiangyu couldn't help but think of Pon's background. Pan is good. Pan is not a burden. Pan is Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Xiangyu took a deep breath, choking back tears. Daddy, why are you crying? Is it because Mommy doesn't want us anymore? Daddy, Mommy said you were going to die soon, and Pan will become an unwanted wild child. Is that true? Daddy, please don't cry, okay? Pan won't say anything bad anymore. His daughter's words pierced Xiangyu's heart like a sharp needle, nearly suffocating him. He had been racking his brain on how to hide the changes happening at home from his daughter, but unexpectedly, his 6-year-old daughter seemed to understand everything. She was bearing too much that shouldn't be shouldered by a child her age. Pan is good. Daddy won't cry anymore, and Pan won't cry, okay? Xiangyu rubbed his face, trying to soften his expression, and gently comforted her. Okay, Pan is good. Pan won't cry. Upon hearing this, Pan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, then looked straight at the Haagen-Dazs store across the hospital and cautiously asked, Daddy, Pan is hungry. Wants to eat something delicious. What does Pan want to eat? We'll go right now. Xiangyu affectionately stroked his daughter's hair and asked softly, Can Pan have ice cream? Pon's eyes sparkled. Xiangyu couldn't help but gently pinch Pon's nose. You're not hungry, you're craving. Soon, the father and daughter entered the Haagen-Dazs store. Xiangyu ordered an ice cream hot pot for himself and his daughter, along with a dessert set. When the ice cream hot pot and dessert set arrived, Pon's eyes lit up and she was drooling. Xiangyu patiently wiped his daughter's hands with a wet wipe before allowing her to eat. Once her hands were free, Pan eagerly reached for the fruit in the ice cream hot pot. In just a moment, Pan became a messy cat, with milk stains all over her mouth and face. Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle and quickly took a few photos with his phone. Daddy, Pan had a nightmare this afternoon. In the dream, a volcano erupted, glaciers melted, the sky darkened, many cities were submerged by seawater, and all the pets raised by humans turned into ferocious beasts, attacking and devouring their owners. But Daddy's illness got better. While Xiangyu and his daughter quietly enjoyed their delicious dinner before the catastrophe, his daughter's words left him stunned. Could it be that his daughter had awakened her prophetic abilities now? Chapter 7. You wouldn't sacrifice your looks, would you? Xiangyu was sure that his daughter had not experienced rebirth like him. However, she spoke of scenes that would occur after the catastrophe, which could only mean that she had awakened her prophetic abilities. Did his daughter mention this in her previous life? Xiangyu had no recollection of it. Even if his daughter had said something similar in front of him, he probably wouldn't have taken it to heart in his previous life. Pan, what else did you see in your dream? Xiangyu was eager to know whether Pan had truly awakened her prophetic abilities. Pan stared at him with her big eyes, thought for a moment, and said regretfully, Daddy, many things in the dream have become fuzzy. Pan really can't remember. It's okay if you can't remember. Actually, Daddy is just like you. He forgets most of the things that happen in dreams after waking up. Xiangyu didn't force his daughter to recall her dream. If the things in the dream really happen, then Daddy can always be with Pan. Pan looked hopeful. As long as Pan wishes for it, it will come true. Gu Xiangyu patted his daughter's little head and joked. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Pon Pon's eyes sparkled with brilliance, but soon she realized it was impossible. After a moment of silence, Pan Pan cautiously requested, "Daddy, Pan Pan doesn't like the smell of the hospital. Can Pan Pan not stay in the hospital?" Gu Xiangyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem. Daddy will take you to handle the discharge procedures right away." Since Pon Pon's leukemia would miraculously heal tomorrow, there was naturally no need to endure the smell of hospital disinfectant. More importantly, Gu Xiangyu suddenly remembered that he had never truly accompanied his daughter, and he wanted to play with her happily before the catastrophe arrived. After leaving the Haagen-Dazs store, Gu Xiangyu took Pan Pan to the hospital to handle the discharge procedures. "Daddy is so good to Pan Pan." As they exited the hospital, Pan Pan couldn't help but give Gu Xiangyu a big kiss on the cheek. "Pan Pan doesn't want Daddy to be better to you?" "I do." "Then let's go to the Magic Forest Castle at Xiangyu Hotel." "Daddy, am I dreaming?" "Of course not. But before we go to the Magic Forest Castle, we need to stop by the mall first." Seeing his daughter's cheap clothes, Gu Xiangyu finished his sentence and led her into the mall next to the hospital. An hour later, both Gu Xiangyu and Pan Pan had transformed completely, with Gu Xiangyu carrying over 20 shopping bags filled with the latest luxury children's clothing and various daily necessities he had carefully selected. After tossing the items into the hotel room, Gu Xiangyu took his daughter to the Magic Forest Castle operated by Xiangyu Hotel. The next half-day was undoubtedly the happiest time in Pon Pon's life, as Gu Xiangyu took her to experience all the attractions within the Magic Forest Castle. For some of Pon Pon's favorite attractions, Gu Xiangyu patiently queued repeatedly, letting her have as much fun as she wanted. When Pan Pan was exhausted and nestled in Gu Xiangyu's arms, completely unwilling to move, the father and daughter finally left the Magic Forest Castle. Because they had played too hard, after washing up, Pan Pan quickly fell asleep. Gu Xiangyu quietly sat by the bed for a moment, and seeing his daughter pouting in her sleep, he couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead before closing the door and quietly leaving the hotel. "Brother, you finally call me back. I never realized you had the potential of being a daughter slave." After Gu Xiangyu dialed Gu Wanner's number, a strong sense of resentment came from the other end. "I never knew you would be jealous of your niece." Gu Xiangyu smiled widely. "Brother, the house has been rented according to your requirements, but we need to buy some daily necessities before moving in. I work for 7 hours and am completely exhausted." Gu Wanner said with a sense of despair. "You take a break. I bought some daily necessities and will deliver them soon." Following the location provided by Gu Wanner, Gu Xiangyu arrived at the Yushi Mansion in the Pure Villa community on Jiobin Road after about 20 minutes, because Gu Wanner had given advance notice. As soon as Gu Xiangyu's car arrived at the community gate, 2 security guards respectfully greeted him, and a sightseeing car led him to the central location of Yushi Mansion. Looking at the misty, fairy-like gardens in the community, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but nod in approval. "Brother, how is it? Do you like this villa? I have made a huge sacrifice to rent this villa." Seeing Gu Xiangyu's excited expression, Gu Wanner boasted from the side. "You wouldn't sacrifice your looks, would you?" Gu Xiangyu joked. "Huh." Gu Wanner said irritably, "This villa belongs to my college classmate. Her parents accompanied her to study abroad and have decided to settle there. When she saw me saying in the class group that I wanted to rent a villa, she privately messaged me, asking me to video call with her for half an hour every day. She waived the rent for me and said she would help sell the villa when I no longer wanted to rent it." Gu Xiangyu was stunned upon hearing this. Is there really such a thing as a windfall? This villa has a garden of over 2,000 square meters, with paths made of cobblestones dividing the large garden into several areas, each filled with various rare flowers and trees. Gu Xiangyu was surprised to find that there was even a stable in the side garden of the villa, where a brown pony was leisurely chewing grass. When it saw Gu Xiangyu approaching, it snorted as if greeting him. "My classmate said that just maintaining this garden cost her dad over 20 million. This blood horse was specially selected by her dad from Stud Farm. Pan Pan will definitely like this horse," Gu Wanner said joyfully. The brown pony looked excellent, with shiny fur that gleamed. Its forehooves were as white as snow, its back long and waist short, and its limbs strong. Gu Xiangyu frowned at the sight of the blood horse. If a disaster were to strike, this horse's mutated attack power would be much stronger than that of an ordinary pet. Should he get rid of it before it mutated? No. It seems that by the 10th year of the disaster, Humanity has already mastered the method of taming fierce beasts. Thinking of this, Xiangyu said, I also think Pan Pan will fall in love with this little pony. Wanner, could you discuss with your classmate about selling this horse to us? Brother, you really are a daughter slave. I'll mention it to Hailing later, Wanner replied. She was clearly very satisfied with the villa. Despite the exhaustion written all over her face, she excitedly introduced the layout and functions of the villa to Xiangyu. After lingering in the villa, the two moved all the daily necessities Xiangyu had purchased into the villa. Brother, it seems we won't be able to stay here tonight. Although you bought toiletries and such, the mattress and bedding need to be sorted out, Wanner said, feeling frustrated. I know. So I've already booked a room at the Xiangyu Hotel. Aren't you tired? Let's head back to the hotel now to avoid Pan Pan waking up and not finding us, which would make her anxious. Make a list tonight, and we'll go shopping, Xiangyu suggested. Wanner nodded, and the siblings returned to the Xiangyu Hotel together. In his previous life, he had only helped feed spirit beasts in shelter and had never tamed a fierce beast. No, he seemed to know a rough and primitive method of taming beasts, but the success rate was low. Lying in bed, thinking of the blood horse at the Yueshi mansion, Xiangyu repeatedly pondered the steps of the taming method in his mind before falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 8. Perfect beginning. Pan Pan, wake up. In a daze, Xiangyu returned to the world of the disaster, holding his daughter's lifeless body and weeping bitterly. No matter how hard he shouted, his daughter's body grew colder and colder, causing his heart to ache like a knife. Suddenly, Xiangyu set his daughter down and charged at the murderer who had killed her, wanting to perish together, but was easily kicked away and fell below the city wall. He heard a thud, and pain shot through the back of his head. Am I still alive? Xiangyu struggled to open his eyes and slowly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was sleeping in the presidential suite of the Xiangyu Hotel. The disaster had not yet come. He had just unknowingly fallen from the sofa to the floor, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Checking the time on his wrist, he found it was already past 8 in the morning. He initially wanted to wake his daughter to go downstairs for breakfast, but seeing her sleeping soundly, he held back. After the disaster struck, it had become a luxury for humans to sleep peacefully. Since the disaster had not yet arrived, he let his daughter sleep a little longer. Xiangyu left a note in the room and sent a text to his sister, Wanner, before quickly driving to the Yueshi mansion. Carefully examining the handsome and obedient little pony, Xiangyu nodded in satisfaction. Just as the pony thought Xiangyu was being affectionate and rubbed against him, it snorted again as a greeting. Suddenly, Xiangyu flipped his hand, and a sharp dagger sliced from its throat to its abdomen. The blood horse let out a mournful cry and raised its front hooves, kicking fiercely at Xiangyu. However, in that instant, Xiangyu stabbed both sides of its waist with the dagger. In extreme pain, the blood horse could no longer attack Xiangyu and turned to flee. But just as it turned, it felt a stab in both hind legs, causing it to collapse to the ground. As the blood horse fell, Xiangyu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, now panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Although the previous actions were as quick as lightning, they had gathered all of Xiangyu's energy. If he hadn't completed all the actions in one go, his plan to tame the blood horse would have failed. After resting on the ground for a moment, Xiangyu's expression grew serious, as the next steps were crucial and required utmost care. Xiangyu picked up the dagger and slowly approached the blood horse, which began to shed tears. Little guy, don't be afraid. I'll one tea take your life. Looking at the blood horse's pitiful gaze, Xiangyu felt a pang of guilt. The next moment, however, he steeled his heart and stabbed towards the blood horse's head. Xiangyu confirmed the detailed steps of the blood contract taming method, stabbed his palm at the dagger, and solemnly poured his blood into the wound on the blood horse's head. 2 hours later, Xiangyu stumbled out of the stable, his palms now bearing 2 dagger wounds, and the blood horse had already fallen into a deep sleep. In this life and the next, I've owed my daughter so much. I hope she will like this gift, Xiangyu murmured before driving away. When Xiangyu returned to the hotel, Wanner and Pan Pan had already finished breakfast and were playing games on the balcony. Brother, why were you gone for so long? When are we going to buy furniture? Wanner complained when she saw Xiangyu enter. Xiangyu looked at the time on his wrist and realized it was already 11:30 in the morning. Remembering that the disaster was about to strike, and he still hadn't acquired a proper weapon. He shook his head and said, "It's rare for us to stay in a presidential suite. Leaving so early would be a waste. Let's finish lunch before we go." Xiangyu leisurely helped Gu Wan'er brew a cup of kung fu tea and smiled as he asked, "Wan'er, if I told you that a great disaster is about to occur on Water Blue Star, and my illness will be miraculously cured, would you believe me?" "Of course I believe it. Pan Pan just told me," Gu Wan'er said, her tone filled with sarcasm as she looked at Xiangyu with a "you must be kidding" expression. "Wan'er, that's not very nice. Your insincerity is too obvious." Xiangyu pretended to be angry and said. Xiangyu borrowed Pan Pan's dream to succinctly explain the events that would occur during the disaster era, then mentioned that he had prepared adrenaline, smart needles, muscle explosion needles, stimulants, and other medications to seize the initiative before the disaster struck. "Brother, are you out of your mind?" Seeing Xiangyu's serious demeanor, Gu Wan'er also put away her smile, worriedly touching Xiangyu's forehead, her expression turning grave. Xiangyu angrily swatted away Gu Wan'er's hand and said stubbornly, "Gu Wan'er, just pretend your brother has lost his mind and wants to play a ridiculous game with you. Just say whether you are willing to cooperate or not." "Fine. You are my brother, so I will do whatever you say." Seeing her brother actually acting like a child, Gu Wan'er couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Dad, can you take me along to play games with Aunt?" Pan Pan, who didn't know when she returned from the balcony, asked with an expectant face after hearing Xiangyu and Gu Wan'er's conversation. Hearing his daughter's words, Xiangyu was overjoyed. He was worried about how to persuade his daughter to take her medicine, but unexpectedly, she actively wanted to join the game, saving him a lot of trouble. "Pan Pan, this game requires very brave people to play. Do you think you are brave enough?" Xiangyu asked with a strange smile. Pan Pan showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this, and after a long while, she nodded. "Since Pan Pan is very brave, then you are not allowed to quit halfway through the game. Otherwise, it will count as you losing the game." Xiangyu hugged his daughter affectionately and warned her. Meeting her father's gaze, Pan Pan nodded again. "Brother, this game is fine for just the two adults. Why are you still thinking about bringing a child along? Aren't you afraid the side effects of the medicine will affect Pan Pan's growth?" Seeing that her brother seemed to be serious, Gu Wan'er lowered her voice to remind him. "Vanya, I know what I'm doing. You take your share of the medicine and go over there to inject it. I will be responsible for giving Pan Pan her injection. Don't let Pan Pan outperform you." Xiangyu confidently handed his sister a dose of medicine. Gu Wan'er hesitated upon hearing his words, ultimately sighed, and walked to the side with the medicine. "Aunt, good luck." Pan Pan cheered, raising her little arm toward Gu Wan'er, making Gu Wan'er both amused and exasperated. "Pan Pan, it might hurt a little when Dad gives you the injection. You have to endure it, okay?" Xiangyu gently wiped his daughter's arm with iodine and reminded her softly. "Dad, Pan Pan is very brave." Just as Pan Pan finished speaking, the transparent, colorless muscle explosion needle pierced in her tiny arm, and her tears instantly flowed out. She looked at Xiangyu pitifully, wanting to cry, but feeling too shy to do so. Xiangyu slowly pushed the syringe. When he noticed beads of sweat starting to form on Pan Pan's forehead and her arm turning slightly purple, he decisively stopped injecting the medicine. A moderate dose of muscle explosion needle can temporarily enhance muscle explosiveness, but an overdose can lead to muscle dissolution. Xiangyu only wanted Pan Pan to be stronger than ordinary people when the disaster struck, not to cause any accidents. Pan Pan is so good. The first round of our game is already over. Ant hasn't dared to inject yet, so Pan Pan has won against Ant. This is a reward for you. Xiangyu magically pulled out a lollipop from behind and handed it to Pan Pan, instantly making her smile and forget the pain. In the following time, Xiangyu continued to inject Pan Pan with stimulants, gland hormones, and smart needles, which could enhance various physical attributes. Although Pan Pan was gritting her teeth in pain, she cooperated extremely well, making her very endearing. Gu Wan'er was initially worried that Xiangyu was playing a prank on her, so she hesitated to inject herself. When she saw Xiangyu give Pan Pan the third injection, she realized he was serious and gritted her teeth to inject herself. However, Gu Wan'er tried to inject her arm several times with the syringe, but failed to hit the vein, instead crying out in pain, which made Pan Pan laugh heartily and distracted her attention. In the end, it was only with Xiangyu's help that Wan managed to complete all her injections. After helping Pan and Wan with all their injections, the time had already reached 11:55. Xiangyu took a deep breath and quickly injected his own dose of medicine into his body. Almost simultaneously, as Xiangyu completed his injection, the skies suddenly erupted with a dazzling light that made people instinctively close their eyes. Then, the originally bright sunny sky turned pitch black without warning, making the transition from day to night particularly abrupt. The crowds, who had been busy working or enjoying leisure activities, all put down what they were doing and looked up at the sky in unison, accompanied by a clamor. Many people took out their phones or cameras to capture this rare astronomical phenomenon, murmuring about how the Meteorological Bureau hadn't given advance notice of such a major event. Only Xiangyu, who had experienced the great disaster, knew that this was not an ordinary astronomical phenomenon, but the beginning of the water blue star disaster. The moment the sky turned black, volcanoes erupted around the world, and the seabed released intense radiation. The power of this radiation was thousands to tens of thousands of times stronger than nuclear radiation, and living beings infected by the radiation would mutate rapidly. In less than half a month, this radiation would cover the globe, and most areas of water blue star would be occupied by mutated beasts and plants, leaving humans with less than 1/10 of their original living space. Almost simultaneously with the sky turning black, all humans on water blue star heard a voice, and a virtual attribute panel appeared in front of them, conducting body attribute scan, conducting information scan, constructing basic body attribute template. Xiangyu's gaze immediately fell on his newly opened attribute panel. Name: Xiangyu Strength, Ordinary Person Strength, 14 Speed, 12 Constitution, 13 Spirit, 14 Talent Attributes, none Skills. None. Seeing a string of numbers on the attribute panel, Xiangyu subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. In his previous life, when the great disaster struck, Xiangyu's attribute panel had four-dimensional data of Strength 6, Speed 7, Constitution 6, and Spirit 8, with a total attribute sum of only 27. An ordinary adult, male, should have a single attribute reaching 10 and a total attribute of 40 to be considered qualified. Anyone with total attributes below 30 would basically be useless in the disaster world. As a senior programmer, Xiangyu's total attribute points were only 27, making his miserable fate in the disaster world almost inevitable. In this life, due to the injection of medicine, he had nearly doubled all the attribute data on his panel, reaching the elite template level, which was undoubtedly a perfect start. After the attribute panel was constructed, Xiangyu didn't rush to inquire about Waner and Ponpon's four-dimensional attributes, but instead turned his gaze toward the balcony. On the coffee table on the balcony lay the stone pendant Xiangyu had taken from Yin Qingwei, and, at that moment, the stone pendant was emitting a faint glow and trembling slightly, as if it was about to take off at any moment. Chapter 9. Awakening of Growth Talent Skills. Seeing the stone pendant he had so painstakingly snatched back from Yin Qingwei about to fly away, Xiangyu felt a surge of anxiety and dashed toward the balcony, grabbing the stone pendant tightly with both hands. The next moment, a muffled groan involuntarily escaped Xiangyu's throat. His facial muscles twitched violently, and a look of pain appeared in his eyes. It turned out that the wound on Xiangyu's palm had opened at some point, and bright red blood flowed from the wound, staining the stone pendant. Once the blood mixed with Xiangyu's blood, the stone pendant seemed to turn into a red-hot iron, suddenly emitting a terrifying high temperature. Xiangyu felt as if his hands no longer belonged to him. By the time Xiangyu realized something was wrong, the flesh and blood on his hands had already vaporized under the high temperature. Shocked, Xiangyu wanted to let go of the stone pendant and escape from the balcony. A place of trouble. Xiangyu despaired as he realized that the stone pendant seemed to possess a magical power that firmly immobilized his body. He couldn't move even an inch. Was this the end before it even began? Feeling the rapid depletion of strength in his body, it seemed as if he was being roasted alive. As he watched his sister and daughter's faces in the living room grow increasingly blurry, Xiangyu was filled with despair. No, I can't die. How can I die like this? I still need to protect my daughter. Gu Xiangyu let out a reluctant cry in his heart, and the tenacious will forged through 20 years of catastrophe overcame his fear of death at that moment. He fixed his gaze on the stone pendant before him, maintaining a sliver of clarity in his mind. As if hearing Gu Xiangyu's inner cry, he clearly saw the stone pendant in his hand slowly melting away, ultimately transforming into a searing liquid. However, this liquid did not fall to the ground. Instead, it flowed into Gu Xiangyu's body through his palm, rapidly spreading within him. In just a moment, Gu Xiangyu's flesh, blood vessels, bones, organs, heart, and head were all filled with the scorching liquid. Even though Gu Xiangyu had experienced extreme pain in the world of catastrophe, when this searing liquid recklessly wreaked havoc within him, he could not help but grimace in pain, wishing he could faint. At that moment, Gu Xiangyu hated his own nerves for being too resilient. If only his nerves were a bit weaker, he could faint away right now, and that would be so blissful. Dad, what's wrong with you? Just as Gu Xiangyu was being tortured to the brink of death, his daughter's voice suddenly rang in his ear, waking him up. Pan, don't come over, it's dangerous. Gu Xiangyu instinctively took a step back and hysterically shouted at his daughter. Pan was startled by Gu Xiangyu's ferocious expression and looked helplessly at her aunt. Auntie, isn't our game over yet? Brother, you scare Pan. Gu Wanner glared at Gu Xiangyu and reprimanded him displeasedly. Gu Xiangyu was taken aback by her words. Did his sister and daughter not see the abnormalities happening to him? Why did they seem unfazed as if nothing had happened, still speaking to him with calm expressions? Brother, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Seeing Gu Xiangyu silent for a long time, Gu Wanner showed a worried expression. I'm fine. Just a nightmare come true. I got scared. It was at this moment that Gu Xiangyu realized his hands had returned to normal, and the burning sensation in his body had vanished, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, the now missing stone pendant on the balcony told Gu Xiangyu that what he had just experienced must have been real. He just didn't know what exactly had happened. Wanner, did you also get an attribute panel in your body? What are the four-dimensional data on your attribute panel? Gu Xiangyu, having no time to investigate the changes the stone pendant had brought to his body, asked Gu Wanner with concern. My four-dimensional data are Strength 16, Speed 14, Physique 14, Spirit 11. Is this good or bad? Gu Wanner asked nervously. The normal single attribute for adult males is 10 points, with a total of 40 points for all attributes. However, most people's bodies are in a sub-healthy state now, so very few can reach 10 points in a single attribute. Around 8 points is the norm. Your physical attributes can rival those of professional athletes, so it's definitely excellent, Gu Xiangyu said with envy on his face. The four-dimensional data on Gu Wanner's attribute panel was entirely within Gu Xiangyu's expectations. Gu Wanner was passionate about weightlifting and was also a yoga instructor at a gym, so her physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, it was perfectly normal for her data to explode after taking the medication, far surpassing Gu Xiangyu's. Brother, what are your four-dimensional data? Gu Wanner asked with concern upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words. You know, my physical condition, my four-dimensional data can't compare to yours. Gu Xiangyu was about to tell Gu Wanner his four-dimensional data when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his own attribute panel out of the corner of his eye, and his voice abruptly stopped, because Gu Xiangyu discovered that his four-dimensional data had undergone a dramatic change. Name, Gu Xiangyu Strength, Awakened, Beginner, Strength, 27 Speed, 19 Physique, 25 Spirit, 29 Talent Skill. Infinite Mimicry level can grow just moments ago. He had been envious of Gu Wanner's four-dimensional data, but at this moment, he was astonished by the figures on his own attribute panel. He had actually become an awakened on the very first day of the catastrophe. Moreover, except for the speed attribute, all other attributes had already reached the level of a second-tier awakened. Brother, your data shouldn't be too bad, right? Seeing Gu Xiangyu silent for a long time, Gu Wanner asked with concern. Don't worry, even though my body is weak, my four attributes have surpassed those of a normal adult male because of the medication. Gu Xiangyu smiled and then recounted the data he had before merging with the stone pendant. Pan glanced at Gu Wanner and then at her father, preparing to share her four-dimensional data with a beaming expression, only to see her father gently shake his head. She quickly closed her mouth, but her squinted eyes fully revealed her inner joy. From his daughter's excited expression, Xiangyu could deduce that her four-dimensional attributes were likely very good. In his previous life, without taking any medication, Ponpon's four attributes had already surpassed many of her peers. Now that she had taken a medication, her four-dimensional attributes would only be better. Revealing her four-dimensional attributes too early before she had grown up would only invite jealousy and lead to a bad end. Because of the tragedies that occurred in his previous life, Xiangyu did not want anyone to know about his daughter's four-dimensional attributes and innate abilities this time around. "Brother, I'm sorry. I just misunderstood you. If you hadn't forced me to take the medication, my total four-dimensional attributes would probably only be around 40. Gu Wanner said with an apologetic look. "We're siblings, so there's no need to be polite." Xiangyu was only halfway through his sentence when a whistling sound suddenly rang in his ear. Having lived on the edge of life and death for so long, Xiangyu felt a deadly danger coming from behind and instinctively tried to dodge. However, seeing his daughter standing in front of him, Xiangyu forcibly stopped his evasive action, allowing the attack from behind to land on his back. "Dad, be careful!" Facing the sudden danger, Pan froze for a moment before screaming hysterically. Chapter 10. No one can offend the Su family and still be alive and well. Looking at his daughter's terrified eyes and hearing her desperate cries, Xiangyu's mind momentarily went blank. In his previous life, every time he faced deadly danger, his daughter had also rushed toward him without hesitation, using her fragile body to help him withstand the danger. Thinking of this, Xiangyu instinctively held his daughter's thin body tightly, and his eyes involuntarily turned red. As the fierce attack was about to strike Xiangyu, a voice suddenly popped into his mind. The next moment, the attack landed on Xiangyu, but he felt no pain, only as if he had been pushed hard by someone. Immediately afterward, he heard a piercing wail and the sound of something falling to the ground. Xiangyu turned his head to take a look and found that a mutated pigeon had ambushed him. However, it seemed that something inexplicable had occurred in the area of his back that had just been attacked, causing the mutated pigeon's ambush to fail, and it ended up severely injured due to the change in his back. "Pan, be good. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a little bird." After comforting his daughter, Xiangyu casually caught the struggling mutated pigeon, a happy smile appearing on his face. "Brother, how could the pigeon attack people on its own? It just scared Pan." Gu Wanner said, looking at the pigeon that was desperately struggling in her brother's hands, her heart still racing. Ponpon's dreams have all turned into reality. Looking at the pitch-black sky outside, a complex expression flashed in Xiangyu's eyes. When the sky suddenly darkened at noon, everyone thought it was a rare astronomical phenomenon. However, when the darkness persisted into the real night, the sky showed no signs of regaining any light. Coupled with the frequent tsunamis and volcanic eruptions that occurred over the half-day period, various speculations began to emerge, and endless panic slowly spread across the globe. Having experienced the great disasters of his past life, Xiangyu knew how cruel this half-day was for humanity. The sudden tsunami and volcanic eruptions caused massive casualties. All the birds and beasts, whether domesticated or wild, mutated and became highly aggressive, turning Water Blue Planet into a slaughterhouse where humans were the targets. As Xiangyu distractedly spoke with his sister and daughter, he pondered the inexplicable voice in his mind and the sudden change in his back. In a luxurious manner in the suburbs of Yudu Province, Su Daoyuan had almost smashed everything in the living room. In Yudu Province, no one who has offended the Su family can still be alive. I give you 3 minutes to find out Xiangyu's whereabouts. Looking at his son, who had multiple fractures and was in a deep coma, Su Daoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in agony. The manor's private medical team was urgently trying to save Su Haijiang, while the butler, bodyguards, and servants stood trembling to the side, not daring to breathe. Su Dong has found Xiangyu's trace. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man in a Tang suit reported with an unusual expression after beating the young master. Xiangyu did not flee Yudu province, but checked in a Qinji hotel, and he even requested to meet you. Hearing the words of the man in the Tang suit, everyone in the hall, including Su Daoyuan, thought their ears had malfunctioned. Someone who hurt my Su family didn't flee immediately, but instead stayed at our hotel and specifically requested to meet me. That's some audacity. Taking a deep breath, Su Daoyuan laughed angrily. Doesn't Gu Xiangyu want to see me? Have the lobby manager take him to the 66th floor. I want to see what kind of person can look down on the Su family like this. When Gu Xiangyu received the call from the front desk, he was very surprised. He had only asked to meet Su Daoyuan out of curiosity, not expecting Su Daoyuan to agree. And the meeting place was indeed the top floor of Qianji Hotel. Could it be that something happened at Li Shuai apartment, and the incident of Su Haijiang being beaten was exposed? Gu Xiangyu thought for a moment, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. Thinking of this, Gu Xiangyu took out his car keys and handed them to his sister. Wanner, my advisor just called me and invited me to lunch with Su Daoyuan at noon. I'm going downstairs to check out now. You take Pan Pan to Yuesher Mansion later. Gu Wanner didn't think much of it, took the car keys, picked up a prepared handbag, and pulled Pan Pan to enter the elevator with Gu Xiangyu. After safely seeing the 63 leave the hotel garage, Gu Xiangyu returned to the elevator and went to the hotel lobby, where the lobby manager was already waiting. Under the lobby manager's guidance, Gu Xiangyu entered a private elevator, which took him directly to the hotel's top floor in less than half a minute. As soon as Gu Xiangyu stepped out of the elevator, he noticed something was off. There were more than 30 hotel security guards in suits standing at the elevator entrance, all glaring at him fiercely, as if they were specifically waiting for his arrival. Su Dong said to leave a breath for him to come and ask questions, so brothers, be quick and don't make Su Dong angry, the lobby manager, who had just been smiling and talking to Gu Xiangyu, suddenly darkened his expression and issued the order. Hearing the lobby manager's words, Gu Xiangyu's heart sank. He knew his worries had become a reality. Ignoring the hotel security guards surrounding him, Gu Xiangyu took out his phone and dialed Gu Wanner's number. Brother, what's the matter? A melodious car music and Gu Wanner's questioning voice came from the other end. Nothing important. Just reminding you to close the car windows and avoid the road near the zoo. It's dangerous, so remember to call me anytime if there's a problem. Confirming that his sister and daughter were safe, Gu Xiangyu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, I know you be safe too. Gu Xiangyu replied with an and hung up the phone. Gu Xiangyu, don't worry, we don't need to kidnap women and children to threaten you. But if you can't get through this, your sister and daughter will probably serve our young master for the rest of their lives. Seeing through Gu Xiangyu's intentions for the call, the lobby manager disdainfully spoke. Considering that you haven't used dirty tactics against my family, I'll give you a chance to live. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. But if you insist on helping the tyrant, I won't mind giving you a profound lesson. Gu Xiangyu coldly glanced at the more than 30 hotel security guards in the corridor who were staring at him menacingly, his expression calm. You're really bold. Even at this point, you dare to talk big. Beat this bastard until he kneels and begs for mercy. Seeing Gu Xiangyu acting so arrogantly, the lobby manager was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shouted impatiently. Chapter 11. Who decides if there's a murder with the lobby manager's command? The two closest security guards to Gu Xiangyu grinned menacingly and reached out to grab his arms. Soon, the lobby manager's eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth opened involuntarily, almost wide enough to fit an egg, as the two security guards reached for Gu Xiangyu's arms. Gu Xiangyu flipped his palm and swiftly grabbed their arms with even greater speed. It looked as if the two security guards had voluntarily offered their arms to Gu Xiangyu. After catching the arms of the two security guards, Gu Xiangyu swung their bodies in a sweeping motion, with a series of dull thuds. The 30 or so security guards surrounding Gu Xiangyu seemed to have been hit by a train, their bodies involuntarily flying backward, and they coughed up blood mid-air. By the time they hit the ground, they were already listless and completely incapacitated. Then, Gu Xiangyu casually tossed the two security guards aside like trash. When the two security guards landed, they were also gasping for breath, looking as if they might pass out at any moment. For a moment, only Gu Xiangyu and the lobby manager were still standing properly in the corridor. Weren't you a frail, terminal cancer patient? All our hotel security underwent long-term professional training. How could you easily defeat them? This must be fake. It's definitely fake. The lobby manager was completely unable to believe what had just happened. His face pale and his words jumbled. What Gu Xiangyu had just displayed completely overturned their understanding. Do you want to break your legs yourself? Or should I help you? Gu Xiangyu glanced at the lobby manager and said indifferently, Gu Xiangyu, Don't think that just because you have some brute strength you can act arrogantly. You've committed murder. Your life is over. Do you understand? After a brief moment of shock, the lobby manager quickly burst into laughter. Murder? I didn't kill anyone. I was very careful to control my strength. I only seriously injured them. I didn't kill them. You don't get to decide whether there's murder. I do. If you know what's good for you, just obediently break your own legs and wait for our boss to arrive. The lobby manager ordered from a position of superiority. No, I get to decide whether there's murder, Xiangyu retorted. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a flock of mutated pigeons madly crashing against the glass outside the terrace. A flash of hostility passing through his eyes. In the next moment, Xiangyu lunged towards the lobby manager and grabbed him by the throat. With a crack, the lobby manager didn't even have time to react before he lost his life. On the surface, the Xiangyu Hotel was a hotel, but in reality, it was the highest-end entertainment venue in Yuta Province. Xiangyu didn't think the lobby manager was a good person. I'm sorry, Super Yuan is about to arrive, and I don't have much time to waste with you. Xiangyu whispered as he looked at the lobby manager's lifeless body and released him. Remembering that Super Yuan was on his way, Xiangyu assessed the layout of the top floor and quickly came up with an idea. The Xiangyu Hotel specially raised thousands of white pigeons, which were usually kept on the terrace on the top floor. They would fly to the fountain square in front of the hotel every morning and evening to forage, becoming a unique sight of the Xiangyu Hotel. When disaster struck, these pigeons instead put the hotel in a deadly crisis. Super Yuan, I hope you don't come to your own demise, Xiangyu muttered, quickly taking down the fire axe from the corridor and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window on the terrace. With a few loud bangs, he shattered all the glass. At the moment the glass broke, the flock of mutated pigeons surged in, flooding into the corridor. Xiangyu had already dashed into the cold weapon museum before the mutated pigeons entered the corridor, swiftly shutting the heavy door of the museum. The next moment, the flock of mutated pigeons descended upon the 30 or so security guards in the corridor, screams and wails echoing, as if it were a hell on earth. After closing the door, the first thing that caught Xiangyu's eye was a long wooden rack, filled with various weapons that formed a wall, simply dividing the room into two areas. The small half near the entrance housed bookshelves, a tea table, and office chairs, which was the chairman's office. The larger half was piled high with various weapons, clearly Super Yuan's private weapon museum. Xiangyu casually picked up a halberd, eager to assess the quality of Super Yuan's weapon collection. Soon, terror spread across Xiangyu's face. He watched in disbelief as the halberd transformed into liquid metal and slowly merged into his body, disappearing completely. This sudden change frightened him. Was there something wrong with his body? Xiangyu carefully examined his condition and found no discomfort. He couldn't help but glance at his body attribute panel, but there were no changes visible. After hesitating for a moment, Xiangyu reached for a machete on the rack. Again, he witnessed the machete melt into liquid metal and then be absorbed by his body. At the same time, Xiangyu felt as if he had taken a hot bath, very comfortable, and his body seemed to crave more steel. He wondered if he was going to become a mutant. Remembering the scenes during the disaster where humans were controlled by parasitic beasts and hunted by mutated animals, Xiangyu's expression darkened. No, this situation shouldn't be classified as becoming a mutant. Being controlled by parasitic beasts would lead to a loss of cognitive ability, turning one into a puppet that only knows how to kill. He was still clear-headed and had his own consciousness. Gradually, Xiangyu's gaze fell on the attribute panel skill Infinite Mimicry. He attempted to manifest a machete in his hand. A few minutes later, a machete appeared out of thin air, identical in size and shape to the one that had melted, but it gleamed and appeared sharper. To verify his hypothesis, Xiangyu took a long spear from the rack and struck it hard with a manifested machete. With a clang, the spear snapped cleanly, the cut smooth and even. His newly manifested machete could actually cut through iron like mud. Although Xiangyu was already sweating profusely, excitement lit up his face. So this is how the infinite mimicry skill works. Xiangyu finally understood the power of the infinite mimicry skill and vaguely thought of its many potential uses. Chapter 12. Body attribute values increased dramatically in the following time. Xiangyu seemed to have found a fun toy. He melted and absorbed each weapon from the rack into his body, then re-manifested them one by one. After repeated experiments, Xiangyu discovered two rules. His body could melt and absorb any metallic object, and he could re-manifest weapons that his body had melted and absorbed. His mental strength determined the upper limit of the number of weapons he could manifest. When his mental power was exhausted, he could no longer manifest more weapons. Just as Xiangyu was having fun, a sudden roar and gunfire erupted from outside the corridor, followed by heavy banging on the door. The door had long been locked by Xiangyu, and he wasn't worried about anyone getting in from outside. He even couldn't be bothered to check who was outside. He bypassed the weapon rack and entered the museum area. Looking around, the museum was filled with various cold weapons from ancient to modern times, including swords, bows, halberds, armor, and more, totaling over 1,000 pieces. Taya, Zidian, Bixia, Qingming. Seeing these legendary weapons, Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiangyu had no expertise in cold weapons. He had occasionally heard names of some legendary weapons from human Federation history. What delighted him was that each weapon in the museum came with a detailed description, even specifying whether the weapon was an artifact or a replica. Even for replicas, the materials and craftsmen involved in the reproduction were clearly stated. Xiangyu discovered that some replicas far exceeded the originals in quality, as advancements in materials and manufacturing techniques had significantly progressed with civilization. Weapons made from titanium alloy and tungsten steel were much harder, tougher, and sharper than those made from wrought iron. This difference was even more apparent in armor and protective gear. Armor and protective gear of the same specifications produced by modern techniques were clearly more lightweight by over 2/3 and also more aesthetically pleasing. Concerned for the safety of his sister and daughter, Xiangyu didn't spend too much time in the museum. After quickly skimming through the descriptions of all the weapons, he activated his talent skill and began to consume the many weapons in the museum. Initially, Xiangyu worried that his body might not be able to accommodate too many cold weapons. Soon, he realized that this worry was unnecessary, as it felt like his body was an endless pit capable of continuously melting and absorbing weapons without any discomfort, aside from slight swelling. It took Xiangyu half an hour to completely melt and absorb all the weapons and armor in the museum. The changes on his attribute panel made his eyes narrow slightly. Name, Xiangyu Strength, Awakened Beginner, Power, 32, 10 Speed, 19 Constitution, 31, 9 Spirit, 33, 27 Talent Skill, Infinite Mimicry, Level. Upgradable. Compared to when he had just awakened his abilities, the four-dimensional attributes showed no changes except for speed. Power had increased by 5 points, Constitution by 8 points, and Spirit by 4 points. Frequent use of talent skills can actually enhance the four-dimensional attributes. Although this enhancement is weak, time will tell, and eventually, those with talent skills will outpace those without. The 10 in Strength and the 9 in Constitution should be temporary increases due to the body's absorption of too much metal. Xiangyu familiarized himself with the changes in his physical attributes, took one last reluctant look at the empty museum, and turned to walk towards the door. When he reached the door, Xiangyu did not open it immediately, but leaned close to listen to the movements inside. Just as his ear got near the door, it suddenly fell down, and a powerful gust of wind rushed towards his face. Xiangyu sneered, swinging the weapon in his hand directly at the door while simultaneously kicking forward. With a light sound, Xiangyu's weapon easily sliced the door in half, but his attack was successfully evaded by the other party. The person outside clearly did not expect Xiangyu's weapon to be so sharp. He let out a soft exclamation and quickly approached Xiangyu, attempting to disarm him with empty-handed techniques. Sensing the opponent's skilled close combat, Xiangyu had to focus. However, Xiangyu was just an ordinary person. Even though he had experienced countless battles during the Great Disaster, he relied only on brute strength and ferocity, lacking any understanding of martial arts or techniques. In just a moment, Xiangyu found himself at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the significant increase in his four-dimensional attributes after awakening his talent, giving him an absolute advantage in speed and stamina, he probably wouldn't have lasted even one move before being defeated. One cannot compare one's weaknesses to another's strengths. Soon, Xiangyu with his rich combat experience, realized the problem and decisively changed his fighting style, allowing the opponent's attacks to land while focusing all his energy on offense. When the attacker grabbed Xiangyu's wrist, a look of excitement appeared on his face. He suddenly exerted force with his fingers, trying to force Xiangyu to drop the weapon. The next moment, the attacker's eyes were filled with shock as he realized he was not holding Xiangyu's wrist, but a segment of a titanium alloy prosthetic. After exerting force, he couldn't break Xiangyu's wrist and instead broke his own fingers. While the attacker was dazed, Xiangyu grinned and swung the weapon in his hand, directly slicing the opponent in half. It was at this moment that Xiangyu discovered that the 30 or so security guards he had previously knocked down were all gone, and the corridor was now littered with more than a dozen corpses, as well as numerous mutated pigeons and several unfamiliar faces. Seeing this new group of people manage to deal with thousands of mutated pigeons, Xiangyu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "You killed the third one. I'll fight you to the end." As Xiangyu was sizing up the people in the corridor, one middle-aged man in a tight outfit with blood-red eyes roared angrily and leaped towards Xiangyu. Seeing the desperate stance of the opponent, Xiangyu revealed a mocking smile. In terms of desperation, he had never feared anyone after experiencing the era of great disasters. Xiangyu stood still, allowing the opponent's legs to fall towards his chest, and with a swing of his weapon, he severed the opponent's head. After Xiangyu killed 2 people in quick succession, the remaining few finally dared not move recklessly, their expressions serious as they regarded Xiangyu, their faces shifting with uncertainty. "I haven't even asked your name, but I don't recall the Su family having offended someone as skilled as you," Su Daoyuan asked after a long silence. "Mr. Su, you were being polite. Wasn't it you who invited me to meet on the top floor? Have you forgotten so soon?" Xiangyu greeted with a smile, looking at the man in front of him, who bore a resemblance to Su Haijiang. "You are Xiangyu. This is impossible. Xiangyu is just a powerless programmer. How could you possess such strength?" Despite suspecting Xiangyu's identity, Su Daoyuan was unwilling to believe it after Xiangyu acknowledged it so generously. Chapter 13. Isn't living well enough? To outsiders, isn't Mr. Su just a proper businessman? How could he gather so many people from the underworld around him? Xiangyu did not recognize the people around Su Daoyuan, but he recognized their attire. In his previous life, he had seen Scarface Liu from afar, who wore similar clothing at that time. "Mr. Gu, it's better to resolve grievances than to create them. My son misbehaved toward your sister, and you have given him the punishment he deserves. Why don't we just let it go?" Su Daoyuan said, staring into Xiangyu's eyes. "I came to meet Mr. Su with such intentions. Since you are also willing to bury the hatchet, that would be great. We can part ways now, and I hope you will forgive my offenses," Xiangyu said, striding towards the elevator. Upon entering the elevator, Xiangyu pressed the button for the first floor, only to find the elevator not moving at all. His expression changed, and he instinctively looked at Su Daoyuan. "Xiangyu, you are still too young. Offending our Su family and thinking you can leave alive? Do you think our Su family is so easy to bully?" Su Daoyuan snakon zestung. Following Su Daoyuan's gesture, 3 survivors beside him pulled out guns and began shooting at Xiangyu. The elevator was small, with 3 walls enclosing it, and the only exit was guarded by Su Daoyuan and a few others, leaving Xiangyu with no way to evade, forced to take the hits. Just as Su Daoyuan, with a cold smile, thought Xiangyu was undoubtedly doomed, he heard a series of metallic clinks. Su Daoyuan looked at Xiangyu in surprise, realizing that Xiangyu had somehow donned a layer of armor. A set of dazzling titanium alloy armor enveloped Xiangyu from head to toe, leaving not even his eyes exposed, making him look like a futuristic mech. "Isn't this the titanium alloy armor I spent over 3 million to create? No. This armor seems to be even more perfect in design and of much better quality than the one I created." Watching all the bullets being blocked by Xiangyu's armor, leaving only white spots on it before falling to the ground, Su Daoyuan was left in shock. The others who had been shooting at Xiangyu were also stunned. Their faces froze in disbelief, then turned fearful. Xiangyu, now impervious to the bullets, charged out of the elevator, knife in hand, rushing towards them. They were still reeling from the shock, unable to react before Xiangyu's weapon had already swung towards their necks, decapitating them. Isn't living well enough? Why seek death? After killing the few who had shot at him, Xiangyu's indifferent gaze fell on Su Daoyuan. Don't kill me. I have money, a lot of money. I can give you all my assets and work for you in the future. Feeling the cold, killing intent emanating from Xiangyu, Su Daoyuan completely lost his previous arrogance. His face filled with fear. Hearing Su Daoyuan's words, Xiangyu felt a twinge of temptation. Scarface Liu, a minor leader at the Su family's casino, had managed to rise to prominence during the Great Disaster, becoming an important leader in a provincial shelter. If Su Daoyuan were willing to help him. However, recalling the immense power of the Su family and his current strength, Xiangyu instantly dismissed the thought of recruiting Su Daoyuan for his own use. Although your words tempt me, I'm afraid I won't live long enough to enjoy it, so you might as well die. In Su Daoyuan's desperate gaze, Xiangyu gently raised the knife. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. As long as you spare me, I would never dare to harbor any resentment or thoughts of revenge against you. Su Daoyuan had already witnessed Xiangyu's decisiveness in killing. Seeing Xiangyu lift the knife, he instantly felt his body go limp and fell to the ground, pleading loudly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, he would lose his life. However, Su Daoyuan's pleas came too late. In his desperate gaze, the knife in Xiangyu's hand still fell upon his head. In fact, Xiangyu had long since sentenced Su Daoyuan to death in his heart. Whether it was Su Haijiang's violation of his sister or the need to protect the secret of his own talent, he could not let Su Daoyuan go. He had just taken such a large advantage from Su Daoyuan that Xiangyu felt a bit reluctant to act. So he went along with Su Daoyuan's act. As expected, Su Daoyuan did not disappoint Xiangyu and took the initiative to attack him, which relieved Xiangyu of any psychological burden in killing Su Daoyuan. After killing Su Daoyuan and his group, Xiangyu did not leave the hotel immediately, but instead found the hotel's monitoring room, cleaned up all the surveillance equipment and footage, and then left from the garage. When he stepped onto the street, despite having witnessed various horrific scenes of the Great Catastrophe, he couldn't help but frown when he saw the human corpses piled up haphazardly on the road and the mutated animals gnawing on them. Xiangyu glanced around and noticed a Hummer parked not far away, still running, with the driver's side door open and a stray dog gnawing on the driver's corpse. Such scenes were everywhere on the street. Under the all-encompassing attacks of mutated animals, humans, who once lived at the top of the food chain, appeared so weak and helpless. Xiangyu swung the knife and dealt with the stray dog gnawing on the corpse, threw the driver's body out of the vehicle, and then got into the car. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Hummer shot out like an arrow. Hearing the roar of the engine, the mutated animals that were gnawing on the corpses let out low growls and chased after the Hummer. However, Xiangyu was already prepared. Before the mutated animals could surround the Hummer, it had disappeared from sight. Occasionally, one or two nearsighted mutated animals blocked the front of the Hummer, but they were unhesitatingly knocked aside by Xiangyu. A journey that originally took more than 20 minutes was completed by Xiangyu in less than a quarter of an hour, and he arrived at Yueshi Mansion. Dad, look quickly. Xiaohong is so well-behaved. It doesn't attack humans like other animals, and it even protects Pan. As Xiangyu stepped out of the elevator from the underground garage into the living room, he saw his daughter waving vigorously at him, with a brown blood-sweating horse affectionately leaning beside her. When the blood-sweating horse saw Xiangyu, it seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, shrinking its neck and quickly hiding behind the sofa. Why is this little guy still acting distant with me? Seeing the blood-sweating horse's lively eyes, Xiangyu knew that the beast taming method he had used was effective. He smiled and scolded. Is Dad talking about Xiaohong? I like Xiaohong so much. Please don't be mad at Xiaohong, okay? No, how could I be mad at Xiaohong? Xiaohong is a gift I gave to Pan. Xiangyu's words were only halfway through when he suddenly paused, because when he used the beast taming method, he had infused his own blood into the blood-sweating horse, establishing a blood contract. Logically speaking, the blood-sweating horse was his spirit pet and should only be close to him. Why was it so affectionate with his daughter without his command? Could it be that Pan has a blood relation to me? Thinking of this, Gu Xiangyu suddenly became excited. Chapter 14. Ponpon's another level of talent, Dad. The teacher said lying is wrong. Children shouldn't lie, and adults shouldn't lie either. While Gu Xiangyu was excitedly speculating about his relationship with Pan, Ponpon's childish voice rang in his ears. Huh? Gu Xiangyu looked confused. Aunt Wanner told me that this beautiful house was lent to us by Aunt Xiao, and Xiao Hong is a gift from Aunt Xiao's dad to Aunt Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu's face turned red. He wanted to tell his daughter about taming the blood-sweating horse, but he couldn't explain it clearly in just a few words. So he could only grit his teeth and admit his mistake. You're right, Pan. Dad was wrong. I was just planning to buy Xiao Hong from Aunt Xiao, but I hadn't had the chance to talk to her yet. I'll definitely work hard to persuade Aunt Xiao to sell Xiao Hong to you as a gift. Okay, Xiao Hong isn't a gift. It's a companion. All right, you're right, Pan. Xiao Hong is your companion. Aunt Xiao was temporarily busy video chatting with Aunt Wanner and had no time to pay attention to Dad. As Pan spoke, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, Dad, guess what Ponpon's four-dimensional attributes are? Gu Xiangyu smiled upon hearing this, rubbed Ponpon's nose, and said, Dad is not a fortune teller. How could I possibly guess your attributes? But I know your attributes must be very high. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Pan showed a surprised expression. How does Dad know my attributes are high? Because you're very pretty and very well-behaved. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle. Pan is well-behaved. Hurry and tell Dad your four-dimensional attributes, so Dad can be happy too. Dad, my four-dimensional data are Strength 17, Speed 18, Constitution 16, and Spirit 26. Isn't that impressive? Pan said proudly. Gu Xiangyu was stunned upon hearing this. Then he became overjoyed. Compared to his previous life, Ponpon's four-dimensional data had generally improved by 10 to 12 points, which undoubtedly strengthened her ability to survive in the world of the great catastrophe. It should be noted that Pan was still a 6-year-old child. An ordinary child's total four-dimensional attributes reaching 25 points was already quite good, but Ponpon's total four-dimensional attributes reached 77, which was about 5 times that of an ordinary child. If Pan could grow up smoothly, she could definitely become a top existence in the world of the great catastrophe. Pan, promise Dad that you won't tell anyone else your four-dimensional attribute data. This is our little secret, okay? Gu Xiangyu said with a serious expression. Okay, Pan remembers. Dad, Pan has another secret to tell you. Pan nodded solemnly, then waved her fair little hand, and a cold light shot out from her palm. With a crisp sound, the ceramic floor of the living room was directly pierced, leaving a bullet-sized hole. Gu Xiangyu was dumbfounded at the sight. He grabbed his daughter's hand and found that a layer of green light had appeared on her palm, with a chilling sharpness surrounding it, giving a very dangerous feeling. Pan is really amazing, but this secret can only be known to us father and daughter. Unless absolutely necessary, try not to expose your abilities in front of others. In Ponpon's expectant gaze, Gu Xiangyu excitedly gave her a thumbs up on her forehead and praised her generously. Gu Xiangyu clearly remembered that in her previous life, his daughter awakened the prophet talent on the day of the great catastrophe, but her combat ability was very weak. In this life, his daughter had actually awakened dual talents. In addition to the prophet talent, the other talent skill she had just displayed should also have reached level. Gu Xiangyu quickly confirmed from his daughter that her dual talent skills were level prophet talent and level ice talent. Actually, Dad has a secret to share with Pan too. Seeing Ponpon's proud expression, Gu Xiangyu rubbed her nose, wanting to tell her about his infinite simulation talent. However, before Gu Xiangyu could say anything, he saw his sister stumbling down from the second floor, her face pale and her eyes filled with fear. Wanna, what is wrong? Did you encounter any danger? Gu Xiangyu rushed to the stairway and carefully checked his sister from head to toe, but found no injuries. She's dead, bitten to death by a snake. Dead. Bitten to death by a snake, Gu Wanner repeated blankly. Gu Xiangyu helped his sister sit on the sofa in the living room, poured her a glass of cold water, and didn't ask what had happened, instead looking at her with deep concern. Brother, Hailing was video chatting with me when a python suddenly broke into her room. Her boyfriend tried to save her, but was suffocated to death by the python. Luckily, the hotel security arrived just in time and killed the python. But two of the security guards were also bitten to death by the snake. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Gu Wan'er finally came to her senses. She threw herself into Xiangyu's arms, crying uncontrollably while telling him what happened. It turned out that Xiao Hailing's family had been exploring the Amazon rainforest recently. After the disaster struck, Xiao Hailing and her family returned to the hotel immediately. However, when the disaster occurred, the already dangerous and terrifying Amazon rainforest instantly turned into hell on earth. Even though the resort hotel had implemented maximum safety measures, some animals still managed to slip into the hotel rooms, resulting in some tourists becoming prey for the beasts. Witnessing the deaths of Xiao Hailing's boyfriend and the hotel security had greatly traumatized Gu Wan'er, causing her to space out from time to time. Wan'er, since the disaster struck, countless innocent lives have been lost every day, Gu Xiangyu said after a long silence in an attempt to comfort her. Dad, are you sure you're comforting Annie? Pan Pan asked seriously. Was he being scorned by his daughter? Gu Xiangyu thought about the comforting words he just said and felt a bit embarrassed. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to kick the floor in frustration, his phone rang. Is this Mr. Gu Xiangyu, the designer of the Blue Flame mercenary game? After verifying Gu Xiangyu's identity, the voice on the other end continued. Mr. Gu, this call pertains to national confidential information. Any leaks will be dealt with according to the temporary placement law. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiangyu felt bewildered. In his previous life, he had also received this call. After leaving the hospital's address, someone delivered a game helmet and an invitation code to him the next day, allowing him to enter the game for testing and assessment. However, in his previous life, Gu Xiangyu was disheartened by Yin Qinghan's departure and didn't take the game helmet and invitation code seriously. More than half a year passed before Gu Xiangyu vaguely heard about an event. On the day the disaster struck, the high-level officials of the Republic held a top-secret meeting to discuss countermeasures. During the meeting, all attendees unanimously raised their hands to vote, approving the Super Metaplanet plan, which had existed for 7 years in Blue Star, but had only been implemented on a small scale. After the meeting, the governments of the Jiuzhou Federation, the American Federation, and the European Federation immediately compiled a list of the top elites and experts within Blue Star for selection. Those who entered the official selection list would be issued game helmets and invitation codes to enter the Super Metaplanet for testing and assessment. Elites who passed the assessment would not only receive substantial financial rewards, but also become top citizens of the federal government, with themselves and their immediate family enjoying all expert privileges provided by the federal government. More importantly, those who passed the Super Metaplanet assessment would gain access to various martial arts and mech collected and organized by the federal government. Therefore, the game helmets and invitation codes issued by the federal government skyrocketed in price on the black market, with no market available despite the high prices. Remembering the precious opportunity he had missed in his previous life, Gu Xiangyu felt a pang of pain in his heart. With his previous physical attributes, even if he made it onto the selection list, he might not pass the assessment, right? Soon, Gu Xiangyu resolved his inner turmoil. He didn't know how difficult the selection would be, so it seemed he needed to find a way to enhance his strength. Glancing at his exquisitely beautiful daughter, a determined look flashed in Gu Xiangyu's eyes. Chapter 15. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. In a rural courtyard in the suburbs of Yudu Province, Yin Qinghan was watching the news when she suddenly saw a scene that made her face turn anxious. Qingwei, come look. Is it the cruise ship that sank in the tsunami accident belonging to Li Tingting's family? Yin Qingwei was playing a game on his phone when he heard Yin Qinghan's words. He looked up at the TV screen, and the next moment, his phone slipped from his hand, and his mouth dropped open slightly. Seeing Yin Qingwei's reaction, Yin Qinghan's heart sank. She already knew the answer. Sister, I lied to you about something yesterday. Actually, Gu Xiangyu didn't give me the money from selling the house and the car. He has leverage over me, and I dared not go against his wishes. Just as Yin Qinghan was thinking about how to comfort Yin Qingwei, a sudden remark from him left her in shock. Qingwei, are you out of your mind? What leverage is worth over 4 million that makes you willing to cooperate with that sickly guy? After a few seconds of silence, Yin Qinghan said angrily, if that leverage is known by the Li family, I could lose my life. Yin Qingwei said gloomily, can't you control yourself down there? Yin Qinghan was taken aback and then realized what was going on. Sister, now that the Li family is dead, I don't have to worry about Xiangyu exposing my leverage anymore. Let's go get that money back. I've already divorced him. What reason do I have to ask him for money? Sister, you know how Xiangyu feels about you. He is probably heartbroken over your departure right now. As long as you go back to him and sweet-talk him a bit, he'll give you all the money he has. All right, I'll give it a try. With his personality, as long as he has money, he will definitely think about paying off debts first. He probably has already spent part of that money. Something is better than nothing, right? Just as the siblings were discussing how to trick Xiangyu out of his money, the door suddenly kicked open, and more than a dozen fierce-looking men surged into the room. Upon seeing the intruders, Yin Qingwei's face changed, and he turned to run towards the back door. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he was knocked to the ground by a piece of wood that fell from the sky. Bastard, you sure know how to hide. We've been looking for you day and night, and I didn't expect you to hide out in the suburbs. The leader, a man with a deep scar on his forehead, walked over to Yin Qingwei and stepped on his chest, saying, "In our Qianhong casino, only one type of person can default on debts, and that's the dead, and they must be without any relatives or friends. Scar brother, I didn't mean to default on my debts. I was just asking my brother-in-law to sell his house and car to raise the money. We can go get the money together now," Yin Qingwei said nervously, casting a glance at Yin Qinghan. "Scar brother, my brother isn't lying. We really are selling the house and car to raise money." Under Scar 6 questioning gaze, Yin Qinghan nodded. After Yin Qinghan finished speaking, she pulled out her phone and dialed Xiangyu's number. "Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Please try again later." The next moment, Yin Qinghan's face turned red from embarrassment. Yin Qingwei paused for a moment, pulled out his phone, and dialed Xiangyu's number, only to hear the same powered-off voice prompt. "Scar brother, my brother-in-law's phone is off. Why don't you sit down for a moment while I brew some tea for you?" Yin Qingwei said with a fawning expression. "Use my phone to call your brother-in-law." Scar 6 looked at the siblings with skepticism and then handed his phone to Yin Qingwei. Under the watchful eyes of Scar 6 and his men, Yin Qingwei had no choice but to comply. "Hello, who is this?" The phone was quickly connected, and Scar 6 looked at Yin Qingwei with a playful smile. "Brother-in-law, it's me, Qingwei," Yin Qingwei said, but the other end of the line was met with a busy tone. Yin Qingwei dialed Xiangyu's number again using Scar 6 phone, only to hear the voice prompt that the phone was turned off. "This time you make the call," Scar 6 ordered as he took a phone from a nearby younger brother and handed it to Yin Qinghan. The call was made again, and after a moment of contemplation, Yin Qinghan softly said, "Daiyu I." After Xiangyu hung up the phone, Yin Qinghan's mind went blank. She never imagined that the man who once pampered her would not only block her number, but also not want to hear her voice. At the Yuanshu mansion, after Xiangyu hung up on Yin Qingwei and Yin Qinghan, he opened his phone settings and set it to reject all unknown calls. "Brother, that was sister-in-law's call just now. Why did you hang up?" Gu Waner, who witnessed everything, asked in surprise. Seeing his sister's aggrieved and accusatory expression, Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to come clean. "Waner, I got a divorce certificate with Yin Qinghan yesterday afternoon. She and I have no relationship anymore." "Brother, how could you divorce sister-in-law? She sold a house and car to buy you painkillers," Gu Waner exclaimed, getting even more agitated. Xiangyu silently pulled up the WeChat chat records between Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei and forwarded them to Gu Waner. It took Gu Waner a full 10 minutes to read through all the chat records. She wanted to ask if these chat records were real, but after glancing at Xiangyu's expression, she swallowed her words. "They are too much. I thought after the divorce I would cut ties with them, but I didn't expect them to still have the nerve to call me. They are probably still thinking about the money from selling the house and car. Vanya, if they contact you, you mustn't be deceived by their sweet words." "Brother, do you think I'm stupid? No one can deceive me except you. I actually believed what you said before, thinking Yin Qinghan was a good person. I didn't expect them to not only take away all your savings, but also want to trick you out of the money from selling the house and car. It's simply too despicable." Hearing Gu Waner's rambling, Xiangyu smiled happily. This is the bond of blood. No matter what one says or does, the other will unconditionally choose to believe and always stand by their side. "Waner, I need to go out for a bit to handle something. Take care of Pampan at home. If there's anything you need, just let me know, and I'll bring it back later." "Brother, It's too dangerous outside now. And the villa is well equipped. Although many of the bedding items are used, life safety comes first in this situation. We can make do. You really shouldn't go out. Feeling his sister's concern for him, Xiangyu felt warm inside. Under normal circumstances, the villa is indeed well equipped. But have you considered how long a disaster might last? How long can the water and food in the villa last? And what if the disaster continues for a long time? Is it possible for the Yuanstar mansion to lose internet and power? Xiangyu patiently explained all the possible scenarios, causing Gu Wanner's face to go pale and her body to tremble. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to safety. Remember to keep the doors and windows locked at home. Don't respond to anyone at the door except me. Just pretend you didn't hear. After repeatedly reminding Gu Wanner of the precautions, he took the elevator down to the garage and drove straight to the provincial zoo. Xiangyu suddenly remembered a major incident that shocked the entire nation in his previous life that occurred in Yudu in the first half-month after the disaster. Although all birds and beasts mutated into ferocious beasts, they had not yet awakened their bloodlines and talents, posing limited threats to humanity. However, after half a month, all mutated animals awakened their bloodlines and talents, not only drastically increasing their combat power, but also becoming brutal and bloodthirsty, beginning to hunt humans, becoming mankind's greatest nightmare. At that time, Yudu province had just established official and civilian shelters under the unified guidance of the federal government when a group of ferocious beasts descended, destroying all the shelters, and Yudu province completely fell into a paradise for ferocious beasts. The survivors of Yudu province had to flee to other provinces and cities for refuge, and Xiangyu and his daughter were among the survivors. In this life, even if it was to prevent his daughter from suffering the pain of migration and fleeing again, Xiangyu did not want the tragedy to happen again. Moreover, danger and opportunity coexist. The Yudu Zoo might be a dangerous place for others, but it could be a treasure for him. Chapter 16. A misunderstanding leads to a gourmet contract. Xiangyu's car stopped about a kilometer away from the Yudu Zoo. He saw numerous danger and no-entry warning signs at the intersection. After the disaster, the area around the zoo seemed to have become a no-go zone for humans. All humans entering this area were ruthlessly killed. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked by either abandoned or overturned vehicles, Xiangyu decisively chose to get out and walk. Almost as soon as Xiangyu got out of the car, he heard a whistling sound, and then the ground shook beneath his feet. Damn, is it supposed to be this thrilling? Just as Xiangyu looked up, he saw a monkey pouncing towards him. Not far away, an elephant was slowly approaching, shaking its body. Following the elephant were a zebra, a tiger, and a lion. To avoid damage to his vehicle, Xiangyu did not retreat but advanced, conjuring a strange blade and charging towards the group of mutated animals. As for the monkey that lunged at Xiangyu, it was beheaded the moment the blade appeared. Xiangyu had killed countless awakened ferocious beasts in the disaster world. Facing these ordinary animals that had just begun to mutate and had not yet awakened their bloodlines and talents felt like an adult bullying a child. In just a moment, Xiangyu killed all the mutated animals near his vehicle and then rushed towards the zoo's entrance. Along the way, he dealt with every mutated animal he encountered. When Xiangyu stepped through the zoo's entrance, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. The zoo was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was almost covered with a thick layer of blood. Everywhere he looked were human hair, clothes, and personal items like phones. Clearly, after the disaster struck, all the visitors in the zoo had become prey for the mutated animals, leaving no bones behind. Remembering the fall of Yudu province in his previous life and the various unfair treatments that survivors faced in shelters in other provinces and cities, Xiangyu felt a surge of anger. The next moment, Xiangyu transformed into a god of death, rushing around the zoo and swiftly reaping the lives of the mutated animals. Just as Xiangyu was in the heat of battle, a whistling sound echoed through the air, followed by countless mutated animals rushing towards his location. In just a moment, he found himself surrounded by hundreds of mutated animals, silently observing the surrounding animals. Xiangyu vaguely sensed something was off. After surrounding him, they did not attack immediately, but seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be that some animals in the Yudu Zoo had awakened their bloodlines or talents in advance? After killing for over an hour and feeling a bit tired, Xiangyu decided not to act and instead sat down cross-legged to rest and adjust his physical state. As Xiangyu patiently waited, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. A chubby panda slowly walked out from behind a group of animals, looking adorably silly, yet it exuded an air of majesty. When the panda approached Xiangyu, all the animals let out a low growl in unison, causing Xiangyu's eardrums to throb with pain. Feeling irritated, Xiangyu raised his unfamiliar knife and killed the black pig behind him with a single strike. This action seemed to poke a hornet's nest. The dozen or so mutated animals closest to Xiangyu bared their teeth, ready to attack. However, before these mutated animals could act, Xiangyu suddenly conjured a war spear in his hand. With a sweeping motion, he ended the lives of those mutated creatures. The sounds of growls and squeaks filled the air, but it seemed Xiangyu's decisive actions had intimidated the group of mutated animals, who dared not provoke him further and instead directed their growls towards the chubby panda, as if to complain. The panda barked loudly at Xiangyu, "Woof woof, woof woof." Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle at the panda's barking. "You're a cat, not a dog. Why are you barking like a dog?" Xiangyu remarked, noticing the panda's anger at his mockery. The panda pushed off with its hind legs and launched itself at Xiangyu like a round ball. "Don't think that just because you're cute, I'll go easy on you." Xiangyu snorted coldly and swung his spear decisively towards the panda. To Xiangyu's astonishment, the panda deftly twisted in midair and bit down on the spear. With a crack, the spear broke in Xiangyu's hand. For a moment, he even forgot to continue attacking, reflexively dodging the panda as pounce while staring in disbelief at the panda, enjoying his broken spear. Is it my eyes that are malfunctioning? Or is there something wrong with my innate skills? As he watched the panda munching happily on the spear he had conjured, countless question marks flooded Xiangyu's mind. He instinctively conjured another war spear and struck it heavily into the ground. He looked at the spear embedded half a meter into the ground, and then at the panda still gnawing on the first spear, confusion deepening in his expression. However, upon hearing a noise behind it, the panda quickly swallowed the remnants of the spear and lunged for the new spear Xiangyu had conjured. To his bewilderment, the panda quickly devoured this spear as well, bite by bite. Goo 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 goo. After finishing the spear, the panda looked at Xiangyu with anticipation. Hearing the panda's cheerful cries, Xiangyu felt a strange illusion, as if he had established a mysterious connection with the panda and could understand its intentions. Did I accidentally form a contract with this panda, making it my spirit beast? After a careful look into the panda's eyes, Xiangyu was almost overwhelmed with excitement. To verify his guess, he spoke up, "If you want delicacies, no problem. Call the raccoon over for me." Chirp, 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 chirp. The panda responded with a low roar. Following the panda's call, a raccoon jumped down from a tree above Xiangyu. Seeing the raccoon, Xiangyu's eyes lit up. Although he had come out to address an impending crisis in Yuta province, he also sought his own opportunities. Xiangyu clearly remembered that in his previous life, a zookeeper had fought back against the impending disaster, killing a raccoon, and by chance awakened the talent of the true eye, ultimately rising to the pinnacle of the world and becoming a legend of the disaster. Many human powerhouses, upon learning of this legend, sought to find and kill raccoons. However, raccoons that had awakened their bloodline talents were extremely wary, making it difficult for humans to even locate them. "Big silly cat, is it okay if I kill all the animals here?" Xiangyu conjured a shield and threw it to the panda, seeking its opinion. The panda, upon seeing the shield, immediately began to gnaw on it without hesitation. After a few bites, noticing Xiangyu still watching, it chirped a couple of times. "You can kill as you please. They have nothing to do with me." "What's so heartless?" Xiangyu was taken aback by the panda's indifference. He had thought that the animals in the zoo would look up to the panda and that it would protect its little followers. Since the panda had no objections, Xiangyu naturally did not hesitate to unleash a massacre. At first, the mutated animals pleaded for help from the panda. But when they realized the panda was too busy munching on the various weapons Xiangyu had thrown, completely disregarding their deaths, they finally lost hope and fled in despair. Half an hour later, almost all the animals had been slaughtered by Xiangyu. It wasn't that Xiangyu didn't want to leave behind one or two animals to tame as spirit beasts, but the blood contract taming method he possessed was too crude. With only a 30% success rate, and it consumed a lot of vital blood. Taming a single unmutated pony had already cost Xiangyu half his life. And he dared not attempt the blood contract taming method on these mutated beasts. It seemed he needed to quickly pass the selection for the Super Yuan Planet program to have a chance at obtaining some martial skills and advanced taming methods. Xiangyu's gaze soon fell on the raccoon's corpse. In order to ensure he successfully acquired a second talent, he planned to leave the raccoon for last. Chapter 17. Triple joy touching the still warm raccoon corpse. Xiangyu cautiously used a dagger to carefully cut around the raccoon's eyes, removing the eyelids intact. The next moment, Xiangyu's breathing quickened. He recalled the detailed steps shared by that powerful individual for obtaining the true eye talent, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, then gritting his teeth and widening his eyes as he gently crushed the glands of the raccoon's eyelids, letting the secretions drip into his own eyeballs. A burning sensation coursed through Xiangyu's eyes, making him gasp and almost instinctively close his eyes. At the critical moment, he remembered the precautions that powerful individual had mentioned and fought against the impulse to shut his eyes. If the individual's sharing wasn't a prank, then he would soon possess a second talent. Holding on to the beautiful anticipation of acquiring a second talent, Xiangyu endured the stinging sensation in his eyes. It took a full 5 minutes for the pain to subside, leaving him in tears. Xiangyu instinctively looked at his attribute panel and then excitedly waved his fist, his face showing signs of exhilaration. He discovered that a new level of talent skill had appeared on his attribute panel, and his four-dimensional attributes had also slightly increased. Name: Xiangyu Strength, Awakened, Second Stage, Power, 35 Speed, 23 Constitution, 34 Spirit, 37 Talent Skills, Infinite Conjuration, Level can grow, True Eye level can grow. Not only had he gained a new level of talent, but he had also become a second stage awakened being. It was truly a double joy. No, it should be a triple joy, Xiangyu murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to the chubby panda beside him. Under the effect of the true eye skill, the panda's attribute panel clearly appeared before Xiangyu's eyes. Species: Iron-eating beast strength, Tier 3 monster power, 57 speed, 43 constitution, 51 spirit, 39 bloodline. Ancient iron-eating beast level, skills, copper skin and iron bones level. Savage bite level, master. Xiangyu, after clearly seeing the bloodline, talent, and four-dimensional attributes of the fat panda, Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. A beast that has awakened its bloodline and talent is simply too terrifying. If it weren't for the coincidence that he had contracted the fat panda today, he might have lost his life here. You have the bloodline of an iron-eating beast and the talent of copper skin and iron bones. From now on, I'll call you Iron Done, Xiangyu said solemnly while petting the big panda that was affectionately cuddling up to him. Goo 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 goo. You are simply a glutton. Here. Seeing Iron Done holding a shield and gnawing on it, while shouting for food, Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh and conjured another shield to toss to him. As he walked out of the zoo with Iron Done, he looked at the completely paralyzed large chain supermarket across the street, and then at the nearly 2-ton Iron Done beside him. Xiangyu felt a temptation. He wished he could immediately go in for a shopping spree without spending a dime. However, after considering the omnipresent cameras and the currently intact social order, Xiangyu forced himself to hold back. He didn't want to attract the attention of the federal government due to a moment of greed. Coming to clear out the mutated animals from the zoo was originally to eliminate a threat to the public, and ending up imprisoned would be too unworthy. Thinking of this, Xiangyu returned to the zoo and destroyed all the cameras inside and nearby, then deleted the relevant surveillance footage, which gave him a bit of peace of mind. Iron Done, I can't take you home for now, so you stay here. I'll come and check on you from time to time. Looking at Iron Done closely following him, Xiangyu hesitated for a moment and suppressed his reluctance. On the way home, he passed a supermarket and made a big purchase according to the shopping list his sister had prepared. It took a full 2 hours for Xiangyu to gather everything, and after returning to the villa, he unloaded everything into the storage room in the garage, then planned to call his sister downstairs to help him organize the items.
When Gu Xiangyu entered the living room, his expression changed drastically, because there was a group of uninvited guests in the living room. Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei were among them. The villa's front door had already been broken, and Gu Wanner and Pan Pan were surrounded on the sofa by these uninvited guests, looking angry and scared. "Dad, you finally came back. They've bullied me and Aunt, and even hurt Xiao Hong." Upon seeing Gu Xiangyu, Pan Pan immediately rushed over. "Pan Pan, be good. There's Dad here, so you don't need to be afraid." Gu Xiangyu pinched his daughter's cheek and comforted her softly, then looked up at Gu Wanner. "Didn't I tell you before I left not to answer anyone's calls and not to reveal our address? How did they find us?" "Brother, after I finished video chatting with Hailing, I just left my phone upstairs charging. Their arrival has nothing to do with me," Gu Wanner explained aggrievedly. Seeing that he had wrongly accused his sister, Gu Xiangyu smiled awkwardly, and his gaze inadvertently fell on the smartwatch on his daughter's wrist, immediately understanding what had happened. "Yin Qinghan, we are already divorced. What are you doing here?" "Dayu, I know you're eager to divorce me to avoid making me sad. But you still love me in your heart, right?" "I love you too. Look, I sold the house and car to help you with your treatment and pain relief." As Yin Qinghan spoke, she couldn't continue, because Gu Xiangyu didn't even glance at her, but suddenly squatted down and patiently helped Pan Pan wipe the sweat from her forehead with a piece of restaurant paper he pulled from his pocket. "Dayu, I heard Qingwei say you haven't transferred the money for the pain relief medicine to him yet. You should hurry up and transfer the money to Qingwei, or it will be too late and there will be no medicine left." Yin Qinghan paused, but couldn't help but speak again. "Oh, you're talking about this? A few days ago, an international medical expert contacted me, saying they had a special medicine for late-stage liver cancer. I took a leap of faith and made a deal with them, so there's no need to buy pain relief medicine anymore. You can't trust outside scammers. Hurry up and call the police. If you wait too long, you won't be able to get that money back. You can't just casually call someone a scammer. After taking the medicine, I haven't felt any pain, and I feel particularly good. I could do 100 push-ups in one go now." It was at that moment that Yin Qinghan noticed Gu Xiangyu's rosy complexion, completely different from his previous sickly appearance, as if he had truly recovered. For a moment, Yin Qinghan was unsure how to respond. "Gu Xiangyu, you are too selfish. The house and car are joint property with my sister. How can you use that money without permission?" Seeing Yin Qinghan's bewildered expression, Yin Qingwei shouted angrily from the side. "Yin Qingwei, is there a problem with me using my own money for treatment? Were you going to return the more than 3 million you borrowed from our family? Even if it is joint property, half of it is mine." Hearing Gu Xiangyu mention the loan of more than 3 million, Yin Qingwei was instantly silenced. "Dayu, Qingwei just said something wrong in a moment of impatience. Don't blame him. After buying the special medicine, how much money do you have left for the rent and the car? Qingwei is temporarily in a bit of trouble. Can you lend us the remaining money?" Yin Qinghan said hesitantly. "The special medicine for late-stage liver cancer is very expensive, and there are many people lined up to buy it from the expert. I was lucky to buy one pill after a lot of effort. I transferred the remaining 1 million to Qingwei yesterday. Didn't he tell you?" Gu Xiangyu replied seriously. "Gu Xiangyu, you must still have money. Otherwise, how could you afford to stay in a presidential suite at the Qinji Hotel and rent such a luxurious villa?" Sensing Gu Xiangyu's perfunctory tone, Yin Qinghan became anxious. "Gu Xiangyu, I'm putting it this way. My brother is in trouble. You have to lend him money today, whether you have it or not. Otherwise, you can forget about having a good life." "Dad, I'm scared, woo-woo." Seeing Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei looking fierce, Pan Pan, who was hiding behind Gu Xiangyu, suddenly got scared and began to cry softly. Chapter 18. Strange Siblings. Yin Qinghan. "Am I giving you face? I used to indulge you because I was blind. Now I won't indulge you anymore. Your brother's troubles have nothing to do with me. I'm not his ancestor." Seeing that Yin Qinghan was still acting the same way, throwing tantrums and showing no warmth towards Pan Pan, Gu Xiangyu immediately turned dark and retorted without mercy. Yin Qinghan clearly did not expect Gu Xiangyu to respond to her so angrily. For a moment, she was stunned, her face flushed, unsure how to respond. "Gu Xiangyu, how can you be so ungrateful? Your wife has been married to you for 7 years. As the saying goes, 1 night of marriage, 100 nights of kindness." Before Yin Qingwei could finish speaking, he received a heavy slap from Gu Xiangyu. "You also know I've been married to your sister for 7 years?
In that case, I'm still alive and Haven T divorced her. Yet you introduce her to other men for blind dates. Is this something a person would do? I. Yin Qingwei was stammered by the questioning and had no words left. You two siblings get out. Seeing you makes me sick. Listening to you speak is even more nauseating. Gu Xiangyu shouted in disgust. After saying this, Gu Xiangyu went into the living room, leaving Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei outside. Gu Xiangyu, right? Your behavior just now was very manly. I respect you as a man. As soon as Gu Xiangyu entered the living room, he heard a few slaps and then saw Scarface Lu looking at him with admiration. Gu Xiangyu glanced at Scarface Lu and the others, but said nothing. I am in charge of collecting debts at Xinhan Casino. Yin Qingwei said he could get money from you, so I came. However, after just hearing your conversation, I realized that things are not as I imagined, so I don't plan to ask you for money anymore. I don't know what kind of drug Scar 6 has in that gourd, but Gu Xiangyu still didn't respond, just quietly watching the other party. Yin Qingwei's gambling debt has nothing to do with you. Let's just move on. However, you disabled the young master of the Su family and fed him an overdose of drugs, almost turning him into a vegetable. How do you explain this? Under Gu Xiangyu's puzzled gaze, Scar 6 suddenly raised his voice and sternly questioned. Su Daoyuan has already told me that this matter is settled. What do you want me to say? Gu Xiangyu scoffed. Have you seen our boss? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Scar 6's imposing manner instantly collapsed, and he looked shocked. Do you think it's hard for your boss to find someone in Yuta province? Moreover, our whole family stayed at Xianji Hotel last night. Seeing that Scar 6 was intimidated, Gu Xiangyu sneered. Scar 6 looked at Gu Xiangyu with a suspicious gaze, but Gu Xiangyu's expression was too calm. After struggling for a while, he could only choose to temporarily believe Gu Xiangyu's words. He thought that since he knew Gu Xiangyu's whereabouts, even if he was deceived, he could just come back again. With this in mind, Scar 6 said flatteringly, Mr. Gu, I was rude just now. Please, when it's convenient, say a few good words for me in front of the boss and help me out. After Scar 6 finished speaking, he wanted to signal his group of little brothers to leave. You're just going to leave like this? Gu Xiangyu's displeased voice suddenly sounded in the room, causing Scar 6's expression to change slightly. Although our house is rented, you broke the door and injured the horse. Are you just going to ignore it? Oh, my fault. My fault. How much is it in total? Please, Mr. Gu, quote a price, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. This door was made of Tasmanian blackwood, probably worth over 100,000. And as for the little pony outside, it was carefully chosen by the owner from Tullamaston, probably worth over $1 million. I won't ask for more. If you leave 30,000 as compensation, we can consider this matter settled. Scar 6 initially thought that a compensation of 10 or 20,000 would be enough, but he didn't expect the villa door and the little pony to be so expensive. And he froze at the door. If you don't have that much money on you, just call someone to send over a few generators. Second-hand ones are fine too. It seemed that Gu Xiangyu noticed Scar 6's awkwardness and spoke up in time. Oh, that's fine. At Xinhan Casino, we have generators to spare. Scar 6 wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then made a phone call. Gu Xiangyu smiled upon hearing this. He knew that Su Daoyuan owned a generator manufacturing factory, which was why he made this request, and he didn't expect Scar 6 to agree without hesitation. 20 minutes later, a large truck carrying 10 silent diesel generators arrived at the villa garage, and it also brought Gu Xiangyu 10 barrels of diesel, making Gu Xiangyu very satisfied. Mr. Gu, I'm very sorry about today's incident. I won't disturb you any further. We'll talk another day. After successfully handing over the generators, Scar 6 said with a happy face, Well, let's have tea together when there's a chance. Given that Scar 6 was so helpful, Gu Xiangyu generously gave Scar 6 a smile. Outside the villa, Yin Qinghan and Yin Qingwei watched as Gu Xiangyu and Scar 6 were chatting happily inside the villa, feeling mixed emotions. Wasn't Scar 6 supposed to be here to deal with Gu Xiangyu? How did it develop to the point where Scar 6 seemed to be becoming friends with Gu Xiangyu? What are you standing there for? Get these two into the car. We're going back to the casino. When Scar 6 walked up to the siblings and saw several hesitant little brothers, he shouted loudly, Scar, you better be polite to us and immediately waive my brother's gambling debt. Otherwise, if my husband says something bad about you in front of your boss, you won't be able to handle it. Yin Qinghan suddenly gained some courage and sternly reprimanded Scar 6. Hearing Yin Qinghan's words, Scar 6 instinctively looked
at Gu Xiangyu, only to find Gu Xiangyu slowly shaking his head. Scar 6 instantly became furious and slapped Yin Qinghan across the face. You just said you wouldn't let Mr. Gu have a good day, and now you expect him to save you? How can you be so wishful thinking? That was just a quarrel between us. Actually, we have a good relationship. I advise you to. Yin Qinghan's words were not finished when Scar 6's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, he glared at Yin Qinghan, signaling her to shut up, then answered the phone with a serious expression. What? The boss is dead? The big boss and the third boss are also dead? The boss issued a kill order on Gu Xiangyu before he died? A few minutes later, Scar 6 hung up the phone, looking at Yin Qinghan with a playful expression, and quietly asked, Did you just say that you have a good relationship with Gu Xiangyu? No, I haven't had any feelings for Gu Xiangyu for a long time. I was with him entirely for his money. Now that he has no money left and is about to lose his life, how could I still like him? I've already been looking for a new partner. Scar brother, I can testify. I've been introducing my sister to boyfriends during this time, because they were so close to Scar 6. The siblings faintly heard the conversation between Scar 6 and the caller. Knowing that Gu Xiangyu was in big trouble, they naturally wanted to distance themselves from Gu Xiangyu. Observing the siblings' disgraceful behavior, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Fortunately, he had already severed ties with them. Otherwise, he would probably be driven to anger by this weird pair of siblings. Chapter 19. Song Fei's intentions, a disgusting thing. Get lost. If the remaining money isn't paid off within 3 days, just wait to be collected as corpses. Scar 6 seemed to be shocked by the siblings' actions, kicking Yin Qingwei to the ground with a face full of disdain. Hearing Scar 6's words, the siblings felt as if they had been granted amnesty and didn't dare to say anything more, crawling away from the Yueshi mansion. Gu Xiangyu eyes Scar 6. Hate being deceived the most in my life. Setting aside the matter of Li Shuei apartment, aren't you going to give me an explanation for today's incident? Scar 6 glared at Gu Xiangyu with a sinister expression, and as he spoke, the killing intent around him gradually intensified. Wanner, take Pan Pan upstairs. Seeing that the situation had been exposed, Gu Xiangyu showed a helpless smile on his face. He didn't respond to Scar 6 immediately, but turned to Gu Wanner and said, Brother, Dad. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, both Gu Wanner and Pan Pan's faces revealed worried expressions. Gu Xiangyu, there's no need to make things so complicated. Scar 6, always handle matters quickly. If they go upstairs now, I'll have to go upstairs to bring them down later. It's too troublesome. Scar 6 said impatiently. Scar 6, considering you sent me generators and diesel, I might as well kindly remind you that Su Daoyuan and his group couldn't do anything to me. Do you think you're better than them? The reason I let the kids go upstairs is just that I don't want them to see blood. Did you really think I was afraid of you? You were originally a smart person. Why did your brain suddenly stop working? Gu Xiangyu's words made Scar 6's body tremble, and he looked dumbfounded. Reflecting on what he had just heard on the phone, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his gaze toward Gu Xiangyu turned uncertain. Mr. Gu, may I ask you, what is the total of your four-dimensional attributes? After struggling for a long time, Scar 6 asked timidly. My total four-dimensional attributes are about 120. Are you sure you still want to fight me? Gu Xiangyu saw through Scar 6's thoughts and said with a smile that was not quite a smile. No, that's impossible. How could your four-dimensional attributes be so high? Your four-dimensional attributes are 17, 9, 11, and 13. And I also know that you injected muscle explosion shots and adrenaline and other drugs to achieve attributes beyond those of an ordinary adult male. You can gain the opportunity to become stronger when a great disaster strikes, and so can others, since you already have advantages that others do not. Why not cherish your own life instead of continuing to work for others? Mr. Gu, thank you for your teachings. Scar 6 takes his leave. When the great disaster struck, Scar 6 accidentally injected muscle explosion shots and adrenaline, and his total four-dimensional attributes far exceeded those around him, which made him ambitious to seek a higher position in the Su family. However, after hearing about Su Gu's total four-dimensional attributes and being pointed out by Gu Xiangyu about his own opportunities, he decisively gave in. Brother, does your total four-dimensional attribute really reach 120? Brother, how did you know Scar 6 four-dimensional attributes? After Scar 6 and his group left, Gu Wanner kept asking questions nonstop. Pan Pan next to her also looked curious. Gu Xiangyu was originally worried that his sister would question him about deceiving her. But seeing that she didn't mention anything about his matter with Su Daoyuan, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief and recounted his talent, skills, and four-dimensional attributes. Wow, Dad is so amazing. Is Dad going to become a superhero? After listening to Gu Xiangyu's narration, Gu Wanner was dumbfounded, immersed in great shock, while Pan Pan couldn't help but shout excitedly. After chatting with his sister and daughter for a while, Gu Xiangyu went downstairs and moved all the items he bought from the supermarket into the villa. Gu Wanner wanted help tidy up, but was gently refused by Gu Xiangyu. A few hours later, after Gu Xiangyu replaced all the bedding, daily necessities, and toiletries in the villa with new ones, Gu Wanner also prepared delicious spicy dishes in the kitchen. Brother, the villa's front door is completely unusable. What should we do? It's so chaotic outside now, and the building materials store is probably closed. After dinner, looking at the severely damaged villa door, Gu Wanner said with a worried expression, Vanya, have you forgotten your brother's talent skills? Gu Xiangyu rolled his eyes at his sister and said irritably, Can your talent skills create a wooden door? Annie is so silly. Do you think the villa's entrance door is wooden, so Dad must create a wooden door? Pan Pan, you little ingrate. Annie just made your favorite braised crucian carp, and you dare to scold me. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Annie, I was wrong. Dad, help. Seeing his sister and daughter playfully fighting, Gu Xiangyu's face revealed a happy smile. Living a new life is just to protect this warmth and happiness in front of him, right? After greeting his sister, Gu Xiangyu walked out of the living room and strolled around the community. The entrance doors of the Yushi Mansion villas are mostly wooden. Moreover, the dimensions and styles of the entrance doors vary according to the owner's personalities and preferences. After looking at more than 30 villas, Gu Xiangyu still couldn't find an entrance door that matched the size and style of his villa. Just when he was about to despair, he finally saw a set of copper entrance doors that were almost identical in style and size to his villa. He didn't know if anyone lived in this villa. Standing at the door, Gu Xiangyu hesitated. A scene involuntarily flashed through Gu Xiangyu's mind, imagining himself breaking into someone else's entrance door and being caught by the villa owner. The scene would be as awkward as it could be. Dayu, is that you? Suddenly, a voice came from above Gu Xiangyu's head. Gu Xiangyu looked up and saw the villa owner talking to him from the terrace on the third floor, and it turned out to be Song Fei, the boss of the game company he worked for. Seeing Song Fei's face, Gu Xiangyu's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Dayu, are you here to ask me for money? I was just looking for you. Please wait on the sofa in the living room for a moment. I'll come down to settle it for you. Hearing Song Fei's words, Gu Xiangyu's footsteps instinctively paused. The reason Gu Xiangyu ran away upon seeing Song Fei was that after being diagnosed with cancer, he had wanted to advance his salary but was ruthlessly rejected by Song Fei. Moreover, during Gu Xiangyu's hospitalization, the company not only refused to reimburse him for any medical expenses, but also unilaterally dismissed him, claiming that his health was unsuitable for work. Even more infuriating was that a game Gu Xiangyu developed during his spare time earned the company a substantial profit. Yet the company never acknowledged Gu Xiangyu's contribution and refused to give him any share of the revenue. Is the sun rising from the west? Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity and stopped. After all, if Song Fei acknowledged it, Gu Xiangyu could still get a considerable sum of money. When Gu Xiangyu pushed open the entrance door, he realized he had been tricked, because the moment Gu Xiangyu opened the door, a mutated big wolf dog lunged at him. Almost reflexively, a knife appeared in Gu Xiangyu's hand, and he struck heavily in the direction of the attacking wolf dog, slicing it in half with ease. Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Xiangyu saw Song Fei rushing down the stairs at full speed towards the dining table in the living room, looking confused. However, when Gu Xiangyu saw the car keys on the dining table, he suddenly realized. Clearly, Song Fei intended to use him to attract the attention of the mutated wolf dog so that he could seize the car keys and escape the villa. Dayu, where did you get that knife? Song Fei casually glanced at Gu Xiangyu's direction, and when he saw that the mutated wolf dog that had been blocking him upstairs had been sliced in half by Gu Xiangyu, he paused, his face showing shock. Half an hour later, Song Fei finally regained his composure from shock. President Song, I got this precious knife after selling my house and car from a divine craftsman at a high price.
It can cut through hair and sever iron. Would you like to try it? While speaking, Xiangyu swung the knife in his hand, not only chopping the wolf dog on the ground into pieces, but also severely damaging the villa's expensive hardwood, causing veins to bulge on Song Fei's forehead. If this were before, Song Fei would have scolded him long ago. At this moment, considering Xiangyu's late-stage liver cancer and looking at the knife in Xiangyu's hand, Song Fei decisively chose to endure. Dayu, I wonder if you would be willing to transfer this knife. I can buy it at the original price, or even a higher price. Seeing Xiangyu, who was suffering from illness, able to kill the mutated wolf dog with just one knife, Song Fei couldn't help but have different thoughts. Chapter 20. Cleverness backfires. The divine craftsman said, "This is a divine weapon from Jiuzhou, long before the establishment of the federal government, priceless. He owed me a huge favor, which is why I was able to buy this knife with all my possessions." Xiangyu said seriously. Upon hearing this, Song Fei swallowed hard and turned around to grab a boning knife from the kitchen. After a moment of thought, he also took off a diamond ring from his finger and handed both to Xiangyu. If your knife can cut through the boning knife and split the diamond, it would prove it to be a real divine weapon. Xiangyu naturally saw the greed in Song Fei's eyes and understood his intentions. He didn't bother to expose Song Fei's provocation and instead cooperatively swung the knife, cutting both the boning knife and the diamond in half. Seeing the boning knife and diamond seemingly as fragile as hair in front of Xiangyu's knife, easily cut with a light touch, Song Fei's eyes widened. An excitement appeared on his face. "Dayu, I am willing to buy the knife in your hand for 10 million, and the company is also willing to cover all your hospitalization expenses, along with providing a hospitalization subsidy. The revenue from the Blue Flame game will also be settled for you. What do you think?" Song Fei said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu feigned interest but hesitated to speak. "Since you are my junior, in addition to the conditions I just promised you, the company will give you an extra 1 million as a severance pay. However, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to." After a moment of hesitation, Song Fei continued to up the ante. "What request? Did you receive a call during this time? Someone is going to send you a game helmet and game invitation code. I hope you can give that game helmet and invitation code to me." Hearing Song Fei's words, an inexplicable smile appeared on Xiangyu's face. A vague memory surfaced in Xiangyu's mind. In his previous life, on the night after the great disaster, Song Fei, who had always ignored him, suddenly came to the hospital, not only giving him a large red envelope, but also buying a lot of delicious food for Pampan and himself. Before leaving, Song Fei casually took the game helmet and invitation code that Xiangyu had thrown on the bedside table. If he hadn't known the value of the game helmet and invitation code, facing the sudden sweet talk from Song Fei, Xiangyu would have been moved like in his previous life and would have unhesitatingly given the game helmet and invitation code to Song Fei. Now that he knew the value of the game helmet and invitation code, how could Xiangyu let this opportunity slip away again? "I did receive such a call this morning. I thought someone was playing a prank on me. If you are really willing to give me over 30 million, I will bring you the game helmet and invitation code once I receive them." Seeing Xiangyu agree so readily, Song Fei's face twitched involuntarily. Although he had just taken the initiative to settle Xiangyu's salary during his hospitalization fees, hospitalization subsidies, and revenue from the Blue Flame game, the thought of losing over 30 million federal coins made Song Fei's heart ache. After all, more than 20 million of those federal coins were game revenue that he could pocket for himself. Afraid that Xiangyu might change his mind if he took too long, Song Fei quickly notified the company's finance department to transfer over 30 million federal coins to Xiangyu's card. After seeing the change in his bank card balance, Xiangyu reluctantly handed over the knife in his hand to Song Fei. After obtaining the knife, Song Fei excitedly waved it around, testing all the hard furniture in the living room, making Xiangyu wince in pain. "Dayu, have you been in touch with Director Chen recently? His health is getting worse, and he often mentions you." After playing with the knife for a while, Song Fei suddenly remembered that Xiangyu was still sitting in the living room and awkwardly made small talk. Hearing this, Xiangyu showed an apologetic expression. Whether in this life or the previous one, after being diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, he had never contacted his advisor again. Seeing your reaction, I can tell you haven't visited Director Chun, but he really cares about you, treating you like his own son, Song Fei continued, and as he spoke, his mood suddenly became excited. He almost revealed the matter of the game helmet and invitation code. However, at a critical moment, Song Fei realized and quickly swallowed the words back. It turned out that Song Fei had long known about the federal government's Ultra-Origin Planet program through special channels, and he had been racking his brain to secure a selection spot for himself. After some inquiries, he learned that his advisor Xiangyu Bean had a recommendation spot in his hands, and he immediately brought a heavy gift to visit his advisor's home. Unexpectedly, before Song Fei even stepped into Chen Jiobin's house, he overheard Chen Jiobin on the phone recommending Gu Xiangyu to join the Ultra-Origin Planet program. Frustrated, Song Fei turned and threw the gift he was holding into the trash, before quietly leaving. What do you mean? Gu Xiangyu was engrossed in listening when Song Fei's words suddenly stopped, prompting him to urge, "Hey, why are you leaving it half-finished?" Well, at this point, I might as well be honest. After you got sick and hospitalized, I not only failed to fulfill my duty as a senior to care for you, but also became greedy and made things difficult for you. Director Chun has a very negative opinion of me and has scolded me over the phone more than once. As he spoke emotionally, Song Fei became tearful and kept apologizing to Gu Xiangyu, his sincerity evident. Gu Xiangyu was moved, not because of Song Fei's apologies, but because he was unaware of how much his advisor had silently invested in him. Watching Song Fei's increasingly exaggerated acting, Gu Xiangyu felt uneasy, unable to listen any longer. He quickly found an excuse and turned to leave. As he watched Gu Xiangyu's figure disappear from the garden, a shadow crossed Song Fei's face. Chen Jiobin, I am clearly more outstanding than Gu Xiangyu. Why is it that you only care about him and consider everything for him while excluding me? You probably never imagined that the one you regard as your own, Gu Xiangyu, hates you to the bone and doesn't want to see you even once before he dies. Right? Chen Jiobin, since you are unwilling to give me the spot for the Ultra-Origin Planet, I will strive for it with my own abilities. But once I pass the tests and assessments for the Ultra-Origin Planet, you can forget about my gratitude. After leaving Song Fei's villa garden, Gu Xiangyu took out his phone and pulled up his advisor's number, wanting to call him. However, after much internal struggle, he still couldn't press the call button. Sitting in the community park, Gu Xiangyu found himself teary-eyed, unable to speak. When he had just been admitted to the doctoral program, a car accident took away both his parents. The sudden loss of his parents plunged Gu Xiangyu into despair, nearly causing him to drop out. At this critical moment, Chen Jiobin noticed him. Not only did Chen Jiobin provide psychological counseling to Gu Xiangyu, but he also cared for him meticulously in life and studies, helping him out of that dark period and ultimately facilitating Gu Xiangyu's marriage with Yan Xinghan. Gu Xiangyu also treated Chen Jiobin and his wife as his reborn parents, showing them filial piety. However, after Yan Xinghan left him coldly, Gu Xiangyu directed his resentment towards Chen Jiobin and his wife as well. Even after the great disaster, when Chen Jiobin and his wife secretly provided Gu Xiangyu with many favors, he flatly refused to accept them, making them heartbroken. Gu Xiangyu sat in the community garden for most of the day, thinking deeply, and finally let go of the knot in his heart, feeling that the issues between him and Yan Xinghan should not be directed at Chen Jiobin and his wife. However, seeing that it was getting late, Gu Xiangyu did not continue to call Chen Jiobin, but went to Song Fei's villa instead. Confirming that Song Fei was already asleep, Gu Xiangyu gently placed his hand on the brass entrance door. Chapter 21. The Invasion of Alien Civilization's Brother. Your talent is simply invincible. Seeing Gu Xiangyu magically create a new entrance door to the villa out of thin air, perfectly fitting without any signs of inconsistency, Gu Wanner sincerely exclaimed, "Of course, your brother has always been very impressive. Brother, I told Hailing about Xiaohong. She seems to be terrified by this wave of animal mutations and readily agreed to give us Xiaohong. She also suggested that we should better kill Xiaohong to avoid any danger." With Ponpon's repeated reminders, Gu Wanner paused for a moment and then spoke, "Dad, can we not kill Xiaohong? Xiaohong is so well-behaved and definitely won't attack us." Pan pleaded pitifully from the side. "Your classmate is once bitten by a snake, and 10 years afraid of a well rope. In fact, not all animals will mutate into ferocious beasts.
Since Xiao Hong did not mutate into a fierce beast when the great disaster struck, the likelihood of her becoming one in the future is also quite low. So there's no need for us to kill her. Gu Xiangyu immediately saw through his daughter's thoughts, and he lovingly pulled her onto his lap, decisively stating, "Dad is so nice. I knew Dad wouldn't want to kill Xiao Hong, just like Pan Pan. Pan Pan loves Xiao Hong so much. How could Dad bear to kill her? Dad doesn't want to become the bad guy in Pan Pan's eyes." Seeing the interaction between father and daughter, Gu Wanner couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling somewhat unnecessary at that moment. "Wanner, did your classmate mention what price they want for this villa? The company has settled the shares from the Blue Flame mercenary game for me today. If you all like this house, let's buy it." Noticing her sister's jealous expression, Gu Xiangyu changed the subject. Pan Pan instantly perked up at this. "Our family bought the Clearwater house for over 13 million, but the money spent on renovations was more than 3 times the house price. She asked me to help list it for 40 million. Her psychological price is 35 million. Gu Wanner also looked excited and said brightly, "If I buy it, she will definitely give me the biggest discount." "You buy it? Do you have that much money?" Gu Xiangyu teased. "Bro, you said you would support me. You can't go back on your word." Gu Wanner protested, immediately pouncing on Gu Xiangyu and tickling him. All right. I'll support you. Just hurry and communicate with your classmate about whether we can smoothly buy this house." Upon hearing this, Gu Wanner directly dialed Xiao Hailing's video call in the living room. As expected, when she mentioned that Gu Xiangyu's siblings wanted to buy the villa and were willing to pay in full, Xiao Hailing quoted her the lowest price of only 30 million. In the end, Gu Wanner felt a bit guilty, and after seeking Gu Xiangyu's consent with a gesture, she voluntarily added 3 million. And both parties finally reached an agreement on the price. After agreeing on the transfer for the next day, the two reluctantly ended the video call. "Dad, will this house be ours from now on?" After hanging up the video call, Pan Pan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "To be precise, starting tomorrow, this house will truly belong to us." "That's great. I thought after Mom and Dad sold the house, Pan Pan wouldn't have a home anymore." Hearing Pan Pan's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that selling the house would lead to such thoughts in his daughter. "Dad, Pan Pan was wrong. Pan Pan won't mention Mom again." Seeing Gu Xiangyu silent for a long time, sensitive Pan Pan quickly apologized. Pan Pan's understanding made Gu Xiangyu's heart ache. At that moment, he wished he could reveal Pan Pan's true identity. However, thinking about Pan Pan's mysterious background, Gu Xiangyu didn't know where to start. It would be better to wait until they found Pan Pan's biological mother before being honest with her about this matter. After finalizing the house sale, the mindset of the 3 people in the villa underwent subtle changes, as they were no longer living under someone else's roof, but had become the true owners of the house. They excitedly discussed what new things could be added to the home and which furniture could be replaced, while Gu Xiangyu, his sister, and daughter were planning how to make the villa cozier. The Strategic Reserve Department of the Republic was holding a highly confidential meeting. As of now, aside from the military, police, and some logistics personnel, most of the humans from Water Blue Star had settled on the Super Yuan Star. I invite everyone present to share their feelings and opinions. The silver-haired elder at the forefront slowly scanned the room, his expression serious as he spoke. "Chief, the Super Yuan Star is simply amazing. It perfectly cloned everything from Water Blue Star and can even synchronize everything happening on Water Blue Star. If I didn't know about the Super Yuan Star plan, I would think I was still living in the real world, not a virtual one. I estimate that the vast majority of ordinary people have no idea they have entered a virtual world. For scientists, the Super Yuan Star is like paradise, as it only requires a bit of energy to continuously replicate various materials. If we could implement the Super Yuan Star plan sooner, the civilization of Water Blue Star would at least be decades ahead of where it is now. Haven't you noticed how the Super Yuan Star has significant effects on human health, longevity, and healing? Many terminally ill patients became healthy, normal people after entering the Super Yuan Star. Just this alone is enough for us to fully accept the Super Yuan Star." As soon as the silver-haired elder finished speaking, everyone eagerly chimed in excitedly, and the meeting room became as chaotic as a market. The silver-haired elder seemed to have anticipated all this. He did not intervene, but allowed the discussions to continue. After about 10 minutes, the excitement in the meeting room subsided.
and everyone gradually quieted down. I've heard everyone's comments. It's clear that everyone realizes the many benefits of the Super Yuan Star. Now, let's watch a video so everyone can gain a more comprehensive understanding of the Super Yuan Star. With the silver-haired elder's words, a colorful image of the Super Yuan Star appeared on the holographic virtual screen in the multimedia conference room. Looking at the beautiful, tranquil, and grand water blue star on the screen, everyone in the meeting room gradually calmed down and smiles involuntarily appeared on their faces. The next moment, a sudden space-time rift appeared in the sky above water blue star, and then a series of mechas emerged from the black hole, descending onto water blue star and beginning to slaughter the human elites there. Faced with the massacre by these mechas, the human elites left on water blue star had no power to fight back until a group of ancient-dressed, skilled warriors appeared, barely managing to resist the invasion of the mecha forces. Subsequently, the scene switched to another image, where a group of unknown fierce beasts crawled out from the space-time rift. Once they landed, they began to mutate the remaining animals on Earth while wantonly destroying crops and human settlements, tearing apart the human elites left on water blue star, causing panic and restlessness in the meeting room. When a massive, mutated creature suddenly opened its mouth and lunged at the screen, just as it seemed about to burst through, everyone in the meeting room instinctively closed their eyes, the image abruptly stopping, yet screams echoed throughout the room. Chapter 22. An astonishing truth: the footage just shown was captured by the monitoring satellites we deployed above water blue star from different angles. Yesterday afternoon, over 30 space-time rifts appeared above water blue star, with many mechas and unknown fierce beasts emerging from them. Our forces left on water blue star are insufficient to withstand the invasion of those extraterrestrial civilizations. When the screams in the meeting room ceased, the silver-haired elder spoke with a sorrowful tone, enunciating each word. Hearing the elder's words, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone was immersed in the shock of water blue star's plight. We should be thankful that we knew about this scene several years in advance and made full preparations. The Republic also promptly initiated the Super Yuan Star plan, hypnotizing most of the humans and animals on water blue star and sending their bodies to secret bases across the country. If we had been unprepared for the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations, the population of water blue star would have probably decreased by 90%, and the economic losses caused directly or indirectly could reach trillions of federal currency, leading to the civilization of water blue star regressing decades or even being completely annihilated. Although the Super Yuan planet can provide us with a safe haven once our bodies are discovered on water blue star, or if we cannot receive the nutrient solution from the outside world, we will die on the Super Yuan planet as well. Therefore, we must quickly send combat talents to water blue star. The meeting of the Strategic Defense Department of the federal government lasted a long time. Despite the silver-haired elder repeatedly emphasizing in the meeting that the content was top secret and strictly prohibited from leaking, the meeting's content quickly spread in a small circle afterward, causing a strong reaction in society. Kyushu University Faculty Housing Area. After returning home, Xiangyu paced back and forth anxiously in his room, beads of sweat covering his forehead. "Old man, are you okay?" An elderly woman in home clothes asked with concern as she set down the newspaper on the balcony swing chair. "I'm fine. Just shocked by the federal government's big move." After a moment of hesitation, Xiangyu couldn't help but succinctly share the contents of the Strategic Defense Department's meeting. "No way. Are we actually in a virtual world and not on water blue star?" Zhang Alian's face was filled with disbelief upon hearing Xiangyu's words. "Are you worried that the Super Yuan planet plan will put Dayu in danger? Then call him and tell him to give up his selection quota." Zhang Alian quickly understood her husband's concerns and urged him. "You know Dayu's temperament. If I don't call him, he might not take the Super Yuan planet selection quota seriously. If I do call him, he might go against me." The couple both understood Xiangyu's character, and he really might do something like that. What if I call Yin Xinghan? If she knows that the game helmet and game invitation code are worth billions, she will definitely find a way to ask Dayu for it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Alian suggested. Hearing this, Chen Jiobin couldn't help but glare at his partner, wanting to refute her. However, after thinking carefully, it seemed that this was indeed a feasible approach. Just as Chen Jiubin was struggling with whether to call Yin Qinghan, the doorbell rang. Dai, what are you doing here? Opening the door and seeing Gu Xiangyu outside with a bunch of gifts, Chen Jiubin thought there was something wrong with his eyes. Teacher Chen, I'm really sorry. My health hasn't been great recently, and I haven't visited you and Madam for a long time. Are you both doing well? Gu Xiangyu skillfully placed the fruits on the dining table, changed in his slippers, and acted as if he were back in his own home. Old lady, Daiyu is here. Hurry and make tea. Chen Jiubin was so excited he didn't know what to say, shouting towards the balcony. Oh, Daiyu is here. Great, I'm making tea right now. The old lady was so excited she could hardly speak. Seeing the emotional expressions of the mentor and his wife, Gu Xiangyu felt a pang of guilt. He realized how important his status was in the hearts of the two elderly people. Gu Xiangyu was very clear that in his past life, it was the selfless care of his mentor and his wife that allowed him to survive for 20 years in the world of cataclysms. In fact, a year after the cataclysm struck, Gu Xiangyu had already forgiven the two elderly people and sincerely thanked them for their help. However, at that time, he felt too embarrassed to meet them, always wanted to wait until he had achieved something before he did so. This wait lasted a lifetime, and the two elderly people passed away in sadness without ever receiving Gu Xiangyu's visit. Daiyu, I'm sorry to you. You were clearly focused on your career and didn't want to talk about relationships, but I insisted on matching you with Yin Qinghan, causing you so much suffering and harm. Daiyu, it's my fault for not recognizing the person well. If we had known Yin Qinghan was like this, we would never have pushed for your marriage. After sitting on the sofa for a while, the two elderly people couldn't help but apologize first. Teacher Chun, Madam, please don't blame yourselves. Yin Qinghan's character is mainly due to her family background, and it has nothing to do with you two. If anyone should be blamed, it should be me as her husband. Seeing the two elderly people apologizing in a fluster, Gu Xiangyu spoke sincerely. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words and looking at his expression, Chen Jiubin and Zhang Alian couldn't help but exchange glances, and their eyes revealed a look of surprise. The two elderly people knew that Gu Xiangyu was someone who couldn't hide his emotions on his face. Since Gu Xiangyu said so, it meant he had already untangled his knots and completely let go of Yin Qinghan. Daiyu, your late-stage liver cancer should be better now, right? After a moment of silence, Chen Jiubin cautiously asked. Gu Xiangyu nodded and looked at his mentor with confusion. Daiyu, have you felt that something is off in this world? Chen Jiubin continued to ask. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed, his mouth slightly opened, and his heart raced as he said, Teacher Chun, I feel something has been off since noon yesterday. For example, my late-stage liver cancer has inexplicably healed, and I've awakened an attribute panel in my body. Do you know what's going on? Daiyu, have you heard of the brain in a vat and allegory of the cave theories? Since noon yesterday, we have already been in a virtual world. After hearing Chen Jiubin's words, Gu Xiangyu was left speechless, unable to respond for a long time. This fact was too shocking for him to accept. Teacher, has the technology of water blue star developed to this point? It can hypnotize billions of people and animals globally and make them all enter a virtual world. After a long silence, Gu Xiangyu finally asked dryly, if it were solely based on the technology of water blue star, it would be completely impossible to achieve this. However, 7 years ago, a big shot from the L-Star system came to Water Blue Star for refuge. She left behind several prophecies about Water Blue Star, as well as some gifts, the most precious of which is the virtual world of Super Yuan planet. L-Star system? Yes, according to that big shot. L planet belongs to a 5th-level civilized star system, while the civilization of Water Blue Star is in a transitional stage between 1st and 2nd levels. Teacher, I have a question. Since the federal government hypnotized most of the animals on Water Blue Star, why not just kill them? Why keep them alive with nutrient solutions? This not only wastes resources, but also poses a risk of mutation, which could bring deadly dangers to humans. The high-level officials of the federal government have indeed discussed this plan, but it has proven unfeasible, because causing animal mutations is just one method of attack from extraterrestrial civilizations against Earth, not the only one. What is truly difficult to deal with are the ferocious beasts from extraterrestrial civilizations. The mutated animals on Earth are not that difficult to handle. If we kill all the animals on Water Blue Star, it will not only collapse the ecological chain, but also hinder the humans on Super Yuan planet from training and improving their combat skills. Entering Super Yuan Planet does not mean they can live a peaceful and prosperous life. The various situations that occur on Water Blue Star will also happen on Super Yuan Planet. Only in this way can we continuously send combat talents to Water Blue Star. At this point, Xiangyu paused and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I only learned the true purpose of the Federal Republic's implementation of the Super Yuan Planet plan a few hours ago. Before that, I was too eager and put you on the selection list. Just throw away the game helmet and game invitation code, or it will be too dangerous. Teacher, don't worry. Last night, Song Fei asked me for the game helmet and game invitation code, and I agreed to him, to avoid worrying his mentor. Gu Xiangyu did not reveal his true intentions, but casually responded, Song Fei, huh? That guy is quite clever. He will probably find out the true purpose of the Super Yuan Planet plan soon enough, and, in the end, he might not even need your game helmet and game invitation code. It's fine if he doesn't want them. After all, he has bled quite a lot for this game helmet and invitation code. Gu Xiangyu smiled and recounted the situation of Song Fei proactively settling the severance compensation, hospital fees, and Blue Flame game revenue with him. Chen Jiubin and Zhang Alian were left dumbfounded, unable to laugh or cry. Song Fei's cleverness backfired. If he knew the truth, he would probably be so angry he would spit blood. Just as Chen Jiubin was laughing heartily, his phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he made a shushing gesture to the other two people in the room and then answered the call. After hanging up, Chen Jiubin looked at Gu Xiangyu with a strange expression, hesitating to speak, his face full of complex emotions. Chapter 23. Yin Qinghan's Mental Breakdown. Chun. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you trying to drive me crazy with your indecision? Gu Xiangyu felt anxious and couldn't help but urge him to speak. Zhang Alian was the first to break the silence. Dayu, have you become awakened? Chen Jiubin asked with a serious expression. Hearing the professor's words, Gu Xiangyu guessed the content of the call and nodded honestly. Your four-dimensional attributes sum up to over 100? Gu Xiangyu nodded again. And you have awakened a level talent? Gu Xiangyu nodded for the third time. Oh, Dayu, I don't even know what to say now. Just now, Master Jiang from the War Department called me. He praised you highly and said that after joining the War Department, if you encounter any difficulties, just let him know, and he will definitely help you out. Chen Jiubin said with a complex expression. Being noticed by that old fellow means you can't even give up your selection quota. How can this be? Dayu will face life-threatening danger when he returns to the real world. Zhang Alian exclaimed anxiously. This matter is no longer within our control. Dayu's data triggered the automatic selection logic of the Super Yuan Planet. So far, he is the only one who has triggered this logic, which is why that old fellow is interested in Dayu. Professor Chun, does this mean my overall strength is the strongest on Water Blue Star? Gu Xiangyu asked excitedly. Dayu, you might be overthinking this. Some elites from the military and police entered the Super Yuan Planet for training a long time ago. They're already on Water Blue Star executing missions. Your strength is likely just that of cannon fodder on Water Blue Star. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's excited expression, Chen Jiubin couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Professor Chun, even if you keep discouraging me, it won't work. I'm determined to secure my place on Water Blue Star. But, Professor Chun, there's no but. How'd you teach me at school? A great hero acts for the country and the people, Gu Xiangyu argued, finally persuading the professor and his wife to believe he had enough strength to protect himself. After leaving the faculty housing area of Jiuzhou University, Gu Xiangyu felt an indescribable lightness. Remembering the 20 wasted years in the disaster-stricken world of his previous life, which turned out to be merely experiences in a virtual world, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Although the Super Yuan Planet synchronized everything with Water Blue Star, the events he experienced there basically followed the development trajectory of Water Blue Star. However, Gu Xiangyu knew that the Super Yuan Planet was at most a training ground for beginners. The battles on Water Blue Star were clearly much more brutal and bloody. No. According to Professor Chun, the Super Yuan Planet is the link between all galactic civilizations. It seems even more important in the historical development of civilization on Water Blue Star than Water Blue Star itself. Gu Xiangyu clearly remembered that in his previous life, many alien races and fierce beasts invaded and destroyed the shelters on Water Blue Star, wreaking havoc on the research and construction projects of the human race there. Now it seems that those alien races clearly aim to invade and control the Super Yuan planet to hinder the development of water blue star civilization. Therefore, the persistence of ordinary people on the Super Yuan planet is indeed significant. Their struggle is as important as the elite's fierce battles on water blue star. After understanding this, Xiangyu felt much more at ease. The level he was at in his previous life was ultimately too low, and he couldn't access much information at all. With a sigh, Xiangyu drove straight to the real estate transaction center. Xiao hailing proxy lawyer, along with Gu Wanner and Pan Pan, had already been waiting at the real estate transaction center for quite some time. Xiangyu originally intended to transfer the ownership of the Yueshi mansion to his sister and had not planned to make this trip. However, Gu Wanner insisted, and he had no choice but to come in person. Before Xiangyu arrived, the proxy lawyer and Gu Wanner had nearly completed all the necessary procedures. After Xiangyu quickly signed a few documents, the villa of Yueshi mansion was successfully transferred to his name. "Dad, why is only your name on the property and not Ponpon's?" Pan Pan asked, holding the bright red property certificate for a long time before suddenly asking. "Because Pan Pan is adopted. Not your dad's biological child," Gu Wanner joked from the side. Hearing this, Xiangyu's heart sank. He instinctively looked at his daughter. Sure enough, Ponpon's expression instantly became dim, and tears as tiny as soybeans began to roll down her cheeks as she started to cry loudly. Is there such a thing as an aunt? One day, you're either jealous of your niece or making her cry. Xiangyu glared at Gu Wanner, feeling powerless to critique her. "I am sorry, Ponpon. Annie was wrong. She shouldn't have said that. Annie apologizes to you." Gu Wanner realized she had misspoken and stuck out her tongue at Xiangyu, then hurriedly apologized to Pan Pan. However, Gu Wanner's joke clearly touched on Ponpon's sore spot, and no matter how she tried to comfort her, Pan Pan couldn't stop crying. "Pan Pan, it's okay. Annie was just joking with you. You are your dad's biological child. How could you be adopted? Next time, if Annie says you're adopted, you could just say she is." Xiangyu patiently helped his daughter wipe her tears, soothing her gently. But Grandma and Mom also said Pan Pan is adopted," Pan Pan said weakly. Hearing this, Xiangyu felt a pang in his heart, while Gu Wanner was furious. Yin Xinghan and her mom are going too far. How can she say that about a child? Gu Wanner said angrily. "Gu Wanner, I merely told the child the truth. How is that excessive? Whether the wild child is adopted or not, your brother knows best. He is just deceiving himself and afraid to admit it." A mocking voice rang in Gu Wanner's ear just as she finished speaking. Turning around, Gu Wanner was stunned to see Yin Xinghan standing there. After Yin Xinghan finished her sentence, she snatched the property certificate from Ponpon's hand, glanced at it quickly, and her eyes widened in shock. "Good for you, Xiangyu. You actually bought a villa behind my back. This is marital property. My name must be on the property certificate, or I'll sue you in court." Recalling how she had sold even the land of her hometown to help her brother pay off debts and was now left with a mountain of debt, ending up on the streets, while the Xiangyu she had discarded was not only wealthy enough to stay in a 5-star hotel, but could also afford a standalone villa. Yin Xinghan's mentality instantly collapsed. "Ma'am, I am Xiao Hailing's proxy lawyer. This villa was just completed in a transaction between my client and Mr. Xiangyu today, so it does not belong to marital property." The lawyer who had been watching the scene couldn't help but remind her. "So what if the house was just transferred today? We divorced the day before yesterday, and he bought a villa today. The money he used to buy the villa must have been saved before our divorce, which belongs to our marital property," Yin Xinghan retorted, glaring at the lawyer defiantly. Chapter 24. The humiliated Yin Xinghan and the blacklisted Song Fei Yin Xinghan. Can you have some self-respect? Open your eyes and see clearly whether this money is my personal savings before the divorce or my income after the divorce. Seeing Yin Xinghan's unreasonable behavior, Xiangyu was furious. He opened his mobile banking app and pulled up the transaction record from the game company that had transferred money to him the night before. When Song Fei had the company's finance department transfer the money to Xiangyu, he had deliberately played a little trick, adding a note about cultural relics and a knife after the transfer. Xiangyu hadn't noticed this note at the time. He only discovered it when he was transferring money to Xiao Hailing. Xiangyu could easily guess Song Fei's intentions. The other party simply didn't want to admit any connection to Feixiang Game Company and certainly didn't want to be associated with the Blue Flame Mercenaries game. What does cultural relics and the knife mean? Yin Qinghan asked, looking confused after seeing the transfer account and the note. You're still a university student, and you can't even understand these few words. I bought a knife from the antique market yesterday. And Song Fei thought it was a relic from the previous Jiuzhou Kingdom of the Federal Republic, insisting on buying it at a high price. If you don't believe me, you can call Song Fei to verify, Gu Xiangyu explained patiently. You know Song Fei's number, and you also know that his relationship with Gu Xiangyu is quite tense. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's confident demeanor, Yin Qinghan easily believed him, her face turning incredibly awkward. Dayu, how about we remarry? Otherwise, there will be no one to take care of Pan after you leave. Wanner will get married sooner or later. I can't keep Pan with me forever. Yin Qinghan said in a lowered voice after hesitating for a moment. I'm sorry, but the moment you divorced me, we became strangers. Pan has nothing to do with you. Gu Xiangyu interrupted her without hesitation. Gu Xiangyu, I just want to accompany you through the last part of your life. Don't bite the hand that feeds you and fail to recognize a good person's heart. You would rather leave the house to a bastard child than give me a break. You deserve to get a terminal illness. Gu Xiangyu's cold words and indifferent attitude made Yin Qinghan furious and humiliated. She glared at Gu Xiangyu and left angrily. Originally, buying the villa should have been a joyous occasion, but with Yin Qinghan's outburst, the moods of Gu Xiangyu, Gu Wanner, and Pan all sank. Dad, is Pan really adopted? Pon's innocent voice suddenly rang in Gu Xiangyu's ears, waking him from his endless thoughts. Pan, how can you not believe what Dad says? Seeing that Pan was still entangled in this topic, Gu Xiangyu recalled the closeness between Pan and the blood horse, and a thought flashed through his mind. How about this? Let's do a paternity test. You should believe what the doctor says, right? I heard that Gu Xiangyu wants to do a paternity test, and Pan got scared. Brother, Pan is still young and doesn't understand. Why are you following her nonsense? Don't you know whether the child is your biological one? Gu Wanna glared at Gu Xiangyu and scolded him. I know Pan is my biological daughter, which is why I'm willing to take her for a paternity test. Gu Xiangyu said, ruffling Pon's hair with a smile. Otherwise, this little fool will always think she popped out of a rock. We're going to the hospital, not just for the paternity test. I also want to get a checkup for myself and Pan to see if my late-stage liver cancer is really cured. You should go for a checkup too. You two are really bored. You've completely defeated me. Gu Wanner rolled her eyes and then took Pan to the back seat of the 63, heading straight to the hospital. After paying and receiving forms, they began the long wait for various health checks. Brother, I always feel something is off in this world. Logically, a great disaster should make human bodies worse. So how come your late-stage cancer has inexplicably improved? Perhaps when the great disaster came, we all died and entered another world together. Because the existence of the Super Yuan Star plan was classified information, Gu Xiangyu didn't want to trouble his mentor, so he didn't dare to tell his sister the truth. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. As long as my brother's illness can be cured, I'd be willing to die. Gu Wanner nodded fully. Silly sister. Gu Xiangyu poked her forehead with his finger, a helpless expression on his face. By 2055, medical technology had advanced significantly, and in less than 2 hours, the expedited paternity test results for Gu Xiangyu and Pan were out. Seeing that the paternity test similarity reached 99, 97, Gu Xiangyu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! I'm Dad's biological child. This is amazing. After hearing the doctor's explanation, Pan shouted joyfully, her face revealing charming dimples. Annie, I'm Dad's biological child, not adopted. You're the one who's adopted. Oomph. Pan remembered what Gu Wanner had said at the property exchange, holding a grudge. How dare you say I'm adopted? Do you believe I'll tickle you? Don't. Dad, help. After playing around in the hospital for a while, the health check results for all three also came out. Seeing the perfect bodily function data on the health report, Gu Wanner finally relaxed. Pan is my biological child. But who is Pon's mother? Why don't I have any memory of her? Holding the paternity test, Gu Xiangyu looked puzzled. At Yuanshi Mansion, Song Fei was about to call Gu Xiangyu to ask for the game helmet and game invitation code when his phone suddenly rang. What? The Super Yuan Star Plan's tests and assessments are life-threatening, and anyone with physical attributes below 50 points will definitely die. Mr. Foam, can you be more specific? Isn't it true that after passing the Super Yuan Star Plan's tests and assessments, one can enjoy expert treatment from the federal government? How could there be life-threatening risks? All right, I'll listen to you. I'll give up my selection for the Super Yuan Star Plan and focus on developing my own company. After hanging up the phone, Song Fei was left bewildered. After sitting on the sofa in contemplation for a while, he couldn't help but call Xiangyu again. Teacher Chun, I want to confirm something with you. Is there really a life-threatening risk in the Super Yuan Star Plan? At any time, rights and obligations are equal. The federal government is willing to provide the best welfare and treatment because the Super Yuan Star Plan is extremely dangerous. Thank you, Teacher Chen. I misunderstood you before. I'll come by to thank you in person another day. After ending the call with Chun Jiobin, Song Fei realized his back was drenched in sweat. The image of Gu Xiangyu involuntarily flashed in his mind, and a sense of inexplicable irritation rose within him. He opened WeChat and casually sent Gu Xiangyu a message. I no longer need the game helmet and game invitation code. You can keep them for yourself. Okay. Song Fei's message was sent less than 2 seconds before he received Gu Xiangyu's reply. Looking at those 2 words, Song Fei suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. Why did I suddenly become so foolish? I don't need the game helmet and game invitation code myself, but I could sell them at a high price. Currently, the price of game helmets and game invitation codes on the black market had skyrocketed to over 100 million federal coins. Just because he knew the Super Yuan Star Plan was life-threatening didn't mean others did. Why did he easily give up this chance to make money? The feeling of regret made Song Fei feel utterly distressed. After racking his brains for a while, he finally came up with a plan to deceive Gu Xiangyu into giving him the game helmet and game invitation code. However, after Song Fei sent the message, he discovered that he had been blacklisted by Gu Xiangyu on WeChat. Furious, Song Fei couldn't help but call Gu Xiangyu, only to hear the voice prompt indicating that the other party was on another call. Song Fei knew that his phone number was probably also blacklisted by Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu, I'll curse you. An enraged Song Fei shouted, smashing his phone into pieces. Chapter 25, Ponpon's Divine Assistance, Mr. Gu. Here is your package. Please check it. When Gu Xiangyu returned to the Yueshi mansion, he found a delivery guy waiting for him at the door. Gu Xiangyu thanked him and then opened the package in front of the delivery guy, carefully checking the gaming helmet. After confirming that there were no issues, he nodded at the delivery guy. After signing the delivery slip, Gu Xiangyu immediately received an invitation code on his phone. Just as he was about to take his daughter inside, the delivery guy turned around and pulled out another package from the delivery box. After signing for 3 identical gaming helmets, Gu Xiangyu was confused. How could he receive 3 gaming helmets? Was it that the Federal Republic was worried about the quality of their gaming helmets and sent 2 backups? No, this was a virtual world, not Waterblue Star. Gaming helmets couldn't have quality issues. Gu Xiangyu was puzzled and couldn't help but called Chun Jiobin to discuss the matter. Anyone selected for the Super Yuan Star program can only receive 1 gaming helmet and 1 invitation code. The other 2 helmets and invitation codes must have been sent to you by someone else. I didn't expect your connections to be so powerful. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiangyu was even more confused. Do I really have such powerful connections? Why am I unaware of it? Gu Xiangyu counted on his fingers to figure out who could have sent him gaming helmets, but after nearly breaking his fingers, he still couldn't think of anyone besides his advisor who had the influence to obtain gaming helmets and would willingly gift them to him. While Gu Xiangyu was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Gu? I heard you have a gaming helmet. I was wondering if you would be willing to sell it. You can name your price. I won't haggle. Hearing this call, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but show a happy expression on his face. This was like someone delivering a pillow when he was sleepy. If you were sincere, you would have come to me with a price. Since you lack sincerity, don't call me again. There are others who want the gaming helmet besides you. Gu Xiangyu didn't give the caller a price, but arrogantly threw down this line before hanging up, not giving the other party a chance to respond. Song Fei, didn't you say your junior is a naive bumpkin who could be bought off with at most 10 to 20 million? Judging by his tone, it seems this isn't something that can be settled for that amount. In Villa 47 of Yueshi Mansion, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses looked displeased after the call ended. Hearing this,
Song Fei showed an embarrassed expression and stammered. He wanted to give me the gaming helmet for free yesterday. He must have received other purchase calls today, realized the value of the gaming helmet, and decided to sell it at a price. Glancing at the WeChat chat history that had been processed on Song Fei's phone, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses showed a strange expression, then couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, Song Fei. Even such a shrewd person like you can make mistakes. Actively refusing the gaming helmet and invitation code that Xiangyu offered you. If you hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have known the value of the gaming helmet either. As someone running a gaming company, I have more gaming helmets than I need. It's ridiculous that he would give me one as a gift. What a pity. You missed such a great opportunity to make money. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head and muttered softly, "What price should I offer to impress your junior?" You're right. To me, money is just a pile of numbers. The treatment and benefits from the federal government are what I need most. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded solemnly, agreeing with Song Fei's words. Mr. Huang, let's agree that regardless of whether you could buy the gaming helmet or not, you have to honor the contract we discussed. After all, the information I provided is genuine, Song Fei said nervously. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded and then redialed Xiangyu's number. Mr. Gu, your gaming helmet is still available. And I am willing to pay 150 million federal coins for it. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it? Hearing Huang Su offer 50 more than a market price in one breath, Song Fei couldn't help but click his tongue, followed by a pang of heartache. If it weren't for his reckless message to Xiangyu, that 150 million would have been his. However, thinking of the contract Huang Su was about to sign with him, Song Fei's mood brightened again. After signing the contract, it shouldn't be a problem for his company to see a 5-fold increase in profits this year, right? Huang Su easily got what he wanted this time. After hanging up, he quickly signed his name on the contract that Song Fei had prepared. Song Fei, you probably don't know what you've missed. Before leaving, Mr. Huang looked at Song Fei with a hint of sympathy. Mr. Huang, some things are destined, aren't they? Song Fei didn't mention the deadly dangers behind the Super Yuan Star program, instead forcing a bitter smile. After starting the vehicle, Huang Su received a text message from Xiangyu with the meeting address. Seeing the words Yueshi Mansion, Building 33 in the message, Huang Su showed a strange expression. Song Fei, how little do you know your junior? After glancing back at the sign for Building 47 of Yueshi Mansion, Huang Su suddenly wasn't sure if the contract he had just signed with Song Fei was right or wrong. A few minutes later, following the signs in the underground parking lot, Huang Su arrived at the entrance of the parking garage for Building 33 of Yueshi Mansion. After glancing at the parked Ferrari 63 and Hummer in the garage, a thoughtful look flashed in Mr. Huang's eyes, and he called Xiangyu. Mr. Huang, you arrived so quickly? Xiangyu answered the call, surprised, and then took the elevator down to the garage. After welcoming Huang Su into the reception room, Xiangyu made him a cup of tea and then went upstairs to fetch the gaming helmet and invitation code. Mr. Huang, may I ask how you found out that I have a gaming helmet and invitation code? After completing the transaction, Xiangyu curiously asked. Of course, this is my humble request, and Mr. Huang is not obliged to answer. If Mr. Huang tells me the truth, I will owe you a favor. Without waiting for Huang Su to respond, Xiangyu added, before answering Mr. Gu's question. I'm very curious about why you chose to sell your gaming helmet and invitation code instead of keeping them for yourself. Huang Su did not answer Xiangyu immediately, but stared at him intently, as if he was not prepared to answer Xiangyu's question unless he was satisfied with the answer. Xiangyu felt a headache coming on. He shouldn't have asked that question, just as Xiangyu was unsure whether to reveal that he had 3 gaming helmets. Pan suddenly poked her little head out from the second floor. Daddy, my aunt won't let me touch your things. But I feel like there are 2 gaming helmets in your bedroom, and one of them should be mine, right? While speaking, Pan waved the 2 gaming helmets she was holding. Xiangyu, Huang Su, Pan, Dad is receiving guests. It's very impolite to disturb Dad while he is chatting with them. Let us wait until the guests leave before discussing playing games with Dad. At a critical moment, Gu Weiner smiled apologetically at the 2 people in the living room and then carried Pan back to the bedroom. Chapter 26. Selling a hen that lays golden eggs, Mr. Gu actually has 3 gaming helmets? Huang Su was stunned for a long time before he finally swallowed
and said with a trembling voice. At this moment, besides extreme shock, Huang Su was left feeling discouraged and frustrated. Huang Su thought that with several publicly listed companies in control over most of the traffic channels in Yuta province, he should be considered a successful person at the top of the pyramid. However, after learning part of the truth about the Super Yuan Planet project, he had worked hard and exhausted his connections just to barely find a channel to obtain a gaming helmet and game invitation code. Yet, Xiangyu in front of him actually owned 3 gaming helmets. Since Mr. Huang knows the truth, I won't hide it anymore. Please keep it a secret. Thank you. Xiangyu said with a shy smile. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I won't say anything about this, Huang Su replied, knowing that Xiangyu owned 3 gaming helmets. Huang Su's attitude towards him took a complete 180-degree turn. The question Mr. Gu asked me, I originally intended to tell you, but I hesitated when I saw Mr. Gu actually selling his gaming helmet and game invitation code. I didn't expect that I was thinking too small, Huang Su said with a bitter smile. Mr. Gu, when I spoke to you on the phone before, I was with Song Fei, and I learned from him that you have gaming helmets and game invitation codes. In fact, I thought Song Fei had gaming helmets and game invitation codes and was planning to buy them from him, fearing that Xiangyu would become impatient with too many details. Huang Su got straight to the point. Song Fei. Xiangyu couldn't help but examine Huang Su's business card again, then suddenly realized. When Xiangyu received Song Fei's text message in the morning, he was astonished. Because Xiangyu had never thought about actually giving the gaming helmet and game invitation code to Song Fei. He was just playing along and intended to buy one casually outside. So when Xiangyu received the message, he happily replied to Song Fei's text and immediately blocked all of Song Fei's contact methods. Xiangyu originally thought that after Song Fei came to his senses, he would use a roundabout tactic to have a stranger buy the gaming helmet and game invitation code from him, and then resell it for a profit. Didn't expect Song Fei to introduce him to a real client. Mr. Gu probably doesn't know yet, but this test and assessment actually took place in the Blue Flame Mercenary game. Logically, the development company of the Blue Flame Mercenary game should definitely have gaming helmets and game invitation codes. I never dreamed that Song Fei, as the company owner, would actually not have a gaming helmet, Huang Su said. Hearing Huang Su's words, Xiangyu's expression remained unchanged. When he visited Chun Jiobin's home in the morning, Chun Jiobin had already informed Xiangyu about the Super Yuan Planet project. Originally, Song Fei could have had a selection quota for the Super Yuan Planet project. But at a critical moment, after Chun Jiobin spoke up, the situation changed. It seemed that Mr. Gu was aware of the situation, while Song Fei was completely unaware of these inside stories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when chatting with me. Observing Xiangyu's calm reaction, Huang Su felt even more bitter. I had heard a bit about the conflict between Mr. Gu and Song Fei. It was said that the Blue Flame Mercenary game was a leisure project that Mr. Gu worked on after hours. Yet Mr. Gu had no guard up and uploaded the game to the channel platform using the company account, not expecting it to become a hit, which also triggered Song Fei's greed. Faced with the greedy and cunning Song Fei, Mr. Gu actually tried to talk about feelings and reason to protect his rights, only to be fooled time and again. And after nearly 3 years of game operation, he hadn't given you a single cent of game revenue. I was originally still feeling indignant for Mr. Gu, but I didn't expect that in the end, Mr. Gu would be the one to laugh last. While the fool was actually Song Fei. Hearing about his grievances with Song Fei from others gave Xiangyu a complex feeling. Originally, he greatly admired his senior brother Song Fei. So after graduation, he unhesitatingly chose to join Song Fei's company, never imagining that Song Fei would fall out with him over a game to such an extent. Mr. Huang, you're being too harsh. In fact, the ultimate winner in this matter is still Song Fei. After all, he made at least 200 million from the Blue Flame Mercenary game. And when the game's popularity faded, he also received 30 million in copyright buyout fees from the federal government. After Xiangyu got the answer he wanted from Huang Su, he lost interest in continuing the conversation. He lifted his wrist to check the time and said loudly, Mr. Huang, it's getting late today, and I have things to attend to. Shall we meet again next time? Huh? Huang Su became increasingly excited and planned to chat with Xiangyu a bit longer,
but Gu Xiangyu's dismissal took him by surprise. However, realizing Gu Xiangyu's mystery and strength, Huang Su didn't dare show any impatience on his face. He could only hurriedly take his leave. Mr. Huang, in light of you just giving me the answer, I'll offer you a suggestion. Before your four-dimensional attributes reach 80 points, try to stay in the Super Yuan planet and don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die. In the garage, after Huang Su's vehicle had driven a few meters slowly, he suddenly heard Gu Xiangyu's hearty shout. Huang Su felt a jolt in his heart. He turned back to look at Gu Xiangyu, who was smiling, and nodded his thanks seriously. After leaving the Yueshi mansion community, Huang Su suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping his car by the roadside, and then gasped for breath, his face devoid of color. It was at this moment that Huang Su realized his back was completely soaked. The last sentence Gu Xiangyu revealed to him was too important, nearly suffocating him and making it impossible for him to continue driving. After sitting in the car for a long time, Huang Su finally decided to abandon his original plan. Because Gu Xiangyu not only owned 3 gaming helmets, but also seemed to be fully aware of the inside story of the Super Yuan Planet project. Huang Su even suspected that Gu Xiangyu developed the Blue Flame mercenary game to cooperate with the Super Yuan Planet project. Otherwise, how could the Blue Flame mercenary game become an important part of the Super Yuan Planet project? While the gaming helmets that everyone was fighting over were completely disregarded by Gu Xiangyu. Suddenly, Huang Su's mind flashed with Song Fei's face, recalling the conversation records between Song Fei and Gu Xiangyu, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Song Fei, you should know the dangers of the Super Yuan Planet project, which is why you refused Gu Xiangyu's gaming helmet. But isn't it a bit unscrupulous that you knew there was a fatal danger in the Super Yuan Planet project and didn't tell me? You thought that after 2 years, the popularity of the Blue Flame mercenary game would fade, and you could revel in the last wave of profits from the government without realizing that what you sold was a hen that lays golden eggs. Since you've plotted against me, Huang Su, don't blame me for being unkind. Chapter 27. When did making money become so easy? As soon as Gu Xiangyu returned to the living room, Pampan jumped into his arms and coquettishly asked for the gaming helmet. Pampan, if you want to play games, Dad will buy you a gaming pod later, and you can play whatever game you like, Gu Xiangyu said, pinching his daughter's cheek gently. The content of this gaming helmet is a bit bloody and violent, not suitable for children. Oh, Pampan widened her eyes, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead. Wanner, this is a mercenary game. If you want to play it, this game helmet is yours. I'd rather not. I'm not interested in fighting games. I prefer simulation games. Gu Wanner decisively shook her head in refusal. After refusing, Gu Wanner suddenly remembered something that Xiao Hailing had mentioned to her inadvertently and said instinctively, Brother, Hailing told me that her dad seems to be looking to buy a game helmet. It's related to the Super Yuan Planet project, and the Europa Federation government has already inflated the price to 300 million Federation coins, but it's still hard to find. It would be great if the game helmet you have is the one they're all competing for. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt that the transfer of 150 million Federation coins he had just received wasn't so appealing anymore. Vanya, why didn't you tell me this news earlier? The guy in the golden rimmed glasses just spent 150 million to buy my game helmet. Seeing her brother's frantic expression, Gu Wanner was puzzled. It took her a while to realize what was going on. Brother, you don't mean to tell me that this helmet is the one that Hailing's dad is trying to buy, right? Her voice trembled as she said this. You just need to tell Xiao Hailing that I am the developer of the Blue Flame mercenary game, and her dad will know what is going on. Gu Xiangyu explained without elaborating further, gesturing for Gu Wanner to contact Xiao Hailing. Gu Wanner nodded and quickly dialed Xiao Hailing's video call. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Wanner got straight to the point about the game helmet. Xiao Hailing on the other end was taken aback and quickly called for her father. After verifying the authenticity of the game helmet and the game invitation code via video, Xiao Hailing's father, Xiao Junjiang, was so excited that his face turned red. Without saying a word, he transferred 500 million Federation coins to Gu Xiangyu's bank card and insisted that he must keep the game helmet, promising to send someone to pick it up immediately.
After ending the video call, Gu Xiangyu's mind was buzzing. Gu Wanner also felt that everything that had just happened was too surreal. Dad, since the game helmet is so expensive, you should stop playing games and sell this one too. Suddenly, Pon Pon's childish voice echoed in the villa hall, waking up the stunned siblings. Brother, when did making money become so easy? I can't be dreaming, right? A game helmet can sell for several hundred million. Doesn't that mean Feixiang Game Company is making a killing? Brother, can you get a share of the game helmet? Or just the Game S share? At that moment, both Gu Wanner and Pan Pan turned into money enthusiasts, leaving Gu Xiangyu both amused and exasperated. Gu Xiangyu had never mentioned his grievances with Song Fei to his sister. It was only after he received the share from Blue Flame Game yesterday that he explained his income source, fearing that his sister would worry. He never expected that his sister would care about his income because of the unusual demand for the game helmet. First of all, the Blue Flame Mercenary game has been bought out by the Federal Republic. After that, whether it's the game helmet or game shares, they have nothing to do with Feixiang Game Company. Secondly, after being diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, I was already dismissed by Feixiang Game Company, and they gave me a full severance package. So even if the Blue Flame Mercenary game continues to generate profits for Feixiang Game Company, it has nothing to do with me. Finally, Wanner, we must be content and not too greedy. And you too, Pan Pan. As long as we have enough money to spend, we shouldn't get lost in the pursuit of wealth. This game helmet is the result of Dad's hard work. Shouldn't we let Dad have a chance to experience it? Gu Xiangyu cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's righteous words, Gu Wanner and Pan Pan both turned red and lowered their heads in shame. Half an hour later, Gu Xiangyu and the others heard a rumbling noise outside the house. When they stepped out, they saw a private plane parked on the lawn outside the villa. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm here to pick up the game helmet as per Mr. Qiao's instructions. This is a small token of appreciation from Mr. Qiao. Please accept it. A young man in a Zhongshan suit quickly walked up to Gu Xiangyu, handed him a high-end gift box, and respectfully said. Gu Xiangyu nodded, accepted the gift box, then returned to the hall and handed over the game helmet to the man. Wanner, what business does your classmate's family do? They must be extraordinarily wealthy. After watching the helicopter leave, Gu Xiangyu opened the gift box and saw 10 heavy gold bars inside, unable to contain his curiosity. It seems their family has several mines in the United States and the Europa Federation, but I'm not very clear on the specifics. I've never asked Hailing. If you're interested, I can help you ask, Gu Wanner replied. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gu Wanner and said irritably, I was just thinking about whether I should return some of the money to them. After all, 500 million for a game helmet is too outrageous. Since they have mines, then let us just pretend I said nothing. Even though he could no longer earn money through the game helmet or the game, suddenly acquiring a large sum of astronomical wealth was still a delightful experience. In Villa 47 of a Yushi mansion, Song Fei was equally excited, his face flushed. Half an hour ago, he had received a mysterious phone call. The caller informed him that the Blue Flame Mercenary game was an important part of the Super Yuan Planet project, and now on the black market. The price of the game helmet had soared to nearly 200 million each. However, the governments of the 9 provinces federation, the United States, and the Europa Federation had all restricted the issuance of game helmets, leading to a situation where they were priced high but hard to find. The mysterious caller urged Song Fei to secretly produce Blue Flame Mercenary game helmets and cooperate in selling them, assuring him that they could make a fortune. After making several calls to confirm that the Super Yuan Planet project selection was indeed related to the Blue Flame Mercenary game, he became so furious that he smashed things in the living room. Finally, he called back the mysterious phone number and agreed to collaborate on the production and sale of the game helmets. Chapter 28. Wealth Beyond Count on the Market. Gu Xiangyu would pay a premium of 20 for any cold weapon with a bit of character, and for any cold weapon with collectible value. He would even pay a premium of 50 or even 200. In just a few days, Gu Xiangyu spent nearly 500 million federal coins and successfully made a name for himself in the circle, being called the biggest spendthrift in the community. However, after seeing the changes in his attributes, Gu Xiangyu felt that it was all worth it. Name: Gu Xiangyu Strength, 2nd tier Awakened Power, 42 Speed, 23 Physique, 39 Spirit, 45 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, level can grow,
Eye of Truth level can grow. Compared to when he obtained the Eye of Truth ability, Gu Xiangyu's total attributes had increased by a full 20 points. It's worth noting that previously, when Gu Xiangyu had looted all of Su Daoyuan's collection at the Cold Weapon Museum on the top floor of the Qinji Hotel, his total attributes had only increased by 15 points. This means that the total value of the cold weapons Gu Xiangyu purchased in just a few days was already comparable to Su Daoyuan's collection accumulated over a lifetime, and may even slightly surpass it. Daoyu, I see you're actively acquiring cold weapons. You must want to enhance your strength as much as possible before the tests and assessments, right? Your uncle Jiang said that there are many abandoned and unmined mines in the Zhozhou Federation. If various metal ores are equally useful to you, it would be more economical to enhance your strength this way. As Gu Xiangyu spent money like water, and his bank card balance was about to hit zero, he received a call from Professor Chen Jiubin. Professor Chen, why didn't you call me earlier? Daoyu, Professor Chen is just an ordinary person. Everything was deduced by your uncle Jiang. If you hadn't made such a big fuss, you wouldn't have received this call. I'm just joking with you. Thank you, Professor Chen. You must be regretting all that money you spent. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I'll send the maps of those mines to your phone shortly. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After tidying up briefly, he drove out in his Hummer. However, just after leaving the community, Gu Xiangyu calmed down. Enhancing strength was certainly important, but the safety of his sister and daughter was equally crucial. Although the Su family had been quiet for the past few days, Gu Xiangyu did not believe that the matter with the Su family was over, especially since any danger could arise during the Great Catastrophe. Thinking of the iron dumpling he left at the Yudu Province Zoo, Gu Xiangyu's heart became eager. Since everything on the Super Yuan planet operates autonomously, and the federal government focuses its main energies on the Water Blue Star, it was only natural that the iron dumpling could be brought home. With a beast soldier of third-tier cultivation guarding his home, it would be enough to handle most dangers. When Gu Wan'er and Pan Pan suddenly saw the iron dumpling, they instinctively screamed and rushed to hug it. The iron dumpling's appearance was indeed deceptive. Chubby and clumsy, no girl could resist its cuteness. However, Gu Xiangyu didn't dare to say that he had brought the iron dumpling back from a zoo. Instead, he told Gu Wan'er and Pan Pan that it was a product of the federal government's latest cloning technology. Who knew that the two girls were not concerned about the iron dumpling's origin and even thought Gu Xiangyu's talking was a disturbance. Seeing the iron dumpling playing happily with the two girls, Gu Xiangyu felt strange. He had thought the iron dumpling would become his combat partner, but unexpectedly, it ended up as a family mascot. Was the iron dumpling in reality also tamed by him like the one on the Super Yuan planet? Suddenly, an exciting thought popped into Gu Xiangyu's mind, making him eager to return to the Water Blue Star to find out. Also, since the development of the Super Yuan planet is synchronized with the Water Blue Star, killing the animals at the Yudu Province Zoo on the Super Yuan planet should not change the fate of the province's fall. He would need to return to the Water Blue Star to truly resolve the issue of Yudu Province's downfall. After daydreaming in the hall for a while, Gu Xiangyu greeted his sister and daughter and hurriedly drove to the nearest mine. 50 minutes later, following the map, Gu Xiangyu arrived at an abandoned mine in northern Yudu Province. This mine had clearly been abandoned for a long time. The entrance was filled with collapsed rubble and overgrown weeds. If it weren't for the clear indication on Gu Xiangyu's map marking it as a mine, one could easily miss it with just the naked eye. Gu Xiangyu materialized a long spear and patiently cleared the rubble and weeds at the entrance, carving out a passage before moving forward slowly. The mine had obviously been thoroughly developed. After going several meters deep, he hadn't seen any metal and even suspected that the mine had been completely emptied. What if I don't follow the original passage and look in another direction? After delving another 30 meters, Gu Xiangyu stopped, and a thought surged in his mind. The next moment, Gu Xiangyu materialized a dagger and directly slashed at the ground beneath his feet, cutting the concrete floor in half like tofu. Then, Gu Xiangyu transformed into a burrowing creature and energetically delved deeper underground. Suddenly, Gu Xiangyu heard a crisp sound, and excitement instantly appeared on his face. Under the illumination of the mining lamp, the ore beneath his feet emitted a golden glow. Is this a gold mine? Gu Xiangyu easily pierced the ore beneath him with the dagger, extracting a basketball-sized piece of ore. After using his infinite mimicry talent, the metal content of the ore was gradually absorbed by his body, while impurities fell to the ground. Soon, a fist-sized gold nugget appeared in Gu Xiangyu's hand, making him beam with joy. I didn't expect the infinite mimicry talent could also refine the purity of metals. I won't have to worry about money in the future. Thinking about the many mines on the water blue star, Gu Xiangyu's mood became restless. Just a basketball-sized piece of ore could yield a fist-sized gold nugget. If he visited all the abandoned and unmined mines on the water blue star, how much wealth would he accumulate? Gu Xiangyu realized he couldn't calculate it. After grinning foolishly for a while, Gu Xiangyu transformed into a burrowing creature again. But this time his movements were even quicker, as if he had suddenly been infused with boundless energy, giving him an unstoppable feeling. Chapter 29. He will die with rhythm in the following days. Besides occasionally returning to the city for supplies, Gu Xiangyu almost stayed in the mine. He repeated the actions of searching for ore, mining, purifying, and mimicking every day. Although it was monotonous, it was extremely fulfilling. When he received an encrypted call from the federal government notifying him that he could take his gaming helmet to the Dragon Sports Center for tests and assessments at 8 p.m. that night, Gu Xiangyu had already emptied several mines. Sigh, time is still not enough. Thinking about the nearly 100 mines marked on the map, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but sigh. However, when he saw the tremendous changes on his attribute panel, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Name: Gu Xiangyu. Strength: Awakened, 3rd tier. Power: 55 speed, 33 physique, 54 spirit, 57 talent skills. Infinite mimicry. Level can upgrade. Eye of Truth level can upgrade. Compared to before entering the mines, Gu Xiangyu's total attributes had increased by 50 points, and the infinite mimicry talent had successfully upgraded from level to level, raising his strength to a 3rd tier awakened. This is the correct way to enhance strength. Thinking of the truck full of ore, Gu Xiangyu felt even happier. Gu Xiangyu roughly estimated that the price of that load of ore should exceed 1 billion. After realizing that his ability could purify the ore, Gu Xiangyu started researching the types and values of ores. He found that the most expensive metal was not gold, but rhodium, which was 5 times the price of gold. Additionally, palladium was also significantly more expensive than gold. Although the values of iridium, platinum, and osmium were not as high as gold, they were still quite valuable. Naturally, Gu Xiangyu would not leave these rare and expensive metals in the wilderness. Instead, he happily loaded all of them onto the vehicle like a miser. Now, he owed his advisor an even greater favor, remembering that his enhancement in strength and wealth was entirely due to Chen Jubin. Gu Xiangyu felt moved and pondered how he could better express his gratitude to his advisor. After returning to Yueshi Mansion, Gu Xiangyu disregarded everything and dove into his bedroom, lying on the bed for a deep sleep. It was not until 6 hours later that he woke up to the sound of his alarm, feeling completely refreshed. Dad, are we going out? Just as Gu Xiangyu greeted his sister and Pampan while preparing to head out alone with his gaming helmet, his daughter jogged overexcitedly to ask. Gu Xiangyu was taken aback and then noticed that both his sister and daughter had put on light makeup, wearing sun hats and carrying small bags, all looking ready to go out. Brother, you haven't forgotten what you promised us, have you? Seeing Gu Xiangyu's confused expression, Gu Wanner turned green with worry. What promise? Gu Xiangyu felt a bit guilty and rapidly recalled what he had promised his sister and daughter. Dad, you promised yesterday on the phone to take me and Aunt to the assessment site. Aunt is especially eager to see your performance in the assessment. And Pampan wants to cheer for you too. Just as Gu Xiangyu was feeling awkward and at a loss, Ponpon's voice rang out in his ears. Is that so? I completely don't remember that at all. Gu Xiangyu's expression became even more confused. Brother, you are being too much. Gu Wanner, hearing this, got angry and exclaimed, how can you deny something you already promised? Dad, you taught Pampan that we shouldn't casually break our promises. Pampan pouted beside her. At that moment, Gu Xiangyu finally recalled that he did receive a call from his sister Gu Wanner yesterday afternoon while he was in the mine. However, because he was in a cave, the signal was intermittent. He couldn't hear clearly what his sister and daughter were saying and didn't want to ruin their excitement by hanging up. So he just responded with a few vague sounds.
Perhaps he had promised to take them to the assessment site at that time. During major events, one must remain calm. Wanner, your temperament is even worse than Pon-Pon's. You get so worked up over nothing and won't even let your brother joke with you? Gu Xiangyu chuckled mischievously, then hugged Pan and stepped into the elevator. Gu Wanner paused for a moment, then quickly followed, though her face was full of suspicion. Was her brothers acting this good? When Gu Xiangyu and the others arrived at the official assessment location, they found that the area was already under strict security, with police maintaining order within a few kilometers. After verifying their identities, they smoothly entered the giant dragon sports arena. Gu Xiangyu clearly saw that a large number of people were being held back beyond the police line, excitedly arguing with the officers. It seemed that they had spent a lot of money on gaming helmets and invitation codes, but could not pass the official verification. This made Gu Xiangyu worry. The 2 gaming helmets he sold shouldn't have such a problem, right? Gu Xiangyu, how did you manage to sneak into the assessment site? Didn't the police stop you? Just as Gu Xiangyu was looking around, trying to find out if Huang Su had passed the official verification to enter, he heard a familiar voice beside him. Turning to look, he saw that the person speaking was Yin Qinghan, dressed up beautifully. Yin Qinghan had long eyelashes and almond-shaped eyes adorned with light purple eyeshadow. Her fitted sweater accentuated her already ample bosom, making it appear like a peak. However, at that moment, she was tightly hugging the arm of a bald man, her bosom almost completely pressed against his arm, looking at Gu Xiangyu and his party with disdain and contempt. Darling, this is your ex-husband, but he doesn't look like a terminal cancer patient at all. The bald man glanced at Gu Xiangyu with a playful smile. Sweetheart, maybe he just has a brief resurgence. Yin Qinghan sweetly addressed the bald man, and her venomous words made Gu Xiangyu frown. Gu Xiangyu, did you think that buying a villa with a stroke of luck makes you impressive? My boyfriend Su Daoran is the chairman of Xiangyu Group. He could have as many villas like yours in Yueshi Mansion as he wants. You guys are sick, and quite severely too. If you can't afford to see a doctor, I can lend you some money. Just as Yin Qinghan was bragging about the wealth of the man beside her, Gu Xiangyu coldly dropped the line and led his sister and daughter away. Seeing this, Yin Qinghan was furious, her face turning red, her chest heaving dramatically. Su Daren's expression darkened as well, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Darling, I didn't expect him to turn into a mad dog, biting anyone he sees, fearing that Su Daoran would get angry with me. Yin Qinghan nervously apologized. This matter has nothing to do with you, but your ex-husband angered me, and he will die in a very rhythmic manner, Su Daoran said, squeezing Yin Qinghan's bosom with a sinister smile. Chapter 30. First on the 3-list brother. Yin Qinghan is really too much. If I weren't worried about affecting your assessment today, I would have really wanted to go up and scratch her face. Once inside the sports arena, Gu Wanner said indignantly, let us not talk about that woman. Seeing Pon-Pon's silent demeanor, Gu Xiangyu felt a pang of hurt for a few seconds and changed the topic. Call Xiao Hailing and ask if her father's identity has passed the official verification from the United States government. Gu Wanner agreed and quickly dialed Xiao Hailing's number. Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to contact Huang Su, he felt someone patting his shoulder from behind, followed by a cheerful laugh entering his ears. Mr. Gu, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you, and I didn't expect to run into you at the door. Hearing Huang Su's unique voice, Gu Xiangyu felt a weight lift from his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't have to refund any money. It's good that you made it in, Mr. Huang. I saw so many people being held back outside and was worried that you might also be stopped. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gu. The gaming helmets and invitation codes you transferred to me are officially provided, so there won't be any issues. Those people being held back outside obtained their helmets and codes through unreliable channels, so they naturally can't pass the official verification. Huang Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said this. However, Gu Xiangyu's attention was not on Huang Su. He was absent-mindedly surveying the arena and its audience, so he did not catch the subtext of Huang Su's words. In public, Huang Su did not dare to speak too directly. After a brief exchange with Gu Xiangyu, he hurriedly left. What exactly happened in the giant dragon sports arena in his previous life? Why couldn't he remember anything at all? Gu Xiangyu vaguely recalled that something significant had occurred at the giant dragon sports arena around this time in his previous life. However, he was still lying in the hospital then and had not paid much attention to outside matters. It was only long after the event had passed that he began to hear fragmented information about it. Brother, Hailing said her father's identity has passed the official verification and has entered the assessment venue. While Gu Xiangyu was deep in thought, Gu Wanner said beside him in a crisp voice, "All right, you guys can find 2 random seats in the audience area. I'm going to the contestant area." Unable to recall what had happened in the Dragon Sports Center in his past life, Gu Xiangyu scratched the back of his head restlessly and slowly walked towards the contestant area. Gu Xiangyu, this is the competition venue. Only contestants can enter. You don't intend to remarry me and are deliberately waiting here for me, right? Just as Gu Xiangyu stepped onto the stairs to the contestant area, Yan Qinghan's noisy voice rang in his ears. Gu Xiangyu looked at Yan Qinghan with a face full of impatience, wishing he could slap her away. "I'm telling you, it's impossible for us. My boyfriend is not only wealthy, but also has a spot in the Super Yuan Planet Program selection. Do you know how much that selection spot is worth? It would scare you to death if I told you. Once my boyfriend passes the assessment, he can become someone of importance, and as his family member, I can also become part of the privileged class of the federal government, enjoying special treatment throughout Water Blue Star. After our divorce, we are from 2 different worlds. You should stop daydreaming about me changing my mind." Yan Qing'an did not notice Gu Xiangyu's impatience and continued to flaunt her superiority. "Miss, could you please move aside? You're blocking the contestant's path." Just as Yan Qing'an was getting into her groove, a staff member responsible for maintaining order politely reminded her. "Ah, he is a contestant." Yan Qing'an looked around and found that besides the 2 staff members maintaining order, it was just Gu Xiangyu and herself, and she couldn't help but freeze. While Yan Qing'an was in a daze, Gu Xiangyu forcibly squeezed her aside and strode up the steps. How could he possibly be a contestant? No, that's impossible. He's just an ordinary programmer. There's no way he could be selected for the Super Yuan Planet program. Buying a spot costs over 100 million federal coins. He can't afford that. It must be that there was a mistake with the official verification. He slipped in through the cracks. You all hurry up and chase him out, or it will severely affect the normal progress of this assessment. Even seeing staff members respectfully guiding Gu Xiangyu, Yan Qinghan still couldn't believe what was happening in front of her and excitedly pulled the staff member who stayed behind to maintain order, shouting incessantly. Under the staff's guidance, Gu Xiangyu quickly entered the competition venue through the contestants' exclusive passage. At this point, there were only a few minutes left before the competition assessment began, and the other contestants had long been ready. Gu Xiangyu's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. As soon as Gu Xiangyu sat down, a host dressed in a dark blue suit walked up to the central platform of the venue with a microphone. "Dear contestants and online and offline audiences, good evening. With everyone's eager anticipation and strong support, the assessment of the Super Yuan Planet program is about to begin. Whether you're an expert or elite on the official selection list, or a lucky one who got a game helmet and game verification code through other channels, I, on behalf of the Federal Republic, congratulate you because you will face a huge change in your life's destiny. Our event is divided into a testing phase and an assessment phase. The testing phase is mandatory, and we will test all contestants' physical 4-dimensional data. The assessment phase is voluntary, and you can choose whether to participate. The host took 3 minutes to explain the rules of the testing and assessment, as well as the related benefits after passing the testing and assessment. This information was already known to the contestants through the game helmets before today. Therefore, as soon as the host announced the start of the testing and assessment, the contestants eagerly put on their game helmets and followed the host prompts, operating step by step. Suddenly, everyone felt the chairs beneath them shake violently, and then a refreshing fragrance wafted into their noses, quickly filling the entire venue. These fragrances were high-intelligence, composite molecules vaporized from nutrient solutions that could provide the necessary nutrients for the human body. As a sense of weightlessness came over them, everyone was suddenly dazzled and found themselves in a completely unfamiliar square. The square was boundless, and in the center was a floating blue flame sculpture. Everyone was located beneath the flame statue, and their previously chaotic and anxious feelings instantly calmed down. Gu Xiangyu looked around the familiar square and couldn't help but reveal a look of realization. Because every detail of the Blue Flame mercenary game contained Gu Xiangyu's hard work, yet in the end, This game was taken away by Song Fei. Mr. Gu, although I spent half a month familiarizing myself with the Blue Flame Mercenary game, I still feel a bit nervous about this testing and assessment. Please take care of me when you have the chance. While Gu Xiangyu was immersed in memories of the past, Huang Su walked up to him with an expectant look on his face. Huang Su, you're getting worse. You're actually bowing down to a little programmer. What can he help you with? Before Gu Xiangyu could speak, a mocking voice rang out beside them. Su Daoran, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Although Qinji Group is powerful, it's just that in my eyes, Huang is not impressed. If you think that your little worth can show off your superiority in front of me, you've picked the wrong person. Su Daoran clearly did not expect Huang Su to be so disrespectful to him. He snorted coldly and shot a fierce glare at Gu Xiangyu before turning to leave. Other contestants who logged into the Blue Flame Mercenary game were also looking for familiar faces, whispering and discussing among themselves. Mr. Huang, since you think so highly of me, I'll give you a small suggestion. The core philosophy of the Blue Flame Mercenary game is trust and never giving up. As long as you keep these two words in mind, you should achieve good results in the assessment. Gu Xiangyu glanced around and, under Huang Su's expectant gaze, offered his advice. After Huang Su left with a joyful face, Gu Xiangyu silently called up the holographic virtual operation interface and made changes to the default settings. Just as Gu Xiangyu finished setting up, four clusters of milky white light descended from the sky, transforming into 4 large virtual screens surrounding everyone. On the top of these 4 giant screens were the words Strength Leaderboard, Speed Leaderboard, Constitution Leaderboard, and Mental Strength Leaderboard, with rankings, names, and individual attribute data below. At the same time, a series of crisp mechanical prompts echoed in everyone's minds. Dear contestants, your 4-dimensional attribute test results are out. Please check your rankings on the 4 leaderboards. Anyone whose individual attribute data ranks in the top 1,000 should proceed towards the corresponding leaderboard. If all 4 attributes are in the top 1,000, please choose to proceed towards the leaderboard with your highest individual attribute. If none of the 4 attributes are in the top 1,000, you can proceed in any direction. In 10 minutes, we will announce your final test results based on how close you are to the leaderboards. Upon hearing the system's prompt, each contestant immediately looked at their highest individual attributes corresponding leaderboard to check their ranking. Gu Xiangyu glanced at his 4-dimensional attributes and then looked at the mental strength leaderboard. Soon, a charming smile appeared on Gu Xiangyu's face because he found that his game number was prominently ranked first on the mental strength leaderboard. He couldn't help but check the other leaderboards and happily discovered that, except for the speed leaderboard, his game number was also ranked first on the strength leaderboard and constitution leaderboard. Moreover, his individual attribute data on these 3 rankings far surpassed that of the person in second place, with a gap of more than 10 points, even reaching over 20 points in some cases. Not to mention the gap in individual attributes between the other competitors and Gu Xiangyu after the second place. Gradually, others also began to notice the exaggerated attributes of the first place on the various rankings, and the entire square erupted in excitement. Wow! The attribute points of the first place in the strength ranking are actually 55, more than double mine. The data of the first place on the physique ranking is also too exaggerated, with a full 20 points more than the second place. Is there really someone with a mental attribute of 57? Is that even human? Was I the only one to notice that the names displayed for the first place in the strength ranking, physique ranking, and mental power ranking were not shown as names, but as game IDs, and they were all the same game ID? Chapter 31. Who is ID 718? The individuals on the selection list for the Super Yuan Star project are mostly older experts and elites, while the players of the Blue Flame Mercenary game are primarily teenagers. Even if the contestants had done their homework on the Blue Flame Mercenary game in advance, they cannot possibly be as familiar with the game settings as Gu Xiangyu was. Therefore, when over 99 of the leaderboard displayed real names, Gu Xiangyu's game ID 718 seemed so abrupt and eye-catching. ID 718 couldn't be a military elite, could it? His physical 4-dimensional data is simply too exaggerated. So this game can actually choose to hide names. I learned something, I'll try it too. ID 718 must be a hardcore player of the Blue Flame Mercenary game. Otherwise, it will be impossible to be so familiar with the game's operations. because of the exaggerated physical four-dimensional attribute data of ID 718. Along with the unique display of the game ID, he instantly became the focus of discussion among the contestants. Fortunately, the Blue Flame Mercenary game is a holographic reality virtual game, so there are no visible markers above their heads, which made Xiangyu not worry about his identity being exposed. Mr. Gu, is ID 718 you? Mr. Huang, are you joking? I'm just a programmer. How could my physical four-dimensional data be so exaggerated? In the face of Huang Su's suspicion, Xiangyu denied it outright. The reason Xiangyu chose to hide his name on the leaderboard was that he feared becoming a target due to being outstanding and attracting unnecessary trouble. After hiding his name, unless someone knew his game ID or physical four-dimensional data in real life, it would be difficult to connect ID 718 to him. Outside the arena, all the spectators saw the 4 leaderboards on the huge screen above the gymnasium. When they saw familiar names on the leaderboard, they would instinctively scream and celebrate with those around them. Gu Wanner silently recited the physical four-dimensional data that Xiangyu had mentioned to her before, carefully searching for Xiangyu's name on the big screen, but after scanning all 4 leaderboards, her expression turned very ugly. Because the 4 leaderboards only displayed the names of the top 1,000 in attribute data, yet the lowest individual attribute data on these 4 leaderboards was 16 points. Aunt, why do you look so unhappy? No, Aunt, I want to share a little secret with you. Do you want to hear it? What secret? You will definitely be very happy after I tell you this secret. But you have to kiss me first, then I will tell you. Gu Wanner was amused by Wan Wan's words. She chuckled, and then gave Wan Wan's little face a heavy kiss. Aunt, Dad's game helmet ID is 718. You probably didn't know, right? Wan Wan made Gu Wanner lower her head, then whispered close to Gu Wanner's ear. Hearing Wan Wan's words and seeing her proud expression, Gu Wanner looked at the 4 leaderboards on the big screen with confusion. When Gu Wanner saw that ID 718 ranked first in 3 of the leaderboards, she hesitated, not knowing what to say. Gu Wanner, do you know how your brother got the game helmet and game invitation code? Just as Gu Wanner was racking her brain, trying to explain to Wan Wan that Xiangyu's game helmet ID could not possibly be 718, a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Seeing Yin Qinghan approaching to strike up a conversation, Gu Wanner frowned in disgust and ignored her. Gu Wanner, are you and your brother dumb? Since you got the game helmet, why didn't you sell it? You know a game helmet can sell for at least 100 million federal coins. Seeing Gu Wanner remain silent, Yin Qinghan opened her mouth to mock. However, before Yin Qinghan could finish her sentence, Wan Wan couldn't help but rebut loudly. Dad and Ann are not dumb. They sold 2 game helmets and made over 600 million federal coins. 600 million federal coins? Yin Qinghan instinctively repeated, then wanted to scold Wan Wan for lying. But after glancing at the expressions on Gu Wanner and Wan Wan's faces and considering their personalities, Yin Qinghan realized that this was likely true. Remembering that Xiangyu had suddenly made several hundred million federal coins, but had nothing to do with her, Yin Qinghan's mood instantly soured, and she looked at Gu Wanner and Wan Wan with jealousy and resentment. Dad also said that he wants to achieve good results in this test and assessment, so that Aunt and I can enjoy the treatment of top citizens of the Federal Republic. Just as Yin Qinghan was turning to leave in despair, Wan Wan timely added a final blow from behind. Yin Qinghan wanted to retort that with Xiangyu's physical four-dimensional attributes, he could not possibly pass the official test and assessment, but thinking about the over 600 million federal coins, she lost her will to argue. Wan Wan, well done. Gu Wanner never expected Wan Wan to suddenly become so sharp, managing to make Yin Qinghan flee with just a few words. She couldn't help but give Wan Wan a thumbs up. Wan Wan never lies. Could the secret she just shared with me actually be true? Looking at Wan Wan, who was eagerly staring at the big screen, Gu Wanner suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Soon, Gu Wanner couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, her face showing disappointment, because she saw her brother heading towards the speed ranking leaderboard, while ID 718 had the highest attribute data in mental power. Hey, my brother is heading towards the speed leaderboard. Could it be that his speed attribute data made it into the top 1,000, and I just didn't notice his name because I was careless? Gu Wanner instantly became excited, and her gaze fell back on the speed ranking leaderboard, starting to search line by line for her brother's name. Gu Xiangyu was unaware of what was happening in the audience and had no idea about Gu Wanner's thoughts. He initially intended to head toward the mental power ranking leaderboard. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something. The talent square of the Blue Flame Mercenary game is surrounded by 4 talent stone tablets. Once players reach a contribution of 1,000 points in the Mercenary Guild, they can use the teleportation array of the Mercenary Guild to reach the talent square and choose different talent stone tablets to enhance their physical attributes. Gu Xiangyu already knew the true purpose of the Super Yuan Star project. The host wanted the contestants to move towards the leaderboard with their highest individual attributes, presumably to make their data stand out more. However, Gu Xiangyu was more eager to enhance his speed attribute. Because Gu Xiangyu could enhance his strength, physique, and mental attributes through the infinite simulation talent, he had not found an effective way to improve his speed attribute. So Mr. Gu was really not ID 718? After seeing Gu Xiangyu's direction of progress, Huang Su, who had been silently observing Gu Xiangyu's movements, couldn't help but feel a face full of disappointment. Because he clearly saw that the speed attribute of number 718 was only 33, ranking 59th on the speed leaderboard. That bastard Huang Su had always shown great respect to Gu Xiangyu. He thought number 718 was Gu Xiangyu. If that were the case, he would have to let go of his hatred and even move his entire family power away from Yuta province. Since number 718 was not Gu Xiangyu, he no longer needed to hold back and could continue to observe. In the dense crowd, a cold gaze swept back and forth between Huang Su and Gu Xiangyu. After clearly seeing the direction Gu Xiangyu was heading, the owner of the gaze unconsciously exhaled a breath of foul air, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 32. Double Attribute Point Reward. After the other contestants found their names on the leaderboard, they quickly determined their direction of progress. However, Gu Xiangyu took 2 steps toward the mental strength attribute leaderboard before temporarily changing his direction, thus falling to the back of the group. As a game designer, Gu Xiangyu was not worried at all about his final test scores. Although the Federal Republic uniformly issued game helmets and game invitation codes to eliminate the possibility of cheating, it did not mean Gu Xiangyu could not find shortcuts to improve his test results. Every game has rules that can be followed. Reasonably utilizing game rules to enhance test scores is a form of cheating that even the Federal Republic cannot prohibit. For example, Gu Xiangyu, after collecting a large amount of internal test data and verifying the 4-step breathing method through numerous experiments, could not only maximize his cardiopulmonary function, but also keep his body in a relaxed state while moving forward. 4 steps for an exhale, 4 steps for an inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. While running, Gu Xiangyu silently recited the numbers in his heart, causing his limbs to become light, and his body entered a very rhythmic pace. His speed increased rapidly. Soon, Gu Xiangyu caught up with the main group. Then, at a fast speed, he surpassed one person after another. 2 minutes later, Gu Xiangyu had already run to the middle of the group. 5 minutes later, he surged to the front of the group, started to lead the main team. At 8 minutes, Gu Xiangyu had left the group far behind, just a step away from the talent stone tablet. On the huge screen in the stadium, the contestants' test footage in the game was constantly being played. Many faces flashed by in the camera, but the camera never hesitated to focus on that small group of people running at the front of each team, especially when the speeds of other contestants were nearly the same. Moving forward in sync, Gu Xiangyu, with his exaggerated speed, left the group far behind, increasing his chances of appearing on the big screen. Auntie, look quickly, Dad is in first place, how amazing. Even though Dad's speed attribute was the weakest among his physical attributes, he could still perform the best. I must learn from Dad. I can't embarrass him. Gu Wanner had been searching for a long time on the speed leaderboard without finding Gu Xiangyu's name and was feeling down. But upon seeing her brother's calm and confident face on the big screen, she almost thought she was dreaming. It wasn't until Pan Pan excitedly hugged her arm and shook it vigorously, chattering nonstop, that Gu Wanner began to digest and absorb the fact that her brother was running at the front of the team. Could it be that her brother's game helmet number was really 718? At that moment, Gu Wanner began to believe Pan Pan's word a little. Yin Xinghan also saw Gu Xiangyu's avatar frequently appearing on the big screen. She couldn't believe her eyes. Given Gu Xiangyu's physical quality, it would be impressive enough for him to enter the top 1,000 on the speed leaderboard. So how could he be at the front of the group? In the tense atmosphere of the competition, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, as the contestants were still desperately sprinting towards different leaderboards. The host announced the end of the test phase. Remembering that his previous game number had appeared on 3 leaderboards, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed, and he quickly opened the game settings menu for adjustments. Almost as soon as Gu Xiangyu clicked confirm, the old leaderboard disappeared, replaced by a new one. Seeing his name displayed on the speed attribute leaderboard, a relieved expression appeared on his face. Is my brother really number 718? Upon seeing the name Gu Xiangyu at the top of the speed leaderboard, Gu Wanner was extremely confused. She had naturally noticed that the speed attribute of the previous number 718 was also 33, but there were more than 20 people with a speed attribute of 33, and several were displayed with game numbers. Huang Su and Su Daoran were equally perplexed. Huang Su had initially ruled out the possibility that Gu Xiangyu was number 718, but after seeing Gu Xiangyu achieve the top score on the speed attribute leaderboard, he started to doubt the accuracy of his judgment. Su Daoran was surprised by Gu Xiangyu's speed attribute data and the exaggerated score he achieved in the test, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and disbelief. However, including Huang Su, Su Daoran, and all other contestants quickly lost interest in the scores on the leaderboard, because a virtual dialog box suddenly popped up in front of them. You have completed the test phase of the Super Yuan Planet program. You can choose to log out of the game or continue with the assessment phase of the Super Yuan Planet program. If you choose to log out of the game, you will receive attribute point rewards and enjoy the status of a level 2 citizen of the Federal Republic. If you choose to continue into the assessment phase, you may face the danger of death, but if you pass the assessment, you may attain level 1 or top-level citizen status in the Federal Republic. Behind the virtual dialog box, a 30-second countdown timer was flashing. This meant that all contestants had to make a decision within 30 seconds. Otherwise, they would be assumed to have logged out of the game. For the vast majority of people, this was a difficult choice. Water Blue Star classifies citizens based on their contributions to society and humanity, with different citizen levels enjoying different benefits. For ordinary people, the Super Yuan Planet program is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which is also why game helmets and game invitation codes have been driven up to sky-high prices. However, when faced with the danger of death, not many could remain calm. After all, choosing to log out of the game also allowed one to enjoy level 2 citizen status, and their physical attribute data could also be improved, which was sufficient for those seeking stability. 30 seconds have passed. I now announce the attribute reward measures for the test phase. Any contestant who enters the attribute leaderboard rankings can receive corresponding attribute point rewards. Contestants ranked from 1,000 to 100 will receive 1 attribute point. Those ranked from 100 to 10 will receive 2 attribute points. Contestants ranked from 10th to 6th will receive 3 attribute points. Contestants ranked from 6th to 4th will receive 4 attribute points. Third place will receive 5 attribute points. Second place will receive 6 attribute points. And first place will receive 10 attribute points. Furthermore, congratulations to the contestants who entered the top 1,000 on the leaderboard and chose to continue into the assessment phase. You will receive double attribute point rewards. Upon hearing the specific rules of the attribute rewards announced by the host, both the online and offline audience, as well as all contestants, were in an uproar. No one ever dreamed that simply participating in the Super Yuan Planet program test phase and entering the top 1,000 could yield such generous attribute rewards. They never expected that if they chose to enter the assessment phase of the Ultra Origin Planet program, the attribute rewards could be doubled. After the physical attributes were templated, almost everyone realized the importance of physical attribute data and the difficulty of improving it. I hit the jackpot this time. Looking at the brand new data on his physical attribute template, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but smile widely. Chapter 33. First encounter with Beast's name, Gu Xiangyu Strength. Awakener, 5th stage, Power, 55 Speed, 53 Physique, 54 Spirit, 57 Talent Skills. Infinite Mimicry, level can be upgraded. Eye of Truth, level, can be upgraded. This was Gu Xiangyu's attribute template data after receiving the reward. although his power, physique, and spirit attributes hadn't changed. The increase of 20 points in his speed attribute compensated for the biggest weakness in his physical attributes. Xiangyu's strength suddenly surged from a third-stage awakener to a fifth-stage awakener, which was a qualitative leap. If I return to Water Blue Star now, I should have some self-defense capabilities, right? While Xiangyu was immersed in the immense joy of his power increase, the host announced that participants who chose to log out of the game could leave the stadium or go to the audience seats, while those who chose to participate in the second phase of the Ultra Origin Planet program would remain on the field, with flashes of white light. The number of people in the talent square instantly dropped by more than half. Originally over 10,000 participants, only a little over 3,000 remained. The system teleported these 3,000 participants to the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, located near different attribute talent monuments. Mr. Gu, congratulations on receiving a 20-point speed attribute reward. Your strength has greatly increased. Huang Su immediately found Xiangyu, his face filled with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Congratulations to you as well. Xiangyu nodded at Huang Su, his gaze carrying more recognition. This was because Huang Su had actually secured first place on the mental power test leaderboard, earning a 20-point mental attribute reward, which Xiangyu considered quite impressive. Mr. Gu, the reason I achieved such a good result this time is mainly due to your guidance. On my way to the mental power leaderboard, I fell into numerous illusions and faced many betrayals and setbacks. If I hadn't kept in mind your word about trust and never giving up, I probably would have been lucky to make it into the top 1,000. Huang Su expressed his heartfelt gratitude. You're too modest, Mr. Huang. One must rely on one's own strength to succeed. My words were merely the icing on the cake. Xiangyu replied indifferently. Sensing Xiangyu's indifference, Huang Su hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to ask Mr. Gu, is there anything I should pay attention to in the assessment phase? Act cautiously and assess your strength. Xiangyu pondered for a moment and replied in a deep voice. Mr. Gu, when I was at the Yuesher Mansion, you reminded me not to have other thoughts when my four-dimensional attributes did not exceed 80 points. My current four-dimensional attributes are 19, 15, 18, and 48, totaling 100. Does that mean I don't have to worry so much anymore? Xiangyu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He regretted having said too much before. Mr. Gu, actually, I noticed it too. It seems that Water Blue Star is undergoing a new round of reshuffling, and the Ultra Origin Planet program is the beginning of this reshuffle. I don't seek great wealth. I only hope to leave some inheritance for the next generation after this reshuffle, so they won't have to struggle too much. Since Huang Su had already noticed it himself, why ask others? Xiangyu threw down a sentence and strode away. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Gu. If I can get through this test, I will repay you generously. Although Xiangyu did not give a clear answer, Huang Su understood the implied meaning in Xiangyu's words, and his worried heart finally settled. In fact, at the Yuesher Mansion, Huang Su's total four-dimensional attributes were less than 80 points. However, after hearing Xiangyu's words, Huang Su spent extravagantly, desperately raising his four-dimensional attributes, and finally managed to barely stack them to 80 points before the tests and assessments, even securing first place on the mental power test leaderboard, which further increased his total four-dimensional attributes by 20 points. Dear heroes, welcome to the Mercenary Guild's Mission Hall. Thank you for your trust and support for the Ultra Origin Planet program and for choosing to participate in our assessment activities. The content of our assessment will be the bounty tasks displayed on the rolling screen of the wall. I must remind all heroes that bounty tasks carry significant life-threatening risks. Once you die in the game, you will also die in reality, so please prioritize safety, act according to your capabilities, and do not gamble with your life lightly. Bounty tasks can be completed solo or in teams with a time limit of 4 hours. After 4 hours, regardless of whether the tasks are completed, those who do not return to the mission hall in time will be considered task failures. As Xiangyu listened to the host's explanation, he scanned the mission hall with confusion. Gradually, his brows furrowed. Xiangyu found something was off about the mission hall. Although the current mission hall resembled the one in the game's Mercenary Guild by over 90, some small details were fatal flaws in the eyes of Xiangyu. A game designer, Xiangyu easily judged that the mission hall before him was not the same as the one in the game.
After glancing at the 4 bounty tasks on the rolling screen, he confirmed his suspicion. This assessment location couldn't possibly be in the real world, could it? Thinking of this, Xiangyu's adrenaline surged instantly. He looked around and noticed that others had not detected the anomalies in the mission hall and the bounty tasks. Silently accepting all the bounty tasks, he quickly left the mission hall. Task 1. Eliminate the burrowing mouse swarm. Each burrowing mouse killed grants 200 contribution points. Task 2. Eliminate the red-skinned snake swarm. Each red-skinned snake killed grants 300 contribution points. Task 3. Eliminate the flying mantis. Each flying mantis killed grants 500 contribution points. Task 4. Eliminate the mutated magic bat. Each mutated magic bat killed grants 1,000 contribution points. After exiting the mission hall, Xiangyu opened the taskbar to check the details of the bounty tasks. Since these tasks were not the bounty tasks from a game, all his strategies were useless, which troubled him. If my guess is correct, it means that the beasts that need to be dealt with in the bounty tasks are already an urgent matter for the federal government, and I don't have to deliberately search for these beasts. After standing at the entrance for a moment, Xiangyu made up his mind and plunged into the vast night. Having traveled less than 100 meters, Xiangyu heard a rustling sound, followed by a slight tremor under his feet. Xiangyu immediately halted his steps, swiftly materialized a foreign knife, and surveyed his surroundings with a serious expression, while also materializing a titanium alloy armor on his body. Without warning, a sharp pain shot from Xiangyu's toes. Reflexively, he swung the foreign knife down towards his feet. The next moment, he felt a warmth on his face, as if the blood of a beast had splattered onto him. Immediately afterward, a series of piercing shrieks rang in his ears. Xiangyu felt his scalp tingle and instinctively shifted his body to the side. However, the beasts were too fast, and there were too many of them. Before Xiangyu could react to what was happening, he was struck by dozens of attacks. Chapter 34. Exaggerated kill count. Even though Xiangyu had manifested a titanium alloy armor on his body, he still felt a sharp pain coming from various parts of his body. What the hell is this thing? It can even penetrate titanium alloy armor. Xiangyu grunted softly and then activated his Eye of Truth talent to check the beast that attacked him. Species: Rat Strength, 2nd tier beast power, 27 speed, 45 physique, 31 spirit, 29 bloodline, none skills, digging level, bite level. After seeing the information about the beast, Xiangyu's face twitched involuntarily. He was actually being bullied by a group of rats, despite the fact that the moles were hiding in the darkness, with some burrowing underground. It was difficult for Xiangyu to see them with the naked eye. However, under the Eye of Truth talent, the moles appeared as bright as stars in the night sky, dazzling in Xiangyu's eyes. Xiangyu grinned, raised the knife in his hand, and with a light swing, he easily slashed down all the dozen or so moles surrounding him, almost one strike per mole. At the same time, the kill count for moles in Xiangyu's taskbar rapidly jumped from 0 to 17. Looking at his titanium alloy armor that was torn to shreds by the moles, Xiangyu chuckled softly and manifested a new, intact titanium alloy armor to cover his body, continuing to move forward. The hardness of titanium alloy was still insufficient. He thought about crafting an armor made of pure titanium later. It seemed that the hardness of osmium metal was quite good. Armor made of titanium or osmium should be more reliable than titanium alloy. With so many abandoned and undeveloped mine maps in his possession, Xiangyu realized that in the future, he could just find someone to design the patterns for whatever weapon he wanted and have someone forge it, without needing to exhaust himself searching and purchasing everywhere. Xiangyu's mind felt like Pandora's box had been opened, with countless thoughts suddenly flooding in. His inspiration surged, and his hands did not rest. Any moles within the coverage of Xiangyu's Eye of Truth, whether on the surface or underground, regardless of whether they actively attacked him, he would hesitate not to swing his knife at them, because moles had long been hiding underground and preferred to act at night. They had become a major headache for the federal government, without exception. However, these moles that posed problems for the federal government were like straw in front of Xiangyu today, completely powerless to fight back, only able to let him reap their lives. In less than half an hour, the kill count for moles in Xiangyu's taskbar exceeded 3 digits, and this number was still rapidly climbing. It seemed that Gu Xiangyu's reckless killing had provoked the moles. After he killed over 100, the number of moles not only didn't decrease, but instead more and more moles surged toward Gu Xiangyu. To avoid a mishap, Gu Xiangyu wrapped himself entirely in the titanium alloy armor he manifested, even covering his hands. He simply held his knife forward, charging straight into the crowd of moles. One by one, the moles leaped high, opening their mouths wide to bite Gu Xiangyu. The sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light. As the knife light flashed, those moles were cut in half while still in midair. Despite many moles' attacks landing on Gu Xiangyu due to their lack of agility, not only did they bite through his titanium alloy armor, but they also left many wounds on him. However, due to the protection of the titanium alloy armor, the moles' attacks were not fatal. Compared to the extreme pain Gu Xiangyu had endured in his previous life, these injuries didn't even register as an itch to him. So he didn't pay any attention to the pain. An hour later, the kill count for moles in the taskbar had already exceeded 500. But the rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down. A dense smell of blood gradually filled the forest. Moles from all directions moved in response, like a torrent, all rushing toward Gu Xiangyu, surrounding him completely. The moles were frantic, ignoring casualties, rushing to bite Gu Xiangyu, eager to devour him. Gu Xiangyu was equally frenzied. He ignored the increasingly numerous and aggressive moles, just continuously swinging the knife in his hand, harvesting the lives of the moles around him like a meat grinder. At first, the moles' attacks could still injure Gu Xiangyu. Gradually, as he became familiar with their attack patterns, he was able to evade most of their attacks using his powerful mental strength and speed. Thus, the battle between Gu Xiangyu and the moles had transformed from a standoff to a one-sided massacre. When no living moles remained around him, Gu Xiangyu was already drenched in the blood of the moles, and his wrists felt slightly sore. At this moment, the corpses of the moles had piled up like a mountain around Gu Xiangyu. Instinctively, Gu Xiangyu glanced at the mole kill count in the taskbar. 1,350. Seeing this exaggerated number and silently calculating the contribution points he could exchange for, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Over 2 hours had passed. He wondered how the other participants were faring with their bounty tasks. Gu Xiangyu glanced at the countdown for the bounty task, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. It was at this moment that he realized he had unknowingly walked into the mole's burrow while killing, losing track of how far he was from the task hall. After determining the direction, Gu Xiangyu quickly turned back. Gu Xiangyu did not intend to return to submit the task just yet. Rather, it seemed he was in the mole's territory. After clearing out the moles, he found no other beasts nearby. Therefore, Gu Xiangyu wanted to go to the other end of the task hall to hunt beasts for contribution points. However, just as Gu Xiangyu approached the task hall, several figures blocked his path. In Gu Xiangyu's puzzled gaze, Su Daoren walked out of the task hall with a cold smile. "Little brat, your patience is quite good. Hiding out here for so long, making me wait for you in the task hall for over 2 hours." Su Daoren looked Gu Xiangyu up and down, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Is there something you want?" Gu Xiangyu shot Su Daoren a sideways glance and asked impatiently, "What the hell have you been doing in the real world that you have no self-awareness, asking me if I need something? Do you think I'm bored waiting here for you?" Su Daoren's explosive temper was ignited by Gu Xiangyu's words. "Are you crazy? The assessment time is so precious. Why are you not out hunting beasts but waiting here for me? I'm not your dad. You don't need to be so polite with me. You are driving me crazy. Everyone, attack him. Cut him up. If we can't kill him in the game, we'll deal with him after the assessment is over. I don't believe we can't handle this little brat." Su Daoren was so enraged by Gu Xiangyu's words that he almost spat blood, his face turning red as he gasped for breath and issued commands. Chapter 35. The clever schemes backfire with Su Daoren's command. 6 middle-aged men in tight clothing quickly spread out, skillfully positioning themselves to surround Gu Xiangyu in the center. Su Daoren. Scarface Liu is just a small head of the Qianhong Casino. If he can assess the situation and not go against me, why are your Su family members so foolish? Even less intelligent than a small-time casino boss? Seeing Su Daoren and the 6 middle-aged men looking as if they had him cornered, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but sigh. The Aqua Blue Planet is now facing a strong invasion from alien civilizations, and the situation is critical.
Su Daoran and his 6 middle-aged fighters have passed the tests of the Super Yuan Planet Project, and the Su family has significant power in Yuta Province. If the Su family is willing to let go of their hatred, Xiangyu genuinely does not want to continue causing them trouble. Little brat, do you think that just because you got first place in the speed attribute test during the assessment, you are invincible? Did you not notice that the first place in the strength attribute test was taken by someone from the Su family? The scar-faced Lu said that your total 4-dimensional attributes exceed 120, strongly suggesting we do not provoke you further. I did hesitate for a long time and did not cause you trouble. But during the assessment, you accidentally revealed your true abilities. Your highest speed attribute is only 33 points. How strong can your other attributes be? With such strength, you are far from intimidating our Su family. Su Daoran sneered at Xiangyu, who was still pretending to be calm at this point, trying to scare him with words. After finishing his speech, Su Daoran lost interest in continuing the conversation and made a throat-cutting gesture to the 6 middle-aged fighters before turning to walk toward the mission hall. Just as Xiangyu was about to deal with the surrounding fighters and continue his bounty mission, a burly man in his 40s approached him with a sinister smile. His eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Xiangyu, actually, the second master never intended to deal with you. It was I who repeatedly begged the second master to take revenge for the eldest master. The eldest master saved my life and recognized my talents. If the second master wants my loyalty, he must avenge the eldest master. I forgot to tell you, my total 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 200 points, with a strength attribute of 61 points. So don't try to resist in front of me. Just obediently pay for the eldest master's life. After the burly man finished speaking, he reached out his large hand like a fan and fiercely grabbed Xiangyu's arm. In the next second, a flash of cold light appeared, and the burly man's hand was severed and fell to the ground. After cutting off the burly man's arm, Xiangyu did not pause. With a series of swift movements, he severed all of the burly man's limbs. The poor burly man, having underestimated Xiangyu, was unable to unleash half of his strength and was reduced to a mere human stick. He didn't even have time to scream before fainting from extreme pain. After incapacitating the burly man, Xiangyu's gaze swept over the other surrounding fighters. Under Xiangyu's stare, the 5 originally looking down on him instinctively took a step back, their eyes flashing with fear. It should be noted that the burly man's 4-dimensional attributes had already exceeded 200, making him the strongest among them, which was why Su Daoran had gone to great lengths to recruit him. However, their strongest companion could not withstand a single move from Xiangyu and was taken down without any resistance. This left them shocked, their gazes towards Xiangyu filled with fear and despair. Do any of you have something to say to me? Forget it. Whether you say it or not is no longer important. Since you are all together, you can die together. I can't favor one over the other. As Xiangyu spoke, the knife in his hand was already swung out. Although the fighters surrounding Xiangyu were quite strong, they had lost their fighting spirit after their companion was killed. Xiangyu's 4-dimensional attributes, especially his speed attribute, completely overwhelmed them. Moreover, Xiangyu wielded a knife that could cut through iron as if it were mud, while it could only fight barehanded. In this situation, within a few breaths, Xiangyu severed the limbs of the 5 middle-aged fighters, leaving them to lie in a pool of blood, moaning in agony. At this moment, Su Daoran had just entered the mission hall. Hearing the piercing screams and wails behind him, Su Daoran thought it was his subordinates torturing Xiangyu and sneered, too lazy to turn around. Su Daoran, all of your Su family members have left. You are not needed anymore. Why don't you go keep them company? Suddenly, Su Daoran was blocked in his path, and everything went dark before his eyes. Upon seeing the figure blocking his way, Su Daoran stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Why you? Su Daoran stammered for a long time, realizing he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He struggled to look back, and his face immediately turned pale as he collapsed to the ground. And no, it's impossible. Su Chao's total 4-dimensional attributes have already exceeded 200 points. His strength can kill you in seconds. How would he be killed by you? Each of the 6 of them has a total of 4-dimensional attributes above 120 points. Even one-on-one, they could deal with you. How would they end up losing? Su Daoran could not accept the reality in front of him. Gu Xianyu's total four-dimensional attributes were only around 120 points, right? Even if Gu Xiangyu received a 20-point speed attribute reward, it would only be about 140 points. Moreover, before the Great Disaster, Gu Xiangyu was just a powerless programmer, while all the people nurtured and taken in by his family were martial arts experts. In Su Daren's view, killing Gu Xiangyu during the assessment was supposed to be an easy task. How did it end up like this? Recalling how his family had almost staked everything on this Super Yuan planet project, pouring all resources into the 7 of them, purchasing gaming helmets, game invitations, and enhancing their four-dimensional attributes, which not only consumed all the family's liquid funds, but also incurred huge debts of gratitude. As a result of one wrong decision, the family team, which had the advantage in the Super Yuan Planet Project assessment and test, was completely wiped out. Su Daoran was now filled with regret. Su Daoran, the intelligence of your Su family members is really not as good as that of a small casino boss. So there is no need for the Su family to continue to exist, don't you think? Just as Su Daoran hesitated whether to beg Gu Xiangyu for mercy, the knife in Gu Xiangyu's hand stabbed into Su Daoran's throat like lightning, before consciousness fell into darkness. Su Daoran saw the coldness in Gu Xiangyu's eyes and heard the indifference in his voice. Chapter 36. Stirring up a hornet's nest after killing Su Daoran. Gu Xiangyu found the screams and wails of the other Su family members too piercing. He frowned and walked straight to the few of them, giving each a knife to end their suffering. Almost as soon as Gu Xiangyu killed the last of the Su family team, his taskbar's count of beast kills and types of beasts killed changed simultaneously. Red-skinned snake kill count 28. Flying mantis kill count 11. Mutated demon bat kill count 12. Could it be that the officials are monitoring all the participants in the assessment via satellite? Gu Xiangyu immediately noticed the change in his taskbar and looked up at the dark sky, a thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. Gu Xiangyu did not linger near the mission hall for long. After aiming in the completely opposite direction from the territory of the burrowing mole group, he sped away. Soon, Gu Xiangyu encountered other participants who were completing bounty missions. He was surprised to find that these participants were mostly grouped together in 3s and 5s to kill the beasts. Seeing Gu Xiangyu come over, these teams warmly invited him to join them for a bounty mission. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment and then declined their invitation. On one hand, the fierce beasts near the mission hall were mostly 2nd or 3rd tier in strength, and Gu Xiangyu could handle them independently. More importantly, he didn't want to expose his talent, skills, and true strength in front of so many people. However, when he saw contestants encountering danger while killing fierce beasts, Gu Xiangyu decisively stepped in to help. Along the way, he killed quite a few red-skinned snakes, 2 flying mantises, and a mutated bat. Every time he encountered a new fierce beast, Gu Xiangyu would immediately use his Eye of Truth talent to check the beast's information. The four-dimensional attributes of the red-skinned snake were decent. Aside from its outstanding speed attribute of 50 points, the only thing to guard against was its extreme poison talent. Its overall strength was similar to that of a burrowing mouse, both being 2nd-tier fierce beasts. The attributes and talent skills of the flying mantis and mutated bat, however, made Gu Xiangyu frown. The flying mantis was surprisingly a 3rd-tier monster and possessed top-tier jumping and cutting skills. The mutated bat was also a 3rd-tier monster, having a top-tier nightmare talent along with a top-tier sonic attack talent. Fortunately, the flying mantises and mutated bats were scarce, unlike the burrowing mice and red-skinned snakes. Otherwise, it was likely that the contestants participating in the assessment would be wiped out. Just as this thought crossed Gu Xiangyu's mind, he suddenly felt his feet give way, and his body involuntarily fell down. In a panic, Gu Xiangyu immediately materialized a dozen shields and threw them beneath him, then activated his Eye of Truth talent to survey his surroundings. Upon looking, Gu Xiangyu was almost scared out of his wits. Everywhere he looked was densely packed with burrowing mice and mutated bats, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000 of each type. Damn, these fierce beasts can't have become intelligent, can they? They actually know how to set traps? Seeing the burrowing mouse swarm ignoring his presence and still gnawing at the surface above, Gu Xiangyu felt a chill run down his spine. The mutated bats also seemed unaware of Gu Xiangyu's arrival, remaining motionless on the steep cliffs at the cave's top. After a few seconds,
Gu Xiangyu heard a clattering sound, knowing it was the sound of shields hitting the ground. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's body also fell to the ground. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to fall into the trap too. What should we do now? Just as Gu Xiangyu was about to survey his surroundings, a familiar voice came from beside him. Mr. Huang, when did you fall into this pit? Can you tell me about the situation here? Meeting an acquaintance in a desperate situation, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel delighted. I don't really know how to explain it. After leaving the mission hall, it felt like there was a voice in my head urging me to walk in this direction, and then I inexplicably fell into this cave. After I fell into the cave, I originally wanted to kill those mutated bats on the ceiling, but they were out of reach even when they were just lying there. All I could do was watch one contestant after another fall from above. Originally radiant and energetic, Huang Su now looked pale, listless, and spoke in a dispirited manner, his eyes lacking any sparkle. He seemed to have been driven to the brink of madness by the mutated bats. Unable to extract useful information from Huang Su, Gu Xiangyu stopped paying attention to him and began to examine the cave he was in, as well as the trap above. After a thorough look, Gu Xiangyu was sure that this was a natural cave. The surface above the cave should have been intact, allowing for normal passage. However, the burrowing mice seemed to have been hypnotized by the mutated bats, tirelessly drilling and gnawing at the surface above, turning it into a trap that devoured anyone who walked on it. In addition to Gu Xiangyu and Huang Su, there were over 100 other contestants in the cave. Most of these people were seriously injured and unconscious, with only a small portion still awake, but their mental state was worse than Huang Su's. They stared blankly ahead, and Gu Xiangyu's arrival did not attract their attention at all. The mutated bats were likely not attacking the contestants in the cave, because they had already done so. It was just that Huang Su had a good mental attribute, allowing him to inadvertently avoid it. Remembering the two talent skills of the mutated bats, Gu Xiangyu's expression became serious. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiangyu materialized a longbow and a large number of arrows. Aiming at a mutated bat overhead, Gu Xiangyu pulled the bowstring and shot. With a crisp snap, a mutated bat that had been lying steadily on the cave's ceiling fell to the ground. Gu Xiangyu's taskbar now showed an increase in the number of mutated bats killed. It seems I need to practice my archery more. I clearly aimed to kill the bat next to it, but ended up missing. Gu Xiangyu was not excited about successfully killing a mutated bat. Instead, he reflected on his shortcomings. In the following time, Gu Xiangyu continuously pulled the bow and shot arrows. The bats on the cave ceiling were so densely packed that even without aiming, he could kill one mutated bat with each shot. In just half a minute, Gu Xiangyu had killed over 10 mutated bats. Huang Su, who initially thought Gu Xiangyu would be unable to do anything after falling into the cave like the other contestants, was left dumbfounded when he saw Gu Xiangyu magically produce a bow and arrows, hitting one mutated bat after another with precision. Mr. Gu, can I team up with you? My bounty task bar shows 0 for both the types and number of fierce beasts killed, and I can't pass the assessment. I can pay you 10 million federal coins for each fierce beast you kill. Realizing he had a chance to pass the assessment of the Super Yuan Star, Huang Su's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pleaded. You should focus on how to save your own life first. Gu Xiangyu threw the bow and arrows aside and picked up a shield from the ground, tossing it to Huang Su. Gu Xiangyu then quickly ran to a secluded corner. After Gu Xiangyu had shot down a dozen of his companions, the mutated bats that had been watching from the cave's ceiling finally sensed danger and suddenly became agitated. With a series of shrill screeches, hundreds of burrowing mice shot towards Gu Xiangyu like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 37. I can make you bankrupt. Seeing that the mutated bats remained still and only the burrowing mice were attacking him, Gu Xiangyu instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Gu Xiangyu even calmly threw a team invitation to Huang Su, thinking that Huang Su was like a cash cow. Killing one fierce beast would earn him 10 million federal coins. He could make Huang Su bankrupt. Gu Xiangyu silently thought. Just as Gu Xiangyu prepared to take down the burrowing mice with his sword held horizontally across his chest, he heard Huang Su's anxious shout. Mr. Gu, be careful of the mutated bat's nightmare and sonic attacks. As soon as Huang Su's words fell, Gu Xiangyu felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, as if something was trying to drill into his mind. At the same time, mountains of corpses and seas of blood
appeared before his eyes. The tragic experiences from his past life flashing by like scenes from a movie. Perhaps due to Xiangyu's mental attribute being stronger than that of the mutated bats. He merely shook his head, and the bloody images before him vanished. The mutated bat's nightmare skill failed to trap Xiangyu in a nightmare state. However, in just a moment of days, hundreds of burrowing mice had already pounced on Xiangyu, biting him indiscriminately. Some of the burrowing mice even used their innate digging skills to burrow into him. The pain surged through his body like a tide. And Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for the thick titanium alloy armor he had materialized on himself in advance. You have already lost his life in that brief moment. Mr. Gu, plug your ears and try to hold your breath. The sound wave attack from the mutated magic bats will be greatly reduced. Seeing Xiangyu being overwhelmed by the swarm of burrowing mice, his face turned pale with fear, and he shouted loudly. Xiangyu nodded gratefully at Huang Su. In the next second, he materialized a metal piece to completely seal his ears, leaving no gap whatsoever. After eliminating the possibility of the mutated magic bat's sound wave attack, Xiangyu looked at his titanium alloy armor, which was riddled with holes, and his bloody body. To his horror, he discovered that several burrowing mice had already burrowed halfway into him. The extreme pain nearly made Xiangyu faint. But the resilience he had developed in his previous life during the cataclysm kept him gritting his teeth and remaining conscious. A few little mice want my life? No way. Xiangyu roared, then swiftly yanked all the burrowing mice that were about to burrow into his body out. He didn't bother to clean or treat his wounds, and quickly materialized a new titanium alloy armor over his body for protection. After doing all this, Xiangyu grinned savagely and wielded the unfamiliar knife to focus on dealing with the burrowing mice around him. Without the sound wave attack from the mutated magic bats, their nightmare attack was also ineffective against Xiangyu, and the battle returned to a rhythm he was familiar with. With each slash of Xiangyu's knife, a burrowing mouse would inevitably die. Huang Su initially thought that under the joint attack of the mutated magic bats and the burrowing mice, Xiangyu would definitely meet his end, perhaps even being devoured to the bones. Just as Huang Su was in despair and had no hope for Xiangyu, he suddenly noticed that the number in his bounty taskbar was rapidly changing. Burrowing mouse kill count 1. Burrowing mouse kill count 14. Burrowing mouse kill count 77. At first, Huang Su thought he had entered a nightmare state, so he bit his tongue hard to wake himself up. However, when he looked at the bounty taskbar again, he found the kill count for the burrowing mice was still rapidly increasing. He couldn't help but look towards Xiangyu's direction in confusion. Then Huang Su's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open, emitting a series of meaningless sounds from his throat. In Huang Su's eyes, the nearly invincible burrowing mice were being swatted down by Xiangyu, as if they were flies, each hit landing perfectly without a chance to escape. In just a moment, the hundreds of burrowing mice that had overwhelmed Xiangyu's body were all piled up as corpses at his feet. After clearing out the burrowing mice, Xiangyu's gaze shifted to the numerous mutated magic bats on the cave walls. Xiangyu used his innate skill, True Eye, and the four-dimensional data of the mutated magic bats clearly appeared before him. Species, bat strength, Tier 3 fierce beast power, 31 speed, 47 constitution, 32 spirit, 49 bloodline, none skills, nightmare, level, sound wave attack, level, without their minions. You're just trash. After confirming that the four-dimensional attributes of the mutated magic bats were indeed garbage, Xiangyu felt no more hesitation. The only headache for Xiangyu was that the mutated magic bats were flying creatures and not weak in speed. Even if his four-dimensional attributes completely crushed the mutated magic bats, killing them was not an easy task. After shooting down a few mutated magic bats with his bow, an arrow, he dejectedly set down his bow. With the mutated magic bats on guard, it was a luxury for his poor shooting skills to even hit them. Just as Xiangyu was thinking of leaving with Huang Su, he caught sight of over 100 injured competitors in the cave out of the corner of his eye and felt a pang of compassion. Xiangyu knew that while he and Huang Su could safely leave, the remaining people might have to pay with their lives here. Xiangyu suddenly recalled that while exploring an abandoned mine cave more than 10 days ago, The surroundings were filled with animal remains. After entering the cave, he also felt dizzy and nauseous, and it was only by holding his breath that he avoided fainting. At that time, he was startled and thought he had stumbled into a haunted site. It wasn't until he absorbed the metal in the cave that he understood the reason for the remains surrounding the mine. It turned out that this mine was rich in metallic mercury, and the toxicity of metallic mercury was extremely strong. It not only poisoned all the animals that entered the mine, but also caused the plants growing around it to contain deadly poison, releasing toxic gas at any time. I hope this method works. Xiangyu glanced at the thousands of mutated magic bats in the cave and then materialized a long stick, wildly smashing at the mutated magic bats. Any mutated magic bat hit by Xiangyu's stick would basically have its head smashed in, losing its life. Mutated magic bat, kill, count 1. Mutated magic bat, kill, count 7. Mutated magic bat, kill, count 23. The kill count for the fierce beasts in Huang Su's bounty taskbar began to change again. Is Mr. Gu venting his anger? Huang Su didn't believe Xiangyu had the ability to kill all the mutated magic bats in the cave, even if Xiangyu's speed attribute reached 53 points. In front of flying mutated magic bats, he could only sigh in despair. Mutated magic bat, kill, count 78. Mutated magic bat, kill, count 199. Mutated magic bat, kill, count 461. When Huang Su saw Xiangyu sweating profusely and nearly exhausted, yet having only killed fewer than 30 mutated magic bats, he was even more convinced of his guess. Just as Huang Su was about to call for Xiangyu to rest for a moment and discuss a method to deal with the mutated magic bats, he saw the kill count for the mutated magic bats in his bounty taskbar suddenly increase by dozens or even hundreds, leaving him stunned. Chapter 38. The killing demon in others' eyes. Could it be that Mr. Gu had hidden his strength before, and this is his true power now? Seeing the kill count for the mutated magic bats soaring at an exaggerated speed, Huang Su felt a storm rising in his heart, and he instinctively looked towards Xiangyu's direction. He saw Xiangyu driving all the mutated magic bats into a corner, and the corpses of the mutated magic bats killed by Xiangyu were all thrown into that corner. Xiangyu was just quickly waving the stick in his hand, not letting the mutated magic bats fly out of that corner, and he wasn't using the stick to kill the mutated magic bats. Yet the kill count in the bounty taskbar continued to soar rapidly. When the final kill count for the mutated magic bats settled at 1243, there were no living mutated magic bats left in the cave. Mr. Gu, what happened? Huang Su asked, puzzled, as he took off the scraps of clothing he had stuffed in his ears. However, Xiangyu was currently depleted in both physical and mental energy. He sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, even forgetting to remove the metal piece covering his ears. It wasn't until Huang Su asked several times that Xiangyu realized his ears were still covered by the metal piece. I have the innate skill of spatial storage. I had previously stored a lump of metallic mercury in my internal space, and just now, I used that lump of metallic mercury to poison the mutated magic bats. Xiangyu discreetly removed the metal piece from his ears and picked up the metallic mercury from the ground, explaining softly. Huang Su was enlightened by Xiangyu's explanation, and his gaze towards Gu was filled with envy and admiration. He never expected that Mr. Gu had awakened a talent skill. No wonder Mr. Gu was so powerful. If it were anyone else, even with Mr. Gu's talent, they wouldn't be able to completely annihilate the mutated demon bats here. If it weren't for Mr. Gu today, Huang Su might have lost his life here, and he was immensely grateful. After expressing his admiration for Xiangyu's strength and wisdom, Huang Su respectfully bowed deeply to Gu, expressing his gratitude for the life-saving grace. There's no need to be so polite, Mr. Huang. Now your bounty task should be completed, and the assessment results shouldn't be too bad. I wonder if the promise you made earlier still stands? Xiangyu said with a chuckle. Upon hearing Gu's words, Huang Su was taken aback and then remembered what he had promised before. Previously, in order to complete the bounty task, he had begged Xiangyu to team up with him to hunt fierce beasts, promising a reward of 10 million federal coins for each beast killed. At that time, Huang Su thought it would be great if Xiangyu could kill a dozen fierce beasts. He only needed to pay over 100 million to pass the final assessment of the Super Yuan Planet program. However, glancing at the number of fierce beasts killed in the bounty task panel now. Even though Huang Su was wealthy, he still felt a pang in his heart. Number of ground mice killed, 576. Number of mutated demon bats killed, 1243. Since we agreed on 10 million per fierce beast, I naturally won't go back on my word. After the assessment ends, I will immediately transfer 1 billion to Mr. Gu, of which 1 billion is our agreed reward, and the additional 2 billion is to repay Mr. Gu's life-saving grace, Huang Su said after weighing it in his heart. Gu Xiangyu initially thought that after Huang Su saw the data on the bounty task panel, he would go back on his promise or bargain with him. Unexpectedly, Huang Su readily agreed to fulfill his promise, which made Gu Xiangyu view Huang Su in a new light. Thinking about the 2 billion federal coins he would soon receive, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but smile and felt closer to Huang Su. Huang Su was also overjoyed. With multiple publicly listed companies, he wasn't short on money. What he lacked was social status and a sense of security. After passing the assessment of the Super Yuan Planet program, he could become a top citizen of the Federal Republic, a privilege that money couldn't buy. Not to mention, he also gained Gu Xiangyu's friendship. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they realized there were only a few minutes left until the end of the assessment countdown. They, along with the conscious participants in the cave, carried the severely injured participants out and returned to the task hall together. When Gu Xiangyu and his group arrived at the task hall, only a few minutes remained in the countdown. Almost all surviving participants had reached the task hall. Those who hadn't arrived were essentially dead at the hands of the fierce beasts. Have you heard? There's a ruthless guy among us who killed 7 people right at the entrance of the task hall without batting an eye. No way. The people who made it onto the Super Yuan Planet program selection list are either experts or scholars. They are all reasonable people. How could they kill? You must still be half asleep. While most people on the Super Yuan Planet program selection list are indeed experts and scholars, many of them have sold their spots to others. The ones who actually came to participate in the assessment are mostly from major financial groups and influential families. Not to mention some new money. Gu Xiangyu and Huang Su sat waiting for the task settlement. While in the task hall, participants gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to chat casually. Perhaps due to the brutal battle they had just experienced, everyone was relaxed and spoke freely, which allowed Gu Xiangyu to accidentally learn some insider information. Little brother, I see your group just returned to the task hall in the last few minutes, and most of you are seriously injured. Did you complete your bounty task? An old man next to Gu Xiangyu, who had been silent after Gu entered the room, asked with concern. We should have completed it. Gu Xiangyu smiled and replied, seeing no malice in the other party. Little brother, the minimum standard for completing a bounty task is at least 2 fierce beasts killed per person. Your team has over 100 people, so you must have killed hundreds of fierce beasts. Have you understood the task calculation rules? Don't let your efforts go to waste, the old man kindly reminded. Gu Xiangyu was about to say that he was very clear about the task calculation rules when suddenly a square-faced, middle-aged man sprang out beside the old man, looking terrified. He glanced at Gu Xiangyu and pulled the old man away. Old man, how can I say you're good? Why can't you stop randomly chatting with people? That young man you're just talking to is the one who killed the Su family's participants. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you too? Ah, no way. That young man looks refined. Gu Xiangyu, who clearly heard the conversation between the old man and the square-faced middle-aged man, couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He had unknowingly become a killing machine in others' eyes. Mr. Gu, did you really kill Su Daoran and his subordinates? Huang Su swallowed hard and asked with difficulty. Chapter 39. Assessment results. Gu Xiangyu noticed Huang Su's unusual reaction and felt puzzled. He remembered that during Huang Su's confrontation with Su Daoran, Huang Su had not taken Su Daoran seriously. Why did he now show fear upon hearing that Gu had killed Su Daoran? Is there a problem? Gu Xiangyu asked, frowning in response. Su Daoran and his Su family's Shinji group are not to be feared, but I worry about the power behind the Su family. You should have noticed some martial arts experts around the Su family, right? Those people are actually disciples of a certain sect. I've heard that the Su family was completely supported by that sect, and every year they have to pay a large sum to that sect. When a Su family encounters a life-and-death crisis, that sect will send real experts to help. You killed Su Daoran and his entourage in public this time. This news will definitely spread. At that time, that sect will probably come looking for trouble, Huang Su explained, sharing all the information he knew. Whatever comes, we'll deal with it when the time comes. The people are already dead, Xiangyu said. It was the first time he had heard of the existence of sects on Water Star, but he did not feel much fear towards these so-called sections. At this moment, a strange thought flashed through his mind. Would the people from the sect enter the Super Yuan planet world like ordinary people? Seeing Xiangyu's calm demeanor, Huang Su's anxious heart finally settled. While the task hall was bustling with voices, Xiangyu closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The battle against the ground mice and mutated demon bats in the cave had been too brutal. Even though his four-dimensional attributes exceeded 200 points, his physical functions were still severely overdrawn by the end of the battle. Dimly, Xiangyu seemed to hear a strange sound. When the great catastrophe struck, he had also heard the same sound. Could it be that the federal government was using special means to hypnotize the participants to return to the Super Yuan planet world? Xiangyu tried hard to open his eyes to see what was happening in the task hall, but he found his eyelids growing heavier. It seemed like a second had passed, or perhaps a long time. When Xiangyu opened his eyes again, he found himself and the other participants seemingly still in the task hall. It's not right. This is no longer the task hall of Water Star, but the task hall in the Blue Flame mercenary game. As Xiangyu carefully looked around the environment, he noticed subtle differences. Apart from Xiangyu, it was clear that no one else realized they had already made a trip to the real world during the assessment period. Dear heroes, welcome back to the task hall. I now officially announce the assessment for the Super Yuan Planet program has officially concluded, and the assessment scores and results have been synchronized to everyone's helmet information. To protect everyone's privacy and safety, we will not announce everyone's assessment scores and results on the big screen, but you can check your assessment scores and results through the holographic screen of your game helmet. Additionally, I believe many have noticed that only 1/3 of the participants who took the assessment have returned to the task hall. Those who did not return have tragically perished in the assessment tasks. The federal government will provide appropriate compensation to these brave heroes. As soon as the host finished speaking, the participants in the task hall eagerly began to check their assessment scores and results. No one expressed dissatisfaction with the official decision not to disclose the assessment scores and results. After all, not everyone who chose to participate in the Super Yuan Planet program assessment passed the task assessment. Some participants, after wandering around outside the task hall, realized they were no match for the fierce beasts and could be killed at any moment, so they chose to return to the task hall for safety. Although this did not allow them to pass the Super Yuan Planet program assessment, it was better than losing their lives in the assessment. Others barely met the minimum assessment standards and returned to the task hall in a panic. Only a very small number of participants like Xiangyu, who had awakened their talents or had high four-dimensional attribute values, achieved outstanding results in the assessment. However, these individuals also did not wish to expose their strengths. They prefer to keep a low profile while amassing wealth. Although we will not disclose the assessment scores and results of all participants, we assure that the rewards for those who achieved outstanding scores in the assessment will not be shortchanged. All participants who ranked in the top 100 of the bounty task assessment will receive the qualifications of top citizens of the Federal Republic, and their names have been announced on the big screen in order of surname strokes. All participants who ranked in the top 10 of the bounty task assessment will, in addition to becoming top citizens of the Federal Republic, be able to exchange their contribution points for martial skills and techniques suitable for themselves at the Ministry of Martial Arts of the Federal Republic. Or they can exchange contribution points for physical attribute points. When the list of the top 100 in the bounty task assessment appeared on the big screen, the atmosphere in both the arena and the audience suddenly became lively. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the big screen, eager to see who among them was fortunate enough to become a top citizen of the Federal Republic. As for what the host said afterward, very few people were still listening. I found Dad's name. Dad has become a top citizen of the Federal Republic. In the audience, Pan exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms after seeing Xiangyu's name. Yes, Dad is going to be a top citizen of the Federal Republic. We will enjoy life with Dad. Gu Wanner stared dreamily at the list on the big screen, echoing Pan. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the audience. Some were celebrating, while others were sorrowful.
While some people in the audience were clapping in celebration, many others had sorrowful expressions, unable to contain their emotions. After all, only 100 people made it onto the big screen, while over 3,000 had chosen to participate in the assessment. Among those 3,000, only a little over 1,000 had returned to the task hall alive, most having perished during the bounty tasks. For the relatives and friends of those who did not return to the task hall, this was undoubtedly a cruel reality. It should be noted that during the battles against the fierce beasts in the wilderness, the official had selected some footage to be broadcast on the big screen. While these clips were being shown, the host provided detailed commentary on the four-dimensional attributes, talent skills, combat techniques of the fierce beasts, and the threats they pose to Water Star. Clearly, the Federal Republic not only regarded the Super Yuan Planet program's tests and assessments as a survival of the fittest election, but also as an educational opportunity, allowing the ordinary citizens of Water Star to understand the bloodthirstiness and cruelty of the fierce beast for the first time. Xiangyu, my father's strange disappearance is definitely related to you. My second uncle and the senior brothers of the Mushu sect died during the assessment tasks, and you can't escape responsibility. In a private box in the audience, Su Haijiang stared intensely at Xiangyu's name on the big screen. Recalling the grievances between him and Xiangyu, his face twisted in anger. Chapter 40. Talent upgrades again. Xiangyu was unaware that Su Haijiang had also come to the Dragon Sports Arena. Nor did he know that Su Haijiang was linking his disappearance and the deaths of Su Daoyuan and others to him without any evidence. At this moment, Xiangyu was checking his assessment scores and results through the holographic virtual screen of his game helmet. Looking at the rows of data displayed on the holographic screen, Xiangyu felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Red-skin snake kill count, 45 contribution points, 13, 500 flying mantis kill count, 13 contribution points, 6, 500. Mutated demon bat kill count, 1, 256 contribution points, 1, 256, 000. Digging mouse kill count, 1, 950 contribution points, 390, 000. Bounty task assessment result, ranked first, total contribution points, 1, 666, 000. Why does the official go through the trouble of having us exchange for martial skills and techniques at the Ministry of Martial Arts? Wouldn't it be better to exchange them directly at the Dragon Sports Arena for better promotional effect? Remembering the desperate scenes when he was fighting the fierce beasts during the assessment tasks, Xiangyu was eager to obtain martial skills and techniques to enhance his combat power. It doesn't make sense that the official places such importance on the tests and assessments of the Super Yuan Planet program. Logically, they should distribute rewards on the spot, rather than making the top 10 participants go to the Ministry of Martial Arts for their rewards. Moreover, while it's normal to encounter dangers during assessments, this time the difficulty was clearly at a nightmare level. Throughout the entire assessment process, no matter what difficulties the participants faced, there was no sign of any official support personnel appearing, which is very odd. Suddenly, Xiangyu's heart was filled with doubts. He couldn't help but glance at the host and notice that, despite it being winter, the host's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, his shirt soaked through, and his expression seemed a bit dazed, as if he were entirely out of sorts. Damn, I finally remembered what happened in the Dragon Sports Arena in my previous life. In a flash, the news report from his past life vividly resurfaced in Xiangyu's mind. The tests and assessments of the Super Yuan Planet program were also held in the Dragon Sports Arena in his previous life, but after the assessments concluded, it seemed that an 8th-tier demon beast and several 7th-tier demon beasts suddenly descended upon the Dragon Sports Arena, wreaking havoc and turning it into ruins. Not only did everyone in the audience die, but all the elites who had passed the Super Yuan Planet program tests and assessments also met the same fate, ending up in the bellies of the demon beasts. It should be that an accident occurred on Water Star, diverting all the attention of the Federal Republic officials and leaving them unable to care for and protect the participants in the bounty task assessments. Extraterrestrial civilizations may have discovered the existence of the Super Origin planet and have developed methods and paths for invading it. They are using their own means to sabotage the Super Origin Planet project.
combining memories from a past life with various doubts encountered during this examination and assessment process. Gu Xiangyu finally sorted out many things and became aware of what was about to happen. Host, if I were you, I would immediately announce the end of the assessment, evacuate the audience and participants in the gymnasium, and then try to contact the officials. Gu Xiangyu quietly approached the host and reminded him softly, "How do you know I've lost contact with the officials?" "So it's Mr. Gu. You're right. I'll do it right away." Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, the host was initially startled and instinctively questioned him, but after seeing Gu Xiangyu's face, his tone immediately changed. The host had clearly seen Gu Xiangyu's stunning performance during the bounty task assessment process through satellite monitoring, where he fought fiercely against the ground mole and the mutated bat. Because of Gu Xiangyu's impressive performance during the bounty task assessment, the host admired him and had completely become a fan of Gu Xiangyu. The host knew that with Gu Xiangyu's displayed strength and potential, it was only a matter of time before he became a high-ranking official in the Federal Republic. If it were someone else ordering the host to do something, he might have ignored it or even gotten angry. However, facing Gu Xiangyu's instructions, the host acted without hesitation, feeling that it was entirely reasonable. Seeing the host evacuating the audience and participants, Gu Xiangyu recalled the rules announced by the host earlier. Participants who ranked in the top 10 in the bounty task assessment could exchange contribution points for physical attribute points. Gu Xiangyu quickly browsed and studied the method and ratio for exchanging contribution points for physical attributes. Faced with strong enemies and unable to obtain martial skills and techniques, he could only enhance his combat power by improving his physical attributes. Wow! It takes 10,000 contribution points to exchange for one physical attribute point? This exchange rate is ridiculous. Gu Xiangyu initially thought he had a lot of contribution points and should be able to exchange for decent martial skills and techniques. But when he realized that the total contribution points he gained this time could only be exchanged for 166 physical attribute points, he couldn't help but exclaim. Complaining aside, Gu Xiangyu's actions were not slow at all. In just a few seconds, he exchanged all his contribution points for attribute points, reducing his 1,666,000 contribution points to just 6,000, with the rest converted into 166 physical attribute points. Gu Xiangyu examined his physical attribute template and fell into deep thought. Name: Gu Xiangyu. Strength: Awakened, Tier 5, Power, 55 Speed, 53 Constitution, 54 Spirit, 57 Talent Skills. Infinite Mimicry. Level can be upgraded. Eye of Truth level can be upgraded. After receiving the 20 Speed attribute points reward for ranking first in the Super Origin Planet Project Speed Attribute Assessment, Gu Xiangyu's four-dimensional attributes were very balanced, all exceeding 50 points. Gu Xiangyu was torn between whether to add the newly exchanged 166 points to a specific attribute or distribute them evenly. According to the barrel theory, if he developed abnormally, he might not be able to leverage the true advantage of having a single, strongest attribute. So evenly distributing the points seemed to be the most scientific approach. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiangyu made a decision. Since the upper limit of the spirit attribute directly determined the upper limit of the infinite mimicry talent, Gu Xiangyu reserved 46 points for the spirit attribute and then evenly divided the remaining 120 attribute points into 3 parts, with each attribute being 40 points. After Gu Xiangyu's operation, his physical attribute template underwent a dramatic change. Name: Gu Xiangyu. Strength: Awakened, Tier 9, Power, 95 Speed, 93 Constitution, 94 Spirit, 103 Talent Skills. Infinite Mimicry. Level can be upgraded. Eye of Truth level can be upgraded. After the Spirit attribute broke through 100 points, the Infinite Mimicry talent unexpectedly upgraded as well, which was a pleasant surprise. Discovering that the Infinite Mimicry talent had increased by a level, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Even more exciting for Gu Xiangyu was that he found his strength had risen from a Tier 5 awakened to a Tier 9 awakened. The sudden surge in power made his blood boil, and he felt incredibly confident, even without temporarily learning any martial skills or techniques. Gu Xiangyu believed he could turn the tide in the upcoming major changes. Chapter 41. I can take down 10 of my former selves this time.
The host of the Super Origin Planet Project Assessment and Evaluation event, Gao Jiong, was a carefully selected media elite from the 9 provinces federal government. He not only had excellent political qualities, but also rich and seasoned hosting experience, with impressive IQ and EQ. However, Gao Jiong first saw through satellite monitoring that the water blue planet was experiencing unprecedented disasters. Suddenly, he received a phone call from a high-ranking official in the federal government, instructing him to take full responsibility for the follow-up phases of the Super Origin Planet Project Assessment and Evaluation event. Before the high-ranking official finished speaking, Gao Jiong heard the roar of a ferocious beast on the phone, followed by a busy signal. Remembering the many scenes he had seen through the satellite monitoring equipment, Gao Jiong instantly realized that something serious had happened on the water blue planet and with the Super Origin planet. The sudden crisis and the heavy burden placed on him by the federal high-ups left Gao Jiong in a state of panic. Nevertheless, Gao Jiong still tremblingly maintained his position on stage, adhering to professional ethics, hoping to give this event a perfect conclusion. What Gao Jiong didn't expect was that some participants had noticed something was off and even forcefully ordered him to evacuate the audience and participants. Upon discovering that the person issuing orders to him was Xiangyu, Gao Jiong felt as if he had found a backbone, and his panicked emotions instantly calmed down, allowing him to proceed with the evacuation work in a tense and orderly manner. With his rich hosting experience, Gao Jiong ensured that the audience in the gymnasium did not notice anything unusual. To the cheerful and uplifting background music, the audience in the gymnasium quickly left in large numbers, and it seemed that they would all safely evacuate. Although the participants in the competition felt that something was amiss, they gradually took off their game helmets and left in an orderly fashion from the backstage under Gao Jiong's persuasive skills. Mr. Gu, I feel something is wrong. This event started with such a grand atmosphere, almost concentrating all the media resources of the water blue planet to promote it, making it seem like everyone should know about the Super Origin Planet project. Why, after the event officially started, is it so quiet? It gives off a feeling of an anticlimax. Huang Su quietly approached Gu Xiangyu and expressed his doubts. Gu Xiangyu glanced at Huang Su, hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Little brother, do you know some insider information? Just as Gu Xiangyu was hesitating, the silver-haired old man who had chatted with him in the task hall came over with a curious expression. Behind the silver-haired old man, a square-faced, middle-aged man smiled apologetically at Gu Xiangyu, looking helpless. If I'm not mistaken, the officials should be hindered by the ferocious beasts and have no way to participate in the event. Moreover, I suspect that the participants in the Super Origin Planet Project Assessment and Evaluation are also being targeted, and ferocious beasts will soon descend here. Seeing that there were still dozens of participants lingering in the arena, unwilling to leave, Gu Xiangyu carefully articulated, his expression serious. Little brother, are you being alarmist? Ordinary people may find it difficult to deal with fierce beasts, but it should be an easy task for the authorities, considering they have controllers and extraordinary beings at their disposal. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but scoff. Gu Xiangyu smiled and did not rebut. Instead, he curiously used his true eye talent to check the silver-haired old man's data. Name, Zhong Shouwei strength, awakened, 5th stage, power, 72 speed, 69 physique, 63 spirit, 57 talent skills, none cultivation method, burning sun heart sutra, mid-level spirit, martial skills, mountain crushing fist, upper-level common. Seeing that the silver-haired old man actually possessed both a cultivation method and martial skills, and that he was an awakened at the 5th stage, Gu Xiangyu's eyes lit up. It seemed that there were quite a few experts among the participants this time. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but eagerly check the data of the other dozens of people lingering in the arena. Soon, Gu Xiangyu realized he had overthought it. Besides the square-faced, middle-aged man, who also mastered the Burning Sun Heart Sutra and Mountain Crushing Fist with a strength reaching the 7th stage of awakening, the other dozens of people were ordinary folks with strengths ranging from the 2nd stage to the 4th stage of awakening. Mr. Zhong must have gained quite a few contribution points during the assessment, right? I suggest you exchange all your contribution points for spirit attribute values to increase your strength, so you won't be in danger when facing fierce beasts, Gu Xiangyu reminded the silver-haired old man with a smile. Little brother, what grudge do I have with you that you would make me waste contribution points to exchange for physical attribute values? It's completely not cost-effective. Physical attribute values can be increased through regular training, while contribution points should be saved for exchanging martial skills and cultivation methods. That's the most cost-effective. Zhong Shouwei exclaimed as soon as Gu Xiangyu finished speaking. The square-faced, middle-aged man also looked at Gu Xiangyu warily. Huang Su, who was nearby, noticed the conversation between Gu Xiangyu and Zhong Shouwei, and a hint of thoughtfulness flickered in his eyes. He then asked Gu Xiangyu, Mr. Gu, I can exchange for a total of 135 points of physical attribute values. Which attribute do you think I should add them to for the best effect? Gu Xiangyu clearly did not expect Huang Su to trust him so much. He couldn't help but take a glance at Huang Su's four-dimensional attributes. Name, Huang Su Strength. Awakened, first stage, power, 19 speed, 15 physique, 18 spirit, 48 talent skills. None. You should first add the power, physique, and spirit attributes to 60 points, and then stack the remaining points into the speed attribute, Gu Xiangyu advised. Huang Su nodded, lowered his head to operate for a while, and soon his face lit up with joy. Mr. Gu, my strength has reached the 5th stage of awakening now, except for the speed attribute, which is only 55 points. The rest are all 60 points. The feeling of suddenly increasing in strength was simply marvelous. Huang Su felt that he could now punch a big yellow cow to death, and even could take down 10 of his former selves in an instant. Discovering that he had suddenly become a 5th stage awakened, Huang Su was as excited as a child, completely ignoring the astonished and envious gazes of the other participants in the arena. Are you two acting too fake? I've killed over 100 ground moles and more than 50 red-skinned snakes, and I could only exchange for 4 points of attribute values. How can you exchange for over 130 points? Zhong Shouwei quickly realized something was off and sternly scolded Huang Su and Gu Xiangyu. Huang Su opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but upon seeing Gu Xiangyu gently shake his head, he quickly closed his mouth, his face turning red from excitement. Huh? Caught in a lie and left speechless, huh? Zhong Shouwei laughed at Huang Su's flushed face, thinking he was feeling guilty. However, just as Zhong Shouwei laughed twice, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat, and his voice abruptly stopped. He saw a mammoth the size of a truck suddenly charging in through the main door of the gymnasium. The audience, who were retreating towards the door, didn't even have time to scream before being knocked away by the mammoth, with being trampled into mush. Following the mammoth were several flying mantises, which lightly leaped and landed in the arena. Zhong Shouwei was horrified to discover that the aura emanating from these flying mantises actually suppressed him, making it extremely difficult for him to move. Chapter 42, Tightening of the Buttock Species. Mantis Strength, 7th Stage Monster Power, 87 Speed, 73 Physique, 81 Spirit, 71 Bloodline, none skills, jump, level. Cut down, level. Gu Xiangyu immediately used his true eye to check the data template of the flying mantises, and his face turned exceptionally grim. These are 7th Stage flying mantises, possessing level jumping talent and level cutting talent. Everyone, be careful to avoid their 2 forearms. Gu Xiangyu was afraid that the dozens of people left in the arena would mistakenly think these flying mantises were only 3rd stage like during the bounty missions. So he quickly reminded them loudly. Almost as soon as Gu Xiangyu's words fell, several screams erupted in the arena. It turned out that while the dozens of participants were caught in a daze due to the sudden turn of events, the flying mantises were not idle at all. They opened their 2 forearms without mercy and easily sliced the bodies of the participants in front of them in half. The piercing screams finally jolted the remaining participants awake. It was at this moment that everyone realized Gu Xiangyu's previous words were not sensationalism, but the truth. They now regretted not heeding the host's advice to leave immediately, instead of curiously lingering in the arena to uncover the truth of the situation. Beasts, cease hurting others. Zhong Shouwei shouted loudly and swiftly kicked towards one of the flying mantises. However, in the face of Zhong Shouwei's attack, the flying mantis simply jumped over his head in a bounce. Zhong Shouwei kicked at nothing. The next moment,
A participant behind Zhong Shouwei was sliced in half by this flying mantis. In front of the 7th stage flying mantises, the strength of these participants in the arena was simply not enough to even be a snack. In a short span of time, the 4 flying mantises killed over a dozen participants, and the remaining ones were already scared out of their wits, all rushing toward the back door of the arena. Although Zhong Shouwei and his son Zhong Shungang had decent strength, they could only barely protect themselves and had no way to inflict effective damage on the flying mantises. Huang Su, who had just experienced a surge in strength and felt he could punch a big yellow cow to death, was now trembling in fear after witnessing the bloody scene of the flying mantises slaughtering those around him. Was he really going to die at the hands of the flying mantises just as he reached the peak of his life? At this moment, Huang Su felt an extreme sense of despair and unwillingness. Zhong Shouwei and his son Zhong Shungang had equally dejected expressions, having also realized the gap in strength between them and the flying mantises. They knew that if the authorities did not come to rescue them, none of the participants or audience members who had not evacuated the gymnasium would survive. Just when Huang Su and the others thought they were doomed, they suddenly saw a figure flash like lightning at the back door of the arena. With a crisp sound, the forearm of a flying mantis that was slaughtering participants at the door was severed in two. After losing its forearm, the flying mantis seemed to have lost its teeth and froze in place. Xiangyu showed no hesitation, swiftly decapitating the flying mantis and turning to attack the other 3. Mr. Gu is indeed Mr. Gu. He can fight against the flying mantises. We are saved. Huang Su had been secretly observing Xiangyu's movements. When he discovered that the invincible mantis in the gym was instantly killed by Xiangyu with a single strike, he immediately became excited and shouted, "Where did he get that foreknife?" Looking at the cold weapon in Xiangyu's hand, Zhong Shouwei was confused. "Old man, your focus is off. Can't you see that Mr. Gu's strength is a bit outrageous?" Zhong Shungang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "As martial artists, how can we cower behind others? Only by fighting can we truly uphold the spirit of a warrior. Shungang, we need to deal with that mutated mammoth and prevent it from harming ordinary citizens." Zhong Shouwei stared at Xiangyu for a moment and called out to his son beside him. After Zhong Shouwei finished speaking, he rushed towards the mutated mammoth without waiting for his son to respond. Zhong Shungang hurriedly followed. Huang Su glanced at the direction where Xiangyu was, then looked at Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang's father and son, and finally gritted his teeth and charged towards the mutated mammoth as well. Although Xiangyu was battling the mantis, he was aware of everything happening around him, including the actions of Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su. After quickly eliminating the remaining 3 mantises in the arena, Xiangyu was anxious to rush towards the mutated mammoth. He knew very well that the 7th-tier mantis was just an appetizer. The true disaster threatening the giant dragon gym and his own life was undoubtedly the 8th-tier beast, the mammoth. If he couldn't successfully deal with the mutated mammoth, all his previous efforts with the host would have been in vain, and even his sister and daughter might not escape with their lives. Gao Jiong, while paying attention to your safety, continue to guide the audience and contestants to evacuate. Leave the fighting to us. As he passed by Gao Jiong, Xiangyu whispered his instructions. Before Gao Jiong could respond, Xiangyu's figure had already disappeared. When he found Xiangyu again, he discovered that he was already in front of the mammoth. Species: Elephant Strength, 8th-tier Beast Power, 102 Speed, 89 Constitution, 99 Spirit, 99 Bloodline, Ancient Divine Elephant, Level Skills, Earth Tremor, Level, Thick Skin and Tough Flesh, Level. Damn, can this still be fought? After reading the mammoth's physical attribute template with his true eye, Xiangyu felt an urge to turn and flee. The mammoth's innate skills were simply too overpowered. Not only did it have area attack skills, but it was also incredibly durable, making it nearly impossible to handle. At this moment, Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang had already attacked the mammoth dozens of times, but their attacks seemed to only tickle it and caused no damage at all. Instead, every time the mammoth raised its 2 front legs to stomp on the gym floor, the father and son would simultaneously stiffen up, and blood would pour from their mouths. Their presence was not entirely useless. They successfully restrained the mammoth. preventing it from causing widespread destruction and buying precious escape time for the survivors in the gym. Mr. Zhong, Brother Zhong, Mr. Huang catch. After joining forces with Zhong Shouwei and his son, Gu Xiangyu did not immediately attack the mammoth, but instead magically pulled out 3 4 knives and threw one to each of them. I just observed your battle with this mutated mammoth. Once the mammoth raises its 2 front legs, you need to be alert. Before its front feet hit the ground, either go around to its back or jump immediately. You should be able to avoid its skill attack. Also, since this elephant has tough skin and flesh, we should try to attack its weak points like its eyes, mouth, and rear. While Gu Xiangyu was speaking, he had already circled around to the back of the mammoth. He suddenly produced a large iron rod from thin air and thrust it heavily into the mammoth's rear. Although Gu Xiangyu had never fought a mammoth in his life, he had witnessed too many human experts battling mammoths in his past life. For a tough-skinned beast like the mutated mammoth, no matter how powerful the martial arts or techniques were, simple and brutal attacks were the most effective. After Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su received the 4 knives from Gu Xiangyu, they were still digesting what Gu Xiangyu meant by rear when a deafening roar suddenly filled their ears. They then saw the mutated mammoth suddenly lift its 2 front legs high, and then, using its hind legs for support, it performed a 180-degree turn in midair, stomping down towards Gu Xiangyu. At that moment, Zhong Shouwei and the others noticed that a large iron rod, as thick as a fist, had appeared behind the mammoth, with bright red blood flowing down it. Seeing this, the 3 of them simultaneously tightened their buttocks, feeling a bit of sympathy for the mammoth. Chapter 43. Never give up. After Gu Xiangyu thrust the iron rod into the mutated mammoth's rear, he hoped to stir it up further and deal a heavy blow to the mammoth. Suddenly, he saw the mammoth, with its massive and heavy body, move with an unmatched speed, performing a Thomas spin and raising its front legs to stomp down on him. His pupils contracted involuntarily, realizing that the mammoth's speed was abnormal. Gu Xiangyu instinctively scanned the mammoth's body data template with his true eye. Species: elephant strength, 9th tier beast power, 102 speed, 99 constitution, 104 spirit, 107 bloodline, ancient divine elephant, level, skills, earth tremor, level, thick skin and tough flesh, level, status, bloodthirsty frenzy. Upon seeing that the mutated mammoth strength had increased from an 8th tier beast to a 9th tier beast, and that it had gained a bloodthirsty frenzy status, Gu Xiangyu's face turned pale, and he felt a wave of helplessness. Standing in front of the towering mutated mammoth, Gu Xiangyu, who was only 8 meters tall, felt particularly small and powerless. No, he absolutely could not give up. Even if he ultimately could not escape death, he would fight until the last moment. After a moment of daze, Gu Xiangyu rolled forward, moving towards the space between the mammoth's hind legs. Just as Gu Xiangyu's body left his original position, the mammoth's front hooves came crashing down. With a loud bang, the originally flat and solid sanded concrete floor created 2 giant pits over a meter deep. The entire gym shook violently. Many audience members who were desperately trying to escape fell to the ground due to the tremors. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and get out of the way. Seeing Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su dazed beside him, Gu Xiangyu picked up Huang Su and threw him aside while shouting at the Zhong family father and son. After missing its attack, the mutated mammoth seemed to become even more irritable. It let out a roar, performed another 180-degree turn, and swiftly executed the earth tremor skill. With another loud bang, the gym shook again, and 2 more deep pits appeared on the ground. Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang, who barely dodged the mammoth stomp, turned pale, cold sweat pouring from their bodies. They knew all too well that if Gu Xiangyu hadn't shouted to wake them up just in time, they would have been stomped into a pile of mush by the mutated mammoth. Huang Su, who had been thrown far away by Gu Xiangyu, looked at the 2 new deep pits on the ground, recalling where he had just been standing, and he felt a lingering fear, still shaken. Mr. Gu saved me once. Mr. Gu saved me again. After being saved by Gu Xiangyu twice, Huang Su regarded Gu Xiangyu as a new parent, and Gu Xiangyu's status in his heart was infinitely elevated. At this moment, Gu Xiangyu was already too preoccupied to pay attention to Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang,
and Huang Su's attitudes towards him. After successfully dodging another attack from the mutated mammoth, his expression became very grim. He had initially planned to rely on his slight speed advantage to slowly wear down the mutated mammoth. However, once the mammoth entered a berserk state, it had already become a ninth-tier beast, with its four-dimensional attributes significantly increased. Even its lowest speed attribute surpassed Xiangyu's, leaving him without hope of killing the mammoth. There must be a way. As long as I don't actively give up, it doesn't count as failure. I'm not living just for myself. Xiangyu shook his head, driving away all negative emotions from his mind, and concentrated intensely to put himself in the best state. The countless trials of life and death in his past life, though they didn't make him an unparalleled powerhouse, had made his temperament incredibly resilient. Perhaps because Xiangyu had severely injured the mutated mammoth. The mammoth completely ignored the presence of others in the gymnasium and fixated on Xiangyu. Wherever Xiangyu's body appeared, its attacks would immediately lock onto that spot. There was a thunderous roar as the originally smooth and flat gym floor was ruined, filled with deep pits everywhere. After dodging hundreds of attacks from the mutated mammoth, Xiangyu's speed slowed down, and it seemed he could be trampled by the mammoth at any moment. With the guidance and assistance of Gao Jiong, all the remaining competitors and spectators in the gymnasium had evacuated, leaving only Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, Huang Su, and Gao Jiong watching from a distance. It wasn't that these few didn't want to help Xiangyu deal with the mutated mammoth, but the vast difference in strength rendered them completely unable to assist. Seeing Xiangyu narrowly escape each time from the mammoth's attacks, their nerves were tightly strung, not daring to even breathe. Xiangyu's speed was getting slower, and his complexion was growing paler, causing increasing anxiety for Gao Jiong and the others. They feared that Xiangyu would turn into a pile of mush under the next attack from the mutated mammoth. Huh, did I just see a smile on Brother Gu's face? Zhong Shouwei rubbed his eyes, looking puzzled. The others, hearing this, couldn't help but take a serious look at Xiangyu, and found that although his expression was extremely fatigued, there indeed was a faint smile in his eyes. Mister, Gu wouldn't he be planning to give up and is lost in thought, right? Gao Jiong said with a worried expression. No, the smile in Mr. Gu's eyes shows confidence. He must have thought of a way to deal with the mutated mammoth, and this time the mammoth is doomed. Unlike Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Gao Jiong, Huang Su had a kind of blind confidence in Xiangyu. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shouwei opened his mouth to refute Huang Su. However, recalling that Xiangyu had saved his life and that he had endured for so long under the attack of the mutated mammoth, the usually talkative man swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Huang is right. Mr. Gu really is going to win. After scanning between Xiangyu and the mutated mammoth for a while, Zhong Shungang also revealed a happy smile. Did you see that? The front hooves of the mutated mammoth are already seeping blood. That must be Mr. Gu's doing. With the curious gazes of the other three, Zhong Shungang smiled broadly. How could this be? The front hooves of the mutated mammoth are its toughest parts. How could they be injured? Just now, Mr. Gu was busy escaping and didn't attack the mutated mammoth at all. Seeing that the front hooves of the mutated mammoth were indeed bleeding continuously, Zhong Shouwei was left dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 44. Even a lion opens its mouth wide. The onlookers, Zhong Shouwei and the others, couldn't understand how Xiangyu, who clearly had no power to fight back against the mutated mammoth's attacks and was struggling to survive, could have suddenly caused the mammoth's front hooves to be injured. However, the fact that the mutated mammoth's hooves had been injured was indisputable. As they saw the frequency of the mammoth's attacks slow down, Xiangyu's dodging became increasingly easier, and the tension in Zhong Shouwei and the others began to ease. I knew Mr. Gu could turn the tide. Seeing that things were indeed developing in the direction he had guessed, Huang Su pumped his fist with excitement. Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Gao Jiong had already realized that Huang Su was completely a die-hard fan of Xiangyu. He had a mysterious confidence in Xiangyu and wouldn't tolerate anyone saying a word against him. Huang, how did you know from the beginning that Mr. Gu could deal with the mutated mammoth? Zhong Shouwei asked curiously. Because Mr. Gu is a person who is good at creating miracles.
He once single-handedly killed over 1,000 mutated flying bats. Huang Su began to say, but then realized he had let something slip. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhong Shouwei. You old man, how ungracious. Taking advantage of my distraction to trick me into talking. The mutated flying bats are flying creatures that not only attack with nightmares, but also with sound waves. Those below the extraordinary level cannot even reach them. How could any competitor kill over 1,000 mutated flying bats? Zhong Shouwei instinctively retorted. But after he finished speaking, he found that Huang Su merely scoffed in disdain and didn't bother to respond, while Gao Jiong maintained a calm expression, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the matter of you exchanging 135 points of physical attribute value was true and not just an act with Mr. Gu? You old man, how rude. Mr. Gu is so strong. Does he need to act in front of a group of strangers? After being questioned repeatedly by Zhong Shouwei, Huang Su finally lost his temper. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Zhong Shungang quickly signaled his father with his eyes to stop talking. However, the father and son duo were already experiencing a storm in their hearts, unable to calm down. They had initially thought they possessed strengths of a 5th-tier Awakener and a 7th-tier Awakener respectively, and although they only ranked 3rd and 4th in the assessment task, they believed the gap with the top 2 was not too far. Therefore, when they heard that Huang Su had exchanged contribution points for 135 points of physical attribute value, they instinctively thought Huang Su was boasting. The assessment ranking was based on the total contribution points, so how could Huang Su, a regular person, have contribution points that were 30 times theirs? At this moment, after witnessing Gu Xiangyu fighting against the flying mantis and the mutated mammoth, the father and son no longer thought that Gu Xiangyu's previous conversation with Huang Su was an act. Just as Huang Su said, Mr. Gu is so strong. Does he need to act in front of a group of strangers? If Huang Su teamed up with Gu Xiangyu for bounty tasks, they could easily win against all the competitors. Huang, I'm really sorry. I'm just an old man who doesn't see much and have offended you and Mr. Gu. Realizing that Huang Su was now, like him, already a 5th-tier Awakener, and that Gu Xiangyu could even kill 9th-tier ferocious beasts, Zhong Shouwei immediately lowered his attitude. Huang Su snorted proudly, focusing intently on the battle between Gu Xiangyu and the mutated mammoth, ignoring Zhong Shouwei. Zhong Shouwei awkwardly scratched the back of his head, signaling his son to help smooth things over. Zhong Shungang pretended not to see and kept his eyes glued to the battle in the center of the gymnasium. Mr. Zhong, Huang Su is angry because you underestimated Mr. Gu. After the battle ends, please be polite to Mr. Gu, and it will be as if nothing happened. Gao Jiong reminded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shouwei's eyes lit up, and he nodded gratefully at Gao Jiong, then fell silent and seriously watched the exciting battle between Gu Xiangyu and the mutated mammoth. Gu Xiangyu did not disappoint the 4 spectators. After more than 10 minutes, the mutated mammoth, which had been frequently using the earth tremor skill to chase Gu Xiangyu around, making him exhausted, seemed to have its legs filled with lead. Slowing down more and more, the mammoth's earth tremor skill appeared to be sealed, and it could no longer be used. While dodging the mammoth's charges, Gu Xiangyu was also able to occasionally sneak behind the mammoth, stirring the iron rod that had already sunk into its rear, causing the mammoth to emit a series of mournful cries. Half an hour later, the mammoth fell to the ground with a crash, as if it had pushed over a mountain. Seeing this, Gu Xiangyu did not let down his guard. Instead, he materialized a long spear and exerted tremendous effort to sever the mammoth's head, then sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. This battle was extremely dangerous for Gu Xiangyu. Both physically and mentally, it was a challenge that pushed him to his limits time and again. At this moment, Gu Xiangyu was particularly grateful to Su Daoyuan. If it hadn't been for seeing the iron caltrip in Su Daoyuan's private cold weapon museum and having absorbed it before, and then suddenly recalling to use the iron caltrip against the mammoth's earth tremor skill, the outcome of today's battle would have been unpredictable. Mr. Gu, I just received a call from the senior officials of the federal government. They would like to invite you to visit the martial arts department. If you're willing, they will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up immediately. What do you think? Just as Gu Xiangyu was digesting the experience from the battle, Gao Jiong's respectful voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The martial arts department wants to invite me as a guest.
Gu Xiangyu's face showed a hesitant expression. Remembering the contribution points he had almost exhausted, he instinctively wanted to refuse. Just then, Gu Xiangyu's phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID was his doctoral advisor's name, Gu Xiangyu smiled apologetically at Gao Jiong and stepped aside to answer the call. Dayu, did you just resolve the huge crisis at the Dragon Sports Center? Teacher Chun, how did you know so quickly? As long as it's true, that's good. I thought that old guy was just messing with me. The federal government's War Department is taking this matter very seriously. They're discussing your commendation. You can confidently visit the martial arts department. Feel free to ask for whatever you want. That old guy should help you get the best benefits. Chun Jiubin was the kind of person who was very straightforward in his speech and actions, and after clarifying things, he ended the call. So it's through Teacher Chun that I get to visit the martial arts department and ask for what I want. My unseen Jiang Shibua is really something. Gu Xiangyu murmured to himself, showing an extremely happy smile. Mr. Gu, does that mean you agreed to visit the martial arts department? Seeing Gu Xiangyu approach with a beaming smile, Gao Jiong had already guessed the answer. Gu Xiangyu nodded with a smile and asked Gao Jiong to reply to the martial arts department, while he dialed his sister Gu Wanner's phone number. Bro, what have you been busy with all day? I couldn't see you, and you didn't answer your calls. I heard a fierce beast broke into the sports center. Are you okay? The phone rang only half a second before being picked up, and then Gu Xiangyu heard his sister's rapid-fire voice. Wanner, I'm fine. I wasn't injured. I was just busy dealing with the fierce beast and couldn't answer the phone. I'm really sorry. How are you and Pampan? Feeling his sister's anxiety and concern, Gu Xiangyu's nose inexplicably felt sour. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his emotions. I was planning to wait for you at the entrance of the sports center with Pampan, but Pampan suddenly started shouting that she wanted ice cream, so I came with her to the Agendaz store across from the sports center. We're fine. That little greedy cat is enjoying herself, so hurry over. Upon hearing his sister's words, Gu Xiangyu's anxious heart instantly calmed down. It was also at this moment that Gu Xiangyu remembered his sister was with a daughter who had a high-level prophet talent. Even without using her talent skills, a high-level prophet has an almost instinctual ability to avoid danger, making her a favored child of heaven. When Gu Xiangyu was fleeing with his daughter in his previous life, they often inexplicably avoided life-threatening crises and frequently encountered benefactors. So he deeply understood the wonders and power of those with high-level prophet talents. Wanner, I just got a call from the senior officials of the federal government. I have to go to the martial arts department immediately. After you and Pampan finish your ice cream, head home first and be careful on the way. Oh, just after Gu Xiangyu hung up, he saw several round faces approaching him. He was startled and nearly dropped his phone. Mr. Gu, my old man and my son, thank you for saving our lives. And I must apologize to you. I shouldn't have doubted that you and Mr. Huang were acting. Zhong Shouwei exclaimed excitedly in Gu Xiangyu's puzzled gaze. Gu Xiangyu shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Mr. Gu, how did you think to use iron caltrops against the mutated mammoth? That's simply a stroke of genius. Even the inventor of the iron caltrop probably wouldn't have thought that this thing could counter a 9th-level beast talent skill. When you fought the mutated mammoth, you narrowly avoided its stomps every time. Did you deliberately slow down to set up the iron caltrops? Our hearts were in our throats at that moment. Also, how could you have so many iron caltrops in your storage space? Moreover, these iron caltrops seem to be made using modern technology, and the material isn't iron but tungsten. After receiving Gu Xiangyu's forgiveness, Zhong Shouwei's talkative nature was reactivated. He stared at Gu Xiangyu with fiery eyes, and one question after another sprang from his mouth, leaving Gu Xiangyu overwhelmed. It turned out that while Gu Xiangyu was on the phone, Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Huang Su had already examined the corpse of the mutated mammoth and its surroundings. Upon seeing the iron caltrops deeply embedded in the mammoth's hooves, they instantly understood the true reason Gu Xiangyu was able to defeat the mammoth this time, leaving them in awe of Gu Xiangyu. The few of them could tell that although Gu Xiangyu's strength was superior to theirs, he was still not enough in front of the mutated mammoth. Yet, he could ultimately slay the mammoth in such a perilous situation, which made them admire him greatly. Not to mention Huang Su, even Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang, and even Gao Jiong, were inclined to become fans of Gu Xiangyu. While the few were chatting,
The special car from the martial arts department arrived at the entrance of the sports center to pick up Gu Xiangyu. After exchanging contact information with Zhong Shouwei, Zhong Shungang, and Gao Jiong, Gu Xiangyu got into the back seat of the special car and left under the excited and envious gazes of the few. Gao Jiong, do you know why the senior officials of the federal government invited Mr. Gu to the martial arts department? After the special car disappeared around the corner, Huang Su asked curiously. I don't know. It should be a good thing, right? Recalling the enthusiastic attitude of the federal government officials on the phone, Gao Jiong answered uncertainly. After Gao Jiong finished speaking, he noticed Zhong Shouwei and his son, along with Huang Su, looking at him eagerly, seemingly with countless questions waiting for him. He felt a sudden panic in his heart and quickly found an excuse to leave. On the way to the martial arts department, Gu Xiangyu recalled how he had repeatedly pushed his limits during this battle. He faintly felt that his strength should have improved, and he couldn't help but look at his body attribute template. Name: Gu Xiangyu Strength. Awakened, 9th rank, Power, 99 Speed, 99 Constitution, 99 Spirit, 113 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, level can be upgraded, Eye of Truth level, can be upgraded. My physical attributes have actually increased by so much. Even though he was mentally prepared, Gu Xiangyu still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when he saw the specific values of his physical attributes. After battling against a 9th rank mutant beast, the Mammoth, almost every one of his physical attributes had increased by 46 points, and his spirit attribute had even exaggeratedly increased by 10 points. Could it be that extreme challenges are the true way to enhance strength? Gu Xiangyu's heart suddenly burned with enthusiasm. However, after recalling the several life-and-death situations he had faced today, he quickly calmed down. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Xiangyu really didn't want to experience that feeling of teetering on the edge of life and death again. Mr. Gu, we've arrived. While Gu Xiangyu sat in the car with his eyes closed, digesting the gains from this battle, the driver's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Gu Xiangyu opened his eyes and found that the vehicle had already stopped at the foot of a towering building. The words Martial Arts Department of the Kyushu federal government were clearly visible, shaking him to attention. You must be Gu Xiangyu, the proud disciple that advisor Chen often mentions. You look quite spirited, indeed a fine young talent for our federal government. As soon as Gu Xiangyu got out of the car, an old man in military uniform strode up to him, extending a palm the size of a fan while loudly praising him. Behind the old man was a small team of 10 people standing in 2 neat rows, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, subtly protecting the old man. Kid, old Chen must have mentioned me to you. Once we enter the conference room, don't be dazzled by the various generous treatments they throw at you. You must firmly refuse to join the martial arts department, and then you will receive unimaginable surprises. Just as Gu Xiangyu was guessing the identity of the overly enthusiastic old man in front of him, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Looking at the old man in military uniform who was making faces at him, Gu Xiangyu instantly confirmed the other's identity. Chapter 46. The trump card. Although it was his first time meeting the old man in military uniform, the moment Gu Xiangyu confirmed his identity, he felt that the old man seemed particularly amiable and genuinely wanted to get close to him. This was because Gu Xiangyu had heard too many legends about this master uncle from his mentor, Chen Jiubin. Moreover, this master uncle had been silently watching over his growth and even gifted him a mining map to help him pass the tests and assessments of the Super Origin Planet program. Now, the master uncle had specifically come to wait for him outside the martial arts department, using a secret signal to tell him not to join the martial arts department. No matter his motives, Gu Xiangyu would just follow his instructions. The general flatters me. I'm just a kid. Gu Xiangyu pretended not to hear anything, shaking hands with the master uncle while responding in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Jiang Qingfeng saw Gu Xiangyu subtly wink at him and smiled, patting Gu Xiangyu's shoulder before leading him into the hall of the martial arts department. Old Jiang, what brings you to our martial arts department to intercept? Just as Gu Xiangyu was curiously examining the decor and layout of the martial arts department hall, a voice as loud as a gong suddenly reached his ears, making his eardrums throb painfully. Following the sound, Gu Xiangyu saw an old man in a tang suit with flowing white hair blocking the path in the hall. The man was glaring at Jiang Qingfeng, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Hello, Brother Gu. I am Xiangyu, the Deputy Minister of the Martial Arts Department. After hearing about your heroic feat at the gym, I specifically invited you to visit the Martial Arts Department. Please come in. The old man in the Tang suit, Xiangyu, who had just been loudly reprimanding Jiang Qingfeng, now greeted Gu Xiangyu with a beaming smile. Old Zhou, can you have some dignity? You're over 70, yet you call a young man in his 20s brother. It's embarrassing just to hear it. Gu Xiangyu was struggling with how to respond to Xiangyu when Jiang Qingfeng's comment nearly made him lose his composure. Xiangyu was clearly infuriated by this remark, his eyes bulging as he seemed ready to retaliate. However, upon seeing Gu Xiangyu next to him, he forcibly held back his anger, snorted coldly, and then led Gu Xiangyu into the conference room with a smile. It turned out that our martial arts department's decision this time was completely correct. Whether it was the sudden increase in assessment difficulty or the dramatic changes at the gym, it was all for the sake of survival of the fittest. Selecting the elite we need. A group of useless people who only hide in the virtual world, wasting nutrient fluid, is not worth our investment. As Gu Xiangyu approached the conference room, a passionate voice reached his ears. Hearing such assertive words, Gu Xiangyu paused, feeling a wave of discomfort rise within him. He quickly scanned the conference room, discovering about 30 people seated, with the speaker at the very front, flanked by empty seats. Seeing Gu Xiangyu and his group, the person at the front stood up excitedly and walked towards Gu Xiangyu, passionately proclaiming, "Our great hero Gu Xiangyu has arrived. Let's welcome him with applause. Brother Gu, this is Tang Heng, the Minister of our Martial Arts Department. He greatly appreciates your achievements in the assessment and tests. Your battle at the gym has impressed him immensely, and with his support, your path to advancement in martial arts will be worry-free," Xiangyu said while clapping, leaning closer to Gu Xiangyu to remind him quietly. Jiang Qingfeng snorted coldly, but seemed to hold back, not daring to say much more. Gu Xiangyu, before you came here, we have been watching and admiring the battle videos from your assessment and tests. I must say, your performance amazed us. Now that extraterrestrial civilizations are forcefully invading, Water Blue Star is facing an unprecedented extinction crisis. Humanity needs true, strong individuals to stand up and turn the tide. Your performance in this assessment and test has shown us the hope for the rise of Water Blue Star. Given enough time, you will surely grow into a pillar of Water Blue Star. In light of your achievements in the assessment and tests, as well as your performance at the gym, we have decided to reward you. All the rewards the Martial Arts Department can offer are displayed on the big screen, and you can choose 3 of them. Just as Xiangyu had said, Tang Heng indeed valued Gu Xiangyu highly. As he spoke, he kindly pulled Gu Xiangyu to sit beside him, then praised Gu Xiangyu in front of everyone in the conference room. Even though Gu Xiangyu had already made up his mind to resist the various temptations of the Martial Arts Department and refused to join, he couldn't help but glance at the big screen. 1. Double the contribution points earned in the Super Origin Planet Program assessment and tests. 2. A set of martial arts techniques and skills below the spirit level, including spirit level. 3. A weapon below the spirit level, including spirit level. 4. A beast training method below the spirit level, including spirit level. 5. A spirit beast below the general level, including general level. After Gu Xiangyu finished browsing all the selectable rewards on the big screen, his heart began to race, and his breathing became rapid. Gu Xiangyu, we just discussed that if you are willing to join the Martial Arts Department, not only will you enjoy the benefits of a council member, but you can also choose 6 rewards from the more than 20 options displayed on the big screen. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's reaction clearly, Tang Heng timely threw out his trump card. Upon hearing Tang Heng's words, Gu Xiangyu had to admit that he was tempted. If he could really choose 6 rewards from the more than 20 displayed on the big screen, he was almost certain that his strength would definitely skyrocket in a short period of time. However, after thinking about the deliberate reminder from Master Jiang at the entrance and what Tang Heng said when he entered the conference room, Gu Xiangyu slowly calmed down again. Minister Tang, I'm very sorry. Your invitation came too suddenly for me. Can I temporarily take 3 rewards and then claim the other 3 when I decide to join the Martial Arts Department? To take care of Tang Heng and the Martial Arts Department as face. Gu Xiangyu did not directly refuse to join the Martial Arts Department, but instead remained silent for a moment before nervously asking,
Tang Heng and Zhou Hongyu thought that Gu Xiangyu would choose to join the martial arts department without hesitation after seeing the numerous rewards on the big screen. So when Gu Xiangyu refused, they all thought there was something wrong with their ears. Gu Xiangyu, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. The Musher sect is also a group member of the martial arts department. They have already learned that you have killed their disciples twice and are preparing to settle the score with you. If you join the martial arts department, they can help resolve the hatred between you. Hearing the words Musher sect, Gu Xiangyu was shocked. In the blink of an eye, he understood why Tang Heng suddenly mentioned the Musher sect to him. It should be that Tang Heng felt that his refusal to join the martial arts department had embarrassed him. Tang Heng deliberately said he was willing to help resolve the hatred between the Musher sect and himself. Rather than being friendly, it was more like a threat. Chapter 47. Acknowledge mistakes and stand correctly when hit. Gu Xiangyu's first impression of Tang Heng was very poor. After hearing Tang Heng's coercive words, his impression of Tang Heng worsened. If it were someone else, Gu Xiangyu would have retorted immediately. But faced with the powerful and influential Tang Heng, Gu Xiangyu could only choose silence. Minister Tang, are you saying that the Musher sect is plotting against Gu Xiangyu? I will report this matter to the War Department immediately, and I hope you will come forward to testify at that time. Just when Gu Xiangyu felt extremely uncomfortable and didn't know how to respond to Tang Heng, Jiang Qingfeng's deep voice suddenly rang out in the conference room. This sentence was like a heavenly sound to Gu Xiangyu, allowing him to finally breathe after feeling nearly suffocated. Tang Heng, who believed he had grasped Gu Xiangyu's weakness, was smugly watching Gu Xiangyu, expecting him to yield. Jiang Qingfeng's words were like a resounding slap, hitting Tang Heng hard in the face. It was at this moment that Tang Heng realized that it was not just Gu Xiangyu and Zhou Hongyu who entered the conference room. He didn't know when Jiang Qingfeng had also followed them in. He had previously focused all his attention on Gu Xiangyu and hadn't noticed Jiang Qingfeng, who had deliberately stayed far behind the two. General Jiang, how could the Musher sect target Gu Xiangyu? What I just said was a joke and shouldn't be taken seriously. Fearing that Jiang Qingfeng would escalate the situation, Tang Heng quickly denied it. Minister Tang, the War Department has documented the Musher sect's 2 attacks on Gu Xiangyu very clearly. Even if they did not intend to continue targeting Gu Xiangyu, the Martial Arts Department must give Gu Xiangyu an explanation about this matter, don't you think? That is an enmity between the Su family and Gu Xiangyu. The Musher sect is completely unaware, and we in the Martial Arts Department are even less clear about what is going on. Facing Jiang Qingfeng's aggressive words, Tang Heng was sweating profusely. So that is how it is. I must have wronged Minister Tang. Just when Tang Heng thought this topic would be passed over and breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Jiang Qingfeng change the subject. I heard Minister Tang just threaten Gu Xiangyu with the Musher sect, and I thought the enmity between the Su family and Gu Xiangyu was not coincidental, but rather a long-planned conspiracy by the Martial Arts Department and the Musher sect. I clearly remember that when the Musher sect first targeted Gu Xiangyu, he was still a low-level awakener. When they targeted him a second time, they specifically retrieved Gu Xiangyu's physical data from the Martial Arts Department and sent several people to participate in the test and assessment. But unexpectedly, the Martial Arts Department's data was outdated. If I'm not mistaken, there are high-ranking members of the Musher sect sitting in this conference room. You would plan to take Gu Xiangyu's life if he doesn't agree to join the Martial Arts Department, would you? Jiang Qingfeng's last sentence was like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the conference room. Several people in the conference room stood up excitedly, pointing at Jiang Qingfeng and cursing. Seeing the embarrassed expressions of the Martial Arts Department members in the conference room, Jiang Qingfeng sneered and turned to leave with Gu Xiangyu. General Jiang, please stay. Just as Jiang Qingfeng and Gu Xiangyu were about to reach the conference room door, Tang Heng finally couldn't help but call out. Minister Tang, at this point, you shouldn't hold any illusions. Before you contacted Gu Xiangyu, the cabinet had already made arrangements for his position. After I conveyed the cabinet's intentions to Gu Xiangyu, he agreed. What you need to consider now is not how to force Gu Xiangyu to join the Martial Arts Department, but how to get Gu Xiangyu to help you conceal the truth from the cabinet, so you won't be blamed and punished by them. Since you're in this business, you must acknowledge your mistakes and stand correctly when hit, don't you think, Minister Tang? Jiang Qingfeng didn't really want to leave the conference room.
He just wanted to take control of the conversation. So as soon as Tang Heng finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to stop in his tracks, and then resolutely threw out a prepared statement. Upon hearing Jiang Qingfeng's words, the previously noisy conference room fell silent instantly, and Tang Heng wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Tang Heng glared at Jiang Qingfeng with great reluctance, wanting to confirm whether what Jiang Qingfeng said was true or just a bluff. But after staring for a long time, he couldn't tell anything. In the end, he could only feel dejected and say, "Gu Xiangyu, can we talk alone?" Gu Xiangyu had no idea what had happened. He looked at his master with a puzzled expression. Seeing Jiang Qingfeng nod, he followed Tang Heng out of the conference room and into the adjacent minister's office. "Gu Xiangyu, whether you believe it or not, I truly admire you and am willing to cultivate you vigorously." After making a cup of tea for Gu Xiangyu, Tang Heng said sincerely. Gu Xiangyu nodded non-committally and did not speak. "Since the cabinet has made arrangements for you, it only shows that the martial arts department has no fate with you. However, the martial arts department still wants to build a good relationship with you. As long as you agree to help speak on behalf of the martial arts department with the cabinet, they can meet 3 of your requests." Seeing Gu Xiangyu remain silent, Tang Heng knew it would be difficult to gain his trust quickly, so he decided to be straightforward. Gu Xiangyu didn't know why Tang Heng was so confident that he could speak on behalf of the cabinet. But when he heard that the martial arts department could meet 3 of his requests, he instinctively thought of the 26 optional rewards that had flashed across the big screen in the conference room. Could the 26 reward displayed on the big screen count as one request? After pondering for a moment, Gu Xiangyu suddenly remembered that Master Jiang had reminded him that he could ask for a lot from the martial arts department, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Tang Heng, who had just taken a sip of excellent tea, spat it all over the desk. Then Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A suffocating aura rushed towards him, rendering him completely immobile. "Minister Tang, I was just joking to lighten the mood," Gu Xiangyu said. Seeing Tang Heng's murderous expression, Gu Xiangyu realized he had asked for too much. "Gu Xiangyu, although the martial arts department needs you to speak on their behalf in the cabinet, that doesn't mean you can ask for an exorbitant price. I'll give you 3 minutes. If we can't reach an agreement in 3 minutes, then we want to discuss our cooperation further." After finishing his sentence, Tang Heng closed his eyes and ignored Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu quickly calculated in his mind that he had already offended the martial arts department, so it would be better not to ask for any rewards with operational space. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Then Gu Xiangyu despairingly discovered that apart from doubling the contribution points reward, all other rewards had been excluded. "Minister Tang, I just thought it over carefully. I plan to consolidate my 3 requests into one. The martial arts department should give me 30 million contribution points. How about that? Kid, are you sure you're not looking for death?" Hearing Gu Xiangyu's request, Tang Heng's eyelids twitched violently as he gritted his teeth and scolded. Seeing Tang Heng's furious reaction, Gu Xiangyu felt a sense of relief. Since Tang Heng didn't act immediately, it indicated that his request was within the other party's psychological expectations. So this deal with the martial arts department should be secure. Chapter 48. A huge surprise, 30 million contribution points? You really dare to ask for that? On the way to the cabinet, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but be curious and asked about Gu Xiangyu's deal with the martial arts department. When he learned that Gu Xiangyu had asked for an astronomical amount of contribution points, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, didn't you tell me to ask for a lot? I was hoping he would give me all the rewards displayed on the big screen in the conference room." But he didn't agree, Gu Xiangyu muttered softly. Jiang Qingfeng pointed at Gu Xiangyu's nose and sighed. "I'm starting to doubt whether you're really Chen Jiubin's student. He is such an honest and straightforward person. How could he teach such a cunning and slippery student like you?" "Master, speaking of which, what exactly happened during the Super Yuan Planet Program event? How did you manage to grasp the martial arts department so easily and make them willing to pay such a high price?" Gu Xiangyu chuckled and timely shifted the topic. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh, revealing a look of sorrow. The martial arts department was established only after the Great Disaster, composed of various ancient martial arts sects, ancient martial families, and rogue experts.
The federal government needed their strength to fight against the invasion of alien civilizations and made many compromises for this. However, these ancient martial arts experts were accustomed to the law of the jungle and viewed the great disaster as an opportunity. They treated the federal government's various orders and tasks with indifference, showing little regard for the lives of ordinary people. The tests and assessments for the Super Yuan Planet program were originally the responsibility of the War Department, but due to the arrival of an alien mech team, the War Department had to deploy all its forces to encircle and eliminate them, so the tests and assessments were temporarily handed over to the Martial Arts Department. However, the Martial Arts Department didn't take this test and assessment seriously, leading to a tragedy. After listening to Jiang Qingfeng's account, Xiangyu fell silent. He had always thought that the heavy casualties during this test and assessment were due to the federal government's forces being held back by the alien civilization's power and unable to rescue the participants. He never imagined that the Martial Arts Department had the strength to protect the participants of the Super Yuan Planet program and could have prevented the disaster at the Giant Dragon Stadium. Yet they did nothing. The reason was simple, absurd, and cruel. The participants of the Super Yuan Planet program and the audience at the Giant Dragon Stadium were all ordinary people, unworthy of their protection. Their deaths were deserved. However, the Martial Arts Department never anticipated that the alien civilization invading Super Yuan Star would split into two forces, with one deliberately attracting the War Department's attention while the other targeted the Super Yuan Planet program event. As a result, the final development of this event was completely beyond the Martial Arts Department's control, with not only 2/3 of the participants in the assessment mission being lost, but also nearly all participants and spectators at the Giant Dragon Stadium facing annihilation. If Xiangyu hadn't killed all the mutated demon bats in the cave near the mission hall during the assessment and turned the tide at the Giant Dragon Stadium by defeating the mutated mammoth and flying mantis, the Zhejiang federal government would have become a joke before the American federal government and the European federal government. Master, since the Martial Arts Department made a mistake, why do you still want me to help them cover up and conceal the facts? Why not let the cabinet directly hold them accountable and punish them? After a long time, Xiangyu spoke out indignantly. Dayu, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The power of the alien civilization invading Super Yuan Star is too strong. It's difficult to resist relying solely on the War Department. Therefore, we must unite all forces we can unite. Unless there are more people among the ordinary citizens of Super Yuan Star who can grow rapidly like you, we want to easily sever ties with the Martial Arts Department. Does the Martial Arts Department know the federal government's taboos? They may know, or they may not. It doesn't matter. They understand the martial world, but not politics. Perhaps the topic was too heavy. After saying this, Jiang Qingfeng closed his eyes to rest and remained silent. Xiangyu quietly digested what Jiang Qingfeng had said, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, making his gaze increasingly determined. Half an hour later, under Jiang Qingfeng's guidance, Xiangyu entered the cabinet. Xiangyu, are you willing to join the War Department and become an honorable soldier? Before Xiangyu had a chance to seriously assess the elder who was meeting him, he heard the elder's deep and hoarse voice. Looking at the elder who resembled a neighborly grandfather, Xiangyu couldn't help but nod. Xiangyu is excellent, and his disciple is also excellent. Since you're willing to join the War Department, you will temporarily train under Jiang Qingfeng. With his protection, you should be able to grow safely. The Martial Arts Department is generous, willing to offer 30 million contribution points, and the Cabinet and War Department cannot be stingy either. Jiang Qingfeng, the specific rewards and benefits you discuss with Xiangyu, and make sure to satisfy him. The elders seemed to be unwell. After saying a couple of sentences, his breathing became rapid. He smiled apologetically at Xiangyu, and then slowly left with the support of the guards. Elder Huang is one of the only 7 extraordinary realm powerhouses in our Zhejiang federal government. This time, facing the invasion of alien mechs. If it weren't for Elder Huang's selfless dedication and bloody battles, our War Department's forces would have suffered at least half of their losses before being able to deal with that alien mech team. In response to Xiangyu's inquiring gaze, Jiang Qingfeng explained with a serious expression. Hearing about Elder Huang's deeds, Xiangyu felt a deep respect for him while also being filled with infinite emotion and pride. Even feeling a surge of blood
boiling within him. All right, Dayu, don't daze off. The martial arts department has given you 30 million contribution points. And the cabinet and war department will give you another 70 million contribution points to make it a round number. The rewards that the cabinet and war department can offer are all here. You can exchange them using your contribution points. Just to be clear, don't bargain with me. This has already been approved by Elder Huang. It's the greatest sincerity I can offer within my authority. While Xiangyu was still immersed in the excitement of being received by Elder Huang, Jiang Qingfeng, at some point, had created a projection on the wall, densely listing a long string of rewards. After seeing the numerous rewards projected on the wall in front of him, Xiangyu suddenly felt that the 26 rewards listed on the big screen in the martial arts department's conference room were nothing more than a way to entertain beggars. The rewards displayed on the big screen in the martial arts department were all here, and they were more comprehensive and advanced. The rewards not listed on the big screen in the martial arts department were also available here. Xiangyu carefully flipped through and found that the rewards on the wall projection were categorized into a full 50 pages, with each page detailing the specific name, grade type, characteristics, and specific price of the rewards. Under the guidance of Jiang Qingfeng, Xiangyu pressed a button on the remote control in his hand to sort all rewards by value. 1. Dust Universe Transformation, Incomplete, High-Grade Spiritual Technique. An alien civilization's body refining technique can create an inner space when the body is refined to the extreme, worth 40 million contribution points. 2. Falling Star Palm, Incomplete. Mid-grade spiritual martial skill, alien civilization's combat technique. As the palm moves, stars fall, worth 30 million contribution points. 3. Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, mid-grade spiritual movement technique. Can create 9 shadow clones when practiced to perfection, worth 20 million contribution points. 4. Divine Concealment Beast Taming Method, high-grade ordinary beast taming skill. Can tame all wild beasts with a grade not higher than one's own, worth 15 million contribution points. After clearly seeing the first few redeemable rewards listed on the wall projection, Xiangyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 49. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Master Jiang, can I really redeem all the rewards on the projection screen? After a long time, Xiangyu swallowed hard and asked excitedly. In both his past life and this life, Xiangyu had never heard of anyone around him practicing spiritual techniques and martial skills. But now, spiritual techniques, combat skills, and movement techniques were appearing right in front of him, and he could obtain them with just a finger movement, which made Xiangyu feel extremely unreal. Jiang Qingfeng seemed quite satisfied with Xiangyu's reaction, nodding with a smile. As long as your contribution points are sufficient, feel free to redeem. After receiving confirmation from Jiang Qingfeng, Xiangyu did not hesitate to click the redemption buttons for Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, and Cloud Soaring Dragon Step. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge in a timely manner. When Xiangyu tried to click the redemption button for Divine Concealment Beast Taming Method, a dialog box suddenly popped up on the projection screen, leaving him stunned. It was at this moment that Xiangyu realized that after redeeming Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, and Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, the 100 million contribution points he had just obtained had decreased by 90 million, leaving him with only 10 million contribution points. While Divine Concealment Beast Taming Method was worth 15 million contribution points, Xiangyu instinctively looked at Jiang Qingfeng for help. You see, I'm of no use. I already said that the maximum contribution points the Cabinet and the War Department can give you is 70 million, and their biggest reward for you is not contribution points, but the rewards on the projection screen. Before Xiangyu could speak, Jiang Qingfeng spoke first. Master Jiang, could you lend me some contribution points? I'll pay you back later. Xiangyu looked at the 50 pages of rewards, feeling restless, and couldn't help but beg with a flattering smile. Get lost. Old man here doesn't have enough contribution points for himself. Jiang Qingfeng said impatiently. Master Jiang, as an elder, isn't it a bit unreasonable to not give your disciple a little welcome gift on our first meeting? It won't help to talk today. I really don't have any contribution points because I just redeemed this sword yesterday. Jiang Qingfeng smiled helplessly. Seeing that Jiang Qingfeng was truly out of options, Xiangyu had to give up. And why am I so fixated on the beast taming method? Soon, Gu Xiangyu realized the reason. In his past life, due to his low strength, he had always wanted to tame a ferocious beast to protect himself and his daughter, which led to an almost pathological obsession with beast taming methods. After being reborn, his mindset had not completely changed, so he still had an obsession with taming ferocious beasts. In fact, with his current strength, even without a spiritual beast, he could still protect himself and his daughter very well. Gu Xiangyu's gaze skipped over divine concealment beast taming method and landed on the 5th-ranked Heavenly Dragon Halberd technique and Star Moon perception. Heavenly Dragon Halberd technique is a high-grade, ordinary halberd technique that requires a battle halberd, while Star Moon perception is a secret technique for cultivating mental strength. Both worth 10 million contribution points. Since he already had the spiritual martial skill Falling Star Palm, the high-grade, ordinary halberd technique was optional. After weighing it in his mind for a moment, Gu Xiangyu decisively redeemed Star Moon perception with the remaining 10 million contribution points. Master, I have redeemed everything. Where do I go to collect the techniques and skills? After redeeming everything, Gu Xiangyu asked Jiang Qingfeng excitedly. To you, I must say your choice is the most reasonable. As one's own strength is paramount, any external force is unreliable. Fortunately, you didn't redeem spiritual beasts, weapons, or armor. Otherwise, I would definitely look down on you. Jiang Qingfeng glanced at the rewards Gu Xiangyu redeemed, his gaze filled with appreciation. He pointed to a game pod in the room. Just lie down in the game pod. And in the real world, we will implant all the rewards you just redeemed into your memory through a chip. Hearing Jiang Qingfeng's words, Gu Xiangyu was shocked. You implanted a chip in my head? If we didn't implant a chip, how could you log into the Super Yuan planet? Don't worry. The chip is just a connection terminal. It won't harm your body, and no one will spy on your privacy. Only under very special circumstances. With authorization from the master program, will we access and view your body's four-dimensional data. Under Jiang Qingfeng's guidance, Gu Xiangyu lay down in the specially designed game pod and quietly closed his eyes. The next second, a flood of memories related to dust universe transformation, Falling Star Palm, Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, and Star Moon perception surged into Gu Xiangyu's mind, as if these memories were innate, completely integrating into his bones and blood. While Gu Xiangyu was slowly savoring the wonders of it all, his vision suddenly brightened, and he found himself in a training ground. In the training ground, a middle-aged man in a martial outfit clasped his fists towards Gu Xiangyu and then demonstrated dust universe transformation, Falling Star Palm, Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, and Star Moon perception one by one, encouraging Gu Xiangyu to practice along and patiently correcting his mistakes again and again. Gu Xiangyu eagerly comprehended and practiced the techniques and skills, becoming immersed in it and completely forgetting the passage of time. It felt like a second, yet also like 10,000 years. When Gu Xiangyu opened his eyes again, his eyes shone with dazzling light, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had mastered dust universe transformation, Falling Star Palm, Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, and Star Moon perception, and all that remained was for him to accumulate practice over time. How do you feel? Jiang Qingfeng had been waiting beside the game pod, and upon seeing Gu Xiangyu wake up, he asked with concern. Very good, unprecedentedly good, it's amazing. Gu Xiangyu did not hesitate to shower praise. Although 100 million contribution points were a lot and could allow him to redeem 10,000 body attribute points, Gu Xiangyu knew that in Water Blue Star, techniques and skills were even more important. Good cultivation methods and combat skills can enable practitioners to exert strength several times greater than their cultivation level. If one only has a cultivation level without good methods and skills, they may be easily defeated by someone with a significantly lower cultivation level. More importantly, if I were to comprehend and practice dust universe transformation, Falling Star Palm, Wandering Cloud Dragon Technique, and Star Moon Resonance, it would be quite good to enter the threshold of one of these methods or skills in 1 or 2 months. However, with the help of the chip, I only spent half a day to enter the threshold of 4 methods and skills, which is an extraordinary experience. Dayu, since you have already accepted the inheritance of methods and skills from the cabinet, there are some secrets I must tell you. Until today,
The Kyushu federal government has only opened the inheritance of methods and skills for 7 elders. And you are the 8th. Chapter 50, Are You Insulting My Intelligence? Gu Xiangyu initially thought that using the chip for the inheritance of methods and skills was a common practice in the cabinet and the War Department. He was still amazed by the high technology of the federal government. But after listening to Jiang Qingfeng's explanation, he realized it was not the case at all. The reason is simple. The nutrient solution consumed to open a method and skill inheritance is far too much, enough to sustain an entire administrative province for half a year. Therefore, unless one has made a significant contribution to the Kyushu federal government, or possesses a special talent that can be fully utilized by the government, they are unlikely to enjoy this treatment. Gu Xiangyu not only possesses infinite simulation talent, but also inadvertently saved the day during the testing and assessment activities of the Super Yuan Star project, making up for the serious mistakes made by the martial arts department in preserving the face of the Kyushu federal government, which led the cabinet and the War Department to be willing to open the inheritance of methods and skills for him. Dayu, I remember you still have 6,000 contribution points. Would you like to exchange for a quadrangle courtyard on Water Blue Star? Once you reach the 9th stage of awakening, if you want to continue improving your strength, you'll have to go to Water Blue Star. After sharing the secret of the inheritance of methods and skills with Gu Xiangyu, Jiang Qingfeng said with a smile, Master, are you insulting my intelligence? Contribution points are so precious, and you want me to use them to exchange for a house? Wouldn't it be better to buy a house with federal currency? Gu Xiangyu shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Qingfeng and decisively refused. Dayu, not all houses can be bought with federal currency. It was only by chance that I learned this secret. If I had enough contribution points, I would definitely not miss this house. Seeing that Gu Xiangyu showed no signs of being swayed, Jiang Qingfeng became anxious and patiently explained the additional value of the quadrangle courtyard he recommended. After listening to Jiang Qingfeng's words, Gu Xiangyu fell into deep thought. It turns out that the quadrangle courtyard Jiang Qingfeng recommended is on Guanyang Island. The most important aspect of this courtyard is not its residential property, but the fact that an auction is held on the island every quarter. Just the ticket for the auction is worth tens of thousands of contribution points and is hard to come by. Strictly speaking, Guanyang Island can no longer be considered a residential community. It is an extremely high-end special social platform. All rare items on Water Blue Star will appear at the quarterly auction on Guanyang Island, and the owners of the quadrangle courtyards have the right of first purchase for these auctioned items. Although Gu Xiangyu was still not very interested, seeing Master S' earnest demeanor, he gritted his teeth and used 6,000 contribution points to acquire the quadrangle courtyard on Guanyang Island. Dayu, you will definitely not regret buying the quadrangle courtyard on Guanyang Island. Dayu, the ownership transfer of the Guanyang Island quadrangle courtyard has been completed, and your identity information has been recorded on Guanyang Island. Guanyang Island excels in security, privacy, and comfort, apart from a few high-ranking officials in the cabinet. No one will know your personal information. Upon seeing Gu Xiangyu exchange contribution points for the quadrangle courtyard, Jiang Qingfeng instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Afraid that Gu Xiangyu would regret it, Jiang Qingfeng quickly helped him complete all the procedures. Gu Xiangyu noticed this and vaguely felt that Master S' behavior was a bit off, but due to the sudden excitement of obtaining spiritual grade methods and skills, he did not think too much about it. After Jiang Qingfeng helped him complete the employment procedures for the War Department, and after hearing Jiang Qingfeng drone on about the department's rules, he was finally able to leave the cabinet, having not seen his daughter for over half a day. Gu Xiangyu's heart had already flown back to Yueshi Mansion. After watching Gu Xiangyu leave in the car, Jiang Qingfeng's tense face finally broke into a joyful smile as he walked briskly to the innermost courtyard of the cabinet. In the courtyard, 7 elders were seated. Upon seeing the 7 elders, Jiang Qingfeng immediately softened his footsteps and displayed an extremely respectful expression. Several elders, I have deliberately given the methods and skills left by Lord Ling to Gu Xiangyu at a bargain price, as per your arrangements. Moreover, he has successfully entered the threshold. Did he really enter? Our Water Blue Star is saved. The person who Lord Ling told us to wait patiently for has finally appeared. As soon as Jiang Qingfeng finished speaking, The previously indifferent expressions of the seven elders instantly became excited, and they repeatedly asked Jiang Qingfeng for details. It wasn't until Jiang Qingfeng had described the detailed process of Gu Xiangyu accepting the methods and skills a dozen times that a few elders nodded in satisfaction, temporarily letting Jiang Qingfeng off the hook. That kid seems pretty smart, but this time his IQ is clearly offline. He actually thinks he can exchange spiritual grade methods and skills for contribution points. This isn't just an IQ issue, it's greed at play. If I were to sell you this knife for 100,000 federal currency, would you still want it? Regardless, we finally have someone on Water Blue Star who can cultivate celestial methods and skills. In the future, when we deal with experts from other planets, we won't be too embarrassed. Listening to the elders discuss Gu Xiangyu, Jiang Qingfeng, standing to the side, felt no impatience. Instead, he felt proud. Jiang Zioizi. Since Gu Xiangyu can enter the threshold of celestial methods and skills, have you given him the quadrangle courtyard on Guangyang Island? As the elders chatted, they suddenly remembered another matter that Lord Ling had instructed them about and quickly asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Smiling ingratiatingly, several elders, the quadrangle courtyard on Guangyang Island has already been transferred to Gu Xiangyu, but he traded it with me for 6,000 contribution points. What the hell is 6,000 contribution points? Guangyang Island is a property left by Lord Ling, meant to be given to a fated person. The cabinet is only holding it on behalf of the owner. You actually didn't directly reward the house to Gu Xiangyu, but made him exchange it for contribution points? I remember your daughter seems to have her eye on a white spiritual fox in the cabinet's treasury. You've been saving contribution points for a while, and it seems you're just 6,000 contribution points short. But you even cheated your own nephew. Don't you fear that he will cut ties with you after knowing the truth? The elders exchanged words, leaving Jiang Qingfeng's face flushed. These people hold high positions and possess great strength, so Jiang Qingfeng dared not refute anything. In my opinion, Jiang Zioizi selling the quadrangle courtyard to Gu Xiangyu may not be a bad thing. Just when Jiang Qingfeng felt like he wanted to find a hole to hide and due to their pressure, one elder cleared his throat. Since Gu Xiangyu can enter the threshold of celestial methods and skills, we cannot train him as an ordinary warrior. Instead, we should regard him as a special soldier. And it would be best if people from other planets mistakenly believe Gu Xiangyu is not a native of Water Blue Star. Therefore, we must try to erase any traces of Gu Xiangyu's life on Water Blue Star, and even our cabinet cannot have any obvious contact with him. Chapter 51. Your lives no longer belong to you. The speaker of this remark was the Grand Elder of the cabinet. Among the elders, the Grand Elder was not the strongest in terms of power, but his strategic ability was unmatched. It was precisely because of his foresight and strategic planning that the Water Blue Star was able to minimize losses when the great disaster struck. After hearing the sudden proposal of the surprise attack plan from the Elder, several others in the courtyard revealed expressions of amazement. They understood that if the Elder's surprise attack plan could be successfully implemented, it might truly change the fate of Water Blue Star from falling into ruin. In the following time, the few people in the courtyard discussed and gradually modified and improved the surprise attack plan. In the garden outside Building 33 of the Yushi Mansion, Su Haijiang and his group had been waiting here for more than 2 hours without seeing Gu Xiangyu and his family return, and their faces showed signs of impatience. Yin Xinghan, are you sure Gu Xiangyu lives in this villa and not somewhere else? Su Haijiang glared at Yin Xinghan and asked irritably. This was the umpteenth time Su Haijiang had repeated the same question. Although Yin Xinghan felt displeased, intimidated by Su Haijiang's domineering presence, she had no choice but to nod reluctantly. Mr. Su, Gu Xiangyu's family indeed lives in this house. I've seen their property certificate and have been here once. How could you lose track of them? Who knows if you might have remembered the wrong place? Useless thing. Su Haijiang did not soften his tone because Yin Xinghan was beautiful. In fact, his gaze towards her carried a hint of contempt. In Su Haijiang's view, Yin Xinghan was too foolish and too snobbish, and apart from her looks, she was practically worthless. I don't know how they suddenly disappeared after following them so well, Yin Xinghan explained softly. After leaving the Dragon Sports Center, She had received Su Haijiang's orders to closely monitor Gu Wan'er and Gu Panpan. Upon hearing the news of Su Daren's death, Yan Qinghan had initially intended to leave directly, but could not resist the exorbitant reward Su Haijiang offered, so she agreed. Yan Qinghan never expected that Gu Wan'er and Gu Panpan would seemingly vanish right before her eyes like a magic trick. In a situation where she had no choice, Yan Qinghan could only bring Su Haijiang's group to Yushi Mansion. Yan Qinghan, Gu Xiangyu is about to become a top citizen of the Republic. Do you regret divorcing him? Su Haijiang mocked deliberately. Upon hearing this, Yan Qinghan's face turned pale and an expression of extreme pain appeared in her eyes. When she saw the list of names of 100 people announced on the big screen at the Dragon Sports Center, she regretted it deeply. If she hadn't divorced Gu Xiangyu, she could have enjoyed the privileges of being a top citizen of the Republic at this moment. Mr. Su, the process for Gu Xiangyu to become a top citizen of the Republic will be completed soon. Instead of trying to curry favor with him, you're thinking of dealing with him. Do you want the entire Su family to be buried with you? In a fit of anger, Yan Qinghan spoke recklessly. As soon as Yan Qinghan finished speaking, she received a heavy slap across the face. You wretched girl, what do you know? You know nothing. Gu Xiangyu not only destroyed my happiness as a man, but he also killed my father. Even if I don't kill Gu Xiangyu, once he becomes a top citizen of the Republic, he won't spare me or the Su family. Su Haijiang finished his words and noticed Yan Qinghan looking at his lower body with a strange gaze. He immediately realized he had accidentally let something slip. In a fit of rage, Su Haijiang couldn't help but slap Yan Qinghan twice more. They're back. Gu Wan'er and that illegitimate child are back. After being slapped to the ground, Yan Qinghan touched her burning face and was about to apologize when she caught a glimpse of movement in the living room of the villa out of the corner of her eye. And she hurriedly shouted, "You go knock on the door." Su Haijiang ordered fiercely. Yan Qinghan looked troubled. She knew that neither Gu Wan'er nor Gu Panpan had any goodwill towards her. If a stranger knocked, the two might open the door, but if she knocked, they definitely wouldn't. After hearing Yan Qinghan's hesitant explanation, Su Haijiang spat and then pulled Yan Qinghan aside, letting the people from a Mushir faction go to knock on the door. When Gu Wan'er heard someone knocking, she opened the door without suspicion and was about to ask who was there when the door was pushed open forcefully, and more than a dozen people rushed in. "What do you want?" "I'm calling the police." Gu Wan'er, knocked to the ground, panicked and shouted while taking out her phone to call the police. However, as soon as Gu Wan'er pulled out her phone, Su Haijiang kicked it aside. In the next moment, Su Haijiang frivolously grabbed Gu Wan'er's chin and said, "Gu Wan'er, actually, I really like you and genuinely want to marry you, but you are too unappreciative. Your brother is just as unappreciative, so don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, he began to tear at Gu Wan'er's clothes. In just a moment, Gu Wan'er's outer jacket was stripped away, and her sweater was torn into many pieces, leaving only her underwear barely visible through the thin fabric, accentuating her perfect figure. "Bastard, don't bully my aunt." Just as Su Haijiang sneered and prepared to rip away Gu Wan'er's thin fabric, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, kicking Su Haijiang aside and protecting Gu Wan'er behind her. "Aunt, I told you Dad wouldn't be back so soon. We could have played at the amusement park for a while before coming back. Now you've suffered for being anxious." Panpan scolded Gu Wan'er like a little adult. Gu Wan'er was at a loss for words. Was this really the time to discuss that? "Panpan, later Aunt will help divert their attention, and you take the opportunity to escape. You are familiar with the neighborhood, and if you find a hidden corner, you should be able to evade their pursuit." Gu Wan'er whispered, leaning close to Panpan's ear. "Gu Wan'er, don't waste your efforts. Since I, Su Haijiang, have found this place today, it means I have decided to go all out. Even if the entire Su family has to be buried with you, I will kill both you and Gu Xiangyu." As soon as Gu Wan'er finished speaking, she heard Su Haijiang's chilling voice. It was at this moment that Gu Wan'er realized Su Haijiang had already gotten up from the ground, and his face was almost close to her mouth, having overheard her and Panpan's whispered conversation. "Let me be clear with you, among the several Mushir faction brothers standing behind me, one is a third-tier evolver, and the other two are ninth-tier awakened. No matter how well Gu Xiangyu performed in the Super Yuan Planet Project evaluation, his strength is completely insufficient in front of these Mushir faction brothers. Therefore, don't hold any delusions today.
From the moment you and your brother beat me up at the Li Shui apartment, your lives have not belonged to you anymore. And you, wild girl, I never intended to kill children, but since you are seeking death, then you can't blame anyone else. As Su Haijiang spoke, he suddenly touched his face, which had just been kicked by Pan Pan, raised his fist, and heavily swung it towards Pon Pon's face. Chapter 52. Do you think you have me figured out? Pan Pan, be careful. Seeing Su Haijiang suddenly turn violent, Gu Wanner exclaimed, quickly turning around and using her back to absorb Su Haijiang's punch, preventing Pan Pan from getting hurt. Even though Gu Wanner's physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, she still felt as if her insides were churning violently under Su Haijiang's punch. And a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, you two. You're all going to die anyway. So line up one by one. Take your time. Su Haijiang paused for a moment, then threw another punch towards Gu Wanner's back. Don't hurt my aunt. At a critical moment, Pan Pan snorted coldly, her fingertips flashing with cold light, and Su Haijiang's fist, which was about to strike Gu Wanner's back, seemed to be electrocuted and quickly retracted. Su Haijiang let out a piercing scream. He was horrified to find a small hole the size of a finger on his fist, from which bright red blood gushed out. You little brat, you actually used a hidden weapon to hurt me. You're asking for death. In a fit of rage, Su Haijiang raised his other hand and slapped it hard toward Pon Pon's face. Seeing this, a flash of panic crossed Pon Pon's eyes, but the cold gleam in her hand reappeared. Su Haijiang screamed again. To his despair, he discovered that there was also a bloody hole in the palm of his hand, and he could even faintly see the exposed bone. Young Master Su, you should step aside. This little girl is a gifted awakener. Her strength can kill you in seconds. Just as Su Haijiang was looking at Pan Pan with a confused expression, someone from the Woodstone sect said solemnly from behind him, Little girl, your awakened talent should be the ice element, right? If you're willing to join our Woodstone sect and become my disciple, I can guarantee the safety of your family and even help you accomplish 3 tasks. The third-tier evolver from the Woodstone sect stared at Pan Pan with shining eyes, as if he had seen an unparalleled treasure. Brother Chun, your sect elder promised me that as long as I donate all my family assets to the Woodstone sect, you would kill Gu Xiangyu's family for me. You can't go back on your word. Hearing Brother Chun from the Woodstone sect, Su Haijiang panicked and hurriedly reminded him. In front of a tiered awakener, the Su family's little wealth is worthless. If you keep babbling, I will kill you right now. Do you believe it? Brother Chun snorted coldly and reprimanded him unhappily. Feeling the palpable killing intent emanating from Brother Chun, Su Haijiang immediately dared not speak. Little girl, have you thought about it? Brother Chun crouched down in front of Pan Pan with a friendly smile and said, by the way, our Woodstone sect is a member of the federal government's martial arts department. Your dad is currently receiving rewards from the martial arts department. I believe he will soon join the department, and then he and I will be colleagues. At this moment, Pan Pan felt a deep sense of regret for accidentally revealing her ice element talent. After all, her dad had repeatedly warned her not to expose her abilities in front of outsiders. Naturally, she was 1,000 times unwilling to accept Brother Chen's invitation to join the Woodstone sect. However, upon hearing that her dad would also join the martial arts department and that the man before her would become her dad's colleague, she felt a little tempted. This was a decision that a child couldn't make alone. It had to be agreed upon by her dad first. Afraid that Pan Pan might inadvertently agree to Brother Chen's invitation, Gu Wanner spoke up from the side. Just as it seemed Pan Pan was about to accept the invitation, unexpectedly, Gu Xiangyu returned just in time. Gu Wanner and Pan Pan did not see Brother Chen's eye signal due to their angle, but Gu Xiangyu, who had just come out of the elevator, saw it clearly. Since people from the Woodstone sect have appeared in my home, many things are already self-evident, so why put on a show? Gu Xiangyu coldly glanced at everyone in the living room and said disdainfully, Gu Xiangyu, your daughter being favored by Brother Chun from the Woodstone sect is your ancestors' great fortune, and you actually refuse to accept it. Do you know what you're missing out on? Su Haijiang, hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, was overjoyed and deliberately fanned the flames. While speaking, Su Haijiang gestured to Yin Qinghan. After seeing Su Haijiang's gesture, Yin Qinghan sneered and said, Gu Xiangyu, your own stupidity is one thing, but you can't delay Pon Pon's future. Having a celestial being from the Woodstone sect teach her magic is much better than being mediocre beside you for a lifetime, right?
Yin Qinghan, this is not a place for you to speak. Get as far away as you can. Gu Xiangyu rebuked as soon as Yin Qinghan finished speaking. I've already killed over a dozen of the Woodstone sect trash. I won't mind killing a few more. Which one of you wants to come first? Or should we all go together? Gu Xiangyu's words made several people from the Woodstone sect furious. Su Haijiang and Yin Qinghan exchanged glances, and smiles appeared on their faces. Gu Xiangyu, we have already checked your latest four-dimensional data with the martial arts department. You, a ninth-tier awakener who has not practiced any martial arts or techniques, have the bare minimum of cultivation but dare to be so arrogant in front of us. Do you really not know how to write the word death? As soon as Gu Xiangyu finished speaking, a disciple from the Woodstone sect snorted coldly and then swung his palm to strike Gu Xiangyu's chest. Gu Xiangyu instinctively wanted to use his knife to cut off the opponent's hand, but at a critical moment, many moves of the Starfall palm surged into his mind. In the next moment, Gu Xiangyu's palm transformed into a sky full of stars and struck the Woodstone sect disciple who was attacking him. With a loud bang, the Woodstone sect disciple, who also had ninth-tier awakening strength and thought he could easily crush Gu Xiangyu, was directly sent flying by Gu Xiangyu's slap. While still in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, instantly falling into a coma. Is this the strength of the Woodstone sect? You dare to boast. Who gave you the confidence? Even without using the infinite imitation talent. Gu Xiangyu felt confident after successfully defeating a same-tier Woodstone sect strongman with just one move. He looked at the other people with shining eyes. This group had decent strength and were perfect sparring partners for him. Seeing Gu Xiangyu suddenly unleash a mysterious combat skill, all the Woodstone sect disciples, including Brother Chun, fell silent. They were caught off guard and momentarily didn't know what to say. Gu Xiangyu, we have to admit that we indeed underestimated you. But do you think with your strength, you can challenge me, a third-tier evolver? After a moment of silence, Brother Chun stepped out from the crowd, looking serious as he gazed at Gu Xiangyu. Third-tier evolvers are indeed powerful, but do you think you have me figured out? Gu Xiangyu sneered and shouted loudly, Tai Dun, come out of work and take down this big fool in front of me, and I'll give you an extra meal tonight. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Brother Chun was taken aback. Did he mean to tell us that this panda is his trump card? Brother Chun looked at the cute and fierce Tai Dun in front of him, then at Gu Xiangyu, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Su Haijiang, Zan Qinggang, and several others from the Woodstone sect also had mocking expressions, looking at Gu Xiangyu as if he were an idiot. Gu Wanner and Pampan also had puzzled looks on their faces, as Tai Dun had only ever shown cuteness or slept in front of them, and had never displayed any combat ability. Gu Xiangyu clearly saw everyone's reactions and couldn't help but smirk. Before the Super Yuan Star project's testing and assessment tasks, Gu Xiangyu had been mining day and night to enhance his strength, saving only a few expensive metals while most had gone into Tai Dun's belly, making Tai Dun's strength increase even faster than Gu Xiangyu's. Under the coverage of Gu Xiangyu's True Eye skill, the attribute template of Tai Dun's body was clearly presented in front of him. Species, Panda level, 9th tier beast soldier strength, 157 speed, 119 constitution, 137 spirit, 99 bloodline. Ancient iron-eating beast level, skills, copper skin iron bones level. Savage bite level, master. Gu Xiangyu, although the iron pillar is only a 9th tier B soldier in terms of cultivation level, its strength, speed, and constitution attributes have already reached the standards of a beast general. Moreover, the iron pillar possesses a level bloodline and 2 level innate skills, making it extremely easy for it to deal with a 3rd tier evolver. Just as Senior Brother Chun and the others were laughing heartily, treating the iron pillar as a cute pet, the iron pillar suddenly raised a front paw and slapped Senior Brother Chun, caught off guard by the unexpected slap. Senior Brother Chun didn't even have time to defend himself before being sent flying by the iron pillar. Witnessing the scene of the iron pillar sending Senior Brother Chun flying, the laughter and mockery in the room came to an abrupt halt, and their jaws dropped in shock. You beast! How dare you sneak attack me? Just wait, I'll chop off your claws. After getting up from the ground, Senior Brother Chun drew his sword with a clang and rushed toward the iron pillar, his face flushed with anger. Facing Senior Brother Chun's aggressive attack, the iron pillar didn't even move, but instead smiled at Gu Xiangyu
and made a chirping noise, begging for food. Master, you've been out for so long. I'm starving. Xiangyu vaguely understood the meaning behind the iron pillar's cries. Don't you have a sword in your hand? If you're hungry, eat the sword first, and after the job is done, I'll let you eat your fill. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The iron pillar glanced at senior brother Chun's sword with a look of disdain. You scare me. I thought this panda was really powerful. But it turns out it only has brute strength and doesn't even dodge when it sees senior brother Chun attacking with a sword. Senior brother Chun, humiliated by the panda, certainly wouldn't show mercy. What a pity for such a cute panda. Seeing the iron pillar in imminent danger while still trying to act cute in front of Xiangyu, several disciples from the wood and stone sect couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their eyes revealing sympathy and regret. Senior brother Chun, however, wore a grim expression, and his actions showed no hesitation due to the iron pillar's cuteness. Soon, senior brother Chun's sword struck the iron pillar. With a crisp sound, sparks flew from the iron pillar's body. Senior brother Chun, who originally intended to behead the iron pillar, looked stunned, completely unaware of what had just happened. Guaner, who had been scared enough to close her eyes, slowly opened them upon hearing the sound of metal clashing, looking at the scene in confusion. The few disciples from the wood and stone sect, who had been sympathetic and regretful towards the iron pillar, were also left dumbfounded. Taking advantage of senior brother Chun's daze, the iron pillar turned its head, opened its mouth, and bit down on senior brother Chun's sword. With a few crunching sounds, the sword, which could sever iron like mud, was devoured cleanly by the iron pillar. You beast, you ate my treasure. Return my treasure. Senior brother Chun finally realized that the iron pillar might possess an ability similar to invulnerability, which is why his attack had no effect. However, upon seeing his sword completely gnawed away, he instantly lost his composure. At that moment, he didn't even have time to think about how the iron pillar could eat his sword. He only wanted to kill the iron pillar, as if that would allow him to reclaim his sword. Facing his senior brother Chun, who had completely lost his rationality and was attacking recklessly, the iron pillar displayed a hint of human-like disdain in its eyes. With a swipe of its paw, it sent senior brother Chun flying again. This time, without waiting for senior brother Chun to get up, the iron pillar leaped onto senior brother Chun's body and sat down heavily. Seeing this, senior brother Chun's soul left his body in fear. He instinctively exerted all his strength into his arms and slammed down on the iron pillar's rear. The next moment, he heard the sound of his bones breaking. Then, it felt as if a giant rock had fallen heavily on him, crushing not only all his bones, but also displacing his internal organs. This was a spirit beast with strength not below his own and possessing a level innate talent. Just before losing consciousness, senior brother Chun finally understood why he had been defeated by the iron pillar. Iron pillar, remember not to make it so bloody next time. It's hard to clean up the room. Seeing senior brother Chun turned into a meat paste by the iron pillar, Xiangyu frowned and casually tossed a piece of refined metal to the iron pillar, lightly scolding it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The iron pillar excitedly accepted the piece of metal thrown by Xiangyu, happily chirping in response, then squatted down nearby to enjoy its treat. Su Haijiang, after what happened at the Li Shui apartment, as long as you don't continue to trouble me, I might gradually forget about you. Why do you have to seek your own death? Looking at Su Haijiang, who was pale with fear and trembling, Xiangyu sighed. You can't kill me. I'm now a disciple of the Wood and Stone sect. Disciples of the Wood and Stone sect are protected by the martial arts department. If you kill me, you will be punished by the martial arts department. I've killed many disciples of the martial arts department. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. I never initiate trouble, but for those who want to harm my life and my family, I can't show mercy. After finishing his sentence, Xiangyu didn't give Su Haijiang a chance to beg for mercy. With a swing of his knife, he left a bloody line across Su Haijiang's throat. Su Haijiang wanted to speak, but found his windpipe had already ruptured. He could only desperately clutch at his throat, looking at Xiangyu with eyes full of despair and regret. Xiangyu, you and your daughter are both awakened with talent, and you also have an exceptional spirit beast. If our sect knew about this, they definitely wouldn't oppose you. Please let us go. Seeing Xiangyu's decisive manner, the other disciples of the Wood and Stone sect panicked. After secretly discussing for a while, they quickly begged Gu Xiangyu for mercy. However, before they could finish their words, Gu Xiangyu's knife fell again, ending their lives. Yin Qinghan, if I'm not mistaken, it should be you who brought them to the villa, right? After killing Su Haijiang and several wood and stone sect disciples, Gu Xiangyu pointed his bloody knife at Yin Qinghan and asked. Chapter 54. No egg left under the nest. Yin Qinghan glanced at the mess that senior brother Chun had become, then looked at Su Haijiang and the other wood and stone sect disciples with their throats cut, finally resting her gaze on Gu Xiangyu's knife stained with fresh blood. In an instant, emotions of regret, pain, despair, panic, fear, and resentment surged in her heart. She hesitated, wanting to speak, but felt that anything she said would be superfluous. Ultimately, her eyes rolled back, her head tilted, and she collapsed to the ground. Dad, did you kill Mom? Just as Gu Xiangyu was staring at Yin Qinghan in confusion. Not knowing what had happened, Pan Pan's panicked voice suddenly rang in his ears. Pan Pan, don't wrong your father. I just asked Yin Qinghan a question. Why didn't he do anything? Yin Qinghan must have fainted, Gu Wanner said, stunned, and quickly reprimanded Pan Pan. Upon hearing that Mom had only fainted, Pan Pan instinctively sighed in relief. Dad, em sorry. I suddenly saw Mom collapse and thought you had killed her. Pan Pan hurried over to Gu Xiangyu, hugging his arm and shaking it anxiously. No matter how hard-hearted your father is, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill your mother. Gu Xiangyu affectionately patted his daughter's head, suppressing the urge to tell Pan Pan the truth about her origins, and gently explained. I know Dad is the best. Seeing that Dad wasn't angry with her, Pan Pan's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy. Wanner, take Pan Pan upstairs to rest. I'll clean up the room. Gu Xiangyu kissed his daughter and then instructed his sister. All right, brother. Gu Wanner replied straightforwardly and then took Pan Pan's little hand to go downstairs. Gu Xiangyu glanced at the corpses scattered throughout the hall, frowned, and dialed Jiang Sherwa's number. What? The people from the Mushy sect actually dared to make a move against you? They have some nerve. Wait a moment. I'll be right over. Upon learning that the Mushy sect dared to cause trouble for Gu Xiangyu, Jiang Qingfeng was furious. He threw down a sentence and hurried to the Yueshi mansion. Along with Jiang Qingfeng was Elder Huang from the cabinet. Seeing Elder Huang suddenly arrive with Jiang Qingfeng, Gu Xiangyu was confused. I just asked the War Department to help me deal with the killing to avoid any aftereffects. Why did it even alarm the big shots from the cabinet? Gu Xiangyu, I didn't come this time because of your killing issue, but rather because I want to discuss something else with you, Elder Huang explained with a smile. Elder Huang, you're too polite. I am now a member of the War Department. Just tell me what you need. There's no need to discuss it. Gu Xiangyu said as he led Elder Huang and Jiang Qingfeng to the reception room. While Jiang Qingfeng's security detail was responsible for cleaning up the corpses and bloodstains in the villa hall. Gu Xiangyu, I don't know why you and Pan Pan were able to awaken your talents. In fact, so far, only you two, father and daughter, have awakened talents in the Juzhou Federation. To be precise, only you two have awakened talents on the entire Water Blue Star. The governments of the United States and the European Federation have not reported any human talent awakenings, of course. We cannot rule out the existence of talent awakeners that the Federation Republic has not discovered. However, during our encounters with the aliens invading Water Blue Star, we found that almost all the aliens have awakened talents. It seems that talent awakening is a very common phenomenon in the civilized planets outside Water Blue Star. And this distinction has become a standard to differentiate between aliens and humans from Water Blue Star. After hearing Elder Huang's proposed surprise attack plan, Gu Xiangyu fell into silence. Accepting the surprise attack plan would mean that his life would undergo earth-shattering changes. For the safety of his family and friends, he certainly couldn't live openly with his daughter and sister. Even when contacting familiar people like his mentor and Jiang Sherwa, he had to be extremely cautious. However, Gu Xiangyu also knew that a nest without a complete egg would not hold. If they couldn't protect Water Blue Star, everything would become meaningless. Elder Huang, Jiang Sherwa, I agree to accept the surprise attack plan. After careful consideration, Gu Xiangyu said his answer with a serious expression. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's answer, Jiang Qingfeng and Elder Huang exchanged smiles. Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but excitedly pat Gu Xiangyu's shoulder and said loudly, Gu Gu Xiangyu, I knew you would agree to this plan. From now on, your identity as a member of the War Department will be the highest secret, and you will only contact me through a single line. You have half a day to say goodbye to your family. After half a day, we will act according to the plan. When the three of them walked out of the reception room, the villa hall had already been cleaned up as if nothing had happened. Gu Xiangyu did not mention a word about the surprise attack plan to his sister and daughter, but he cherished the half-day time spent with them. Not only did he enjoy all the amusement park attractions with his daughter, but he also accompanied his sister shopping for half a day, sweeping through all the clothes and jewelry she liked. In the end, Gu Xiangyu transferred 100 million Federation coins into his sister's bank card. Brother, why do I feel like you have a lot on your mind? When she received the massive transfer notification, Gu Wanner finally felt something was off. Wanner, the Emperor and the common people share the same punishment. Although Su Haijiang and the mushy sex people deserve to die, I did kill someone. Even though Jiang Shibua is protecting me, it only bought me half a day of freedom. Wanner, promise me that during the days I'm not by your side. You must take good care of Pan Pan. If there's any difficulty, contact Jiang Shibua immediately. He will help solve all problems. Gu Xiangyu explained that he would soon have his top citizen status revoked by the Federation government and be declared a murderer, while also informing Gu Wanner that she and Pan Pan will be taken to live in the War Department's secret base. Brother, you're not joking with me, are you? Now that the great disaster has struck and social order is on the verge of collapse, even ordinary people won't be heavily punished for murder cases like before. Moreover, you are about to become a top citizen of the Federation Republic, enjoying many exemptions that ordinary people can't even imagine, Gu Wanner said excitedly. Unable to accept what Gu Xiangyu had just said. You also said that I am about to become a top citizen of the Federation Republic. Not that I have already become one. Look, the news has already been pushed out. You take good care of Pan Pan. I'll take my leave first. After finishing his sentence, Gu Xiangyu gently hugged his sister and resolutely turned to leave. Watching her brother's figure disappear into the crowd, Gu Wanner looked down at the news notification on her phone, and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the martial arts department's office building of the Jiuzhou Federation government, during a meeting of all the directors, two elders from the mushy sect were excitedly banging on the table. When everyone in the conference room received the news push from the War Department simultaneously, smiles appeared on their faces. Since the War Department has compromised, there's no need for many tactics against them. We just need to quietly kill Gu Xiangyu. This end has been jumping around too much, seriously affecting our mood. Tang Hung snorted coldly, putting an end to the matter of Gu Xiangyu's killing incident. Chapter 55. I just want to know where all the beauties of Water Blue Star have gone on the Super Yuan planet. As soon as Gu Xiangyu arrived at a secluded location, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in an ancient-style courtyard, drinking tea, with Jiang Qingfeng smiling at him from across the table. Dayu, this is the courtyard you exchanged for 6,000 contribution points. Isn't it beautiful? Seeing Gu Xiangyu excitedly surveying the surroundings, Jiang Qingfeng smiled proudly. Guangyang Island is the largest island in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, covering more than 300 acres of precious vegetation and housing thousands of rare protected animals. The entire island only has one residential building, which is this courtyard of yours. Before the Great Disaster, Guangyang Island was the best place for the people of Yudu Province to relax and exercise, and it was also the favorite place for the Federation government and various social elites to hold large-scale events. Now, not only is this courtyard yours, but the entire island is yours as well. Isn't that a great deal? Gu Xiangyu nodded in agreement, feeling a bit excited. Before the Great Disaster, he had visited Guangyang Island with his daughter a few times, and the scenery on the island was indeed breathtaking. Thinking that the 300-acre ecological scenic area of Guangyang Island had now completely become his private garden, he felt particularly satisfied. I've installed a nutrient pod in your bedroom. In the future, whenever you want to enter the Super Yuan planet, you can just lie down in the nutrient pod. Also, I brought your panda with you. The courtyard stores a year's worth of nutrient solution for you and that panda. To avoid being discovered by aliens or the martial arts department, we should minimize contact in the future. When something important happens, immediately enter the Super Yuan planet to leave a message and avoid communicating on Water Blue Star. After reiterating the precautions,
Jiang Qingfeng left with a heavy heart. Gu Xiangyu sat in the yard in a daze for a while, and then excitedly rode on a concrete pillar, circling around Guanyang Island. Half an hour later, Gu Xiangyu's face turned as black as coal, and he was in a bad mood. The once picturesque Guanyang Island had nearly turned into a deserted island due to the Great Disaster, due to plant mutations and lack of maintenance. Almost all the roads are covered with weeds, and many ornamental plants have turned into towering trees, making this island resemble a primeval forest. If it weren't for Tai Dun's innate talent of copper skin and iron bones, Gu Xiangyu would even doubt that he could move an inch on Guanyang Island. Was he being scammed? The thought of Jiang Qingfeng's hurried departure intensified this feeling in Gu Xiangyu's heart. However, seeing the meticulously maintained courtyard and its surroundings, as well as the well-prepared living supplies in the courtyard, his dissatisfaction evaporated. After all, he had purchased the courtyard, not the entire island. If he couldn't stand the overgrown appearance of the island, he could always take the time to tidy it up later. Tai Dun, let's go out and work. Remembering the fall of the refuge in Yudu province from his previous life, Gu Xiangyu's heart tightened, and he called out to Tai Dun. Tai Dun happily growled and then ran in front of Gu Xiangyu, crouching down to let Gu Xiangyu ride on his back. In the next moment, Gu Xiangyu felt as if he were riding on clouds, galloping across Guanyang Island. This feeling of speed and stability was much more comfortable than driving, and the best part was that he didn't have to worry about a thing. Feeling delighted, Gu Xiangyu casually materialized a piece of metal and tossed it into Tai Dun's mouth. Occasionally, fierce beasts would jump out to block their path, but there was no need for Gu Xiangyu to intervene. Tai Dun would simply swat them away with a paw. Along the way, Gu Xiangyu saw many collapsed skyscrapers, completely ruined shopping malls, and countless remnants of limbs and corpses, which left him feeling melancholic. Remembering the Ultra Yuan planet that had almost preserved the original state of Water Blue Star, Gu Xiangyu smiled. The high-ranking officials of the Federal Republic had managed to get most people and animals onto the Ultra Yuan planet just before the Great Disaster, which made Gu Xiangyu admire the unity of humanity on Water Blue Star and the determination of the Federal Republic's leaders. The nutrient liquid storage on Water Blue Star was limited. Once it was exhausted, the humans there would no longer be able to enjoy the peaceful life on the Ultra Yuan planet and would have to return to the real world to face various fierce beasts and dangers. Thus, humanity on Water Blue Star was racing against time to see whether the nutrient liquid would run out first or the crisis on Water Blue Star would be resolved first. Just as Gu Xiangyu was lost in thought and sighed deeply, a shadow fell from the sky, landing in front of him and Tai Dun. Faced with this shadow, Tai Dun surprisingly did not attack immediately, but took a few small steps back while carrying Gu Xiangyu. This was an almost extinct iron-eating beast in the universe. How could you possess such a spirit pet? You must be incredibly lucky. Which planet are you from? Are you also here to check on the evolution situation of Water Blue Star? The newcomer examined Gu Xiangyu and Tai Dun with curiosity and called out. Upon hearing the newcomer's words, Gu Xiangyu instantly judged that the other party was not a human from Water Blue Star, and that they mistakenly thought he was also from an alien civilization. Gu Xiangyu habitually used his true eye to check the newcomer's data panel attributes. Name, Wang Xiaoqi Strength. Evolver, 2nd rank, Power, 215 Speed, 223 Constitution, 244 Spirit, 203 Talent Skill. Beast Intimidation, Level. Can be upgraded, Technique. Cloud Beast Scripture Combat Skill. Beast Transformation Palm after seeing the newcomer's attributes, talent skills, and combat techniques. Gu Xiangyu finally understood why Tai Dun was afraid of this guy. With a level talent of Beast Intimidation, it was likely that any fierce beast would avoid him. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others questions? Gu Xiangyu feigned calmness and responded with a measured tone. Haha, my mistake. I'm Wang Xiaoqi. People who know me call me Xiaoqi. I actually didn't want to come a Water Blue Star at all, but my family insisted, so here I am. However, I'm not interested in the tasks my family arranged for me. I just want to know where all the beautiful women on Water Blue Star have gone. I've been here for half a month, and I haven't seen a single woman, let alone a beautiful one. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but show a strange expression. From Jiang Qingfeng's mouth, Gu Xiangyu learned that aliens had a lot of hostility towards humans from Water Blue Star.
They not only indiscriminately killed humans there, but also sought to destroy various resources and materials on Waterblue Star. Why was this guy so different from the aliens Jiang Qingfeng described? Was he just very good at disguising himself? Or was he truly an exception? Besides beautiful women, I have another hobby, which is taming and raising spirit beasts. I've been to many literary stars, but haven't found a suitable spirit beast until today. Seeing the iron-eating beast beneath you, I finally know what my favorite spirit beast is. Bro, can you transfer this iron-eating beast to me? I'll pay you with energy crystal coins, and I guarantee the price will satisfy you. While Gu Xiangyu was still sizing up Wang Xiaoqi, the latter had already approached him with a flattering smile, sincerely requesting. Chapter 56. Robbery fails and gets robbed. Gu Xiangyu had never heard of energy crystal coins before. He had no idea what they were or their value. He wanted to ask the other party about it, but was afraid of revealing his ignorance. After a moment of silence, Gu Xiangyu replied calmly, "A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. Don't you think your behavior is excessive?" Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Wang Xiaoqi couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. "You're right. If I were in your position, I wouldn't want to part with my beloved item, even if someone offered me more energy crystal coins." Seeing that Wang Xiaoqi wasn't angry at his refusal, Gu Xiangyu instinctively relaxed, realizing that Wang Xiaoqi was a straightforward person. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but add, "Actually, I encountered this iron-eating beast here on Waterblue Star. If you really like iron-eating beasts, I can help you catch one the next time I come across one." Bro, am I dreaming? You're really willing to help me catch an iron-eating beast? That's amazing. Here, I'll give you 100 energy crystal coins as a deposit. Once I get the iron-eating beast, I'll pay you 1,900 energy crystal coins. Is that okay? Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Wang Xiaoqi was overjoyed, shaking Gu Xiangyu's arm excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. As Wang Xiaoqi spoke, he opened his storage ring and took out 100 energy crystal coins to hand to Gu Xiangyu. However, before Gu Xiangyu could reach out to take the energy crystal coins, they felt a gust of wind pass by them. And then the energy crystal coins in Wang Xiaoqi's hand disappeared, along with the storage ring he was holding. What kind of idiot are you from Source Beast Star? The person standing in front of you is clearly a native of Waterblue Star, yet you treat him as an outsider and even offer him energy crystal coins to buy an iron-eating beast. Waterblue Star isn't even a member of the Planetary Alliance. How can he spend your energy crystal coins? Since you're foolish and rich, instead of letting a native take advantage of you, why not show some respect to me? At least if I take your money, I might help you in the future if you encounter life-threatening situations. While Gu Xiangyu and Wang Xiaoqi were confused and didn't know what was happening, a voice echoed in their ears, and a blonde youth suddenly appeared behind them, holding Wang Xiaoqi's storage ring. "He can't be a native. I saw him use a talent skill with my own eyes." Wang Xiaoqi argued defiantly. "To traverse a space-time rift, one needs to be at least an evolver. Do you see what his current cultivation level is?" The blonde youth scoffed. Wang Xiaoqi carefully examined Gu Xiangyu and realized that he only had the cultivation level of an awakener, leaving him dumbfounded. "Don't think you know everything. The world is full of wonders, and there are many things you don't understand." Gu Xiangyu sneered, his face full of sarcasm. "You're just a speed-type, third-level evolutionary. What is there to be smug about in front of us? Do you know me? No, we've definitely never met before today. How do you know my cultivation level?" Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Ouyang Fuyong's face showed signs of tension, his eyes fixed on Gu Xiangyu, his nerves highly strung. The reason Ouyang Fuyong forcefully snatched Wang Qiqi's storage ring and energy crystal coins and wantonly mocked Gu Xiangyu was because he had seen through Wang Qiqi and Gu Xiangyu's cultivation levels at a glance. However, when he heard Gu Xiangyu directly reveal his cultivation level, Ouyang Fuyong instantly lost his composure. Could it be that this person in front of him was much stronger than himself, but had disguised his cultivation level, deliberately making it hard for others to see through his true strength, trying to play the pig to eat the tiger? This thought suddenly popped into Ouyang Fuyong's mind, and then it spiraled out of control, giving him an impulse to turn and run. If you don't want to die, leave behind Qiqi's storage ring and your own storage ring, then get as far away from me as possible. Gu Xiangyu clearly observed the subtle changes in Ouyang Fuyong's micro-expressions, and he couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, while his mouth spoke sternly. At the same time Gu Xiangyu spoke, a strange knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Watching Gu Xiangyu's cold gaze, Ouyang Fuyong's expression changed repeatedly, finally letting out a sigh, dejectedly taking off the storage ring from his wrist and handing it, along with Chi-Chi's storage ring, to Gu Xiangyu before swiftly leaving. "Brother, you're amazing. That Ouyang Fuyong is really blind, thinking you're just an awakener. If you only had the cultivation level of an awakener, how could you tame a Tier 9 B soldier like the Iron Eater, and be able to see through its cultivation level at a glance? Brother, that Ouyang Fuyong fellow relied on his extraordinary speed and his talent for deception to rob many arrivals whose strength was inferior to his of their storage rings. I didn't expect him to be counter-robbed by you today. It's simply a delight." After seeing Ouyang Fuyong flee in a panic, Wang Chi-Chi was excited and bouncing around, instantly becoming chatty. At that moment, Gu Xiangyu's mind unconsciously flashed with the face of Zhong Shouwei. And this Wang Chi-Chi in front of him seemed to be quite comparable to Zhong Shouwei. With thoughts on the items in Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring, Gu Xiangyu had no mood to chat with Wang Chi-Chi. After exchanging contact information, he quickly mounted the Iron Eater and left. It was only after confirming that no one was following him that Gu Xiangyu excitedly opened Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring. Wow, there are so many energy crystal coins in Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring. The moment he opened the storage ring, Gu Xiangyu felt a rich energy rush toward him. He instinctively took out an energy crystal coin, wanted to study what it was. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's eyes widened, because he discovered that the energy crystal coin in his hand had disappeared into thin air again. Gu Xiangyu thought Ouyang Fuyong had chased after him, and he couldn't help but use his eye of truth talent skill to survey his surroundings, only to find that there wasn't even a ghost in sight. Gu Xiangyu cautiously took out another energy crystal coin from the storage ring. The next second, the energy crystal coin vanished again. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Xiangyu's forehead, and his body trembled. When he had just taken out the energy crystal coin, he had gripped it tightly to prevent it from disappearing again. Even so, the energy crystal coin still vanished. Gu Xiangyu was sure that he hadn't used his infinite mimicry talent, and that his body hadn't felt any changes. So where did the energy crystal coin go? Chapter 57. Up high from the sky, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but look at his body attribute template again, finding that his physical four-dimensional attributes and talent skills were still the same. The disappearance of the energy crystal coins should be unrelated to the outside world. The problem lay with himself. The reason he couldn't feel any anomalies in his body and the four-dimensional attributes and talent skills showed no changes should be because he hadn't reached the point where quantitative changes caused qualitative changes. After experimenting with several energy crystal coins, Gu Xiangyu reached a preliminary conclusion. For the next period, Gu Xiangyu carefully took out energy crystal coins from the storage ring while seriously feeling the changes in his body. At first, Gu Xiangyu took out one crystal coin at a time. Gradually, he began to take out handfuls of coins. When Gu Xiangyu discovered that as long as his palm touched the energy crystal coins, they would disappear, he simply dumped all the energy crystal coins from the storage ring on the ground, instantly increasing the efficiency of absorbing the coins several dozen times. Ding! The energy supply for the Star Source Battleship Key has reached 10, and the conditions for awakening the super intelligence have been met. Please select whether to awaken the super intelligence, yes or no. Just as nearly 20,000 energy crystal coins in Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring were about to be consumed, a voice suddenly echoed in Gu Xiangyu's mind, startling him as he was focused on sensing the changes within his body. Was the Star Source Battleship Key? Gu Xiangyu murmured, falling into deep thought. After much internal conflict, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but choose yes. As soon as Gu Xiangyu made his choice, a light cluster suddenly appeared in front of him, and after twisting for a moment, it condensed into a pocket-sized version of Yanqing Han in midair. Dear Master, Super Intelligence Yaya is here to serve you. After you bound the Star Source Battleship Key, why haven't you been supplying energy to the Star Source Battleship Key? Yaya feels so uncomfortable being locked in the little black room. Wait, can you change your appearance before talking to me? Looking at Yanqing Han's face, Gu Xiangyu felt uncomfortable in his heart and rudely interrupted the other party's speech. Upon hearing this, Yaya blinked, then quickly transformed into another appearance. Seeing the cute, adorable, and almost unbearably charming pocket-sized version of Pan Pan in front of him, Gu Xiangyu's eyes instantly brightened, and his heart melted. "Dear Master, is this appearance okay?" "Perfect." Gu Xiangyu nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What is this Star Source battleship you mentioned? And what is the little black room?" "Master, the Star Source battleship is a top-tier spaceship from the 5th-level civilized star system, the L-Star system. The key you integrated into your body with your blood half a month ago is the Star Source battleship key. Because you bound the key to the Star Source battleship, it has become your private asset, and, as the superintelligence of the Star Source battleship, I have also become your exclusive intelligence. When the energy of the Star Source battleship key falls below 10, I will fall into a dormant state, which means being locked in the little black room." Listening to Yaya's explanation, Gu Xiangyu's face was filled with confusion. Seeing Gu Xiangyu lost in thought, Yaya didn't continue talking, but quietly floated in midair, silently waiting for Gu Xiangyu to digest and accept the fact she had stated. "Yaya, since the Star Source battleship is a product of the 5th-level civilized star system, how did it come to Water Blue Star?" After a long while, Gu Xiangyu finally regained his senses and asked with a puzzled face. Yaya clearly hadn't anticipated that Gu Xiangyu would abruptly ask her this question. Logically speaking, Water Blue Star was only a 1st-level civilized planet close to a 2nd-level civilization, and it had nothing to do with L-Star. However, a significant figure from L-Star once fell and was injured on Water Blue Star. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but recall what Xiangyu had told him. So that important person from the L-Star system not only left behind the virtual world of the Super Yuan planet, but also a spaceship? Because the information revealed by Yaya could corroborate what Xiangyu had said, with only slight differences in details, Gu Xiangyu concluded that what Yaya said was completely true. After a conversation with Yaya, Gu Xiangyu realized that the key to the Xiangyu battleship was actually the stone pendant he had integrated into his body. Although the pendant was a delicate and complex key design that was very appealing, Gu Xiangyu had never considered that the stone pendant was not just made of super energy crystal material that helped him awaken his infinite modeling talent. He also never thought that the stone pendant was a real key, and it was the key to a level 5 cultural star system spaceship, the Xiangyu battleship. Had he unintentionally become the master of the level 5 cultural star Xiangyu battleship? Gu Xiangyu felt like he had hit the jackpot. But now that Water Blue Star was facing an unprecedented crisis, should he surrender the spaceship to the War Department? "Master, no." Just as Gu Xiangyu thought about whether to surrender the Xiangyu battleship to the Jiuzhou Federation War Department, Yaya panicked and shouted, "Master, if you surrender the Xiangyu battleship to the federal government, we will both face a terrible end. You will be controlled by the federal government, losing all freedom, and even your life. Yaya will be destroyed, and a new superintelligence will replace me on the Xiangyu battleship." Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu was stunned. However, after thinking carefully, he realized that what Yaya said was entirely possible. The Xiangyu battleship was too important. Once he surrendered it to the federal government, they would not allow such secrets to leak, so he would definitely be subjected to the strictest control. "Yaya, I can understand that I might lose my freedom, but how could you be destroyed?" Gu Xiangyu asked in confusion. "Because only the dead can truly keep secrets. As long as Master is alive, the possibility of leaking secrets always exists. Can Master guarantee that you won't be silenced? And I am Master's exclusive intelligence. If Master dies, I will definitely perish with you." Yaya patiently explained. "Yaya, I have another question. Since the Xiangyu battleship belongs to that big shot in the L-Star system, you should also be that big shot's exclusive intelligence, right? How can you still be bound to me?" Gu Xiangyu asked. "Master, the Xiangyu battleship first encountered attacks from spatial energy cannons, then faced cosmic storms, and when it fell to Water Blue Star, it was left as a wreck. The previous superintelligence died in the cosmic storm to protect that big shot's life. I was born as a new intelligence just over half a month ago, and all the information I have is read from the remaining database. But the information in the database is severely lacking." Seeing Gu Xiangyu's expression change from excitement to deep disappointment, Yaya's voice became smaller. "Master, Yaya will work hard to learn external knowledge, and help Master repair the Xiangyu battleship as soon as possible. Please don't destroy me, okay? Fearing that Xiangyu would not value her, Yaya hurriedly promised. Chapter 58. The Pursuit of Ouyang Fuyong. When Xiangyu suddenly learned that he had become the master of the Level 5 Cultural Star Xiangyu battleship, he was overjoyed. However, upon hearing that the Xiangyu battleship was now just a wreck, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. The switch from great joy to deep sorrow was too sudden, and Xiangyu felt at a loss. It was only when he heard Yaya's pitiful plea that he couldn't help but chuckle. How could something he had never possessed be considered his? Even without the Xiangyu battleship, just having Yaya, this super intelligence, was a significant gain. Xiangyu quickly adjusted his mindset, smiling as he said, Yaya, I like you so much. How could I destroy you? I was just thinking about how to recharge the Xiangyu battleship key to prevent you from being locked up again. Thank you, Master. I knew you were the best. Upon hearing Xiangyu's words, Yaya's face instantly blossomed with a smile. Master, there are many ways to recharge the Xiangyu battleship key. The simplest and most efficient way is to let the key absorb super energy crystals, but there are no super energy crystals on Water Star, so this method is temporarily not feasible. Another way is to kill the ferocious beasts that descend on Water Star through the space-time rift. They have a certain chance of having crystal cores inside them, which the key can absorb for recharging. The last method is the least efficient and most costly, which is to use energy crystal coins to recharge the key. Every 2,000 energy crystal coins consumed can recharge the Xiangyu battleship key by 1. Excitedly, Yaya explained the various methods to recharge the Xiangyu battleship key. I see. That puts me at ease. Next, we will focus on hunting the ferocious beasts that descend on Water Star through the space-time rift. As for the humans who come through the rift, if they have no malicious intent and are willing to cooperate, we will only rob them of their energy crystal coins. Otherwise, we will take both their money and their lives. Really? Master is so great. Master, I have already hacked into the monitoring satellites above Water Star. As long as it's within the coverage of the satellites, I can conduct real-time monitoring. So not only can I help you find the ferocious beasts and the arrivals from alien civilizations, but I can also help you avoid danger. The holographic virtual Yaya excitedly spun in the air, timely taking credit. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Yaya to have such great abilities. In an instant, his mood shifted, and the little disappointment over the Xiangyu battleship being a wreck faded away. Master, there is an arrival rapidly approaching you, and the other party is filled with killing intent, seemingly hostile towards you. While Xiangyu was thinking about how to use Yaya's abilities to show off, he suddenly saw Yaya disappear with a whoosh. At the same time, he heard Yaya's voice in his mind. Master, my existence cannot be known to anyone, whether it's the humans of Water Star or the arrivals. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to both of us. Reading Xiangyu's confusion, Yaya softly explained. Yaya, if I confront that arrival, can you help me win the battle? Xiangyu subconsciously thought of Ouyang Fuyong's face and anxiously asked. After returning to Water Star, Xiangyu had encountered 2 arrivals, but had only clashed with Ouyang Fuyong. So he easily deduced that it must be Ouyang Fuyong who sensed something was off and was pursuing him. Remembering that Ouyang Fuyong's weakest attribute in his 4-dimensional attributes was already 312 points, with his speed attribute as high as 498. Xiangyu didn't believe for a second that he could defeat Ouyang Fuyong with his real abilities, so he decisively sought help from Yaya. Master, the difference in strength between you and that arrival is too great. Even if Yaya wants to help you win, it would be beyond my ability. Upon hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him from head to toe, and his expression turned exceptionally grim. Master, although Yaya cannot help you defeat that arrival, I can clearly see the direction the arrival is heading. So helping you successfully escape from that arrival should not be a problem. Just when Xiangyu thought he was doomed, Yaya's words gave him a sense of hope. Yaya, can you, a super intelligence, speak without taking a breath? I thought I was doomed today. Xiangyu scolded Yaya half-heartedly and quickly jumped on the iron post to run away. Master, the other party is heading straight from Guangyang Island towards the Yidu Provincial Zoo, and they're now only 1 kilometer away from you. You need to change direction to escape. Yaya reminded him in a timely manner. Xiangyu almost fell off the iron post upon hearing this. He didn't have time to complain about Yaya and quickly followed her instructions. Master, that arrival has reached the place where you were just now, then took out a watch to check and adjusted their direction to pursue you again. 2 minutes later, there was a hint of panic in Yaya's voice. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu's expression changed drastically, and he had to change direction in time. Master, I finally saw clearly that the one who descended seems to be holding your watch. He can locate your position through your phone. Just as Xiangyu was happily riding the iron post, Yaya's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu felt despair. Could it be that even with Yaya's help, he couldn't escape from Ouyang Fuyong's pursuit? Master, we now have 2 plans to deal with that descender's pursuit. The first plan is to cut off the connection between the watch in his hand and your phone, so he cannot locate you. The second plan is to lure that descender into a trap and directly ambush him. Which one do you choose? The first plan is very simple. You just need to turn off your phone. The second plan is relatively difficult. We don't have enough time to set up a trap unless there's a ready-made one. Yaya is not particularly familiar with the situation around here, so the master needs to come up with a solution himself. Seeing the energy alarm signal of the starship key flashing sharply, indicating that he might fall into a dormant state at any moment, Yaya became anxious. Yaya was afraid that she would enter a dormant state in the next second, so she quickly proposed 2 countermeasures for Xiangyu to choose from. Xiangyu instinctively wanted to choose the first countermeasure. However, just as he was about to blurt it out, a piece of information suddenly flashed through his mind, and he immediately changed his mind. Chapter 59. I've long been prepared for you to run away. Humans are always full of fear of the unknown. After knowing that Ouyang Fuyong was locating him through the watch, Xiangyu's fear disappeared instantly. Yaya, according to the information provided by the War Department, the Musher sect is not far from us at Zhongliang Yinfeng. Please help me find the specific location of the Musher sect. We'll lure that descender there. After giving instructions to Yaya, Xiangyu did not turn off his phone, but rode the iron post straight towards Zhongliang Yinfeng. Only after Yaya found out the specific location of Zhongliang Yinfeng did he quickly change direction towards the Musher sect. This native keeps changing direction. I thought he sensed my presence. It turns out he is just unfamiliar with the road. I was wondering why he didn't choose to turn off his phone directly after sensing my presence, but instead took me on a detour. Behind Xiangyu, Ouyang Fuyong was like an experienced hunter, occasionally glancing at the positioning on his watch, a faint smirk of mockery hanging on his lips. Although Xiangyu adjusted his direction several times, Ouyang Fuyong was not in the least bit anxious. When Ouyang Fuyong handed the storage ring to Xiangyu, he not only stole the watch from Xiangyu, but also placed a tracking device on him. He was not worried about losing track of Xiangyu at all. Ouyang Fuyong never thought about handing over his storage ring to anyone else, because the energy crystal coins in the storage ring contained not only all of Ouyang Fuyong's belongings, but also many spoils he had seized since descending to Water-Blue Star. Xiangyu, since I descended to Water-Blue Star, this is the first time I've been fooled by a native. Do you think this is your luck or your misfortune? From the moment Ouyang Fuyong figured out Xiangyu's identity through the watch, he felt utterly crushed and extremely angry. Since descending to Water-Blue Star, Ouyang Fuyong had always believed in the principle of making money through good relations. The only thing he did was continuously use his skills to steal valuable items from others. This time, however, he was driven to kill. As he saw the distance between himself and Xiangyu getting closer, the smile on Ouyang Fuyong's face grew wider. 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters. Is it too late to realize my existence now? Seeing Xiangyu's panic back from a distance and glancing at the now gray positioning icon on his watch, Ouyang Fuyong's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. With a few leaps, he quickly caught up to Xiangyu, who had just stepped into the conference hall of the Musher sect. At a critical moment, Xiangyu threw the storage ring in his hand toward the hall and shouted, "Third uncle, our family is being pursued by thieves, and all the treasures of the clan are in the storage ring. Please, for the sake of the clan's treasures." Before Xiangyu could finish his sentence, he tilted his head and fainted directly on the ground. In the conference hall of the Musher sect, A group of elders was passionately discussing how to seize more resources from the secular world to expand their sect amid the great disaster of beast.Star. Suddenly, seeing a stranger burst into the hall, they hadn't even had time to shout at him when they spotted an apparently extraordinary storage ring fall right in front of them, along with the visitor's sorrowful words. Who was this person's third uncle? In the conference hall, they looked at each other, and their gazes ultimately fell on the storage ring on the ground, unable to resist swallowing hard. The Musher sect was only a second-rate sect, and before today, the elders in the conference hall had only heard of storage rings, but had never seen one. Today, they finally saw one, and it was so close. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the storage ring and recalling the treasures within, the elders were so excited that their faces turned red and their breathing became rapid. The more than 10 elders of the Musher sect stared at the storage ring on the ground, but none of them moved to pick it up. Because they didn't know who the third uncle mentioned by the stranger on the ground was, they could only guess that he should be one of them. So for a moment, they were all frozen there. Just as the sect leader of the Musher sect was about to ask who the stranger lying on the ground was a descendant of, a murderous middle-aged man suddenly burst into the conference hall. "You bastard, keep running. Why have you stopped?" After entering the conference hall, Ouyang Fuyong first kicked Gu Xiangyu hard a couple of times while cursing loudly. Just as Ouyang Fuyong was about to kill Gu Xiangyu in a fit of rage, he realized that everyone in the hall was completely ignoring his and Gu Xiangyu's presence and was instead staring intently at the storage ring on the ground. Ouyang Fuyong's expression changed. He could no longer care about killing Gu Xiangyu and instead quickly darted forward to grab the storage ring tightly in his hand. "Arrogant! Leave it to me. The Musher sect will not tolerate your arrogance." Almost the moment Ouyang Fuyong picked up the storage ring, a chorus of shouts erupted in the hall. Along with these shouts, a torrent of attacks overwhelmed Ouyang Fuyong. Although Ouyang Fuyong was mentally prepared for this, he was still a bit overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught. With a series of clanging sounds, Ouyang Fuyong successfully blocked dozens of attacks with his battle armor. But his armor was now rendered useless. "Foolish natives, you have angered me," licking a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of rage flashed in Ouyang Fuyong's eyes, and he said with a sinister expression, "Now you have two choices. Either you voluntarily offer up all the wealth of your sect to me, or I will kill you and then go to your treasury to pick and choose at my leisure." Hearing Ouyang Fuyong's words, the conference hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. "You call us natives. It seems you're a descender from an alien civilization. Are all beings from alien civilizations as arrogant and conceited as you? Your biggest reliance is just the battle armor on your body. Your true cultivation level is merely that of a third-level evolver. Who gave you the courage to speak so boldly in front of us? If you're sensible, you should put down the storage ring in your hand and then kneel and apologize to us. We can consider forgiving your rudeness earlier. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this conference hall alive today." In the face of Ouyang Fuyong's threat, the members of the Musher sect did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, they began to scold him. "Since you have made your choice, then you all can die." Upon hearing the accusations from the Musher sect members, Ouyang Fuyong sneered coldly. He took out a shiny object from a storage ring and threw it into the air. Then he dashed out of the conference hall like lightning. "I've long been prepared for you to escape. Leave it to me." Just as Ouyang Fuyong was about to rush out of the hall, the sect leader, sitting at the head of the conference hall, threw out a giant net, capturing Ouyang Fuyong right in the act. And then Ouyang Fuyong's body was uncontrollably pulled back into the hall. No, seeing the explosive thunder strike he threw out was just a hair's breadth away and emitting blinding light. Ouyang Fuyong turned pale and felt a wave of despair in his heart. Are the natives of beast.Star all fools? They didn't know to dodge when they saw a rune bomb, but focused all their attention on me. Just as the thunder strike was about to explode, a thought flashed through Ouyang Fuyong's mind, and he quickly took out a rune from his storage ring and crushed it. However, at the moment he crushed the rune, a sharp pain made the corners of his mouth twitch. Chapter 60. Extreme panic in the martial arts department after the great catastrophe struck, except for the least powerful handguns. It seemed that all firearms on beast.Star had become ineffective, and the world entered a cold weapon era once again.
This was also the reason why the Human Federation of Water Blue Star was established and relied heavily on the martial arts department. Because of this, when the members of the Mushu sect saw Ouyang Fuyong throw out the Thunder Strike, a weapon resembling a bomb, they felt no panic at all. In fact, they even wanted to laugh. Everyone in the conference hall, including the sect leader, thought this was just a smokescreen for Ouyang Fuyong's escape, and all their attention was focused on him, completely ignoring the Thunder Strike. When they saw Ouyang Fuyong's terrified face and heard his desperate shout, they began to feel something was off. Could it be that the bomb thrown by this alien civilization invader was not produced on Water Blue Star and was unaffected by the Great Catastrophe? This was the last thought of the Mushu sect leader and all the elders. Immediately after, they saw a flash of white light before their eyes, followed by a deafening explosion. Then the leader of the Mushu sect and all the elders found themselves blinded and deafened, and soon their consciousness sank into endless darkness. On the mountainside of Zhongliang Yunfeng, looking at the almost half-sliced Zhongliang Yunfeng, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. When Ouyang Fuyong was arguing with the elders of the Mushu sect, Gu Xiangyu quietly slipped out of the conference hall. Gu Xiangyu initially wanted to hide nearby and watch the drama of Ouyang Fuyong and the Mushu sect fighting like dogs. However, Yaya suddenly panicked and urged Gu Xiangyu to hurry down the mountain as fast as possible. Gu Xiangyu didn't dare hesitate and rode Iron Stump down the mountain. Just as Gu Xiangyu had escaped to the mountainside, both he and the bear were thrown into the air by the shockwave of the explosion, and his ears nearly rang with deafness. What's going on? Didn't the firearms on Water Blue Star become ineffective? How could Ouyang Fuyong's bomb go off? After a long while, Gu Xiangyu said in shock, "Master, the item Ouyang Fuyong took out was actually the Thunder Strike from Cold Star. It is a rune weapon, which is a completely different thing from the thermal weapons on Water Blue Star," Yaya patiently explained. "Yaya, do you think this explosion destroyed Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring and the Mushu sect's treasury completely?" Gu Xiangyu didn't dwell on the successful explosion of the Thunder Strike, but asked with an eager expression, "Master, I suggest you not to hold any fantasies about Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring and the Mushu sect's treasury. The explosive power of the Thunder Strike is equivalent to a peak extraordinary being's full-powered strike. Everything will turn to nothing. We should leave here quickly before the federal government arrives," Yaya said after a moment of silence, feeling quite speechless. A peak extraordinary being's full-powered strike? Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel regret. "I remember Ouyang Fuyong had 3 Thunder Strikes in his storage ring. Unfortunately, I didn't know what they were at the time and didn't take them seriously." Although he felt regret for missing out on Ouyang Fuyong's storage ring and the Mushu sect's treasury, the successful elimination of the threat posed by Ouyang Fuyong and uprooting the Mushu sect still made Gu Xiangyu very excited. Having repeatedly clashed with the Mushu sect, Gu Xiangyu knew he had definitely made it onto their blacklist. Even if he didn't lead trouble to the Mushu sect this time, they would find him troublesome sooner or later. "Master, there is a group of chameleon lizards 30 kilometers to your left front, and they're descending onto Water Blue Star through a space-time rift. Shall we go hunt them?" When alien civilization beasts cross the rift, their strength will be suppressed and weakened, and some may even be injured. So it is the best time to deal with them just as they arrive on Water Blue Star. Once they regain their strength, it will be much more difficult to deal with them. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but be overjoyed. The explosion from a Mushu sect should attract all attention on Water Blue Star. Hunting that group of chameleon lizards now should not raise any alarms. Since that is the case, what are we hesitating for? Gu Xiangyu had also noticed that the energy of the Star Source battleship key was flashing wildly at the warning line. If he didn't replenish the energy in time, Yaya could fall into a dormant state at any moment. So, as Gu Xiangyu was pondering where to hunt the beasts from the alien civilization, he was instantly excited to hear that there were newly arrived alien beasts not far from him. Half an hour later, Gu Xiangyu rode Iron Stump to the place where the chameleon lizards had descended. After surveying the surrounding environment, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed slightly as some unpleasant memories flooded back. Because the place where this group of chameleon lizards descended was less than 3 kilometers from the official shelter of Yuta province. About half a month after the great catastrophe in my previous life,
a group of beasts fell from the sky, destroying the official shelter recently established by the War Department and many civilian shelters built with the help of the War Department, causing Yudu province to completely fall into a paradise for beasts, forcing its people to flee to other provinces for refuge. Could the beast that caused the fall of Yudu province in my previous life be this group of chameleon lizards? Looking at the nearly 1,000 chameleon lizards in front of him, Xiangyu murmured in his heart while subconsciously activating his eye of truth talent. In the next moment, the physical attribute template of one of the chameleon lizards appeared before Xiangyu. Species: Lizard Strength, Tier 3 General Level Monster Power, 322, 227, Speed, 473, 316, Constitution, 331, 198, Spirit, 311, 187, Bloodline, None Skill, Tongue Strike, Level. The remaining chameleon lizards had strengths similar to this lizard, mostly ranging from Tier 2 to Tier 4 General Level. Seeing the negative signs behind the four-dimensional attributes of these lizards, Xiangyu knew this was likely the effect of the space-time rift suppressing and weakening their strength. His eyes lit up, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Yaya, do you know the weaknesses of the lizards? How can we capture all these nearly 1,000 lizards in one go? Xiangyu instinctively asked Yaya. However, Xiangyu asked several times, but did not receive a response from Yaya. Xiangyu instinctively glanced at the energy display of the Star Source battleship key and found that the energy of the Star Source battleship indeed only remained at 9. Yaya had clearly fallen into a dormant state. It seemed that after having Yaya, he subconsciously developed a sense of dependency, which was not a good habit. Xiangyu gently exhaled a breath of turbid air while silently observing the movements of the group of lizards in front of him and pondering methods to deal with the lizards. As Xiangyu was deep in thought about how to eliminate the chameleon lizards, both Water Blue Star and Super Yuan Planet were shocked by the huge explosion at the Woodstone sect. The martial arts department was thrown into extreme chaos due to the incident at the Woodstone sect, as they did not know the true reason behind the massive explosion at the sect. Chapter 61. Jiang Qingfeng, who is called Crash Heaven Minister Tang. How did the War Department respond to us? Minister Tang, was the explosion at the Woodstone sect caused by the War Department? As soon as Tang Hung stepped into the conference room, the two elders of the Woodstone sect couldn't help but ask excitedly, and the others, although silent, were equally curious about what had happened with the explosion at the Woodstone sect. Slowly scanning the faces of everyone in the conference room, Tang Hung said with a solemn expression, I just called Jiang Qingfeng from the War Department. He claimed to know nothing, which seems to be a brush-off. This was because our insider planet in the War Department provided a very important piece of information, just minutes before the massive explosion at the Woodstone sect. The monitoring satellite above the Woodstone sect suddenly malfunctioned, and less than 10 minutes after the explosion occurred, the monitoring satellite returned to normal. Upon hearing Tang Heng's words, the conference room erupted in chaos, with the two elders of the Woodstone sect turning red with anger, shouting loudly. However, as the shouting continued, the conference room gradually quieted down, the atmosphere becoming extremely oppressive. Minister Tang, do you think this could be the War Department trying to intimidate our martial arts department? If hot weapons can continue to be used, then the importance of the martial arts department will be greatly diminished when it comes to clearing fierce beasts and reclaiming lost areas. Moreover, with the threat of hot weapons, our martial arts department definitely won't be able to stand as firm as before when facing the War Department. Seeing the disheartened expressions of the people in the conference room, Tang Heng couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the War Department, which was united and cooperative, the martial arts department was like a scattered sand. The core members of the martial arts department were as arrogant when in power as they were embarrassed when losing power. The explosion at the Woodstone sect also caused a huge sensation in the War Department, but no meeting was held. Only the members of the War Department speculated and discussed privately. Jiang Qingfeng was immediately summoned to the cabinet courtyard. Several cabinet elders, before I came here, I was questioned by Tang Heng for half an hour, and other members of the martial arts department and the War Department have also inquired about what exactly happened. But I really don't know anything, and I assure you this matter has nothing to do with our War Department. Once inside the courtyard, without waiting for the cabinet elders to ask, Jiang Qingfeng began to speak up. The monitoring satellites of the nine-continent Federation government are all managed by your War Department. The monitoring satellite above the Woodstone sect malfunctioned at the exact moment of the massive explosion. You can't just wash your hands of this matter so easily. Before you came to the cabinet courtyard, we received calls from the United States and the European Federation, saying that if the nine-continent Federation government develops new hot weapons, we must remember to share them with them. Otherwise, when we encounter fierce beasts and invaders that we cannot defend against in the future, they will no longer provide support. Even if this matter really has nothing to do with your War Department, you must thoroughly and deeply investigate the truth of the incident to prove your innocence. Upon hearing the words of the cabinet elders, Jiang Qingfeng finally realized the seriousness of the situation. When Jiang Qingfeng first heard about the explosion that turned the Woodstone sect into nothingness, he was quite happy, even unable to help but laugh out loud. But at this moment, his mood became extremely complex. While all external attention was drawn to the massive explosion at the Woodstone sect, which fell into various speculations and discussions, the instigator of the Woodstone sect explosion, Ouyang Fuyong, was struggling to crawl out of the deep pit beneath the conference hall. It turned out that at the moment of the explosion of the thunder roar, Ouyang Fuyong had pulled a talisman from a storage ring, which could withstand the full power strike of a peak, extraordinary being. It was given to him by his family for protection when he descended to Waterblue Star. Ouyang Fuyong initially thought that in this low-level martial world of Waterblue Star, he would never need to use this talisman. Little did he expect that in less than a month, even the precious protective talisman, which was extremely valuable even on Col Z Star, would be consumed like this. Damn Gu Xiangyu, damn the natives of Waterblue Star. Ouyang Fuyong spat out a mouthful of dirt-laden saliva and cursed fiercely. After crawling out of the deep pit in a sorry state and seeing the Woodstone sect's base almost level to the ground, Ouyang Fuyong couldn't help but frown again. He knew that the treasury of the Woodstone sect was most likely also reduced to ashes in this explosion. However, thinking back to the moment before the explosion when he had taken the items from the sect's master and several elders, Ouyang Fuyong felt a bit more balanced. Gu Xiangyu should be dead, right? Ouyang Fuyong counted the items in his storage ring and then remembered the culprit who led him to the Woodstone sect. A massive explosion not only completely destroyed the watch he had taken from Gu Xiangyu, but also blew the receiver of the tracker on him into pieces, making it impossible for Ouyang Fuyong to locate Gu Xiangyu's position anymore. Unless Gu Xiangyu knew the power of the thunder roar and ran down the mountain with all his might the moment he saw it, otherwise, with his level 9 awakened strength, he would definitely not be able to withstand the explosion of the thunder roar. Could Gu Xiangyu know the power of the thunder roar? Could Gu Xiangyu really hold back from leaving after watching the excitement? Unfortunately, it was cheap for that bastard. Just as Ouyang Fuyong was torn between whether to find Gu Xiangyu's corpse to vent his anger, he suddenly heard the sound of planes roaring overhead. Remembering the severe injuries he sustained from the thunder roar explosion, Ouyang Fuyong's expression changed, and he quickly took out an invisibility talisman and swiftly slipped down from Zhongliang Yanfeng. Meanwhile, Gu Xiangyu, who was being hated by Ouyang Fuyong, was completely immersed in the dual joys of cultivation and monster hunting. At first, Gu Xiangyu was quite fearful of the chameleon lizard with a cultivation level of rank 3, cautiously observing for a long time before finally taking action against a lone chameleon lizard. Then Gu Xiangyu excitedly discovered that after mastering the Starfall Palm and Cloud Dragon Step, although there was no change in his physical attributes, his combat power had increased several times. To his surprise, as a level 9 awakened being, he killed a chameleon lizard in less than 10 seconds. What excited Gu Xiangyu even more was that after killing a chameleon lizard, he easily dug out a white crystal core from the lizard's body. Gu Xiangyu originally planned to let the Star Source battleship Qi absorb the crystal core for energy replenishment. But just as his palm touched the crystal core, he discovered that his infinite simulation skill was also effective on the crystal core. After carefully absorbing the crystal core, Gu Xiangyu found that an energy point display bar had been added to his physical attribute template. Name: Gu Xiangyu Strength. Awakened, 9th level. Power, 99 Speed, 99 Constitution, 99 Spirit, 113 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, Level Upgradable, Eye of Truth Level, Upgradable cultivation techniques. Dust universe transformation. Entry 145100. Star Moon Sensation Chapter. Entry 13500. Combat skills. Falling Star Palm. Entry 2361000. Cloud Drifting Dragon Step. Entry 1891000. Energy points. Tengu Xiangyu tried to use his energy points, but found that they couldn't be used to enhance his 4 physical attributes or to improve the proficiency of his techniques and combat skills. He wasn't sure if it was due to insufficient energy points or another reason. He then attempted to use the energy points to charge the Star Source battleship key and succeeded easily, with the energy of the key increasing by 0. One as a result of his actions. Chapter 62. Promoted to Evolver, the first mutated lizard contributed a crystal core to Gu Xiangyu, boosting his enthusiasm as his gaze fell once again on the color-changing lizard group. Gu Xiangyu still didn't dare to rashly charge into the group of color-changing lizards. Instead, he manifested a longbow, drew an arrow, and lured the color-changing lizards one by one to his side. When 5 color-changing lizards gathered around him, Gu Xiangyu put away the longbow and simultaneously utilized the cloud-drifting dragon step to dodge the lizards' tongue attacks while using the falling star palm to strike at the lizards. Dealing with 5 lizards with the strength of a rank-level beast, even in their weakened state, still put some pressure on Gu Xiangyu. However, with the iron block assisting him, he didn't have to worry about life-threatening dangers. After several minutes, he managed to eliminate the 5 color-changing lizards. However, Gu Xiangyu was not particularly lucky this time, as he only extracted 2 crystal cores from the 5 lizards. After absorbing the 2 cores into his body, Gu Xiangyu drew his bow again to lure out another 5 color-changing lizards. After repeating this process 5 times, he finally gathered a total of 10 crystal cores. Gu Xiangyu immediately charged the Star Source battleship key, raising its energy to 10, and at that moment, Yaya also woke up. Master, thank you for releasing Yaya from the little dark room. Yaya is so happy. Yaya flew around Gu Xiangyu and then said cheerfully, Master, it seems there is a descendant peeking nearby. Should we eliminate that descendant first? Upon hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed dramatically. He quickly drew his bow, aiming at the hiding spot of the descendant as per Yaya's prompt. Bro, don't shoot, it's me. A girl with flowing long hair, Wang Xiaoqi, emerged from the bushes, raising her hands. Stay where you are and don't move. When did you arrive, and why were you hiding and peeking? Seeing Wang Xiaoqi approaching with a smile, Gu Xiangyu took 2 steps back and sternly reprimanded her. Bro, I arrived as soon as this group of color-changing lizards descended on Water Blue Star. I was preparing to tame these lizards for myself when I saw you riding the Iron Eater beast coming over. I thought you were also planning to tame them, so I wanted to hide and observe your beast-taming skills. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's menacing demeanor, Wang Xiaoqi swallowed hard and explained nervously. After hearing Wang Xiaoqi's explanation, a thoughtful expression flickered in Gu Xiangyu's eyes. You're lying. There was such a loud explosion nearby. A normal person would be attracted to it and not hide in this remote corner. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's expression turned cold, and his gaze towards Wang Xiaoqi became chilling. Wang Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile wryly. Bro, I'm from Source Beast Star. A large part of our strength comes from ferocious beasts, and we have an innate sensitivity to them. So, the moment these color-changing lizards descended on Water Blue Star, I sensed it. I can believe what you just said, but how can you prove that you mean me no harm? Since you arrived before me, you could have greeted me openly instead of hiding. And you discover my secret. Do you think I can let you go? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's 3 questions, Wang Xiaoqi's face turned awkward, and she stammered for a long time without being able to speak, her face turning red. Bro, the reason I hid is that I know the matter with the Woodstone sect is related to you. You even tricked Ouyang Fuyo. I'm afraid if you get unhappy, you might just eliminate me too. After holding back for a long time, seeing Gu Xiangyu about to shoot his arrow, Wang Xiaoqi had to reveal the truth. As soon as Wang Xiaoqi finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, landing in her palm. Gu Xiangyu was startled by the sudden lightning, thinking Wang Xiaoqi was about to attack him. And the arrow in his hand shot out with a whoosh as he used the cloud-drifting dragon step to increase the distance between him and Wang Xiaoqi. Bro, this is my spirit beast, The reason I know about the Woodstone sect is that I saw it through its eyes, Wang Xiaoqi explained softly, dodging the arrow. It was at that moment that Gu Xiangyu realized that the earlier lightning was not real lightning, but a silvery, almost transparent falcon. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but curiously use the Eye of Truth to scan the falcon's body attribute template. Species, Eagle Strength. First level rank Beast Power. 127 Speed. 416 Constitution. 198 Spirit. 187 Bloodline. None Skills. Extreme Detection Level. Vision Sharing Level. When Gu Xiangyu saw the eagle's speed and talent skills, he immediately confirmed that Wang Xiaoqi was telling the truth. Bro, I truly mean you no harm. To show my sincerity, I can use my talent skill to suppress this group of color-changing lizards, allowing you to kill them more efficiently. Although I stumbled upon your secret of having super intelligence, I will absolutely not leak this secret, and I am willing to compensate you with 1,000 rank beast crystal cores. Actually, after hearing Wang Xiaoqi's explanation, Gu Xiangyu realized he had misunderstood her and no longer harbored any killing intent toward her. Gu Xiangyu was surprised that Wang Xiaoqi was willing to offer 1,000 crystal cores as an apology and compensation, and he was instantly thrilled. How do you have so many crystal cores? Remembering that he had just killed 26 lizards and only extracted 10 crystal cores, Gu Xiangyu was left speechless that Wang Xiaoqi could take out 1,000 cores at once. Bro, Source beast.Star has an abundance of crystal cores. Just like you, technological civilization, star systems have an abundance of light brains and intelligence. Seeing Gu Xiangyu no longer pursuing the matter of her peaking, Wang Xiaoqi finally felt relieved and immediately handed the crystal cores to Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu urgently needed crystal cores, so he naturally didn't stand on ceremony with Wang Xiaoqi. However, Gu Xiangyu declined Wang Xiaoqi's offer to help him deal with the color-changing lizards, as his primary goal in killing the lizards was to refine his techniques and combat skills, not just for killing's sake. Wang Xiaoqi apologized again before gracefully departing. After Yaya confirmed the safety of the surroundings, Gu Xiangyu used the infinite mimicry skill to absorb all 1,000 crystal cores into his body, instantly raising his energy points to 10,000. Name, Gu Xiangyu Strength, Awakener, 9th level, Power, 99 Speed, 99 Constitution, 99 Spirit, 113 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, Level, can be upgraded. Eye of Truth, Level, can be upgraded. Cultivation Method, Dust Universe Transformation, Beginner 1451000, Star Moon Sensation Chapter, Beginner 13500, Combat Skills, Falling Star Palm, Beginner 2361000. Roaming Cloud, Astonishing Dragon Step, Beginner 1891000. Energy Points, 10,000 at the same time. Gu Xiangyu discovered that virtual symbols finally appeared behind the cultivation methods and combat skills. Looking at the 10,000 energy points, Gu Xiangyu's gaze swept back and forth over the cultivation methods and combat skills. Then he tried clicking on the numbers behind them. It turned out that energy points were equivalent to experience points, and each exchange required at least 100 energy points to obtain the same amount of experience points. No wonder he couldn't allocate points to the cultivation methods and combat skills when he only had 10 energy points before. After figuring out the rules for point allocation, Gu Xiangyu immediately took action. He allocated 1,000 points each to Dust Universe Transformation, Falling Star Palm, and Roaming Cloud, Astonishing Dragon Step, and 500 points to Star Moon Sensation Chapter. After consuming 3,500 energy points, Gu Xiangyu was delighted to find that all his cultivation methods and combat skills had reached the proficient level, and his cultivation realm had also advanced to the first level of Evolver. Name, Gu Xiangyu Strength, Evolver, first level, Power, 169 Speed, 199 Constitution, 187 Spirit, 215 Talent Skills, Infinite Mimicry, Level, can be upgraded. Eye of Truth, Level, can be upgraded. Cultivation Method, Dust Universe Transformation, Proficient 1451000, Star Moon Sensation Chapter, Proficient 135000, Combat Skills, Falling Star Palm, Proficient 2361000, Roaming Cloud, Astonishing Dragon Step, Proficient 1891000. Energy Points,
6,500 Gu Xiangyu discovered that the experience points required to advance from proficient to expert for the cultivation methods and combat skills reached as high as 10,000 points, which was 10 times the amount needed to go from beginner to proficient. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but frown, seeing the remaining 6,500 energy points. He hesitated and decided not to continue allocating points to the cultivation methods and combat skills, instead using all 6,500 energy points to recharge the Star Source Battleship key. After consuming all 6,500 energy points, the energy of the Star Source Battleship key had reached 75, which relieved Gu Xiangyu from worrying about Yaya falling into a dormant state for a long time. The feeling of improving his cultivation realm through crystal cores was simply wonderful, and he wondered if Wang Xiaoqi still had any beast crystal cores. Feeling the geometric increase in his strength, Gu Xiangyu looked at the lizard group again, no longer cautious, but with shining eyes. In Gu Xiangyu's view, the lizards in front of him were no longer lizards, but experience points for improving strength. Chapter 63. This big shot is amazing. After killing 26 color-changing lizards, Gu Xiangyu had a clear understanding of the strength of the color-changing lizard group before him. Although these color-changing lizards had cultivation realms ranging from 2nd level to 4th level generals, their strength was suppressed and weakened when they crossed the time-space rift. Some color-changing lizards were even seriously injured in the rift, so their real strength was about that of 1st level generals. After mimicking a set of titanium alloy armor to cover his body, Gu Xiangyu charged straight into the lizard group. Gu Xiangyu's body moved like a swimming dragon, gliding through the color-changing lizards. Every time he struck with his palm, he inevitably took the life of a color-changing lizard. Master, I suggest that after this battle, you wear the metal osmium mimicked armor in daily life and battles as much as possible. This will quickly increase the proficiency of Dust Universe Transformation and Roaming Cloud, Astonishing Dragon Step, and greatly enhance your body's 4-dimensional attributes. Yaya, are you kidding? The density of metal osmium is so high that a full set of osmium armor weighs at least 20 tons. I would be crushed. Master, you underestimate the Dust Universe Transformation technique. At the proficient level, it can barely allow your body to withstand the pressure of 20 tons, but it won't allow for a comfortable and vigorous fight. Gu Xiangyu nodded in agreement, accepting Yaya's suggestion. During the following time, Yaya corrected some subtle flaws in Gu Xiangyu's execution of Roaming Cloud, Astonishing Dragon Step, and Falling Star Palm. As the color-changing lizards fell one by one, the proficiency of Roaming Cloud, Astonishing Dragon Step, and Falling Star Palm in Gu Xiangyu's attribute template grew at a visible speed. Yaya, the Dust Universe Transformation and Falling Star Palm I exchanged seem to be incomplete, only supporting my cultivation up to the 9th level of Evolver. Can you complete them? Master, I'm really sorry, but my current abilities are insufficient to complete the full versions of Dust Universe Transformation and Falling Star Palm. However, if you repair the wreckage of the Star Source Battleship, I might be able to find the subsequent chapters of Dust Universe Transformation and Falling Star Palm from the incomplete database. Do you know where the wreckage of the Star Source Battleship is? Master, the wreckage of the Star Source Battleship is deep underground in the courtyard of Guangyang Island. I thought you bought the Guangyang Island courtyard because of the wreckage of the Star Source Battleship. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu was shocked, and his movements slowed down, causing him to be instantly surrounded by the color-changing lizards. At a critical moment, Iron Dun swung his huge paw, knocking all the color-changing lizards off Gu Xiangyu, allowing him to regain his composure. It seemed that the house on Guangyang Island was forcibly sold to him by Elder Jiang. Was this a coincidence? Or did he also know about the existence of the Star Source Battleship? Gu Xiangyu felt that there was an invisible hand arranging everything for him, and he had no power to resist. Yaya's words made Gu Xiangyu's thoughts swirl, and he could no longer concentrate fully on the battle. Fortunately, with Iron Dun assisting him, even though Gu Xiangyu faced many dangers, he never encountered real peril. It was only after Yaya reminded him that Gu Xiangyu was able to focus and concentrate on the fight. Half an hour later, with Iron Dun's cooperation, Gu Xiangyu finally dealt with the entire group of color-changing lizards. Gu Xiangyu then spent another 10 minutes opening the heads of nearly 1,000 lizards. Última tela arvesting 370 crystal cores. After using his talent skill to absorb all the crystal cores, Gu Xiangyu's energy points on his attribute template reached 3,700 points. Energy points are still too few. Gu Xiangyu did not use these energy points, but chose to accumulate them, planning to use them once he had enough. After dealing with the color-changing lizard group, Gu Xiangyu opened the personal terminal issued by the battle department and uploaded the video and photos of his kill of the color-changing lizard group to the battle department's email before riding away on Iron Dun. Less than 10 minutes after Gu Xiangyu left, several armored vehicles arrived at the scene where he killed the color-changing lizard group. The middle-aged leader, seeing the mountain of color-changing lizard corpses before him, was shocked and felt a wave of fear. Everyone, count and assess the number and strength of the color-changing lizards. Then load all the lizard corpses into the vehicle. Seeing over 20 subordinates looking at him attentively, the middle-aged man ordered loudly. With a command from the middle-aged man, the 20 or so soldiers who got out of the vehicle quickly sprang into action. "Old man, why are you just standing there?" The middle-aged man complained to his father, who remained calm beside him. "You unfilial son, have you grown wings? How dare you command your old man? Have you forgotten who taught you all your skills?" As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, the old man shot back with a single line. If Gu Xiangyu had not left, he would definitely recognize that the ones sent by the battle department to clean up the corpses of the chameleons were none other than the father and son, Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang. After being scolded by his father, Zhong Shungang originally wanted to argue back. But recalling his father's tendency to ramble and seeing the 20 or so subordinates nearby who were snickering, he wisely chose to remain silent. "Gongzi, where do you think Brother Gu has gone?" That bunch of bastards from the martial arts department insisted on framing Brother Gu as a murderer, leaving him in a state of uncertainty about his life or death, and we can't even contact him. As he thought of Gu Xiangyu's stunning performance at the Dragon Sports Center, Zhong Shouwei couldn't help but sigh. If only Mr. Gu were here. The Descendants completely disregard the natives of Water Blue Star as human beings, taking lives at will. With Mr. Gu's temperament, he would definitely lead us to fight back. Zhong Shungang couldn't help but take over the conversation. "Report, Captain, we have discovered a total of 973 chameleons. Most of these chameleons are at the 2nd to 4th tier of the general level. Judging from the wounds on the chameleons, they should have been killed by the same person." While Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang were chatting, the corpses of the chameleons had already been completely cleared away, and a soldier saluted Zhong Shungang and reported in an orderly manner. Upon hearing the number and strength of the chameleons, Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang exchanged shocked glances. The reason being that the battle department only had one controller stationed in the Yudu province, and there were only a handful of evolved beings. The strength of the 8th and 9th tier awakeners, Zhong Shouwei and his son, was already quite outstanding in the Yudu province branch. If this group of powerful chameleons had not been discovered and killed in time, and they took advantage of the fact that all the official attention in Yudu province was focused on the explosion incident at the Moostone faction to launch an attack on the shelters in Yudu province, the consequences would be unimaginable. This big shot with the code name Deadly Mission is too powerful, able to annihilate nearly 1,000 chameleons from the 2nd to 4th tier of the general level without giving them a chance to escape. He must be at the peak of the controller level, right? I don't know how powerful this Deadly Mission is, but I know that his actions this time have truly saved the lives of tens of millions of people in Yudu province, helping us avoid a disaster and preventing the fall of Yudu province. As the group felt deeply moved, Zhong Shungang quietly opened his personal terminal, compiled a report summarizing the strength, number, and injuries of the chameleons, and sent it to the Yudu province branch and the headquarters in Kyoto. Chapter 64. Profiting greatly code name Deadly Mission, suspected to be at the peak of the controller level. Killed nearly 1,000 chameleons from the 2nd to 4th tier of the general level, without a single chameleon escaping. Jiang Qingfeng looked at the battle report submitted by the Yudu province branch and nearly thought there was something wrong with his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Xiangyu's personal terminal was personally distributed by him and that the nickname Deadly Mission lay in his personal terminal's friend list, he would have almost thought that the battle department had gained another peak controller. Little guy, what kind of opportunity allowed you to create such a miracle? Jiang Qingfeng did not contact Gu Xiangyu to inquire further, but without hesitation raised the confidentiality level of the information regarding deadly mission to the highest level. Little guy, I don't know how many miracles you can create or how far you can go. The only thing I can do is protect your identity and your family. Gu Xiangyu was unaware that his killing of the chameleon group had caused a huge sensation in the battle department and the martial arts department. At this moment, he had transformed into a digger, laboriously digging a hole in his courtyard. Although the Star Source battleship might be left as mere wreckage, the incomplete database of the Star Source battleship might still contain subsequent cultivation chapters for the dust transformation and Starfall Palm, which made it impossible for Gu Xiangyu to ignore the Star Source battleship. Since there was only one courtyard on Guangyang Island, Gu Xiangyu, as the sole owner, had no reason to worry about his digging being discovered. Master, you really don't have to do this kind of manual labor yourself. Just let the spirit beasts do it, Yaya carefully reminded from the side. Do you think Tai Dun can dig? It doesn't have that skill. Gu Xiangyu replied with annoyance as he glanced at Tai Dun, who was sitting nearby gnawing on a metal block. Tai Dun doesn't have the skill to dig, but the burrowing mouse does. Why not tame a group of burrowing mice? Yaya continued to explain in response to Gu Xiangyu's puzzled look. Wang Xiaoqi comes from the Source Beast Star, and he seems to particularly like iron-eating beasts. I think you can try to exchange an iron-eating beast for the Xiangyu Beast Classic, in front of the spirit-level upper-tier Xiangyu Beast Classic. The ordinary upper-tier Spirit Guard Beast technique is simply trash. If you can successfully exchange for the Xiangyu Beast Classic from Wang Xiaoqi, wouldn't you be able to get any spirit beast you want in the future? Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu didn't hesitate to throw the iron shovel in his hand into Tai Dun's mouth, then lay down in the game pod of his bedroom and entered the Super Yuan planet. Master, can you send a panda to Guangyang Island? I need it urgently. No problem. It will be delivered within an hour. One asked directly, and the other answered straightforwardly. After receiving Jiang Qingfeng's affirmative reply, Gu Xiangyu exited the Super Yuan planet, donned heavy osmium metal armor, and practiced Starfall Palm and Yuyan jingle step in the yard while waiting for the panda's arrival. Jiang Qingfeng said the panda would be sent to Guangyang Island within an hour. In fact, less than half an hour later, a huge helicopter appeared over Guangyang Island. After confirming the identity information with Gu Xiangyu, they dropped off the giant panda and left immediately. Using the True Eye skill to check the physical attribute template of this panda, Gu Xiangyu found that it had neither special bloodlines nor talent skills, which made him a bit anxious. Would Wang Xiaoqi even want this panda? Would Wang Xiaoqi be willing to exchange the Xiangyu Beast Classic for this panda? After much hesitation, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but call Wang Xiaoqi, asking him to come to Guangyang Island. Upon hearing that Gu Xiangyu had indeed captured another iron-eating beast, Wang Xiaoqi, who was wandering near the Yudu Province Zoo, excitedly screamed, "I'm coming right now," and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoqi appeared in front of Gu Xiangyu. Wow, is this the iron-eating beast you caught for me? It's so cute. This is the divine beast of my dreams. Wang Xiaoqi glanced at Tai Dun, then at the other small and cute panda beside Gu Xiangyu, and his eyes lit up as he quickly pounced on the little panda. Thank you, bro, for letting me fulfill my wish. From now on, you're my real brother. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. After excitedly hugging the little panda and talking to himself for a long time, Wang Xiaoqi scratched his head, remembering that Gu Xiangyu was still standing nearby. While speaking, Wang Xiaoqi took out energy crystal coins from his storage ring and handed them to Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, not reaching out to take the energy crystal coins, and instead said shyly, "Xiaoqi, actually, my success in taming Tai Dun was purely by chance. I only know some rough and primitive beast taming methods, which are completely unrefined. Since you come from the Source Beast Star, you must know a lot of beast taming methods. I wonder if you could teach me?" Gu Xiangyu ultimately felt too shy and did not dare to directly mention the Xiangyu Beast Classic. Even so, after finishing his words, Gu Xiangyu still felt embarrassed. Bro, what's wrong with that? For people from the Source Beast Star, beast taming methods are really too common and prevalent. However, I only know the spirit-level upper-tier Xiangyu Beast Classic. I don't know any higher-level taming methods. If you don't mind that its grade is too low, I can teach you right away. Hearing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Gu Xiangyu was first stunned and then overjoyed. The Xiangyu Beast Classic is too low in grade? That is absolutely not true. The best beast taming method on Water Blue Star is nothing compared to the Xiangyu Beast Classic. Seeing that Xiangyu was really planning to learn the Xiangyu Beast scriptures, Wang Xiaoqi did not rush to tame the iron-eating beast. Instead, he carefully explained the key phrases and taming techniques of the Xiangyu Beast scriptures to Xiangyu in detail. Only after Xiangyu had memorized everything did Wang Xiaoqi begin to tame the iron-eating beast. Brother, pay close attention to the details of how I tamed the iron-eating beast, and compare them with the key phrases and taming methods I just mentioned. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and you'll soon be able to grasp the Xiangyu Beast scriptures. Wang Xiaoqi affectionately patted the iron-eating beast's head and couldn't help but remind Xiangyu once more. With such a great opportunity to learn, Xiangyu naturally welcomed it. To help Xiangyu better understand and master the Xiangyu Beast scriptures, Wang Xiaoqi refrained from using his beast intimidation talent skill, even though using this talent skill would significantly increase both the success rate and efficiency of taming ferocious beasts. Xiangyu naturally noticed Wang Xiaoqi's good intentions and looked at him gratefully. Wang Xiaoqi taught Xiangyu with great care, while Xiangyu studied with exceptional focus. 2 hours later, when Wang Xiaoqi successfully tamed the iron-eating beast, Xiangyu also successfully entered the basics of the Xiangyu Beast scriptures. Haha, with this iron-eating beast, my trip to Water Blue Star was not in vain, and I also have a report for my family's mission. Wang Xiaoqi named his iron-eating beast Iron Pillar and let out a pig-like laugh. Xiaoqi, your iron-eating beast is just an ordinary ferocious beast. It has neither a special bloodline nor a talent skill. Will your family recognize and like it? Xiangyu asked with a puzzled expression. Haha, brother, you don't understand this. When it comes to taming and cultivating ferocious beasts, Source beast.Star, especially our Wang family, is absolutely professional. Our family can not only awaken the ancient bloodline of this iron-eating beast, but also let it inherit various talent skills of ancient iron-eating beasts. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoqi's words, Xiangyu was left dumbfounded. Ferocious beasts can actually have their bloodlines awakened and inherit talent skills by humans? Brother, since you don't want energy crystal coins, then I'll give you beast crystal cores. When I came to Water Blue Star this time, I brought a total of 5,000 crystal cores, and I've already used 2,000. I'll keep 1,000 for myself as a backup, and the remaining 2,000 crystal cores are all for you. While Xiangyu was still digesting Wang Xiaoqi's words, Wang Xiaoqi threw down a pile of crystal cores and then rode off on the iron pillar at high speed. After a while, Xiangyu realized that Wang Xiaoqi had already left. Looking at the large pile of crystal cores on the table, he immediately beamed with joy. Comrade Xiaoqi is really a good person. I made a huge profit from this deal. Chapter 65. Huang Su's distress message after acquiring the beast crystal cores. Xiangyu immediately used his infinite transformation talent to convert all the crystal cores into energy points. The energy value in his physical attribute template instantly broke into 5 figures, reaching 23,700 points. Looking at the energy points exceeding 20,000 on his attribute template, Xiangyu fell into deep thought. Xiangyu originally only wanted to spend 1,000 energy points to upgrade the skill level of the Xiangyu Beast scriptures to the proficient realm. However, Wang Xiaoqi repeatedly reminded him that the skill level of the Xiangyu Beast scriptures is related to the strength of the taming target and the success rate of taming ferocious beasts. If he only wanted to tame a beast soldier level ferocious beast, an entry level or proficient level Xiangyu Beast scripture would be sufficient. To tame a beast general level ferocious beast, it was best to upgrade the skill level of the Xiangyu Beast scriptures to the adept realm. Otherwise, the success rate of taming ferocious beasts would be less than 1 in 10,000. After much hesitation, Xiangyu decided to humbly accept Wang Xiaoqi's advice. First, he spent 1,000 energy points to upgrade the Xiangyu Beast scriptures from entry level to proficient level, and then he spent 10,000 energy points to upgrade the Xiangyu Beast scriptures to adept level. After painfully spending 11,000 energy points, Xiangyu's energy value section was left with only 12,700 energy points. After little thought, he spent 10,000 energy points to upgrade the Dust Universe transformation to the Adept level, and all of the remaining 700 points were added to the Star Moon Perception chapter. Once Xiangyu finished distributing all the energy points, a warm current surged within him, and he felt that his strength had significantly improved. Name: Xiangyu Strength. Evolver, 3rd stage. Power, 419 speed, 347 constitution, 432 spirit, 495 talent skills. Infinite transformation, level. Can be upgraded. True I, level, can be upgraded. Cultivation methods. Dust Universe transformation, incomplete. Adept 987-1-000-000. Star Moon Perception, proficient 291-350-000. Chengyin B Scriptures, Adept 0100-000. Combat skills. Falling Star Palm, incomplete. Proficient 749-1-000-000. Cloud Soaring Dragon Step, proficient 819-1-000-000. Energy points. 0. Seeing that he had successfully advanced to a 3rd stage evolver, especially with significant increases in power, constitution, and spirit attributes, which completely met the standards of a 4th stage evolver. Xiangyu knew his assumptions were correct. At all times, upgrading the skill level of Dust Universe transformation must take priority. The reason Xiangyu used all the remaining energy points to upgrade the Star Moon Perception chapter was that he had a vague feeling that the evolution of the Infinite Transformation talent skill was related to the strength of the spirit attribute value. When he first awakened his attribute template, his spirit attribute value was only 27 points, and at that time, the Infinite Transformation talent was still a level skill. When his spirit attribute value broke past 50, the Infinite Transformation talent evolved into a level skill. After his spirit attribute value exceeded 100, the Infinite Transformation talent was again upgraded to a level skill. This made Xiangyu extremely eager for another upgrade of the Infinite Transformation. As the level of the Infinite Transformation talent increased, Xiangyu found that the volume of metal he could transform at one time was getting larger, and the speed and quantity limit of absorbing and transforming metal were also rapidly increasing. If his inference was correct, once his spirit attribute value broke past 500, the Infinite Transformation skill should be able to evolve into a level skill, right? Just as Xiangyu was pondering how to better enhance his strength, his phone's text message alert suddenly rang. I am Huang Su from the Logistics Supply of the War Department. I have been captured in Sanshiko Town. Please save me. Glancing at the text message, a look of confusion flashed in Xiangyu's eyes. Although Huang Su had Xiangyu's phone number before, after Xiangyu returned to Water Blue Star, he changed his phone number at Jiang Qingfeng's suggestion to completely cut off contact with the past. Logically, Huang Su should not know Xiangyu's new phone number. Moreover, the wording of Huang Su's message was strange, leaving Xiangyu unsure whether this distress message was genuine or just a prank. Master, I just checked the satellite monitoring footage above Water Blue Star, and Huang Su has indeed been captured in Sanshiko Town. However, the people who captured him are not the arrivals, but rather the martial arts department. Just as Xiangyu was still speculating about the authenticity of the distress message, Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Yaya, keep an eye on any movements in Sanshiko Town. We're going to rescue him right away. Upon learning that Huang Su's capture was true, Xiangyu instantly made the decision to rescue him. Master, I suspect this is a conspiracy against you. It could be dangerous for you to go, Yaya said with concern. Yaya, a man must do what he must do. If it were someone else, I might turn a blind eye. But Huang Su is one of my few friends. Knowing he is in trouble and remaining indifferent is something I cannot do. However, we cannot just rush in to rescue him. We need to be methodical, or we will only endanger our lives. Please help me check if there are any ground-digging mouse groups or other ferocious beast gathering points along the way from Guangyang Island to Sanshiko Town. We need to find some helpers. Upon hearing Xiangyu's words, Yaya's eyes lit up, and she praised him without hesitation before quickly infiltrating the internal networks of the Yudu Province War Department and Martial Arts Department. Master, Yudu Province is simply a paradise for fierce beasts. No wonder this time, the Super Yuan Planet Plan's assessment location is set in Yudu Province, and you have also been assigned there by the War Department.
I just checked all the data in the internal networks of the War Department and Martial Arts Department and found that there are 19 fierce beast gathering points in Yuta Province, with 5 of them having beast general level monsters stationed. There is a cave in Xiangyu town, where there are not only nearly 1,000 burrowing mice, but also hundreds of mutated demon bats. The leaders of the burrowing mice and the mutated demon bats are approximately at the 4th stage of the general level, while the rest generally range from the 1st to the 2nd stage of the general level. Huang Su and his group are near the cave, and it is estimated that the Martial Arts Department intends to use those mutated demon bats and burrowing mice against you. Hearing this, Xiangyu couldn't help but recall the email alert sent to him by the War Department half an hour ago. Was the target of the Martial Arts Department, this time, truly absolute death? They really went to great lengths to deal with one absolute death. Fortunately, he had followed Wang Xiaoqi's advice and advanced the Qingyun B scripture to the proficient realm, or he might have fallen into the hands of the Martial Arts Department this time. After learning about the strength of the burrowing mice and the mutated demon bats from Yi, Xiangyu couldn't help but be astonished. Connecting Huang Su's text message with the War Department's email alert, he began to have a rough idea of the truth of the situation. Huang Su, I have to say your luck is quite extraordinary. If absolute death were not me, but someone else, your rescue message would have sunk without a trace and wouldn't have caused any waves. Moreover, before I mastered the Qingyun B scripture, I also didn't have the strength to go to the fierce beast gathering point in Xiangyu town to save you. Thinking about how he had inadvertently saved Huang Su twice and was now heading to Xiangyu town to save him again, Xiangyu felt strange at his heart, as if he had become Huang Su's exclusive firefighter. Chapter 66. Voluntarily seeking death. Huang Su, at this moment, do you regret refusing to join our martial arts department? In Xiangyu town, an old man with a full goat beard looked at the blood-soaked Huang Su with a cold smile. Huang Su spat, ejecting a bloodied tooth. However, this action tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. I've always been puzzled. You were clearly prepared to join the martial arts department. Why did you suddenly change your mind? The old man with the goat beard, Elder Liang Yuqing of the Mushy sect, suddenly asked with curiosity. Elder Liang, I'm also quite puzzled. You guys from the Mushy sect have repeatedly sought trouble with Mr. Gu. How do you have the face to accuse him of being a murderer? Huang Su retorted with a sidelong glance. Hearing Huang Su's words, Elder Liang Yuqing was left dumbfounded. You actually refused to join the martial arts department because of Xiangyu? Elder Liang recalled that when Huang Su reported to the martial arts department, it coincided with the time when the martial arts department was furious after hearing that Xiangyu had killed Su Haijiang and several disciples of the Mushy sect, forcibly declaring Xiangyu a murderer. You probably never imagined that not only did I refuse to join the martial arts department for this reason, but also Zhong Shouwei and his son Zhong Shungang refused to join for the same reason, right? Huang Su couldn't help but laugh heartily at the astonished expression of Elder Liang. Elder Liang Yuqing was taken aback. Although the martial arts department claimed not to take the Super Yuan Planet Plan's tests and assessment seriously, they still intended to develop some of the outstanding individuals from the assessments into fresh blood for the organization. However, the martial arts department never expected that first Xiangyu firmly refused to join, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place achievers all refusing to join as well. And they turned around to join the War Department instead. Elder Liang Yuqing originally thought it was the War Department's interference that prevented the Martial Arts Department from recruiting the best performers from the assessment. He never imagined the truth would be so ridiculous. Huang Su, I initially just wanted to use you as bait to attract a big figure from the War Department. After killing that big figure, I would see if there was an opportunity to turn you. Since you have such a good relationship with Xiangyu, I don't need to spare your life anymore. You can go accompany Xiangyu on the road to the Yellow Springs. A glimmer of darkness flashed in Elder Liang's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Wait, Mr. Gu is already dead? You killed him? Just a moment ago. Huang Su was calm, but hearing Elder Liang's words, panic and sorrow appeared on his face. Xiangyu is merely an awakened 9th-tier cultivator. Do you think he could survive being targeted by our Mushy sect? Elder Liang Yuqing sneered. Not only will you and Xiangyu die, but Zhong Shouwei and Zhong Shungang will also die. After confirming from Elder Liang that Xiangyu was already dead, Huang Su felt as if he had lost his soul, and he couldn't hear what Elder Liang said afterward. Scenes of Gu Xiangyu saving his life twice floated through Huang Su's mind, and tears streamed down his face. Brother, do you think Huang Su's text message can really attract absolute death? Beside Elder Liang, Liang Yuqing, who looked 3 to 4 points similar to him, asked, I think the possibility of absolute death coming is extremely low, unless that absolute death knows Huang Su and has a deep relationship with him. But Huang Su is just a businessman. How could he possibly have connections with a peak powerhouse? I'm even worried whether Huang Su's text message was sent to Absolute Death's phone number. The phone number of Absolute Death should be correct, because the confidentiality level of Absolute Death was suddenly raised today. One of our martial arts department's informants has an excellent memory. He memorized Absolute Death's information before the confidentiality level was raised. Unfortunately, there is too little information about Absolute Death, with only a phone number and a code word, and almost no other information. Huang Su listened intently to the conversation between Elder Liang and Liang Yuqing, feeling a huge shock. Huang Su previously only knew that the martial arts department and the war department were at odds, but he did not know that their relationship was so terrible. The martial arts department was not only trying to eliminate the mysterious experts of the war department, but also had planted insiders in the war department's intelligence office, thoroughly understanding their secrets. How could he successfully relay this information? Huang Su anxiously looked around, his eyes darting around. Huang Su, don't waste your efforts. Since we brothers dare to discuss these secrets in front of you, do you think you can still leave here alive? Before Huang Su could think of a way to transmit the information, he heard Elder Liang's cold voice. An hour has passed since you sent the message. If that expert from a war department really cared about your life, he would have come long ago. The fact that he hasn't come only means that he doesn't care about your life. Elder Liang Yuqing looked at Huang Su with a hint of sympathy, then turned to leave. The two people beside Huang Su had already understood Elder Liang's intentions. They grinned and simultaneously raised their swords, swinging them heavily towards Huang Su's neck. Elder Liang, Mr. Gu only killed a few trash from the Mushy sect, and you call him a murderer. You killed the War Department's logistical support. What do you think your crime will be? Huang Su shouted unwillingly. Huang Su, don't provoke me. From a moment, the Mushy sect was destroyed. We brothers no longer intended to survive. We do not care what crime the nine-continent federal government labels us with. Elder Liang shrugged indifferently. Hearing Elder Liang's words, Huang Su felt a wave of despair. If you really don't plan to survive, why not just commit suicide now to avoid causing a conflict between the martial arts department and the war department, plunging the nine-continent federal government into chaos? Just as Huang Su had closed his eyes, waiting for death, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears, making him look towards the newcomer with joy. Mr. Gu, you're not dead? As he spoke, Huang Su struggled to break free from the grasp of the two people beside him and quickly rushed towards Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu, you're actually still alive? You came just in time. My brother and I have been looking everywhere for you. We need to see you alive or confirm your death. We can't rest easy until we know the fate of this jumping clown. As the saying goes, you don't walk the path to heaven, yet you rush towards hell. Gu Xiangyu, do you want to live so badly that you're rushing to your own death? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's voice suddenly, Liang Yuqing and Liang Yuqing's eyes lit up with surprise. Mr. Gu, I'll hold them off for you. You should run. Huang Su was initially very happy to see Gu Xiangyu, but upon hearing Liang Yuqing and Liang Yuqing's words, his expression changed drastically. Ignoring the gap in cultivation between himself and the Liang brothers, he turned and stood in front of them. Ants, get lost. Don't obstruct us. Liang Yuqing's eyes were fixed on Gu Xiangyu, not even glancing at Huang Su before he slapped Huang Su away. Mr. Gu, the martial arts department knows the phone number and contact code of the mysterious big shot from the war department. Please make sure to pass this information on. Huang Su touched his stinging face, rolling and crawling to Liang Yuqing's side, grabbing his thigh and screaming hysterically, Mr. Gu, you saved my life twice. I have no way to repay you except to be your servant in the next life. As soon as Huang Su finished speaking, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he reached for Liang Yuqing's groin. Liang Yuqing felt that Huang Su was a nuisance and was about to slap him to death when suddenly his pupils constricted, and he involuntarily opened his mouth, letting out an extremely suppressed roar from his throat. It hurts, it hurts! Even though Liang Yuqing had a high cultivation level,
When his most vulnerable spot was firmly grasped, he couldn't help but cry out in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Aunt, you're seeking death." Hearing his brother scream, Liang Yuqing turned in confusion. He instinctively squeezed his legs together, then, in a fit of rage, swung his sword viciously towards Huang Su's neck. "Mr. Gu, run, you must run." Huang Su completely ignored Liang Yuqing's sword aimed at his neck and instead screamed desperately at Gu Xiangyu. Seeing Huang Su's willingness to sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for him to escape, Gu Xiangyu suddenly smiled. At the moment Liang Yuqing's sword was about to hit Huang Su's neck, Gu Xiangyu suddenly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, Liang Yuqing felt a hand on his neck. With a crisp snap, before he even realized what was happening, he found his strength rapidly draining away, and his consciousness slowly sinking into endless darkness. "No, Ah Cheng, you must not die." Witnessing his brother Liang Yuqing's neck being snapped by Gu Xiangyu, Liang Yuqing seemed to forget the pain in his body and let out a furious roar before kicking towards Huang Su. At this critical moment, Gu Xiangyu grabbed Huang Su's arm and executed the Cloud Dragon step, dodging Liang Yuqing's full-force kick. "Gu Xiangyu, you killed Ah Cheng. This grudge is unforgivable. I will kill you quickly." Liang Yuqing glared at Gu Xiangyu, gritting his teeth. "Are you all from the Musher sect crazy? I have no enmity with you. Yet you keep causing me trouble. After failing to kill me, you blame it on me." Gu Xiangyu sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Liang Yuqing became furious. He knew he couldn't out-talk Gu Xiangyu, so he stopped speaking and instead aimed his sword directly at Gu Xiangyu's vital points. Gu Xiangyu had already used the Eye of Truth to assess the cultivation levels of the Liang brothers and knew that Liang Yuqing was a 7th-tier evolver while Liang Yuqing was a 5th-tier evolver. After swiftly killing Liang Yuqing, Gu Xiangyu wanted to test his strength. So he didn't immediately summon the mutated bat swarm and burrowing mole swarm he had painstakingly trained in the cave. Instead, he engaged Liang Yuqing using the Cloud Dragon Step and Starfall Palm. "You actually advanced to become an evolver, and a mid-tier one at that?" Liang Yuqing had thought it would be easy to kill Gu Xiangyu with just a wave of his hand. However, after attacking Gu Xiangyu with more than a dozen strikes without landing a hit, he was left dumbfounded. Part of this was due to Liang Yuqing underestimating him and the anger affecting his performance. However, dodging his attacks was definitely not something a 9th-tier awakened one could manage. "Liang Yuqing, you need to put in some effort. Otherwise, you might end up like your other sect members, not only failing to kill me, but also being killed by me." Gu Xiangyu taunted. If I remember correctly, the explosion at Zhongliang Yinfeng basically wiped out the entire Musher sect, leaving only you and your brother's remnants. "Once I kill you, the Musher sect will become history, and I won't be bothered by flies anymore." Gu Xiangyu did not answer Liang Yuqing's words, but deliberately provoked him instead. "Gu Xiangyu, I have to say, you are indeed a genius to have become an evolver so quickly and mastered both techniques and martial arts. If I'm not mistaken, the War Department, while publicly cooperating with the Martial Arts Department to sentence you, is secretly nurturing you. I wonder if they would feel heartbroken after I kill the genius they painstakingly trained?" Having failed to capture Gu Xiangyu, Liang Yuqing calmed down. He took a deep breath, and the sword in his hand suddenly turned sharp as he unleashed his real strength. Seeing Liang Yuqing getting serious, Gu Xiangyu also didn't dare to be careless and responded with all his might to Liang Yuqing's attacks. Meanwhile, Huang Su was stunned. He had initially thought Gu Xiangyu was wasting the hard-earned opportunity to escape and considered him foolish. At this moment, seeing Gu Xiangyu able to defend himself against Liang Yuqing's full-force attacks, Huang Su's heart was in turmoil, and he looked at Gu Xiangyu with admiration. Could it be that Gu Xiangyu is the mysterious big shot from the War Department that the Liang brothers wanted to lure here? This thought suddenly flashed through Huang Su's mind. However, Huang Su quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. The big shot from the War Department mentioned by the Liang brothers had peak cultivation, while Gu Xiangyu was only an evolver. How could he connect the two? "No, mister. Gu's movements are getting slower. He shouldn't be Liang Yuqing's match. I need to quickly seek help from the War Department." After standing still for a moment, Huang Su aimed in a direction and ran. However, just as Huang Su made a move, he was surrounded by a dozen people. although Liang Yuxing had the upper hand in the battle against Gu Xiangyu. Seeing Gu Xiangyu remain calm and seemingly treating him as a sparring partner to familiarize himself with techniques, he felt a surge of unease. Could it be that there's a mysterious big shot protecting Gu Xiangyu? Once this thought crossed Liang Yuxing's mind, he lost the desire to continue fighting Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu, I have things to do today, so I'll temporarily spare your life. You'd better keep your head safe and not let others take it. After abruptly sheathing his sword and leaving that sentence behind, Liang Yuxing turned and left. Seeing Liang Yuxing leave, the group attacking Huang Su also ceased their assault and followed Liang Yuxing. The inexplicable behavior of Liang Yuxing's group left Gu Xiangyu taken aback. Huang Su is equally puzzled. However, seeing the direction Liang Yuxing's group left, Gu Xiangyu immediately understood Liang Yuxing's scheme. A playful smile appeared on his face. Elder Liang, you just said you would kill me without hesitation, so why did you suddenly run away? A man should keep his word. Let's quickly settle our grievances. I don't have the patience to wait any longer. Gu Xiangyu shouted and eagerly chased after him. Chapter 68. Do you think you're related to the mutated bat and the gopher? Liang Yuxing was initially uncertain about his judgment, but when he saw Gu Xiangyu actually chasing after him, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Gu Xiangyu, if I were you, I would definitely hide as far away as possible upon seeing me, instead of rushing to your death. Liang Yuxing sneered and scolded Gu Xiangyu without stopping his pace, continuing to rush towards the cave. If you want to kill me, then don't run. Does your Musher sect only know how to kill with words? Liang Yuxing's back was met with Gu Xiangyu's furious shout. Huang Su, who was following Gu Xiangyu, looked at the fleeing Liang Yuxing and then at the relentless Gu Xiangyu, falling into deep confusion. Who is stronger, and who wants to kill whom? How did I get so confused? Soon, Liang Yuxing arrived at the cave's upper level. He swung his sword, carving a deep chasm into the ground. As Liang Yuxing struck with his sword, hundreds of mutated bats flew out from the underground cave, and even more gophers popped their heads out from the chasm. Gu Xiangyu, the reason you dare to shout at me is that you have a guardian by your side, right? I wonder if your guardian can still keep you alive in front of this swarm of mutated bats and gophers. I originally planned to use this group of mutated bats and gophers to deal with a mysterious master from the War Department, but I didn't expect to end up using them against you. You can only say you were too lucky. The moment the swarm of mutated bats and gophers appeared, Huang Su understood what was happening. After hearing Liang Yuxing's words, Huang Su's heart sank to the bottom. He regretted not thinking of this earlier to warn Gu Xiangyu not to chase Liang Yuxing, which ultimately led to falling into Liang Yuxing's carefully laid trap. Liang Yuxing, are you not afraid of death? Seeing Liang Yuxing's calm demeanor, Gu Xiangyu asked in confusion. Of course, I am afraid of death, but since the sect is gone, what is the meaning of living? If I can do something for the sect before I die, I can consider it a worthy death. Liang Yuxing sighed, his face filled with desolation. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but seriously examine Liang Yuxing. For Liang Yuxing, perhaps the sect was everything to him. However, paths differ, and since the Musher sect repeatedly offended me, its demise was already destined. Actually, the Musher sect could have remained safe, but you had to push me to the brink, so I had no choice but to take the initiative and uproot it. When heaven wants to destroy it, it must first make it crazy. The Musher sect is like this, including all the disciples of the Musher sect, including you two brothers. What? What did you just say? The destruction of the Musher sect is related to you? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Liang Yuxing, who was originally waiting for death, suddenly became agitated, his eyes red as he stared at Gu Xiangyu, questioning him hysterically. Gu Xiangyu said nothing, only looked at Liang Yuxing with pity. At this moment, silence was more powerful than words. Gu Xiangyu's silence was an answer in itself. You executioner. The Musher sect has a legacy of hundreds of years and thousands of lives. How could you do this? Gu Xiangyu, you are doomed today. No one can save you. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. After confirming that Gu Xiangyu was the culprit behind the destruction of the Musher sect, Liang Yuxing regretted offending Gu Xiangyu while also feeling extreme hatred towards him. Liang Yuxing's eyes were no longer on the swarm of mutated bats and gophers. He saw nothing but Gu Xiangyu. Seeing Liang Yuxing charging at him like a madman,
Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but smirk coldly. If it were a different time and place, he might have been dragged down to death by Liang Yuxing, who was desperate to die. But now, surrounded by hundreds of mutated bats and nearly 1,000 gophers, Liang Yuxing would find it difficult to even get close to him, let alone perish together. Liang Yuxing charged forward for more than 10 meters, and when he was still over 3 meters away from Gu Xiangyu, he fell into the nightmare attack of the mutated bats and was then besieged by a group of gophers. No matter how strong Liang Yuxing's body was, he could not withstand the gophers' digging skills. By the time Liang Yuxing regained consciousness amidst the intense pain, there was not a single intact spot on his body, and several gophers had even burrowed into him. "I will kill you, I must kill you." Ignoring the dozens of gophers attacking him, Liang Yuxing struggled to move his legs, step by step approaching Gu Xiangyu. "No, you can't kill me." Gu Xiangyu shook his head, smiling, and said, "Liang Yuxing, do you really think that with this trap, you can make anyone below the extraordinary level come and go without a return? Isn't it? Although these mutated bats and gophers only have beast general level cultivation, their sheer numbers and terrifying skills make it impossible for anyone below the extraordinary level to escape their attacks, so you are doomed. Your guardian not showing up is one thing. If he dares to come out to save you, he will also die here," Liang Yuxing declared confidently. Hearing Liang Yuxing's words, Gu Xiangyu's smile grew even wider. "Haven't you realized that whether it's the mutated bats or the gophers, they only attack your group, and not me and Huang Su? What huge joke. Do you think you're related to the mutated bats and gophers? They won't attack you," Liang Yuxing instinctively retorted. However, Liang Yuxing's words were cut off midway as he was horrified to find that what Gu Xiangyu said was true. The more than 10 people he brought from the martial arts department had turned to a pile of white bones, and he himself was severely injured, likely to die any moment. Although Gu Xiangyu and Huang Su were surrounded by mutated bats and gophers, it seemed as if they were invisible to them, completely ignoring them. What is going on? Everything happening before Liang Yuxing was too absurd, and after a wave of dizziness, he couldn't help but stammer and ask, "This is a secret of the War Department. Why should I tell you? Unless you also tell me a secret of the martial arts department in exchange." Gu Xiangyu smiled lightly. Liang Yuxing opened his mouth, wanting to exchange secrets with Gu Xiangyu, but when the words reached his lips, he realized a fact. As someone close to death, what good would knowing the War Department's secret do? Am I supposed to take the War Department's secret to the underworld? Thinking of this, Liang Yuxing's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of foul blood. "Gu Xiangyu, I hate this so much, I regret it so much." After tremblingly saying these words, Liang Yuxing collapsed to the ground. Chapter 69. Huang Su's loyalty upon seeing Liang Yuxing, who was once high and mighty, turn into a corpse in an instant. Huang Su couldn't help but feel the impermanence of life. However, surrounded by a swarm of mutated bats and gophers, Huang Su did not dare to be careless and closely followed Gu Xiangyu, his heart racing and pounding heavily. "Don't be nervous. These mutated bats and gophers have been tamed by me and won't attack you." Noticing Huang Su's nervous expression, Gu Xiangyu smiled and explained. Under Huang Su's astonished gaze, Gu Xiangyu placed his finger to his lips and whistled, causing the swarm of mutated bats and gophers to swiftly recede like a tide, disappearing completely in an instant. "Mr. Gu, these mutated bats and gophers are really your pets." Huang Su was stunned for a long time before he regained his composure from the immense shock. He still couldn't believe the reality he was witnessing. Although the strongest among the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles only had a beast general level 4 cultivation, the rest of the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles range from level 1 to level 2 of beast general. Once the number of mutated demon bats and burrowing moles reached a certain level, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. Even a powerful transcendent being, if suddenly surrounded by these mutated demon bats and burrowing moles, might not be able to escape unscathed. Huang Su couldn't understand how Gu Xiangyu had managed to master such a powerful force in such a short time. "Mr. Gu, are these mutated demon bats and burrowing moles the secret weapons of the War Department?" After thinking for a long time, Huang Su came up with a barely reasonable explanation and cautiously asked. Gu Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback by the question,
quickly realizing that Huang Su had misunderstood. But he didn't explain. Seeing Gu Xiangyu tacitly confirm his guess, Huang Su smiled and didn't continue to dwell on the topic. Instead, he sighed. Mr. Gu, when you sold me the gaming helmet before, you suggested I stay on the Super Yuan planet until my attribute points reached 80. At that time, I completely didn't understand what you meant. Now I finally realize it, but unfortunately, it's too late. I never would have dreamed that Water Star was suffering such great hardships, while we ordinary humans had unknowingly been relocated to the Super Yuan planet by the federal government, enjoying the protection of the federal government. Do you regret coming back to Water Star? Gu Xiangyu suddenly asked. Regret? At first, I did have a little. After all, I'm a businessman. And my biggest wish was to obtain the top citizen qualification of the Republic of the Federation and then expand my business. I never thought about becoming a warrior. But after learning the truth about this world, I was shocked. The Republic of the Federation is working tirelessly to protect the survival of Water Star. And countless young warriors have sacrificed their lives to resist the invasion of the invaders and ferocious beasts. Yet, I have been toiling for trivial fame and profit. It's too narrow-minded. To be honest, I am currently in a state of extreme confusion. If Water Star no longer exists, what use is it for me to earn more money? However, with my current strength, I have no ability to resist the invasion of the invaders and ferocious beasts. I feel like a waste. The only thing I can do now is some trading business to provide food for the War Department. Gu Xiangyu's words opened the floodgates for Huang Su, who poured out all his confusion and distress. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry to have bored you with so much nonsense and delayed your business, Huang Su said after realizing it was already late at night. Gu Xiangyu shook his head. In a flash, a thought suddenly surged in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask Huang Su, are you interested in working part-time for me? It won't affect your own business, nor will it delay the tasks of the War Department. Mr. Gu, that's too polite. It would be my honor to work for you. Just give me your orders. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Huang Su said excitedly, actually, for me, doing business is secondary now. The War Department hasn't assigned me any mandatory tasks, so as long as Mr. Gu doesn't mind my lack of strength, I will definitely do my best to help you. Seeing Huang Su's excited demeanor, Gu Xiangyu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. You should be familiar with the Blue Flame mercenary game, right? What I want you to do is establish a mercenary guild on Water Star similar to that in the Blue Flame mercenary game. How you operate this mercenary guild is up to you. I need the mercenary guild to help acquire ferocious beast crystal cores. Under Huang Su's expectant gaze, Gu Xiangyu expressed his thoughts. A mercenary guild? Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Huang Su's eyes lit up. The businessman's instinct told him that if the mercenary guild was successfully established, it would definitely be a great profit, but there was one prerequisite. The mercenary guild itself must have enough strength. Huang Su felt that his financial resources could barely support the early operations of the mercenary guild, but he was helpless regarding the combat power of the mercenary guild. After pondering for a moment, Huang Su shared his ideas and concerns with Gu Xiangyu. You don't need to worry about the guild's combat power at all. In this day and age, money can make the devil push the mill, especially in chaotic times. With money, do you still worry about not being able to hire people? Before the guild has recruited enough talented individuals, I will be stationed with the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles at the guild to prevent any petty individuals from causing trouble. Hearing that Gu Xiangyu was willing to station the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles at the guild, Huang Su immediately felt more confident. After discussing the details of the mercenary guild, the two parted ways. On Guangyang Island, the mutated demon bats and burrowing moles had already been waiting for Gu Xiangyu to return at the courtyard. After confirming the exact location of the Star Source battleship with Yaya, a group of burrowing moles began to work under Gu Xiangyu's command. After witnessing the efficiency of the burrowing moles, Gu Xiangyu generously praised Yaya. Just by standing aside and moving his lips, a spacious and neat tunnel extended into the depths of the earth at a visible speed. The feeling was simply fantastic. While Gu Xiangyu directed the burrowing moles to dig tunnels in the courtyard of Guangyang Island, dozens of spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the sky above Water Star. The moment these spatial rifts appeared, they were captured by monitoring satellites of Water Star, triggering a warning mechanism.
The monitoring satellites automatically sent warning information to the Jojo federal government, the American federal government, and the European federal government. After receiving the warning information, the three federal governments quickly organized and assembled experts from the real world to gather near the spatial rifts, hoping to resolve the invaders as quickly as possible the moment they arrived through the rifts to avoid missing the best opportunity to deal with them. However, the highest leaders of the three federal governments soon changed their expressions dramatically, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Because the experts from the Human Federation Republic were still on their way to the spatial rifts, all monitoring footage simultaneously disappeared. Even more despairing for the leaders of the three federal governments and the human experts was that all communication devices suddenly malfunctioned. The last image seen by the humans of beast.After through the monitoring video was a dazzling white light flashing across the screen, followed by complete darkness. Chapter 70. The Crisis of Yudu Province's Fall. In the Yuanxi mansion, Pan noticed it was already late at night, yet her father still hadn't returned home. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, running to her aunt's bedroom to inquire about her father's whereabouts. Her aunt was also vague and couldn't explain the situation. Realizing something was wrong, Pan quickly used her prophetic talent to check on her father's location. After about 10 minutes, Pon's originally rosy complexion turned pale, as if she had been pulled from water, but a dazzling light flashed in her eyes. "Aunt, do you want to live freely, or do you want to be locked in a cage for the rest of your life?" After re-entering Gu Wanner's bedroom, Pan asked straightforwardly. Gu Wanner looked confused at the question. It was too abrupt for her, and she didn't know how to respond. "And besides, Dad, you're the person I'm closest to. Although Dad repeatedly told me not to reveal secrets in front of anyone, I feel that you can be trusted. Actually, I awakened my prophetic talent when the great disaster struck. As long as I use my talent skill, I can see some future events." Pon's long eyelashes fluttered, and while carefully observing her aunt's reaction, she spoke of the future events she foresaw. "Why you mean you can see the future? If we don't leave Yuanxi Mansion immediately, will we be locked in the War Department's secret base and never see the light of day for the rest of our lives?" Hearing Pon's words, Gu Wanner couldn't close her mouth for a long time. After a while, she repeated Pon's words. Gu Wanner seriously suspected that Pan was confused and talking nonsense. However, she had to believe Pon's words because the military department was going to take her and Pan to live in a secret base. Something she hadn't had the chance to tell Pan, yet Pan said it herself. "Pan, what do you think we should do now?" Guvania instinctively asked. After hearing that Xiangyu was convicted of murder, Gu Wanner was in a state of turmoil, filled with anxiety about the upcoming life, which was also the reason she couldn't sleep well in bed. "Aunt, the first thing we need to do is leave the Yuanxi mansion before the military department arrives. Find a trustworthy person to rely on, and then we can go look for Dad, or wait for Dad to find us." Pon's suggestion was simply brilliant. "I'll contact Aunt Xiao right away." Gu Wanner gave Pan a big kiss and quickly dialed Xiao Hailing's phone number. After eavesdropping on Gu Wanner's conversation with Xiao Hailing, Pan gently stroked her chest and showed a proud smile on her little face. Neither Xiangyu nor Gu Wanner knew that Pan had been secretly training after awakening her talent skills. For Pan, the talent skills became her best toy, making her a bit tireless. Under Pon's relentless training, her physical attribute template's four-dimensional values were rapidly increasing, and both her level 1 prophet talent and level 1 ice talent were on the verge of evolution. Pan had just seen through her prophet talent the impending disaster that beast.Star would face, as well as the life and death situation of her father, which was also the main reason she was eager to return to beast.Star. Even if Gu Wanner forgot to contact Xiao Hailing, Pan would subtly remind her to reach out to either Xiao Hailing or Huang Su, asking either of them for help to return to beast.Star. Even with a large group of free laborers helping, Xiangyu, after holding on until late at night, still didn't see the shadow of the Star Source warship. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness and instructed the drilling mouse to continue digging while he went directly back to his bedroom to sleep. Although the world fell into darkness after the great disaster, with no more daytime, Xiangyu still habitually pulled the curtains shut before sleeping and turned off all the power devices in the room. "Huh, why is my phone out of signal?" After waking up,
Gu Xiangyu instinctively took out his phone to check the time, only to find that the phone had completely lost signal. Gu Xiangyu tried to make a call, but indeed, he couldn't contact the outside world. He then opened the personal terminal issued by the military department, only to find that the personal terminal was also offline. Master, last night, 67 spatial rifts appeared simultaneously in the sky over Water Blue Star. After these rifts appeared, a large wave of flying mosquitoes emerged, and they destroyed the monitoring and communication satellites in the sky over Water Blue Star in no time. Now, the monitoring system, communication system, and network system of Water Blue Star are all paralyzed, and only the Super can still operate normally. The battle last night, without the assistance of the monitoring and communication systems, resulted in heavy casualties among the human experts on Water Blue Star, with only 1 in 10 surviving. It is estimated that the higher-ups of the Federal Republic will accelerate the Super plan to bring more people back to the real world. Just as Gu Xiangyu was preparing to contact Yaya for clarification, Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Upon hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu's mood became particularly heavy. He paced back and forth in his bedroom, and after a long time, he lay down in the game pod and logged into Super. Mr. Gu, I can't reach you on Water Blue Star, so I can only send you a message in Super. Last night, a group of mosquitoes the size of soccer balls descended over Yudu province. Their wings are sharper than steel knives, and their mouth parts are comparable to giant needles. Under the attack of these mosquitoes, most of which have the strength of level 4 beast generals, our official shelter in Yudu province fell within half an hour, and several civilian shelters were also breached. I just received an order from a military department to prepare to gather the survivors of Yudu province to evacuate to the nearby Sichuan province in 3 days. After reading Huang Su's message, Gu Xiangyu's mouth twitched violently, and he felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Hadn't he already lived a second life? Yet still couldn't save Yudu province from falling? However, since Huang Su mentioned that the military department planned to organize the evacuation of survivors from Yudu province in 3 days, it meant that the federal government had not yet given up on Yudu province. If he could contribute to the fight against the mosquitoes, perhaps he could change the fate of Yudu province. Soon, a determined light flashed in Gu Xiangyu's eyes. Yaya, I need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Do you have any good suggestions? Gu Xiangyu didn't think that with his strength as a level 3 evolver, he could contend with a group of flying mosquitoes that generally possessed level 4 strength, even with the help of mutated bats and drilling mice. Master, your strength has increased too quickly recently. You need to take some time to stabilize your cultivation level, or it will severely affect your future practice. Yaya hesitated for a moment and gently reminded him. Yaya, you should understand the principle that if the skin doesn't exist, the hair will have nowhere to attach. If Water Blue Star is gone, what meaning does my life have? So don't consider anything else. Just tell me the fastest way to improve my strength. Gu Xiangyu ordered in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 71. The Defying Level 1 Infinite Simulation. Master, for you at this moment, the fastest way to increase your strength is to absorb beast cores. Use the energy from the beast cores to enhance your martial arts proficiency, thereby increasing your 4-dimensional attribute values and cultivation level. Since the Great Disaster began, the Human Federal Republic has collected a lot of beast cores, but they don't know the purpose of the cores and are still in the experimental and research phase, so the 3 major federal governments should have a lot in stock. You can directly call the military department to request them. Sensing Gu Xiangyu's resolute attitude, Yaya no longer hesitated and quickly offered the most reasonable suggestion. Wait, you just said the Human Federal Republic doesn't know the use of the cores. Don't they absorb the cores to increase their strength? Gu Xiangyu asked in surprise. Master, the reason you can absorb the cores is because of your infinite simulation talent. In fact, the cores are only very effective for those who have awakened their talents. For ordinary people, the cores are mostly used as fuel and power in scientific research and mechanical fields. Moreover, only a very few talent skills can directly absorb the cores. Most talent awakeners slowly absorb the core energy through swallowing and refining, which is vastly less efficient and has a much lower conversion rate compared to direct absorption. Hearing Yaya's explanation, Gu Xiangyu's face showed a look of realization. Remembering the vast stock of beast cores held by the Human Federal Republic, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel excited. If he could claim all the beast cores from the three major federal governments for himself, wouldn't he become a transcendent being in no time? However, Xiangyu only thought of this in his heart. He knew that such a thing was absolutely impossible. He also wondered if the military department would be willing to give him the cores. Xiangyu quickly contacted Jiang Qingfeng and expressed his needs. What do you want that for? Our military department has studied it for a long time. Although it can strengthen the body and accelerate the cultivation speed when soaked in water, the efficiency is too poor. Our military department only kept 20,000 cores. The rest were all thrown into the research institute. If you need them, I can send you 3,000. Thank you, Master. Hearing Master's straightforward words, Xiangyu had 1,000 words stuck in his heart, but couldn't express them, ultimately turning into a simple 4 words. No need for empty words. Just living well is the best gratitude to me. It seemed that Jiang Qingfeng sensed the heaviness in Xiangyu's words. After a pause and a reprimand, he hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Xiangyu received 3,000 crystal cores sent by the War Department. He quickly absorbed these 3,000 crystal cores into his body, and the energy value in the energy section of his body attribute template reached 30,000 points again. Xiangyu stared at the various cultivation techniques and combat skills on his body attribute template, lost in thought. Noticing that it required 10 energy points to upgrade Dust Universe Transformation and Xiangyu B Scripture from proficient to subtle level, he chose to skip them without hesitation. Then, Xiangyu decisively added 10,000 energy points each to Starfall Palm and Cloud Soaring Dragon Steps, both of which were upgraded to proficient level. Seeing that Star Moon Resonance needed only 100 energy points to reach proficient level, Xiangyu added 100 energy points to it as well, upgrading it to proficient level. He didn't distribute the remaining 900 energy points, but planned to keep them for emergencies. After consuming more than 20,000 energy points, Xiangyu's body attribute panel underwent a tremendous change. Name: Xiangyu Strength. Evolver, 5th stage, Power, 521 Speed, 576 Constitution, 543 Spirit, 615 Talent Skills, Infinite Simulation Level. Can simulate any absorbed talent. Eye of Truth, Level. Can be upgraded. Cultivation Techniques. Dust Universe Transformation. Incomplete. Proficient 987100000. Star Moon Resonance. Proficient 7950000. Xiangyu B Scripture. Proficient 18761000000. Combat Skills. Starfall Palm. Incomplete. Proficient 859100000. Cloud Soaring Dragon Steps. Proficient 939100000. Energy Points. 7,900. Seeing his cultivation realm rise from 3rd stage, Evolver, to 5th stage Evolver. And the Infinite Simulation Talent upgrade from level to level, Xiangyu was overjoyed. At this moment, nothing made him happier than the improvement of his strength. However, when Xiangyu inadvertently glanced at the note behind Infinite Simulation, he was stunned. Wow, it seems my Infinite Simulation talent has changed. Can I absorb and simulate others' talents now? Xiangyu asked excitedly. Yes, Master. After the Infinite Simulation talent is upgraded to level, it is no longer limited to the absorption and simulation of metals, but also applies to human talent skills, provided that other skill levels are lower than your Infinite Simulation skill level. After receiving confirmation from Yaya, Xiangyu couldn't help but widen his mouth in shock. He originally thought the Infinite Simulation talent was already powerful, but he didn't expect it to become this incredible after evolving to level. Doesn't this mean that as long as he has enough energy points, he can possess countless talent skills? Master, although your deduction is correct, each time you absorb a level talent, it requires 100 energy points. And each time you simulate a level talent, it also requires 10 energy points. Therefore, in the short term, you won't have the opportunity to absorb and simulate the talent skills of other awakened individuals. Hearing Yaya's reminder, Xiangyu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly waking him up. Moreover, Xiangyu also discovered a problem.
Once his cultivation techniques and combat skills reached proficient level, further increasing their proficiency would also require astronomical amounts of energy points. In other words, while he could still enhance his strength by absorbing fierce beast crystal cores in the future, it would be difficult to rapidly improve his cultivation realm as he had before. Master, the burrowing mole has dug the tunnel to the vicinity of the Star Source battleship 1 minute ago. Shall we go check the situation on the Star Source battleship? The Star Source battleship belongs to a major figure in the 5th-level civilized star system. Perhaps there are treasures inside that could greatly enhance your strength. While Xiangyu was worrying about how to quickly improve his cultivation realm in the future, Yaya's words instantly relaxed his brow. Finally, we can see the Star Source battleship. That's wonderful. Xiangyu excitedly waved his fist and quickly exited the Super Yuan planet. Just as Xiangyu walked out of his bedroom and into the courtyard, preparing to dive into the tunnel to check the Star Source battleship, the courtyard door was suddenly kicked open. In Xiangyu's astonished gaze, Ouyang Fuyong stepped into the courtyard with a gloomy expression. Damn native, you really have a big life. You weren't blown up by the thunder of heaven. I was originally planning to come here to desecrate your body, but since you're not dead, prepare to bear the wrath of your grandfather Ouyang. Chapter 72. Ouyang Fuyong, will never fall in the same place twice. While Ouyang Fuyong spoke, his eyes were fixed on Xiangyu, as if he wanted to eat him alive. How'd you find this place? Xiangyu cautiously stepped back a few paces while connecting with the mutant bat leader, using Qingyun B scripture, and asked in confusion. You don't need to care how I found this place. You just need to know that you will wish you were dead today. Ouyang Fuyong almost spat blood from anger at Xiangyu's words, replying fiercely. After finishing his sentence, Ouyang Fuyong reached out to grab Xiangyu's neck, intending to subdue him first and then slowly deal with him. Ouyang Fuyong originally thought Xiangyu had died in the explosion of the thunder of heaven and had already let go of any thoughts about him, even believing that the tracker he placed on Xiangyu had been destroyed. However, after repairing the tracker's receiving device and wanting to check on his other targets, he discovered that the tracker he had placed on Xiangyu was still active. Even so, Ouyang Fuyong didn't believe Xiangyu was still alive. He thought Xiangyu had been taken away by someone. He never expected that after following the tracker to the courtyard on Guangyang Island, he would see the lively Xiangyu. Recalling his experiences at the Wooden Stone sect, as well as the precious thunder of heaven and protective talisman he had lost, Ouyang Fuyong felt immense heartache and chose to strike without hesitation. Soon, Ouyang Fuyong was stunned because he found that his sneak attack had actually missed. He initially thought it was his carelessness that allowed Xiangyu to successfully evade his grasp. He snorted coldly and raised a palm to slap at the dodging Xiangyu. The next second, a look of confusion appeared on Ouyang Fuyong's face again. He looked at his palm and then at Xiangyu, who was standing in front of him with a smile, utterly baffled. How could he, a speed-type 3rd-stage evolver, fail to catch a 9th-stage awakener? Hey, weren't you a 9th-stage awakener before? Why can't I see through your cultivation realm now? After staring at Xiangyu for a long time, Ouyang Fuyong finally realized the problem and exclaimed in surprise. I never said I was a 9th-stage awakener. You've always thought that way. Seeing Ouyang Fuyong's changing expression, Xiangyu found it amusing and deliberately teased him. No, you must be a native of Water Blue Star because your wristwatch and the numerous contacts in it have revealed your identity, and your cultivation is also lower than mine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have easily lost the energy crystal coins and storage ring to me last time, nor would you have escaped after tricking me with my storage ring. As if trying to convince himself, Ouyang Fuyong said loudly, Ouyang Fuyong, how about we make a deal? You tell me how you found me and return my storage ring, and I will let you go. Xiangyu saw through Ouyang Fuyong's nervousness and said with a smile, Xiangyu, you tricked me once. You won't trick me a second time. Ouyang Fuyong, will never fall in the same place twice. Seeing Xiangyu smiling, Ouyang Fuyong instinctively recalled the last time he was tricked by Xiangyu into losing his storage ring, and he couldn't help but scold loudly. Oh, why bother? I gave you a chance. Xiangyu sighed, then reached out to grab Ouyang Fuyong. When Ouyang Fuyong saw that Xiangyu actually dared to take the initiative to strike at him, he was overjoyed and unhesitatingly reached out to grab Xiangyu's arm. In the next second, both of them grabbed each other's arms simultaneously. Xiangyu, I finally caught you, huh? Let's see how you can play tricks now.
Ouyang Fuyong laughed loudly and suddenly exerted force, intending to let Gu Xiangyu know his strength. Soon, an expression of extreme astonishment appeared on Ouyang Fuyong's face. Although he had grabbed Gu Xiangyu's arm, he felt as if he was not holding flesh, but a piece of extremely hard metal, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't affect that metal at all. The arm that Gu Xiangyu had grabbed, however, made a crisp cracking sound, and then excruciating pain radiated from his arm, causing him to involuntarily let out a painful groan. Not good. This native of Water Blue Star is much stronger than me, and not just a little bit. Remembering that Gu Xiangyu had been able to escape unharmed from the explosion of the thunder roar, had repeatedly evaded his attacks, and now had subdued him in one move. Ouyang Fuyong's heart sank. Realizing that his strength was far inferior to Gu Xiangyu's, a fierce look flashed in Ouyang Fuyong's eyes, and he instinctively reached for the thunder roar to perish together with Gu Xiangyu. However, just as Ouyang Fuyong took out one of the last two thunder roars from his storage ring, his mind went blank for a moment. Ouyang Fuyong realized he was having a nightmare. In the dream, the native of Water Blue Star he had been hunting down suddenly became a master who could kill him in an instant, almost causing him to pull out the thunder roar to perish together. Fortunately, he woke up from the nightmare at a critical moment. Ouyang Fuyong put the thunder roar back into the storage ring, yawned long, and prepared to lie down and take another nap. In a daze, Ouyang Fuyong logged back into the Super Yuan planet and then saw his master, respectfully reporting to his master everything he had done and all his gains on Water Blue Star. Master, you can rest assured. The extraordinary beings on Water Blue Star are very well behaved and have not dared to attack the Descendants and fierce beasts. The native beings below the extraordinary level on Water Blue Star are simply unable to deal with the invasion of Descendants and fierce beasts. I believe they won't even last until the Planetary Alliance's assessment time, and the entire planet will fall. In the end, Ouyang Fuyong said proudly. After finishing his sentence, Ouyang Fuyong felt something was off. Why did his master standing in front of him increasingly resemble that native of Water Blue Star? Ouyang Fuyong, thank you for informing me of so many things, allowing me to understand the truth about your descendants and fierce beasts invading Water Blue Star. Seeing Ouyang Fuyong's consciousness becoming clear again, Gu Xiangyu said disinterestedly, What? What was that just now? What did you do to me? Did you take my storage ring? Give it back. Remembering what he had just reported to his master on the Super Yuan planet, Ouyang Fuyong's face changed drastically. If the person he reported to in the Super Yuan planet was not his master, but this native in front of him, then all the efforts of him and many descendants during this time would be in vain. Despite Ouyang Fuyong's unwillingness to believe everything that just happened was real, seeing the extreme shock on Gu Xiangyu's face, he knew that he had, in a strange state, revealed everything that should and shouldn't have been said to this native. Remembering the consequences of telling Gu Xiangyu about the truth of the Planetary Alliance's assessment, Ouyang Fuyong instinctively wanted to use the thunder roar to kill and silence him, even if it meant perishing together. However, when he tried to take the thunder roar from his storage ring, he found that his storage ring had already disappeared. Gu Xiangyu, I was just talking nonsense. None of it should be taken seriously. Please, can you give me back my storage ring? I promise I won't bother you again in the future. Seeing that Gu Xiangyu seemed to still be digesting and absorbing what he had said, Ouyang Fuyong's eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. Chapter 73. The Arrogant Survivor. Ouyang Fuyong, do you think I would believe what you just said? You probably don't even believe it yourself, right? Gu Xiangyu saw through Ouyang Fuyong's thoughts at a glance and sneered. Ouyang Fuyong knew he was too anxious, which led him to speak without thinking, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Ouyang Fuyong, instead of thinking about how to deceive me, you might as well think about how to survive. Gu Xiangyu did not give Ouyang Fuyong the chance to plead for mercy. Directly materializing a metal osmium chain to bind Ouyang Fuyong to a large stone pillar in the basement of the courtyard. Gu Xiangyu originally intended to check the situation of the Star Source battleship in the depths of the ground at the first opportunity, but Ouyang Fuyong's arrival forced him to abandon that thought. According to the information revealed by Ouyang Fuyong, the reason humans and fierce beasts from other planets descended on Water Blue Star was that a special magnetic field signal suddenly emanated from Water Blue Star.
This special magnetic field might be emitted by the rarest super energy crystals in the universe, which can slow down the aging of a planet and promote its rejuvenation. This magnetic field is an excellent opportunity for the evolution of plants and animals, not only for those on Water Star, but also for creatures from other planets. In addition to searching for super energy crystals, the Descendants also have another goal: to obstruct Water Star from joining the Planetary Alliance and then turn Water Star into a subordinate planet of their own. Yaya, I have a bad premonition. If the Star Source battleship appears, something bad will happen, so I don't plan to activate the Star Source battleship for now. I'll wait until the timing is right. Master, Yaya has concealed something from you. In fact, the super energy crystals were delivered to Water Star by a big shot from the L-Star system through quantum teleportation from deep space. They're currently on the Star Source battleship. Yaya was born because of the arrival of the super energy crystals, so Yaya has long known about them. The reason Yaya suggested that you activate the Star Source battleship was to help you enhance your strength as soon as possible. But I forgot about the attraction of super energy crystals to alien civilizations. I'm really sorry. Just when Xiangyu was worried that he was unwilling to activate the Star Source battleship and that Yaya would be unhappy, Yaya's words left Xiangyu speechless, unable to respond for a long time. Master, please don't be angry with Yaya. Yaya will definitely not make such a low-level mistake again in the future. Master, Yaya also wants to grow up quickly and help you better. That's why I was eager to activate the Star Source battleship. While Xiangyu was in a daze, Yaya thought that Xiangyu was angry and kept apologizing, pleading for his forgiveness. Yaya, I'm not angry, just frustrated that all the hard work of digging tunnels was in vain. After Xiangyu came back to his senses, he comforted Yaya. Master, we didn't work in vain. Although we can't activate the Star Source battleship now, when a mole has dug the tunnel close to the Star Source battleship, Yaya is already successfully linked to the Star Source battleship's database through super energy. As long as Yaya is given time, Yaya will soon be able to help you perfect and repair the dust universe transformation and starfall palm. Yaya said excitedly. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu's frustration vanished. That's good. Thank you for your hard work, Yaya. The master is being polite. Doing these things is just Yaya's duty. Master, the database of a Xiangyu battleship is severely damaged, so Yaya will devote herself to studying the data for the time being. Yaya will stay in the courtyard and won't accompany the master outside. So the master must remember to think of Yaya. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yaya and reluctantly glancing at the direction of the Xiangyu battleship, Xiangyu finally strode out of the courtyard. Tai Dun, it's time to work. Seeing Tai Dun lying motionless on the ground, Xiangyu genuinely envied him. This guy spends his days eating and sleeping, yet his strength has increased faster than his own. In just one day back on Water Star, Tai Dun's strength had already risen from Beast Soldier level 9 to Beast General level 3. It was unclear whether it was due to consuming too much simulated metal or because he was close to the super energy crystal. After identifying the direction, Xiangyu commanded Tai Dun to head straight to the location provided by Huang Su. Along the way, Xiangyu saw several destroyed shelters and encountered countless survivor teams fighting desperately against fierce beasts. Witnessing survivors being chased, bitten, and devoured by the beasts made Xiangyu's face darken. Compared to when the great catastrophe first struck, humanity on Water Star had clearly accepted and adapted to the bloodshed and cruelty of the beasts. They no longer retreated and dodged in fear, but had learned to fight back. When survivors were in life-threatening situations, Xiangyu mostly sped past them like the wind, only occasionally stepping in to slay a beast. It wasn't that Xiangyu was cold-blooded. It was just that there were too many survivors in need of help along the way, and he simply couldn't manage it all. If he stopped to save everyone he saw, he probably wouldn't be able to meet Huang Su before dark. Xiangyu didn't want to let the entire Yudu province fall because of his momentary compassion. After the official shelter in Yudu province was overrun by fierce beasts, the authorities built a temporary shelter about 10 kilometers away to save and preserve the fighting capability of Yudu province as much as possible. Due to heavy casualties in the War Department and Martial Arts Department, many heads of civilian shelters also joined the official team to gather survivors together. Scarface Liu, because of Xiangyu, left the Su family early in this life and did not join the Mushur sect. but relying on his outstanding four-dimensional data values and fighting spirit, he successfully worked his way up to the position of second chief in a civilian shelter. Early this morning, Scarface Liu received orders from the War Department to select several elite soldiers from his shelter to carry out an official mission. Once the mission was completed, generous rewards and bonuses would be granted. After carefully submitting his selected list to the War Department, Scarface Liu and the people on the list arrived at the temporary shelter in less than 10 minutes. Am I dreaming, or is this reality? Upon arriving at the temporary shelter, despite being busy, Scarface Liu kept pondering this question. As a native of Yudu province, he was incredibly familiar with every inch of it and was certain he was standing on Yudu province's land, yet this land looked so different from his memories. Did Yudu province really change so much after just one night's sleep? Please, kind sir, give us something to eat. We can wash your clothes, cook for you, and even massage your feet or warm your bed. Get lost. We barely have enough food for ourselves, let alone extra for you burdens. If you want to eat, go kill a fierce beast. The beast meat smells delicious. Such conversations occasionally echoed at the entrance of the temporary shelter. Scarface Liu's ears were almost calloused from hearing it. But he felt no pity. I don't care whether you have food or not. Since you invited me here, the needs of these people beside me must be met. Just as Scarface Liu stood up straight, preparing to go outside to continue searching for survivors with awakened or evolved powers, a very arrogant voice suddenly reached his ears, causing him to freeze in place. Scarface Liu instinctively turned to look at the speaker, and when he saw the person's face, disbelief filled his expression. How could it be him? Chapter 74. Brother Scarface teaches you how to be a person, sir. I sincerely apologize. Our shelter is temporary, and we can only provide each person who enters with a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. That is already the limit. We really can't provide hot meals. The staff patiently explained. If there are no hot meals, then get it done quickly. There are plenty of dry firewood outside. And there's a pond nearby with fish and lotus roots. Do you need me to teach you how to do your job? The newcomer impatiently reprimanded. Sir, we are too busy registering the survivor list and have no time or energy for anything else. The staff's expression turned very ugly upon hearing the newcomer's words. However, just as the staff finished speaking, they were slapped away by the newcomer. If you don't do proper work and only engage in trivial matters, what use is your existence? After slapping the staff member, the newcomer seemed unsatisfied and raised his foot, preparing to stomp on the person's chest. Yin Qingwei, some things should be done in moderation. If you go too far, it won't look good on anyone's face, don't you think? At a critical moment, Scarface Liu, who had been watching from the side, quickly intervened and helped the staff member who had been knocked down by Yin Qingwei back up. Brother Scarface, this guy is here to cause trouble on purpose. If it weren't for remembering your warning to not stir up trouble, I would have taken him down long ago. The staff member, who had been enduring quietly, said with resentment on his face. Scarface Liu raised his hand, signaling his subordinate to stop talking, and instead looked at Yin Qingwei with a questioning gaze. Your subordinate is quite clever. I did indeed come here to cause trouble, Yin Qingwei replied defiantly, returning Scarface Liu's glare. Brother Scarface, weren't you quite arrogant before? I owed you a little gambling debt, and you chased me for over half a month, making me unable to return home and live in constant fear, unable to sleep soundly. Why are you now working as a servant with a bunch of little brothers? Scarface Liu did not speak, but instead examined Yin Qingwei and the youth beside him with confusion. Years of experience in the underworld told him that something was off. Yin Qingwei, who had always bowed and scraped in front of him, suddenly became arrogant, which meant he must have some backing. The young man beside Yin Qingwei gave Scarface Liu an extremely dangerous feeling. Scarface Liu, you probably never imagined that one day I would be better off than you, right? Let me tell you, I encountered a great opportunity. I am now a level 6 awakened, and I have a sworn brother. Do you know my brother's strength? Just saying it might scare you to death, haha. Hearing Yin Qingwei's boasting, Scarface Liu's expression changed dramatically. Because Scarface Liu was also currently only at the strength of a level 6 awakened. And that was thanks to the War Department boosting his four-dimensional attributes to help him complete his mission. Yin Qingwei, congratulations on your great opportunity. If you're willing, you can stay and complete the War Department's mission with me. Now that fierce beasts are rampant everywhere, we need more people to work together. Otherwise, Yudu province will soon fall into the beast territory. Scarface Lu sincerely invited after a moment of silence. Scarface Lu, you must be out of your mind. I am not. In this era of catastrophe, strength is paramount. Since I am so strong, I should have others serve me. Yet you want me to go serve others? Before Scarface Lu's words could finish, Yan Qingwei disdainfully interrupted. Scarface Lu, since you enjoy serving people, then first prepare a table of hot meals for us 10. Yan Qingwei, you bastard. Have you forgotten the days when Scarface controlled you? If you're tired of living, just say it. Scarface can teach you how to be a person in no time. Don't think that having a little strength means you can be arrogant in front of us. Our temporary shelter is under the control of a powerful leader. If you don't want to die, you better stay far away. As soon as Yan Qingwei finished speaking, a group of subordinates behind Scarface couldn't help but shout at him. Hearing their words and seeing their fierce expressions, Yan Qingwei instinctively shrank his neck and looked at the young man beside him. Brother Yu, they don't give me any face. This temporary shelter, although officially established, has lost most of its strong fighters last night, and the only ruler in Yudu province died last night. Now there are only a few evolvers in the camp. Not worth fearing. You can deal with them. With me by your side, no one can touch you. The young man, named Brother Yu, said proudly. Hearing Brother Yu's words, Yan Qingwei instantly gained confidence. He walked up to Scarface Lu with a sinister smile and slapped Scarface Lu's face. Say, my Scarface, did you hear what Brother Yu just said? Scarface Lu looked at Brother Yu with confusion in his eyes, wondering who this Brother Yu was and why he had never heard of him before, and how Yan Qingwei had gotten close to him. Just as Yan Qingwei was about to continue insulting Scarface Lu to take revenge for the previous bullying, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers. In the next second, his body involuntarily fell into Scarface Lu's arms, and his throat was tightly gripped by Scarface Lu. The sudden change not only scared Yan Qingwei to death, but also made Brother Yu's pupils shrink, looking at Scarface Lu with surprise and caution. Let go of Yan Qingwei, and I can spare your life, Brother Yu ordered coldly after staring at Scarface Lu for a moment. No, I see the killing intent in your eyes. I don't trust you, so if you want Yan Qingwei to live, you better leave our shelter. 3 days later, when I confirm my safety, I will let Yan Qingwei go. Otherwise, even if I have to die at your hands, I will make sure Yan Qingwei goes down with me. Why bother? I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't seize it. Hearing Brother Yu's words, Scarface Lu's hair stood on end, his face full of vigilance as he stared at Brother Yu. Watching Brother Yu stand motionless, Scarface Lu felt puzzled, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. In shock, Scarface Lu involuntarily released Yan Qingwei. Scarface, be careful. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching shout reached Scarface Lu's ears. Scarface Lu looked over to see Yan Qingwei grinning at him, a dagger piercing into his abdomen. Yan Qingwei, no matter how much enmity you have with Scarface Lu, it's always wrong to stand with the invaders against your own kind, don't you think? Just when Scarface Lu thought he was doomed, a hand suddenly appeared near his abdomen, grabbing the dagger in Yan Qingwei's hand and preventing it from going any further. Chapter 75, Mr. Gu doesn't kill you for fear of getting his hands dirty. Gu Xiangyu, it's you. How could you be here? After Yan Qingwei's sneak attack on Scarface Lu failed, he was furious. When he saw that the meddler was Gu Xiangyu, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Gu Xiangyu ignored Yan Qingwei, snatched the dagger from Yan Qingwei's hand, and habitually absorbed it into his body. Mr. Gu, thank you for saving my life. It's dangerous here. Please step aside. After narrowly escaping death, Scarface Lu didn't immediately attack Yan Qingwei, but sincerely expressed his gratitude to Gu Xiangyu. Scarface Lu, since Gu Xiangyu wants to meddle, he must take responsibility for his actions. Don't think you can protect him. You can't. Yan Qingwei recalled how Gu Xiangyu had previously threatened and extorted him, and with old and new grievances flooding his mind, he glared at Gu Xiangyu fiercely. Hearing this, Scarface Lu showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached for Yan Qingwei's shoulder, intending to use him to threaten the invader Brother Yu. However, just as Scarface Lu made a move, he heard Brother Yu snort coldly. The next moment, Scarface Lu's body inexplicably lifted off the ground and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and he uncontrollably opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Quick, go notify Deputy Commander Jiang. Tell him an invader is attacking. Scarface Lu finally caught his breath and shouted at his subordinates. Scarface, Deputy Commander Jiang went out early this morning to hunt the sky mosquito and hasn't returned yet. A voice as faint as a mosquito buzzed from behind Scarface Lu. Are you still hoping someone will come to save you? Let me reveal a secret. All the experts sent out from your temporary shelter have been ambushed, and most of them have likely become the souls under the claws of ferocious beasts. Even if one or two manage to escape, they will ultimately die at our hands. Seeing Scarface's face filled with despair, Brother Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yin Qingwei, standing beside Brother Yu, also wore a smile, as if he were not one of the humans of Blue Star. Hearing Brother Yu's words, Scarface Lu and his group looked as if they had lost their last hope, their fighting spirit completely gone. Sun Yu, if other invaders are as weak as you, your plans are likely to fail. Just as Brother Yu looked down with satisfaction at the despairing expressions of Scarface Lu and his group, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hearing that the speaker knew his name and shamelessly claimed that he was too weak, Sun Yu became furious and instinctively turned to look at the newcomer. However, before Sun Yu could get a good look at the person, he felt a heavy slap land on his face. Furious, Sun Yu wasted no time in unleashing his mental secret technique against the opponent. But soon, Sun Yu fell into despair as he realized that his mental technique had sunk like a stone in the ocean, having no effect whatsoever. Did the opponent's mental power surpass his, and by a significant margin? A horrifying thought suddenly popped into Sun Yu's mind. No, you are just a native of Blue Star. How could you ignore my mental technique? Sun Yu clutched his stinging face and screamed hysterically. You've caught the attention of Ouyang Fuyong. It seems you have quite a bit of treasure. How about handing it over to me for safekeeping? While Sun Yu was still shocked by Gu Xiangyu's power, Gu Xiangyu reached out and snatched the storage ring from Sun Yu's finger. When Sun Yu realized that Gu Xiangyu's gaze was on his storage ring, he sensed danger and tried to hide his finger. However, in the face of absolute strength, his attempt to hide his finger appeared clumsy and powerless. Ouyang Fuyong, how do you know that demon? Did he help you increase your power? Are you one of his people? After the ring was snatched, Sun Yu finally reacted to what Gu Xiangyu had said earlier. He panicked and looked around, trying to find Ouyang Fuyong. Seeing Sun Yu's panicked expression, Gu Xiangyu was taken aback. Remembering what Wang Qiqi had said and the several red dots displayed on the tracker device on Ouyang Fuyong, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Indeed, the name of a person carries the shadow of a tree. Ouyang Fuyong was too famous in the circle of invaders. I'm not in cahoots with him, but I'm of the same kind as him. Gu Xiangyu smiled, then delivered a heavy punch to Sun Yu's chest. Poor Sun Yu was still pondering the meaning of Gu Xiangyu's words when he heard a crisp cracking sound as several of his ribs were smashed by Gu Xiangyu's punch. In excruciating pain, Sun Yu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and then fainted on the ground. No, this is impossible. Brother Yu is an evolver. How could a terminal cancer patient be stronger than Brother Yu? At the moment when Sun Yu fell to the ground seriously injured, Yin Qingwei, who was watching from the side, stood there in a daze for a while. He stumbled and almost sat down on the ground, his mouth also letting out a surprised gasp. Yin Qingwei, you just said I was meddling in others' affairs and that I should be responsible for my actions? How should I be responsible for my actions? Killing Sun Yu and then killing a few of you, would that count as being responsible for my actions? Gu Xiangyu walked step by step towards Yin Qingwei, questioning him sternly. In Gu Xiangyu's hawk-like gaze, Yin Qingwei felt a heat below him, and then his pants became soaked. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't say a word for a long time. Seeing Yin Qingwei's disgraceful appearance, Gu Xiangyu frowned in disgust and lost interest in continuing to talk to him. He used the cloud-soaring dragon step and the starfall palm, knocking down several people, including Yin Qingwei, to the ground and prepared to turn and leave. Gu Xiangyu did not come specifically to rescue Scarface 6. He had just happened to see Yin Qingwei while passing by and couldn't help but stop for a moment. Since the trouble had already been resolved, Gu Xiangyu naturally did not want to waste any more time. Mr. Gu, please save Vice Commander Jiang.
Vice Commander Jiang has not slept for several days to fend off the fierce beasts. She has actually been seriously injured and should have been resting in the camp today. But unexpectedly, she forced herself to go out early in the morning. Seeing Gu Xiangyu's displayed combat power, Scarface 6 was first stunned, then overjoyed, and quickly pleaded with Gu Xiangyu. "All right, I'll leave these few people to you to handle. Make sure they don't escape. If you really don't have the energy to keep an eye on them, you can kill them directly." Hearing that Vice Commander Jiang was actually in the same position as Huang Su, Gu Xiangyu nodded and quickly left. "Brother Gu, please, don't throw me to Scarface 6. Take me with you. I'm already a 6th level awakened one, and I can help you run errands." Seeing that Gu Xiangyu was leaving him behind, Yin Qingwei finally panicked. Although Gu Xiangyu showed stronger power than Scarface 6, Yin Qingwei was even more afraid of Scarface 6. At this moment, Yin Qingwei desperately wished Gu Xiangyu would take him away, even if it was just a word spoken to him. But in the end, Yin Qingwei was dumbfounded and despairing, because it seemed Gu Xiangyu didn't hear his words at all, and he never stopped or looked back. "Scarface, I'm sorry. I was just joking with you. I apologize. Please spare my life." Realizing that he couldn't rely on Gu Xiangyu, Yin Qingwei decisively bowed his head to Scarface 6. "Joking is fine. I also like to joke." Scarface 6 smiled upon hearing this, slowly walking up to Yin Qingwei and gently patting his face. "You can tell me how you quickly increased your strength and awakened your talent skills?" "Of course, no problem, but Brother Yu's storage ring was taken by Gu Xiangyu, and the opportunities to enhance strength are all in the storage ring." Yin Qingwei thought quickly and came up with a vicious idea. "You have a clear plan? Trying to sow discord between me and Mr. Gu. But you are too obvious, and you underestimate my character, Scarface 6, so you can go die." "No, you can't kill me. Gu Xiangyu is my brother-in-law. Since he didn't kill me, it means he can't bear to kill me. My brother-in-law saved your life. But you want to kill his brother-in-law. This is repaying kindness with enmity. Mr. Gu doesn't kill you for fear of getting his hands dirty. My hands can't be cleaned anyway. So helping Mr. Gu with some dirty work is no problem. What do you think?" After Scarface 6 finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yin Qingwei's neck. Yin Qingwei wanted to argue, but couldn't make any sound. Looking at the calm expression of Scarface 6, Yin Qingwei felt deep regret. After gaining the opportunity to become stronger, why did he rush to find Scarface 6 for revenge instead of quietly developing his own power in the world of the Great Disaster? After killing Yin Qingwei, Scarface 6's gaze landed on Xiangyu. "I know you are already awake. Tell me how to increase your strength. If you try to deceive me or say one more useless word, the consequences will be severe." Looking at the corpse of Yin Qingwei beside him, and then at the indifferent expression of Scarface 6, Xiangyu showed hesitation on his face. The next moment, Xiangyu couldn't help but let out a miserable scream because, during his hesitation, one of Scarface 6's subordinates directly smashed a large iron hammer onto his big toe. "For every second you delay, I will reward you with a hammer until you tell me how to become stronger. You can think slowly. I have plenty of time to play with you." While Scarface 6 was slowly dealing with Xiangyu, Gu Xiangyu, after killing dozens of flying divine mosquitoes, finally saw Huang Su, who was bloodied and lying in a pool of blood, along with dozens of severely injured members of the combat department. In front of Huang Su and the others stood a tall, beautiful woman in armor, who, like a hen protecting her chicks, tightly shielded them behind her. This armored woman was covered in blood, wielding a long spear stained with blood, but her face revealed an endless fatigue, with one arm already hanging weakly. Opposite them were hundreds of 4th-tier beast generals, flying divine mosquitoes. "Commander Jiang, hurry up and leave. Don't fight these beasts for us anymore. Commander Jiang, these beasts are endless. You're already seriously injured. If you continue to fight, you might lose your life here, which is not worth it." Behind the armored woman, members of the combat department, including Huang Su, all urged her to leave. Facing everyone's persuasion, the armored woman tightly pursed her lips and remained silent. She stared intently at the swarm of flying divine mosquitoes in front of her, her eyes filled with infinite anger and hatred. It was this group of mosquitoes that had destroyed all the official and civilian shelters in Yuta province. It was also this group of mosquitoes that had almost wiped out all the high-end combat power of the combat department in Yuta province. Why?
Why has Water Blue Star suffered such a calamity? Hey, this woman's appearance resembles that of Master Jiang. I haven't heard that Master Jiang has a daughter. When Gu Xiangyu clearly saw the appearance of the armored woman, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Gu Xiangyu used the Eye of Truth skill to check the body attribute template of the armored woman and learned that her name was Jiang Hua, a power-type 7th-level evolver. It turned out that her physique, speed, and mental attributes had all reached the 7th level, and her strength attribute had even reached the 8th level. No wonder she could withstand the attacks of a group of flying divine mosquitoes for so long. However, she was already seriously injured and now had a broken arm. If she continued to hold on, she would likely lose her life soon. Gu Xiangyu saw the boundless fighting spirit in Jiang Hua's eyes, and he also felt her determination to go to her death. Soon, Gu Xiangyu's gaze swept past Jiang Hua and landed on the hundreds of mosquitoes surrounding her group. Species: Mosquito Strength, 4th Tier Beast General Strength, 420 Speed, 570 Physique, 410 Spirit, 490 Bloodline, Flying Divine Mosquito, Level, Skills, Wing Blade Level, Itching Bite, Level, Master. Wang Junsheng, just as Gu Xiangyu was pondering how to deal with this group of mosquitoes, he was astonished to find that these flying divine mosquitoes actually had an owner. Wang Junsheng seemed to be one of Ouyang Fuyong's targets. Gu Xiangyu took out the tracking device seized from Ouyang Fuyong and quickly found Wang Junsheng's name. Wang Junsheng's location was also clearly displayed on the tracker. Since this group of fierce beasts had an owner, as long as he dealt with their master, the crisis for Jiang Hua and Huang Su's group would be resolved. Gu Xiangyu originally wanted to tame the hundreds of flying heavenly mosquitoes using the Qingyun Bee scripture, but that would be too slow, and during the taming process, he might provoke the mosquitoes and cause them to harm people. Now that there was a better method, Gu Xiangyu was naturally overjoyed. He did not show himself to greet Huang Su, but quietly made his way to Wang Junshen's hiding place. Bro, the arrival of the flying heavenly mosquitoes has already brought catastrophic destruction to Yudu province. We don't need to intervene against the natives of Water Blue Star. Xiaoqi, you don't understand. Even if we don't act against these natives, other invaders will also attack them. Bro, the natives of Water Blue Star are also human. Shouldn't we unite with them to resist the forces of other non-human civilizations? Yes, the natives of Water Blue Star are human, but they are too weak. Moreover, super energy crystals have emerged on Water Blue Star, making it a target for all invaders and ferocious beasts. Bro, there are also supernatural beings on Water Blue Star. Aren't you worried that their supernatural beings will kill us invaders? Supernatural beings on Water Blue Star cannot interfere in battles below the level of a controller. Otherwise, not only would they be obliterated, but the entire Water Blue Star would be buried with them. When Gu Xiangyu found Wang Junshen, he discovered that there was someone he recognized sitting next to him. Although Gu Xiangyu had already learned the truth about the invaders and ferocious beasts invading Water Blue Star from Ouyang Fuyong, hearing Wang Junshen's self-righteous logic once again made him unable to suppress his anger. Gu Xiangyu sneaked up behind them, knocked Wang Xiaoqi unconscious with a heavy slap, and then held a knife against Wang Junshen's neck. Wang Junshen, I've heard that you've gotten a lot of good stuff since arriving on Water Blue Star. I wonder if you could let me have a look? As he spoke, Gu Xiangyu reached out to take Wang Junshen's storage ring. After Gu Xiangyu snatched the storage ring, Wang Junshen panicked and instinctively tried to snatch it back. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and then smelled blood, which made him dare not move again. Which planet's invader are you? The invaders of Yudu province agreed to work together against the natives of Water Blue Star. Why did you break the agreement and attack me? Feeling the undisguised killing intent from the person behind him, Wang Junshen questioned angrily. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that your life is in my hands. So, you must listen to me, understand? Gu Xiangyu sneered and pressed the knife blade against Wang Junshen's neck, cutting a small wound. Wang Junshen, I know you have tamed all the flying heavenly mosquitoes nearby. If you want to see whether your mosquitoes are faster or my knife is faster, you can try. Just as Wang Junshen was about to have the flying heavenly mosquitoes deal with the invader behind him, Gu Xiangyu's words instantly extinguished that thought. Right now, you must recall all the flying heavenly mosquitoes that are attacking the natives of Water Blue Star. Let's go rob the other invaders together. If you can help successfully rob them, I might consider not taking your and your brother's storage rings. Seeing that Wang Junshun finally became obedient, Gu Xiangyu issued his first command. Ouyang Fuyong, you must be Ouyang Fuyong. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words and recalling Ouyang Fuyong's actions after arriving on Water Blue Star, Wang Junshun couldn't help but shout excitedly. Don't talk nonsense. As Gu Xiangyu denied it 3 times, an idea surged in his mind, and he quickly fashioned a metallic osmium mask to wear on his face. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's somewhat panicked words, Wang Junshun became even more convinced that the person behind him was Ouyang Fuyong. I can help you rob other invaders, but you must agree to 2 conditions. First, my brother Wang Xiaoqi is kind-hearted. Our actions must not let him know. Second, you must return my storage ring first. Otherwise, I would rather die than comply. All right, I'll return your storage ring. Let your brother lie here for a while. You can leave a few mosquitoes to protect him. He shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Let's hurry. Seeing Wang Junshun anxious about his storage ring, Gu Xiangyu knew that there must be good things in it, and he was eager to claim it for himself. However, recalling the urgent situation facing Yudu province, Gu Xiangyu forced himself to suppress his greed. After taking back the storage ring, Wang Junshun carefully checked it to confirm that nothing was missing before he followed Gu Xiangyu's orders to recall the flying heavenly mosquitoes that were attacking Jianghua and the others. And together they headed toward the nearest invader. Chapter 77. Are you underestimating me a bit too much? Ouyang Fuyong, why do you always rob invaders? If I didn't often see you speaking in the communication channel of the Super Elemental Star, I would doubt your identity as an invader, Wang Junshun asked, very confused. Gu Xiangyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Do invaders also need to log onto the Super Elemental Star? Is the Super Elemental Star they log onto the same universe as the one that the humans of Water Blue Star log onto? Ouyang Fuyong, let me say this first. My strength among the invaders in Yudu province is quite average. I was fortunate to become one of them because of my beast-taming ability, so whether we can successfully rob the other invaders mainly depends on your own skills. I will only assist. Seeing that Ouyang Fuyong was not responding to him, Wang Junshun decisively changed the subject. No problem. If we can rob, we will. If we really can't, I won't let you go to your death. Gu Xiangyu said indifferently. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Wang Junshun finally felt relieved. Although Wang Junshun was leading the way, Gu Xiangyu still occasionally glanced at the tracking device in his hand while cautiously surveying his surroundings. After 20 years of hardship in the world of the Great Cataclysm, caution had become an instinct for Gu Xiangyu. Wait, how did they suddenly gather together? Did you secretly notify them? Gu Xiangyu suddenly stopped in his tracks, pressing the knife heavily against Wang Junshun's neck. The sharp pain in his neck left Wang Junshun's mind blank, and his face lost all color. Ouyang Fuyong, your knife is always against my neck. Every move I make is under your surveillance. How would I dare to make any small moves? If I'm not mistaken, they should have all gathered at the rendezvous point after completing their ambush mission to discuss the next plan. If it weren't for your delay, I would have completed my task and reached the rendezvous point by now. After listening to Wang Junshun's explanation, Gu Xiangyu finally removed the knife from Wang Junshun's neck. Since they have gathered together, our action plan is canceled. You can go join them. Remember not to expose my existence in front of them, or next time I'll focus solely on you. Gu Xiangyu threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Watching Gu Xiangyu's departing figure with confusion, Wang Junshun touched the blood on his neck, and after a long while he couldn't help but curse. What a damn lunatic. After finishing his curse, Wang Junshun suddenly remembered Ouyang Fuyong's talent for deception, and his face changed drastically as he quickly checked his storage ring. Finding that the items in his storage ring were intact, Wang Junshun instinctively breathed a sigh of relief and then strode toward the rendezvous point. What Wang Junshun didn't know was that Gu Xiangyu had not truly left. After disappearing from Wang Junshun's line of sight, Gu Xiangyu turned around and followed Wang Junshun from a distance. About 10 minutes later, Wang Junshun arrived at the official shelter hall of Yudu province, where he saw the other 7 invaders waiting there, along with a native of Water Blue Star. Despite the official shelter in Yudu province being nearly reduced to ruins under the assault of the flying god mosquito, it is relatively intact compared to other buildings in the vicinity. At least the tables and chairs in the shelter hall are mostly usable. Wang Junshun, Why did you come so late? Is the situation on your side very tricky? The leading young man greeted warmly upon seeing Wang Junxing enter. Xu Yi, I didn't want to be late either. Logically speaking, the task you assigned to me should have been the easiest, but suddenly a beautiful woman showed up. That woman probably has the strength of an 8th level evolver. Even though she was seriously injured, it took me a whole hour to deal with her, Wang Junxiang complained. 8th level evolver? Is that woman extremely beautiful, with long hair and wearing red armor? As soon as Wang Junxiang finished speaking, Tang Xiangyu, sitting at the far end of the hall, asked anxiously. Wang Junxiang glanced at Tang Xiangyu without raising his eyelids, too lazy to respond. Although Tang Xiangyu had decent strength, being a 5th level evolver, his identity as a native of Water Blue Star made his status in the hall very awkward. The person you mentioned should be Jiang Hua, the deputy commander of the official shelter in Yuda province. I had a fierce battle with her yesterday. Although I broke one of her arms, she also broke one of my ribs. I didn't expect her to fight while injured today. It seems there are still tough characters on Water Blue Star. Sugu said this while sneaking a glance at Tang Xiangyu. Sugu, Chenggu, Jiang Hua is just stubborn and unyielding. If she agrees to your plan and is willing to cooperate in finding opportunities on Water Blue Star, not only will she avoid suffering, but Yudu province won't fall either. Under the strange gazes of everyone, Tang Xiangyu shifted uncomfortably in his seat and flattered the group of arrivals in the hall. Tang Sengu, we have already destroyed all the shelters in Yudu province as you requested, and the experts from the Yudu province war department have suffered heavy casualties under our calculations. Shouldn't you tell us the address of the secret base of the 9 provinces federation in Yudu province? Sugu spoke coldly, ignoring Tang Xiangyu's flattery. Rest assured, Sugu, I will take you to the secret base in Yudu province right away. Additionally, our martial arts department has also prepared 30,000 healthy humans from Water Blue Star for you. Outside the shelter, Xiangyu had long used the Eye of Truth to see the physical attribute templates of everyone in the hall, thus learning their names and strengths. When he discovered that the fall of Yudu province was not entirely caused by the arrivals and the ferocious beasts, but also involved the martial arts department's underhanded schemes and shameless calculations, he couldn't help but feel his eyes redden with anger. Nearly unable to restrain himself from charging into the hall to question Tang Xiangyu harshly. At a critical moment, Xiangyu took a deep breath, trying hard to adjust his emotions to calm himself down. After a few breaths, dozens of mutated magic bats silently infiltrated the hall. After targeting their respective goals, they quickly unleashed their nightmare talents. Cautiously observing from outside the hall for a moment, confirming that everyone inside had entered a nightmare state, Xiangyu swiftly rushed into the hall, removing the storage rings from each person's hand before turning to head for the exit. Passing by Tang Xiangyu, a strong look of disgust flashed in Xiangyu's eyes as he unhesitatingly slid his knife across Tang Xiangyu's throat before quickly leaving. Almost the moment Xiangyu left the hall, Sugu shouted angrily, waking everyone caught in the nightmare attack. His hands swung repeatedly, killing all the mutated magic bats in the hall. Coldly glancing at the throat-slashed Tang Xiangyu, Jiangsu's gaze fell on Wang Junxiang. Wang Junxiang. I've always heard that Wang Xiaoqi is sympathetic to the natives of Water Blue Star. I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted as well. However, you killed someone in front of me, and then sat here without moving after the deed. Isn't that a bit too disrespectful to me? Chapter 78. Full of wealth. Sugu, this is unfair. I admit I looked down on this native of Water Blue Star, but I really didn't think about killing him. Besides, if I wanted to kill this native, I could easily find an opportunity to do it secretly. Why would I kill him in front of you? I have no reason to embarrass you. Seeing Jiangsu and everyone in the hall staring at him, Wang Junxiang was sweating profusely. You say this native of Water Blue Star wasn't killed by you, so explain how all these mutated magic bats got here. Is there a second beast tamer in this hall, besides you? Jiangsu questioned harshly. I don't know. These mutated magic bats are really not my pets. Oh, my storage ring is gone. My storage ring is also missing. Wang Junxing's words were interrupted by a sharp scream from the hall. This scream seemed like a domino effect, triggering other arrivals to scream as well. Suddenly, the hall was filled with screams, and chaos ensued. Wang Junxiang, Did you take our storage rings? Hurry up and return them. After a brief moment of panic, everyone's gaze once again focused on Wang Junqing. It wasn't me. Really, it wasn't me. My storage ring is also missing. If you suspect me, feel free to search me. Wang Junqing explained with a mournful expression. At that moment, the face of Ouyang Fuyong flashed through Wang Junqing's mind instinctively. He wanted to mention Ouyang Fuyong. However, recalling Ouyang Fuyong's warning and his unpredictable talent skills, he dared not expose Ouyang Fuyong's existence. Look, there are fresh writings on the table. What does Jueming mean? While Zhang Su and Wang Junqing were in chaos in the hall, suddenly they felt the shelter hall shake violently, followed by a thunderous sound entering their ears, causing them to involuntarily gaze out the window. It seemed to be a sound coming from the gathering point of the flying god mosquito. Why does this sound resemble the explosion from Zhongliang Yunfeng yesterday? As the people in the shelter hall exchanged glances, speculating on what was happening outside, another loud explosion echoed in their ears. Glancing at the direction of the explosion, their faces changed dramatically, and their moods grew heavy. I think I know what the words Yueming on the table mean. Tang Xingwu once mentioned to us that a mysterious expert from the War Department had arrived in Yudu province, probably at the peak of controller strength. But we all thought that was just a fabrication by the War Department and didn't take it seriously. If I'm not mistaken, Tang Xingwu should have been killed by Jueming. After all, the martial arts department led by Tang Xingwu has been plotting against the War Department. So it will be quite normal for the War Department to want to eliminate him. Jueming took our storage rings, but did not take our lives. It should be a warning. The two explosions just now should have been actions by the War Department. They not only blew up the gathering point of the flying god mosquito, but also the gathering point of the flying mantis, which poses the greatest threat to the official shelter, demonstrating the War Department's strong capabilities while also showing their determination to protect Yudu province. After a long silence, Zhang Su solemnly shared his deduction. Sai, we should keep a low profile. If the War Department uses bombs against us, we won't be able to stop them no matter how high our cultivation is. Remembering the horrific aftermath of Zhongliang Yunfeng's explosion, one of the arrivals shrank his neck and said with lingering fear. The others remained silent, but shared the same sentiment. Damn Xiangyu, that was my thunder roar. How could you bear to use two at once? I worked so hard to steal those from the sect, and now you made me lose them all. In the basement of the Xiangyu on Guangyang Island, Ouyang Fuyong grimaced in pain upon hearing the thunderous roar from outside, unable to help but curse loudly. On the halfway up Jinyan Mountain, Xiangyu also wore a pained expression. Ouyang Fuyong was heartbroken that his thunder roar had been taken away by Xiangyu, while Xiangyu was distressed over the thousands of beast crystal cores from two beast gathering points turning to nothing. However, in light of the safety of the entire Yudu province, Xiangyu felt that the loss of thousands of beast crystal cores was insignificant. In fact, upon learning that Ouyang Fuyong possessed such a powerful weapon as the thunder roar, Xiangyu had set his sights on it and made plans for the use of the two thunder roars in his mind. Even if Ouyang Fuyong hadn't come to Guangyang Island to find him this time, Xiangyu would have found a way to seek out Ouyang Fuyong. This was because there were simply too many beast gathering points in Yudu province, and the strength of these beasts was overwhelmingly powerful. It was difficult to combat them relying solely on official forces, especially with the arrivals stirring things up. Among the many beast gathering points in Yudu province, the one that posed the greatest threat to the official shelter, being only 3 kilometers away, was the gathering point of the flying mantises. Therefore, after obtaining the storage ring from Ouyang Fuyong and confirming the existence of the two thunder roars, Xiangyu couldn't spare the time to check the other items in the storage ring and hurried to the official shelter in Yudu province. In Xiangyu's plan, one of the thunder roars was naturally meant to deal with the flying mantis gathering point. The other thunder roar was originally intended for the numerous arrivals in Yudu province. However, plans changed quickly. The sudden arrival of the flying divine mosquitoes and their immense destructive power forced Xiangyu to temporarily set aside the arrivals and use the thunder roar against the swarm of flying divine mosquitoes instead. The greatest advantage of the thunder roar was its immense power, but its greatest drawback was also its immense power. Although the two thunder roars made a significant contribution to the safety of Yudu province, Gu Xiangyu still felt pain when he thought of the thousands of beast crystal cores that were completely turned to nothing. If the thunder roar had only killed the beasts without obliterating their bodies and internal crystal cores, his own strength would have increased significantly. Silently surveying the explosion site that had turned to ruins due to the thunder roar, Gu Xiangyu mounted his iron block and quickly departed. Gu Xiangyu had originally planned to visit Huang Su at the temporary shelter, but upon recalling his current identity, he dismissed the idea. After killing Tang Shunwu, he had intentionally left the code at the scene, and having just used the thunder roar to eliminate the two strongest groups of beasts in Yuta province. The martial arts department and the arrivals should be more restrained now, right? Upon returning to Guangyang Island, Gu Xiangyu's face revealed an excited expression as he eagerly opened the storage rings of 9 arrivals, including Ouyang Fuyong, Wang Junshun, and Zhang Su, to tally up his gains this time. Haha, these arrivals were indeed wealthier than one another, each storage ring containing quite a number of beast crystal cores. Wang Junshun even had more than 10,000 beast crystal cores. No wonder he was so anxious about his storage ring. These energy crystal coins should be the universal currency of the Planetary Alliance, which he couldn't use for now and could only keep for the time being. When did Ouyang Fuyong obtain the techniques and martial skills of the Mushy sect? This guy really is crafty. I thought the inheritance of the Mushy sect had been obliterated with the explosion in the river of history. While counting his gains, Gu Xiangyu's mouth was constantly open, and a joyful smile lingered on his face. Huh, what is this? Why is it in a jade box and placed in a separate area? As Gu Xiangyu was clearing out the items in the 9 storage rings, a jade box in Wang Junshun's storage ring suddenly caught his attention. Could it be that Wang Junshun was not nervous about the more than 10,000 beast crystal cores, but rather the contents of this jade box? Remembering the beast crystal cores that Wang Junshun had casually tossed into a corner of the storage ring, and looking at the obviously treated jade box, Gu Xiangyu's gaze instantly became fervent. Chapter 79, Another Contract Spirit Beast. After examining the jade box for a long time and taking a deep breath, Gu Xiangyu slowly opened the lid. Inside the jade box lay a thin layer of liquid, with a dark insect pupa quietly resting within, emanating a rich spiritual energy. Gu Xiangyu used his true eye to examine the insect pupa, and then a look of extreme shock appeared on his face. Species Mosquito. Strength, Beast General 1st rank. Power, 120. Speed, 110. Constitution, 110. Spirit, 170. Bloodline, Devouring Sky Mosquito, level. Skills, Death Wing Blade, level can grow. Fatal Strike, level can grow. How could an insect pupa possess the strength of a Beast General 1st rank? Confusion filled Gu Xiangyu's eyes. In the next moment, Gu Xiangyu understood what was happening. Under Gu Xiangyu's gaze, the insect pupa gently shook its body, and the outermost thin shell fell to the ground, revealing a pair of nearly transparent wings. Then the wings slowly unfurled, and a mosquito the size of a baby's fist appeared in full view. As Gu Xiangyu stared at the little mosquito in a daze, it suddenly darted into the pile of beast crystal cores. Gu Xiangyu watched as the number of beast crystal cores rapidly decreased at a visible rate. Seeing that the beast crystal cores he valued as treasures were being devoured by a little mosquito, Gu Xiangyu wished he could swat the little mosquito dead. However, when Gu Xiangyu saw the changes in the little mosquito's 4-dimensional attributes, his eyes widened in shock. In just a moment, the mosquito that had just been a Beast General 1st rank had actually transformed into a Beast General 2nd rank. Could it be that Wang Junshun's beast crystal cores were specially prepared for this devouring sky mosquito? A thought suddenly popped into Gu Xiangyu's mind. With the bloodline of the devouring sky mosquito and 2 growable level innate skills, it was no wonder Wang Junshun cherished this insect pupa so much. He must have wanted to tame the devouring sky mosquito as his own spirit beast. After practicing the Chunyun beast scripture, Gu Xiangyu understood that the relationship between beast tamers and spirit beasts could be categorized into 3 types: rune spirit beasts, contract spirit beasts, and innate spirit beasts. A beast tamer can only have 1 innate spirit beast in their lifetime, so they are very cautious when searching for their innate spirit beast. The number of contract spirit beasts depends on the cultivation level of the beast tamer. An awakener can only contract 1 spirit beast, an evolver can contract 2 spirit beasts, A controller can contract 3 spirit beasts, and so on. For each major cultivation level increase, a beast tamer can contract 1 additional spirit beast. Rune spirit beasts have no quantity limitation. As long as you prepare enough beast taming runes, you can control the corresponding number of spirit beasts. However, beast taming runes have a time limitation, and the loyalty of rune spirit beasts is hard to guarantee. So in most cases, rune spirit beasts are used for temporary combat. Before becoming a beast tamer, Xiangyu had inadvertently turned the iron block into his innate spirit beast, which left him conflicted about whether to return the devouring sky mosquito to Wang Junshun or tame it as his own contract spirit beast. If this devouring sky mosquito belonged to Wang Xiaoqi, he might have to return it. Since this devouring sky mosquito belonged to Wang Junshun, he wouldn't pass it up. Remembering what Wang Junshun and the other arrivals had done in Yudu province, Xiangyu quickly made a decision. Little guy, don't rush to eat. Let's play a game. Xiangyu swept his palm, collecting all the beast crystal cores piled outside into his storage ring, while his other hand grabbed the devouring sky mosquito into his palm. After the food was snatched away, the devouring sky mosquito was anxiously bumping around in Xiangyu's palm, even biting hard on his hand. Xiangyu, seeing this, was not angry. Instead, he recalled the method to tame contract spirit beasts and released his mental power to communicate with the devouring sky mosquito. After about 10 minutes, under Xiangyu's coaxing and deception, the devouring sky mosquito was finally successfully tamed, allowing it to continue feeding on the ferocious beast crystal cores. Surprisingly, the ferocious beast crystal cores were even more effective than taming techniques. Watching the devouring sky mosquito, which originally required an hour to tame, being tamed in less than 20 minutes made Xiangyu feel both amused and helpless. 2 hours later, Xiangyu was dumbfounded. The devouring sky mosquito was so gluttonous that it not only finished the 10,000 ferocious beast crystal cores prepared by Wang Junshun, but also devoured all 3,000 or more ferocious beast crystal cores from several other storage rings. This completely dashed Xiangyu's hopes of using the ferocious beast crystal cores to enhance his own strength. However, seeing that the devouring sky mosquito had reached 5th tier strength, Xiangyu felt it was all worth it. Little guy, you can eat all the ferocious beast crystal cores we collected this time, but you must work hard for me later. Xiangyu patted the devouring sky mosquito's head, his eyes filled with anticipation. While Xiangyu was taming and feeding the devouring sky mosquito, the outside world had turned upside down. The official and civilian shelters in Yudu province were completely destroyed by the invaders and ferocious beasts. After the Department of War's surviving forces in Yudu province were nearly wiped out, the cabinet had issued an order to gather the survivors of Yudu province and evacuate them within 3 days. In fact, under the joint assault of the invaders and ferocious beasts, whether the survivors of Yudu province could successfully evacuate was a significant issue. However, at a critical moment, the Beastmaster who was attacking Jianghua and his group suddenly left with a devouring sky mosquito for no apparent reason. Then, the invaders attacking the temporary shelter unexpectedly fell to a 6th tier awakened one. Subsequently, all the invaders collectively abandoned their pursuit and encirclement of the survivors in Yudu province. Finally, there were 2 violent explosions at the ferocious beast gathering points near the official shelter in Yudu province, which not only resolved the biggest security threat in Yudu province, but also thoroughly intimidated all forces eyeing Yudu province. Jianghua, after the cabinet learned about the events in Yudu province, issued a new order for you to start the reconstruction of the Department of War in Yudu province, while also helping to establish official and civilian shelters in Yudu province for safety. In the conference hall of the temporary shelter, Jiang Qingfeng announced the cabinet's order. Received. I guarantee to complete the task perfectly. Although Jianghua had already lost an arm, she still respectfully gave a standard military salute, responding in a loud voice. Huar, as a daughter, you should have stayed in the boudoir to play the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but you were tricked into the Department of War by your father. Do you hate me? After reading the cabinet's order, the solemn expression on Jiang Qingfeng's face disappeared, replaced by a look of kindness and pity. Father, I never regret my choice to join the Department of War. I only regret not training hard enough usually, and my strength was insufficient at critical moments. Jiang Hua shook her head, her face filled with bitterness. Huar, don't be too hard on yourself. You are only 23 years old and already possess the strength of an 8th-tier evolver. Among your peers in the Nine-Continent Federation, there are no more than a handful who are stronger than you. And besides, you are still a girl. Jiang Qingfeng said with pride. Father, who exactly is Zhu Ming? I've been in the Department of War for 5 years, yet I've never heard of this person. Is he really at the peak of control? Since he is also in Yudu Province, why not let him be the leader of the Department of War in Yudu Province? Also, has our Department of War really developed a new type of bomb that can explode in the world of great disasters? If that's the case, the invaders and ferocious beasts will no longer be a threat to our water blue star. Jiang Hua asked excitedly, recalling the recent events in Yudu Province. Chapter 80. You are the bastard who stole our storage rings. Huar, you've been in the Department of War for such a long time, yet you still don't know the discipline of the Department of War? Since Zhu Ming's identity is classified as a top secret by the Nine-Continent Federation government, it is not something you and I can know. My purpose for coming here is not only to announce your new appointment and task, but the cabinet has also assigned me 2 tasks. The first task is to investigate Tang Xiangyu. His death at the hands of Zhu Ming has caused strong dissatisfaction within the martial arts department, which demands the Department of War provide them with a satisfactory answer. How much do you know about Tang Xiangyu? The second task is to pacify the invaders in Yudu Province. A few of their storage rings were stolen by Zhu Ming. Although the invaders are wary of our Department of War's new type of bomb, they still subtly hinted that we should return their storage rings, or else they would make things difficult for us during the Star Alliance's assessment. After giving Jiang Hua a stern glare, Jiang Qingfeng shifted the topic and revealed the 2 tasks assigned to him in Yudu Province. Upon hearing the name Tang Xiangyu, a flicker of disgust involuntarily flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. Tang Xiangyu is too fake in both words and actions. I usually keep my distance from him, so I don't know him well. As for pacifying the invaders, I think it's completely unnecessary. Zhu Ming only took their storage rings. He didn't take their lives. Shouldn't they be grateful? They even have the face to ask us for the rings. Shouldn't we demand compensation from them for the casualties in our Department of War? I knew you would say that. Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but smile wryly at his daughter's response. The events that occurred in Yudu Province had caused a huge stir throughout the entire Human Federation Republic. After much reflection, the high-level officials of the Human Federation Republic decided to gradually disclose the truth about the great disaster on Water Blue Star to the general public, while also allowing and encouraging the public to return to the real world to resist and kill ferocious beasts. Although Yudu Province nearly fell this time, many talents emerged. Putting you, the Red Armor War God, aside, Huang Su's proposal to establish a mercenary guild on Water Blue Star was recognized and approved by the cabinet. Scarface Lu's suggestion to turn the ferocious beast gathering points into places similar to game dungeons for the new recruits of the martial arts department, the Department of War, and the general public to train and enhance their strength also received high praise from the cabinet. Outside Guangyang Island, led by Zhang Su, 8 invaders were stealthily approaching the courtyard. Hundreds of flying sky mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats circled above them. Wang Junshin, are you sure Zhu Ming lives on this island? Zhang Su looked at the overgrown weeds on the island and seriously doubted that Wang Junshin had taken the wrong path. Brother Su, I don't know who lives on the island. I only know that the bloodline mosquito eggs are on this island, Wang Junshan said with a long face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su and his group looked at Wang Junshan with sympathy, as they all knew that after the flying sky mosquitoes descended on Water Blue Star, Wang Junshan sensed the bloodline mosquito eggs while taming the flying sky mosquitoes with runes, then risked his life to sneak into the flying sky mosquito's nest to steal the eggs. After that, Wang Junshan exhausted all his savings to exchange for super energy liquid from other invaders and spent a lot of effort gathering nearly 10,000 ferocious beast crystal cores to cultivate the bloodline divine beast. Unexpectedly, before the bloodline divine beast was born, it was intercepted by someone else, and all of Wang Junshan's hard work became someone else's wedding dress. Tang Xiangyu's death and the theft of our storage rings happened almost simultaneously. If Tang Xiangyu was killed by Zhu Ming, Our storage rings must have also been taken by Zhu Ming. The only question is how strong Zhu Ming really is and whether our preparations can deal with him. Looking at the courtyard right in front of them, Xiangyu suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Although the storage rings were important, one's life was clearly more important. If a group of us runs over aggressively to demand the storage ring and ends up losing our lives instead, that would become the biggest joke of the Planetary Alliance. Brother Su, we are very clear about the information on the extraordinary beings from the Jojo Federation. Zhu Ming cannot possibly be an extraordinary being. As long as he is not an extraordinary being, he has no chance of victory against us in our collaboration. Exactly. The commander of the Yudu Province War Department is at the peak of the controller's cultivation, and in the end he still died under our schemes. Brother Su, the reason we were caught off guard by Zhu Ming this morning is that he used mutated bat creatures to ambush us. Now Wang Junsheng has also tamed a large group of mutated bats with runes, so we don't have to worry about Zhu Ming's mutated bats at all. Seeing Zhang Su's hesitation and fearing that he might give up the idea of retrieving the storage ring from Zhu Ming, the other arrivals quickly spoke up to persuade him. Zhang Su saw through the thoughts of his companions and did not say anything further, instead signaling Wang Junsheng to continue leading the way. After about 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at the courtyard. Looking at the iron-eating beasts gnawing on metal blocks and a water-blue star native lying in the courtyard with closed eyes, they couldn't help but exchange glances. Brother Su, I think I've heard Xiao Qi mention this water-blue star native. Xiao Qi's iron-eating beast was bought from him. After glancing at Gu Xiangyu and then at the iron-eating beast next to him, Wang Junsheng took the initiative to say, I'll go ask him if he knows where Zhu Ming is. Zhang Su sensed Gu Xiangyu's cultivation level and found that he was only a 5th-level evolver. So he nodded in agreement with Wang Junsheng's actions. Kid, are you really that oblivious? Seeing so many of us arrivals come here, you don't even know to get up and greet us? Do you think just because Xiao Qi is easy to talk to, all arrivals are? Wang Junsheng walked up to Gu Xiangyu and reprimanded him from a height. Are you sure you're talking to me? Gu Xiangyu suddenly opened his eyes, impatiently questioning. Gu Xiangyu had actually noticed Zhang Su and the others' arrival long ago, and had heard their conversation from a distance through the mutated bats and the burrowing moles. However, as he was currently practicing the Star Moon sensory technique, he really didn't want to interrupt his training, so he chose to ignore their arrival. He didn't expect that the arrivals would be so forgetful, having just suffered a loss and knowing that the person who caused it was very likely on the island. Yet they still showed no restraint. Here, besides us few, there's only you. If I'm not talking to you, who else could I be talking to? Wang Junsheng rolled his eyes, his tone becoming increasingly unfriendly. After finishing his sentence, Wang Junsheng couldn't help but twitch his nose. The next moment his eyes widened, and he pointed at Gu Xiangyu, stuttering, Why, you're Ouyang Fuyong? No, you're not Ouyang Fuyong. You're Zhu Ming? No, you're not Zhu Ming. You're the bastard who stole our storage ring. Seeing Wang Junsheng's flushed face and hearing his jumbled words, Zhang Su and the others were initially confused but then suddenly realized. They couldn't help but glare at Gu Xiangyu with anger in their eyes. Chapter 81. No negotiation entrapping you, although Wang Junsheng spoke in a stammer. Making it hard to understand, everyone grasped the last half of his sentence. They never expected that the one who had stolen their storage ring was this water-blue star native with only 5th-level evolver cultivation. Remembering the storage rings they had lost and the many treasures within, Zhang Su and the others were more excited than ever. Kid, hurry up and return our storage rings. If anything is missing from our storage rings, we will tear you apart. The excitement made the arrivals' voices grow louder, buzzing in Gu Xiangyu's head and making him frown. It wasn't until their voices quieted down that Gu Xiangyu looked at Wang Junsheng and asked, How did you find your way here? Was it because of your keen sense of smell? Gu Xiangyu had previously seen Wang Junsheng's body attribute template with his true eye and knew that he had the talent skill of keen sense of smell. So he wasn't surprised that Wang Junsheng could identify the smell on him. He was curious about how Wang Junsheng had managed to find him, given that Guangyang Island was dozens of kilometers away from the official refuge. Did the keen sense of smell really have such a wide coverage? How do you know about my talent skill? Did Xiao Qi tell you? Stop changing the subject. Hurry up and return my storage ring. Wang Junsheng instinctively asked, then urged impatiently, Brother, I know your precious devouring mosquito. I wouldn't dare neglect it. I not only fed all 10,000 fierce beast crystal cores from your storage ring to the devouring mosquito, but I also helped you feed the fierce beast crystal cores from the rings of those few people. As Gu Xiangyu spoke, he handed the devouring mosquito and the storage ring back to Wang Junsheng. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words and seeing him return the ring and the devouring mosquito, Wang Junsheng was puzzled. This water blue star native was way too easy to talk to, wasn't he? Despite his doubts, Wang Junsheng couldn't help but take the storage ring and the devouring mosquito that Gu Xiangyu offered. Feeling the rich bloodline aura from the devouring mosquito, Wang Junsheng's breathing quickened, and his focus was entirely drawn to it. Brother, since you've already tricked them all here, we don't need to continue acting, right? Brother, do we really have to kill them? What if their families or sects find out and come for revenge? Gu Xiangyu anxiously scanned Zhang Su and the others, seeking Wang Junsheng's opinion. Poor Wang Junsheng was so focused on the devouring mosquito that he had no ears for anything else and naturally didn't hear what Gu Xiangyu said. When Zhang Su and the others heard Gu Xiangyu affectionately call Wang Junsheng brother, and then saw him hand over the storage ring and the devouring mosquito, they grew wary. When they heard Gu Xiangyu mention killing them and Wang Junsheng didn't respond, they were filled with dread and their hair stood on end. It's important to know that the reason Zhang Su and the others dared to confront Zhu Ming was mainly because Wang Junsheng was a high-level beastmaster. As long as he had enough fierce beasts, even a high-level cultivator could be overwhelmed by them. To ensure they could kill Zhu Ming, who was at the peak of the controller's cultivation, they had spent half a day heavily injuring nearly 1,000 mutated bats, greatly increasing Wang Junsheng's taming speed and success rate. They never dreamed that Wang Junsheng was actually in cahoots with Zhu Ming. So, all their hard work in helping Wang Junsheng tame the mutated bats was akin to voluntarily handing over a sharp knife for someone else to slaughter them with. While Zhang Su and the others were terrified, they were also filled with rage. Wang Junsheng, you dare to plot against me too? Godi. Seeing Wang Junsheng focused on examining the devouring mosquito and not explaining anything to them, Zhang Su roared in anger and directly punched Wang Junsheng in the back. Consumed by hatred, Zhang Su put all his strength into this punch, leaving nothing behind. Wang Junsheng never expected Zhang Su would suddenly attack him and was caught off guard. His body involuntarily flew into the air, and in mid-air he spat out a piece of internal organ, instantly feeling weak and dispirited. Brother, are you okay? Now that we're back at the base, you should keep your distance from them. How could you turn your back on them? Gu Xiangyu shouted anxiously as he rushed toward Wang Junsheng. Before Wang Junsheng landed, Gu Xiangyu successfully caught him. Then he opened the jade box and poured the remaining super energy liquid from hatching the devouring mosquito into Wang Junsheng's mouth. You and I at this moment. Wang Junsheng finally realized he had been ambushed by Zhang Su. Connecting this with Gu Xiangyu's strange attitude towards him, he vaguely understood what was going on. However, under heavy injury, it was difficult for him to even speak. Initially, he felt a bit guilty for taking their storage rings and didn't want to take their lives. But since you dare to ambush my brother, then don't blame me for being rude. Gu Xiangyu shouted with bloodshot eyes, then used his mental power to communicate with the mutated demon bats hidden around the courtyard, as well as the moles underground. Everyone covered their ears, remaining vigilant, not wanting to waste time and energy on killing the ferocious beasts. As long as they dealt with Wang Junsheng and this native of Water Blue Star, all crises would be resolved. At a critical moment, Zhang Su shouted, and then, like an arrow released from a bow, he quickly rushed towards Gu Xiangyu, who was holding Wang Junsheng. Seeing this, Gu Xiangyu's face showed panic, and he instinctively rushed into the courtyard hall with Wang Junsheng in his arms. However, after just 2 steps, he had to stop because 2 arrivals were already blocking the entrance of the hall. Gu Xiangyu sneered and immediately turned to run in the opposite direction. The 2 arrivals, just about to pursue Gu Xiangyu, found several moles had suddenly appeared on their bodies. In a panic, they hurriedly slapped and killed the moles on them, causing their pursuit of Gu Xiangyu to slow down involuntarily. Gu Xiangyu kept changing directions while holding Wang Junsheng, and despite the help of the mutated demon bats and moles, the encirclement by several arrivals was still getting tighter. and their attacks occasionally landed on the two of them. Brother, at this point, please don't hesitate any longer. They clearly want to kill both of us. Why don't you let those mutated demon bats up in the sky take action? Xiangyu shouted in panic. Brother, I promise you the terms, 6 storage rings for you. 1 for me, and all the gains in the storage rings will be 9 for you and 1 for me. Wang Junshan heard Xiangyu's words and opened his mouth, continuously making sounds of excitement, but due to his weakness, his voice was completely drowned out by the sounds of fighting. At this moment, Wang Junshan fully understood Xiangyu's scheme. He had been caught off guard and fell into the nightmare attack of the mutated demon bats when he was momentarily distracted by the heavenly, devouring mosquito. By the time he escaped the attack of the mutated demon bats, he was already severely injured by Xiangyu. Although Xiangyu used super energy liquid to help him hold on to his last breath, he was unable to speak. What made Wang Junshan even more furious was that while Xiangyu dodged the attacks from the arrivals, he actually used his own body as a shield, adding to his already serious injuries, making his suffering unbearable. Chapter 82. Life on the line. If you cooperate with me, for Xiaoqi's sake, I can spare your life. But if you continue to play dead, you might really end up as a corpse. Just as Wang Junshan was filled with hatred towards Xiangyu, deliberately ignoring Xiangyu's words, Xiangyu suddenly leaned close to his ear and said, listening to Xiangyu's cold words and seeing his indifferent gaze, Wang Junshan couldn't help but shiver. I might as well tell you plainly, even without your cooperation, I just need to use Ouyang Fuyong's super sedative incense. In just a few breaths, all these people will be weak and powerless, falling to the ground, becoming fish meat to be slaughtered. However, if I use the sedative incense, you and they will meet the same fate. Xiangyu's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Wang Junshan to surrender instantly. If Xiangyu had mentioned something else, Wang Junshan might not have understood, but he was very familiar with the super sedative incense mentioned by Xiangyu. Ouyang Fuyong was able to successfully rob most of the arrivals, not because of Ouyang Fuyong's strength, but because the super sedative incense he possessed was too powerful. If Xiangyu really had the super sedative incense, Xiangyu and his group would definitely fall into Xiangyu's hands today without any defense. If he had been cautious enough to hide in the dark, with the hundreds of heavenly flying mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats in the air. Even if Xiangyu had the super sedative incense, he would not have been able to harm their group. However, at this moment, his life was also in Xiangyu's control, and the fierce beasts in the air had already become mere decorations. After understanding this, when Wang Junshan looked back at Xiangyu and his group, his gaze was filled with pity and sympathy. Wait, the nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats and hundreds of heavenly flying mosquitoes above Haven T attacked us. Perhaps we have wronged Wang Junshan. He and this native of Water Blue Star don't seem to be on the same side. Moreover, this native of Water Blue Star occasionally uses Wang Junshan's body to block our lethal attacks, clearly trying to use our hands to eliminate Wang Junshan. After Xiangyu and his group successfully killed the mutated demon bats and moles attacking them, they finally realized something was off. Once they had successfully eliminated the ferocious beasts surrounding them, Xiangyu took out the cloth stuffed in his ears and gestured to a few companions. After seeing Xiangyu's actions, the other arrivals felt guilty towards Wang Junshan, while their gazes towards Xiangyu were filled with killing intent. Kid, I have to say you are truly impressive. Not only taming so many mutated demon bats and moles as spirit beasts, but also successfully sowing discord between us and Wang Junshan, almost making Wang Junshan's mutated demon bats and heavenly flying mosquitoes fall under your control. Xiangyu glared coldly at Xiangyu, gritting his teeth. I completely don't understand what you're talking about. Xiangyu smiled and lowered his head towards Wang Junshan, saying, Brother, my appetizers have already been mostly tasted by them. Now it's your turn to serve them the main course. Kid, even at this point, you still attempt to sow discord between us and Wang Junshan? If you are sensible, quickly put Wang Junshan down, and we might let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you die with a rhythm. Behind Xiangyu, one of the arrivals flashed a fierce look in his eyes and shouted loudly at Xiangyu. As this arrival spoke, he unhesitatingly used his innate skill against Xiangyu. Xiangyu suddenly felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. The intense pain made him grimace, almost causing him to drop Wang Junxin. At a critical moment, Gu Xiangyu bit his tongue, forcing his mind to become clear again. The innate skill of soul burning was indeed powerful, but it seemed to have no effect on me. Gu Xiangyu, still feeling apprehensive, glanced at the arrival who had just used the innate skill on him and said nonchalantly. Seeing Gu Xiangyu successfully withstand the soul-burning innate skill, Wang Junxin couldn't help but sigh in his heart, finally not daring to hold any more hopes. Wang Junxin silently released his mental power and gave the command to attack to the hundreds of heavenly flying mosquitoes and nearly 1,000 mutated demon bats hovering above. The moment the attack order was given, hundreds of heavenly flying mosquitoes fell upon Zhang Su and his group like raindrops. Upon seeing this, Zhang Su and his group were horrified. They quickly used their skills to eliminate the heavenly flying mosquitoes on them. Just as they were engaged in a fierce battle with the heavenly flying mosquitoes, a piercing sound rang in their ears, and illusions appeared before their eyes. In their moment of distraction, they had already been bitten by the heavenly flying mosquitoes, each feeling an unbearable itch, causing their combat movements to become distorted. After a brief panic, this group of arrivals stuffed their ears again and stood back to back, beginning to methodically eliminate the beasts overhead. However, this group clearly underestimated the wing blade skill of the heavenly flying mosquitoes, as hundreds of flying god mosquitoes repeatedly unleashed their wing blade skills on them. No matter how good the weapons in their hands were, they quickly turned to scrap iron under the attacks of the wing blades. After more than 10 minutes, although this group of arrivals still had the strength to fight, all the weapons in their hands were completely destroyed, leaving them to fight the flying god mosquitoes and mutated demon bats with their bare hands. As this group of arrivals was besieged by the flying god mosquitoes and mutated demon bats, their bodies covered in blood and in a sorry state, Gu Xiangyu felt Wang Junxin in his arms suddenly convulsed violently and then went rigid. As Wang Junxin's body stiffened, the flying god mosquitoes and mutated demon bats that had just been fiercely attacking the arrivals seemed to lose their targets and fell into a brief state of daze. Beast tamers were indeed only suitable for fighting hidden in the shadows, not exposed to the enemy's sight. Gu Xiangyu knew that Wang Junxin must have died from the talent skill, soul burning. In fact, Gu Xiangyu could have taken Wang Junxin away from the battlefield to hide, which would have prevented the arrivals from dealing a fatal blow to Wang Junxin. However, doing so would weaken Wang Junxin's control over the mutated demon bats and flying god mosquitoes, making it easy for the arrivals to escape from Guanyang Island, which was not the outcome Gu Xiangyu wanted. Unlike the other arrivals, Xiaoqi had never killed a native of Water Blue Star and pleaded for his life. Remembering the last words Wang Junxin had uttered with all his strength before dying, Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt that his actions were a bit too cruel for Wang Junxin. With Wang Junxin's intelligence, he must have long understood one principle. That is, whether he cooperated with Gu Xiangyu or not, he could not escape death. However, for the safety of Wang Xiaoqi, Wang Junxin ultimately chose to cooperate with Gu Xiangyu. While Gu Xiangyu was lost in thought, Zhang Su and his group had already killed all the confused flying god mosquitoes and mutated demon bats. Then, the group surrounded Gu Xiangyu with a murderous aura. "Kid, I have to say, whether it's acting or scheming, you are very impressive. We are far inferior to you. You are the most cunning and vicious native I have encountered on Water Blue Star, and our group almost suffered a total loss because of you. If you hadn't offended us and had instead obediently sided with us, perhaps you would have gone far. Unfortunately, you chose to stand on the opposite side of us. So have you thought about how to die?" Zhang Su said, touching the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, then sucking the blood off his fingers before staring at Gu Xiangyu with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 83. I'll send you to the underworld to laugh. "You're so sure that you've won and I've lost?" Seeing Zhang Su's confident demeanor, Gu Xiangyu laughed, and he laughed very happily. Upon seeing Gu Xiangyu's unusual reaction, Zhang Su and the others instantly felt their hearts leap to their throats. They were like startled birds, cautiously scanning their surroundings, fearing that this native of Water Blue Star might have an ambush waiting for them. However, after searching for a long time, they found no danger.
When they saw Gu Xiangyu looking at them with a mocking expression, they thought they had been tricked by him, which made them furious. Bastard, I'll make you laugh. I'll send you to the underworld to laugh. One of the arrivals shouted angrily, reaching for Gu Xiangyu's throat. Hearing this arrival shout, the other few looked at Gu Xiangyu with pity. This was because this arrival possessed a level 1 talent skill, Soul Shatter. There was a significant limitation to using this talent skill. It had to be shouted suddenly in an extremely quiet situation. However, once the talent skill was successfully activated, the target of the skill would be completely rigid and unable to move for 3 seconds. After Gu Xiangyu was hit by the Soul Shatter skill, his body indeed fell into a rigid state, and he could only watch helplessly as the arrival's hand reached for his throat. Just when the arrivals thought Gu Xiangyu was definitely going to have his neck broken and die, a black line suddenly streaked through the air, and the arrival attacking Gu Xiangyu suddenly widened his eyes. His outstretched hand instinctively retracted, instead moving towards his own throat. The arrival stared at Gu Xiangyu in terror, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He tried to speak, but found he couldn't make any sound. He pointed a finger at Gu Xiangyu and then collapsed to the ground. Everyone, don't panic. He was killed by this native spirit pet. Just as the other arrivals were in a panic, considering fleeing, Jiangsu's gaze fell on the devouring sky mosquito on Gu Xiangyu's shoulder, and he said with a serious expression, "You actually took Wang Juanqing's opportunity and tamed this level 1 bloodline mosquito as your own spirit beast. We were careless. However, if your alliance is just this devouring sky mosquito, you probably still can't escape death." As Jiangsu spoke, he released the aura of a 9th-tier evolver, firmly locking onto Gu Xiangyu and the devouring sky mosquito. Under the immense pressure of strength, both Gu Xiangyu and the devouring sky mosquito felt it hard to breathe, let alone act. Jiangsu, actually, I could have taken your lives when I killed Tang Xingwu at the shelter, but I spared you because I took your storage rings. Now I'm giving you another chance to live. As long as you leave behind your cultivation methods and battle skills, I will let you go. How about that? What a huge joke. Now your life is in our hands. And instead of begging for mercy, you still dare to bluff us? To think you want our cultivation methods and battle skills when you're about to die, this native of Water Blue Star really has a big appetite. Doesn't he fear being choked to death? As soon as Gu Xiangyu's words fell, the few arrivals beside Jiangsu couldn't help but scold loudly. Jiangsu didn't respond, but his gaze towards Gu Xiangyu grew colder. Clearly, like the other arrivals, Jiangsu did not believe that Gu Xiangyu still had a chance to turn the tables at this moment. He didn't even want to waste another word with Gu Xiangyu. Just as Jiangsu snorted coldly and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Gu Xiangyu, he felt the power in his body suddenly vanish without a trace. Jiangsu twitched his nose. Then a look of horror appeared on his face. Super mysterious incense. How do you have such a wicked thing? What is your relationship with Ouyang Fuyao? The other arrivals also felt the loss of power in their bodies, and upon hearing Jiangsu's words, they realized what was happening. You just seem to want to kill me? Gu Xiangyu did not answer Jiangsu, but slowly walked up to him, grabbing Jiangsu by the throat and coldly speaking. Before Jiangsu could figure out how to respond to Gu Xiangyu, he heard a crisp cracking sound, followed by a sharp pain radiating from his arm. His left arm was brutally broken by Gu Xiangyu. Do you look down on us humans from Water Blue Star? After Gu Xiangyu finished his question, before Jiangsu could respond, he heard another crisp crack. Then Jiangsu realized that his right arm had also been torn off by Gu Xiangyu. He seemed to be quite unconvinced. Seeing Jiangsu glaring at him with fiery eyes, Gu Xiangyu sneered, lifted a leg, and kicked hard at Jiangsu's left knee. With a crisp sound, Jiangsu's left leg was directly crippled. You just asked me if I thought about how to die. Now I'll return that question to you. Have you thought about how to die? Gu Xiangyu seemed to be talking to himself, as he didn't care whether Jiangsu would answer his question. After asking, he raised his foot and kicked at Jiangsu's right knee. When you were plotting and slaughtering the humans of Water Blue Star, did you ever think that you would be counter-killed by the humans of Water Blue Star? Gu Xiangyu's gaze swept over Jiangsu, finally landing on his throat. Don't kill me. I'm a member of the Lai Yinxing royal family. I'm willing to give up my techniques and combat skills. Before Jiangsu could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and then it was as if he was falling into an endless abyss.
his consciousness gradually fading away. I'm sorry, when I gave you a chance to live before. You didn't cherish it. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Just before his consciousness completely plunged into darkness, Xiangyu heard a devilish voice. Witnessing Xiangyu ruthlessly kill Xiangyu, the other arrivals were all stunned. As arrivals, they always felt superior in front of the humans of Waterblue Star, bursting with a sense of superiority. Even when they fell into Xiangyu's hands, they didn't think their lives were in danger. However, seeing Xiangyu reveal his identity and plead for mercy, and then watching this native of Waterblue Star kill Xiangyu without hesitation, the other arrivals were completely panicked. Don't worry, since you all came to the island together, you must set off together, all in order. Not a single one can be missing. Seeing the several arrivals who had just appeared fearless now turned pale and anxious, Xiangyu couldn't help but sneer coldly. His voice was unusually gentle, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were discussing something very ordinary with the arrivals. Chapter 84. Clean kill. Hearing Xiangyu speak the most cruel things in the most plain tone, the group of arrivals finally collapsed. Xiangyu had already demonstrated through his actions that he was truly capable of killing, not just making verbal threats. The arrivals hurriedly knelt before Xiangyu, begging him to spare their lives. It was too late. When you raised the butcher's knife against the humans of Waterblue Star, your fate was already sealed. Faced with the pleas of the arrivals, Xiangyu's heart was as hard as iron, and without hesitation, he killed them all. Although Xiangyu had thought about making a deal with this group of arrivals, letting them keep their techniques and combat skills, and sparing their lives, he quickly dismissed the idea. The techniques and combat skills of these arrivals might be quite good, but he had already offended them to the point of hatred. Not to mention whether they would tamper with their techniques and combat skills. Once given the chance for revenge, they would absolutely not miss it. It was better to kill them all cleanly now rather than leave endless troubles due to his greed. Don't be lazy, help dig out the crystal cores. Xiangyu looked at the corpses of the fierce beasts scattered all over the ground, calling to the god Mosquito on his shoulder. Hearing Xiangyu's words, the god Mosquito disappeared with a whoosh, leaving Xiangyu standing there with a bitter smile. Damn Mosquito, you're faster than anyone when eating crystal cores. But when I ask you to dig them out, you pretend not to hear. Don't think I'll feed you half a crystal core next time. Xiangyu muttered, then bent down to start searching for crystal cores, one fierce beast at a time. As soon as Xiangyu finished speaking, he saw the god Mosquito that had just disappeared reappear in front of him. After giving him a flattering glance, the god Mosquito spread its wings and swiftly sliced open one fierce beast's head after another, its efficiency exceeding Xiangyu's by 10 times, leaving him dumbfounded. In fact, Xiangyu was just saying it casually. He wouldn't really stop feeding the god Mosquito crystal cores just because it didn't help dig them out. After all, the god Mosquito was not only powerful, but also had limitless potential, and most importantly, it had just saved Xiangyu's life. Xiangyu never expected that the god Mosquito would actually be afraid he wouldn't give it fierce beast crystal cores. He initially wanted to explain, but seeing the god Mosquito's efficiency in digging out crystal cores, he decisively swallowed back the words that were about to come out. With the help of the god Mosquito, Xiangyu quickly collected over 700 fierce beast crystal cores. Feeling guilty, he threw all these crystal cores to the god Mosquito. You actually killed all of Xiangyu and the others. When Xiangyu dragged the corpses of Xiangsu's group to the basement, Ouyang Fuyong, who was tied to a stone pillar, was taken aback, staring blankly for a long time before speaking incoherently. Yeah, speaking of which, I have to thank your super seduction incense. If it weren't for the super seduction incense, I really wouldn't have been able to deal with them. Xiangyu replied with a smile. You've doomed me. Their families and sects will think I killed them. In fact, I only rob and never kill. Ouyang Fuyong lamented. To avoid trouble from their families and sects, how about I kill you too? Xiangyu blinked and asked for his opinion. Ouyang Fuyong couldn't help but shiver at this. If it had been before today, he might have thought Xiangyu was just trying to scare him. But after seeing the corpses of Xiangsu's group, he was completely intimidated by Xiangyu. Xiangyu, you promised me that as long as I told you all the information about the arrivals, the information about the Planet Alliance's assessment, and the information about the Super Origin Planet, and cooperated with you. You wouldn't kill me. Did I promise you? I don't remember. I suddenly remembered an insider tip. If the newly awakened planet natives can kill 10,000 arrivals before the Planet Alliance's assessment time arrives, the assessment time will be advanced. Ouyang Fuyong, driven by a strong desire to survive, rolled his eyes and revealed a very important piece of information to Gu Xiangyu. There's such a thing? Do you think it's better for the Planet Alliance's assessment time to be advanced or not? Gu Xiangyu asked with a serious expression. The 3 months after the planet awakens is the most critical time for the natives to improve their strength. The Planet Alliance's assessment time is set just right at 3 months after awakening. However, if the natives are strong enough, they can also advance the assessment time of the Planet Alliance. After all, once the natives pass the assessment, they can enjoy the protection of the Planet Alliance and no longer be invaded by rivals or fierce beasts. Just speak without rolling your eyes. Do you look down on the strength of the Water Blue Star natives, or are you mocking my question? Gu Xiangyu. It's not that I look down on the strength of the Water Blue Star natives. To pass the Planet Alliance assessment, the overall strength of the natives must at least reach the level of evolvers. Don't you know how the overall strength of the humans of Water Blue Star is right now? Upon hearing Ouyang Fuyong's words, Gu Xiangyu fell into silence. He knew that Ouyang Fuyong was speaking the truth, and he finally understood why the humans of Water Blue Star, despite having so many experts who could easily kill rivals, would rather endure humiliation than easily kill them. Master, good news, great news. I just found a very fun module in the database of a Star Source battleship. As long as we use a certain amount of energy crystal coins, we can enter the interstellar version of the Super Origin planet. Just as Gu Xiangyu was hesitating whether to log into the Super Origin planet to report his killing of Tang Xiangyu and a group of arrivals to Jiang Qingfeng, Yaya's voice suddenly rang in his mind. What does the interstellar version of the Super Origin planet mean? Hearing Yaya's excited voice, Gu Xiangyu instinctively asked, Master, the Super Origin planet you logged into before only opened the Water Blue Star map, and only the humans of Water Blue Star could log in. You can understand it as a single-player game for the humans of Water Blue Star. The interstellar version of the Super Origin planet can be understood as a connected game, where we can travel to other maps outside of Water Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, the interstellar version of the Super Origin planet will only officially open to the humans of Water Blue Star after they pass the Planet Alliance assessment. Are you interested, Master? If you enter the interstellar version of the Super Yuan planet now, you can come into contact with other star-level civilizations in advance and exchange resources with them, etc. Yaya, why do I feel like you're trying to coax me into entering the interstellar version of the Super Yuan planet ahead of time? Seeing Yaya getting more and more excited as she spoke, Gu Xiangyu interrupted her with confusion. Is Yaya's behavior that obvious? It must be the Master's illusion, Yaya said nervously. All right, I know your little thoughts. You just want to enter the interstellar version of the Super Yuan planet to gather information about the Star Source battleship wreckage and repair it as soon as possible. What is there to be ashamed of? Hee. Yaya, I suddenly thought of a plan. If my plan can be implemented, it'll be a blessing for the Jiuzhou federal government and even for all humanity on Water Blue Star. Let's hurry and land on the interstellar version of the Super Yuan planet. Gu Xiangyu is a typical action-oriented person. He says to do it and then does it. After chatting with Ouyang Fu for a bit and instructing Tai Dun and Wen to ensure the protection of the courtyard, he went to his bedroom and laid down in the game pod. Interesting, so interesting. Yudu province was previously the weakest in combat power under the Jiuzhou federal government and was the most likely to be attacked by fierce beasts. Unexpectedly, within just 2 days, Yudu province managed to resolve 4 of the most dangerous fierce beast gathering points and killed 8 invaders. With 8 invaders dead in Yudu province, it's likely that stronger invaders will flood into Yudu. Jianghua, an 8th-level evolver in Yudu province, may not be able to hold on. Should we send a few more controllers to support them? When Gu Xiangyu successfully logged into the interstellar version of the Super Yuan planet with Yaya's help, the events happening in Yudu province were already known to several extraordinary beings in the Jiuzhou Federation. They gathered to discuss the deployment in Yudu province. Chapter 85. Astonishing rewards to you. Your courage is really too great. How can invaders be killed casually? You could at least have asked me before killing them. Jiang Qingfeng sighed deeply when he received the cabinet's message, pondering for a long time. It's also my fault for not giving you a heads up in advance. But I didn't expect you to have the ability to kill invaders already. As the deputy leader of the headquarters, Jiang Qingfeng knew much more than ordinary people. But due to disciplinary requirements, he could not disclose it to Gu Xiangyu. Invaders cannot be killed casually. Killing too many will lead to big problems. Jiang Qingfeng looked at the numerous materials concerning the deadly situation on his desk, rubbed his forehead, and fell into deep thought. When the cabinet's elders suggested treating Gu Xiangyu as a wild card and letting him roam free, neither the elders of the cabinet nor Jiang Qingfeng thought that Gu Xiangyu could create any significant commotion in such a short time. They never dreamed that in just 2 days after Gu Xiangyu returned to the real world, he would stir up so many events, each bigger than the last. Tang Xingwu is the nephew of Tang Heng, and there are even rumors that he is Tang Heng's illegitimate son. If Tang Heng knew the true identity of the deadly situation, he would definitely rush to Yudu province to take Gu Xiangyu's life. Remembering how the martial arts department had repeatedly sought explanations from the War Department over the past few days with an unprecedentedly intense attitude, Jiang Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a headache. Although there were rumors that Tang Xiangwu had amassed wealth through power during his time as the head of the Yudu province martial arts department and even colluded with invaders, selling out the interests of Yudu province, Jiang Qingfeng could only cope with the inquiries from the martial arts department without solid evidence. No, the identity of the deadly situation must not be leaked, and Gu Xiangyu's companions must also be well protected. After sorting through his thoughts at his desk for a long time, Jiang Qingfeng's eyes revealed a determined look. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and a middle-aged man in plain clothes quickly walked into the office. "Report, sir. Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan have left Yueshi Mansion and are missing. I failed to complete the mission, and I asked for your punishment," the middle-aged man in plain clothes said respectfully to Jiang Qingfeng, his face full of guilt. "What's going on?" Jiang Qingfeng asked sternly. "I carefully checked both inside and outside the villa and found no signs of disturbance or struggle. Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan took some of their personal toiletries, so they may have left on their own. However, all the surveillance equipment and videos at Yueshi Mansion were completely destroyed, as if someone was deliberately erasing their traces," the middle-aged man in plain clothes reported. "Keep this incident confidential, intensify the investigation, and find their whereabouts as soon as possible," Jiang Qingfeng commanded after a moment of silence. The middle-aged man in plain clothes responded quickly and turned to leave. If Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan left on their own, that would be fine. But if they were captured by the martial arts department, Gu Xiangyu would be in danger. Jiang Qingfeng furrowed his brows and paced back and forth in the office, his face full of anxiety. Because of the sudden crisis in Yudu province, all of Jiang Qingfeng's energy was diverted, causing him to forget to arrange for someone to go to Yueshi Mansion to pick up Gu Wanner and Gu Pampan. By the time he remembered this matter after handling other issues, he hurriedly arranged for a trusted aide to go to Yueshi Mansion, only to find that an accident had occurred. "Dayu, I'm sorry." Remembering how he had coaxed Gu Xiangyu into using 6,000 contribution points to buy a courtyard on Guanyang Island, Gu Xiangyu not only did not blame him, but had also done so much for the War Department in Yudu province. Yet he hadn't even taken care of Gu Xiangyu's family. Jiang Qingfeng felt a burning shame on his face. "No, Tang Heng is an unreasonable madman. I must prepare for the worst." Jiang Qingfeng suddenly stood up straight and strode out of the office. In the Super Yuan planet, under Yaya's guidance, Gu Xiangyu arrived at the square outside the official shelter of Yudu province. "Yaya, are you sure this stone slab with the carved pattern in front of me is a teleportation array? Can I use these slabs to go to other Super Yuan planets outside of Waterblue Star?" Looking at the plain-looking dozen or so stone slabs, Gu Xiangyu's eyes were filled with skepticism. "Master, Yaya can't guarantee that the data block template for the Star Source battleship is completely correct, but I believe it's very likely to be fine," Yaya said uncertainly. "You can give it a try. Anyway, if the teleportation fails, we won't lose anything." Hearing Yaya's irresponsible words, Gu Xiangyu rolled his eyes. His gaze swept over the stone slabs again, and he finally chose a slab carved with a giant panda. "Ding! Would you like to pay 500 energy crystal coins to activate the one-way teleportation?" The moment Gu Xiangyu stepped onto the slab, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Yes. Recalling that he had nearly 30
000 energy coins, Gu Xiangyu chose to activate the teleportation array without hesitation. Ding! Synchronizing items. Ding! Synchronizing body. Ding! Synchronizing consciousness. Ding! Detected that the host is the first human from Water Blue Star to activate the teleportation array to other Super Yuan planets, granting a reward of 10 energy points and randomly increasing a talent skill level by 1. Ding! The host has been teleported to the source beast star map. After silently reciting this in his heart, a series of crisp mechanical prompts suddenly rang out in Gu Xiangyu's mind, and then his vision plunged into darkness. When Gu Xiangyu's vision brightened again, he found himself in an unfamiliar city square. Yeah, I just seem to hear the system prompt about item synchronization and body synchronization. What does that mean? Gu Xiangyu, unable to take in his surroundings, immediately asked Yaya. Master, it means literally. Your body and all the items on you have been teleported to the source beast star. Hearing Yaya's words, Gu Xiangyu looked confused. Then why do humans from Water Blue Star retain their bodies in the real world when landing on Super Yuan planets? They didn't actually enter the Super Yuan planet? First of all, the technology of the Super Yuan planet far exceeds the understanding of the Water Blue planet's humanity. Although the high-ranking officials of the Water Blue planet spent 7 years researching the Super Yuan planet and gained many benefits from it, they still cannot fully trust the technology of the Super Yuan planet and are afraid to entrust the lives of all humanity to its control. Another very important reason is that although the high-ranking officials of the Water Blue planet can establish their own ruling order within the Super Yuan planet, the Super Yuan planet has its own operational rules, which are not under the control of the high-ranking officials of the Water Blue planet. Therefore, they inherently resist and fear the Super Yuan planet. Yaya's explanation was simple and straightforward, but it made Gu Xiangyu suddenly realize. Gu Xiangyu no longer struggled with the issue of physical transmission, but excitedly looked at his body attribute template. Name, Gu Xiangyu Strength. Evolver, 5th level, Power, 573 Speed, 596 Constitution, 567 Spirit, 685 Talent Skills. Infinite Simulation, level can simulate any absorbed talent. Eye of Insight, level. Can view information about any creature and object. Cultivation Techniques. Dust Universe Transformation. Incomplete. Proficiency 1, 209, 100, 000. Star Moon Induction Chapter. Proficiency 397, 150, 000. Cloud B Sutra. Proficiency 12, 376, 100, 000. Combat Skills. Falling Star Palm. Incomplete. Proficiency 1, 259, 100, 000. Cloud Walking Dragon Step. Proficiency 2, 331, 100, 000. Energy Points, 107. 900 after absorbing 3,000 ferocious beast crystal cores provided by the Battle Department. Gu Xiangyu has already been promoted to a 5th level Evolver. Although Gu Xiangyu has been working hard on training and has improved his proficiency in cultivation techniques and combat skills, he is still a small distance away from being promoted to a 6th level Evolver. Gu Xiangyu immediately looked at his 2 talent skills and was pleasantly surprised to find that his Eye of Truth talent level had already risen from level to level, and the name of the talent skill had changed to Eye of Insight, allowing him to view information about any creature and object. In other words, in the future, he would not only be able to see the body attribute templates of people and animals, but also see information about plants, cultivation techniques, combat skills, weapons, and all other non-biological objects. Gu Xiangyu spent quite a while calming his excited heart, then shifted his gaze to the last column on his body attribute template. When he saw the long string of numbers in the energy attribute column, Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight. Chapter 86. Because you have the qualification to spend money, however, when Gu Xiangyu saw that it required 10 energy points to upgrade Dust Universe Transformation, Cloud B Sutra, Falling Star Palm, and Cloud Walking Dragon Step from Proficiency to Subtlety, Gu Xiangyu instantly calmed down again. Master, energy points are generally used to help cultivators quickly enter the cultivation techniques and combat skills. Very few cultivators use energy points to elevate their cultivation techniques and combat skills to proficiency. And even fewer people like you directly spend energy points to push cultivation techniques to mastery.
Yaya's voice timely echoed in Gu Xiangyu's mind, sensing his distress. "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" Gu Xiangyu asked. "Because the infinite simulation talent skill destined you to have the qualification to spend money. Yaya didn't need to deliberately remind you. As long as you are willing, you can even continuously spend money on cultivation techniques and combat skills until they reach perfection." While Gu Xiangyu was communicating with Yaya, he felt someone patting him on the shoulder. "Sir, please do not stand in the teleportation array for too long, as it will affect others' normal usage." Gu Xiangyu turned his head and found that a guard beside the teleportation array was watching him warily. Glancing at the guard's body attribute template, Gu Xiangyu discovered that the guard was actually an 8th level controller, and his scalp tingled. After quickly saying sorry, Gu Xiangyu stepped out of the teleportation array. Curiously, Gu Xiangyu circled around the square and found that it was located on a cliff by the sea. One side of the square faced the sea, while the other was flanked by steep cliffs. On the massive cliffs, many murals depicting humans battling ferocious beasts were carved. The buildings in the square were primarily constructed of stone and wood, with various high technologies skillfully applied, giving the overall style a rugged and violent feel. After briefly familiarizing himself with the environment, Gu Xiangyu dove into the largest business establishment in the square. "Dear guest, Tiger Trading Company is at your service. How may I assist you?" As soon as Gu Xiangyu stepped to the door, he heard a warm greeting. "This is my first time here. I will just browse around. You don't need to mind me." Gu Xiangyu glanced at the body attribute template of the ordinary staff member. Realizing that even a regular employee had reached the 5th level of Evolver, making him feel uncomfortable. "All right, please feel free to browse. If you need anything, just shake this bell, and I will be there to assist you immediately." The staff member handed Gu Xiangyu a small bell and politely retreated to the door. Gu Xiangyu smiled politely at the staff member and began to examine the items in the business establishment. What the heck? The crystal cores of source beasts are so cheap. When Gu Xiangyu reached the sales counter for crystal cores, he was astonished to see that one energy crystal coin could purchase a crystal core of a beast at the level. He widened his eyes, remembering that he had over 29,000 energy crystal coins on him. Gu Xiangyu suddenly felt as if he weren't poor anymore. So energy crystal coins are so valuable. No wonder that guy Ouyang Fuyong likes to rob people. I must learn from him when I return to the water blue planet and rob a few more descendants. Gu Xiangyu cautiously looked around, forcibly suppressing the impulse to buy ferocious beast crystal cores immediately and continue to explore other counters. Ferocious beast crystal cores were the most abundant items for sale in the establishment, ranging from beast general level to beast king level, with varying prices. Then there were the skins, bones, internal organs, and blood of ferocious beasts. Gu Xiangyu also saw different types of ferocious beast eggs and young beasts, as well as weapons and production and daily necessities made from various materials of ferocious beasts. As expected of the source beast planet, it seemed that all goods revolved around ferocious beasts. Gu Xiangyu spent a full 2 hours exploring the first floor of Tiger Trading Company. When he reached the second floor of the establishment, he discovered that the business not only sold various raw materials from ferocious beasts and ordinary production and daily necessities, but also offered cultivation techniques and combat skills for sale. However, upon seeing the prices ranging from tens of thousands to millions of energy crystal coins, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that he couldn't afford it. Just as Gu Xiangyu thought that the third floor of the business might sell even more precious items, he saw a series of purchase information on the rolling screen on the wall of the hall. 1. Space storage ring. 2. Iron-eating beast. 3. Water blue planet teleportation coordinates. Seeing more than 200 purchase requests filling the screen, Gu Xiangyu showed a puzzled expression. What use does Tiger Trading Company have for acquiring so many random items? Sir, among these purchase requests, only the space storage ring is being purchased by the business itself. Most of the items are requested by guests holding the company's top VIP cards and cannot be obtained by the business in a short time, so they are posted on behalf of them. The staff member who had previously attended to Gu Xiangyu immediately came upstairs to answer his doubts after he rang the small bell. What is the price your business offers for purchasing storage rings? Sir, because the internal space of storage rings varies in size, the prices are also different. If you have a storage ring for sale, the business can arrange for an appraiser to estimate its value immediately.
Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment and nodded to let the staff member assist him with the arrangement. Under the guidance of the staff member, Gu Xiangyu arrived at the VIP room on the top floor of the establishment. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, the door to the VIP room was pushed open again, and an old appraiser with white hair walked in, led by the staff member. Behind them followed a middle-aged man with a commanding presence. After a brief introduction, Gu Xiangyu learned that the middle-aged man was Lei Seheo, the shopkeeper of the Tiger Trading Company. After signaling the staff to leave the VIP room, Lei Seheo shook hands with Gu Xiangyu and said, "Mr. Gu, our reputation at Tiger is absolutely guaranteed on the beast.Star, so feel free to sell any items at our trading company. We can not only ensure that your interests are protected, but also guarantee your safety." Hearing the implications in Lei Seheo's words, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but smile knowingly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lei Seheo, Gu Xiangyu took out all 8 storage rings he had robbed from Zhang Su and Wang Junchen's group. Seeing Gu Xiangyu able to produce 8 storage rings at once, Lei Seheo couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Noticing Gu Xiangyu's ambiguous smile, Lei Seheo smiled apologetically and shifted his gaze back to the storage rings. Seeing that Lei Seheo showed no signs of taking action against him, Gu Xiangyu finally felt relieved. Despite spending over 2 hours touring and learning that Tiger Trading Company was the largest trading company on the beast.Star, with guaranteed reputation and quality, Gu Xiangyu was still anxious as it was his first time on the beast.Star, a place unfamiliar to him. Moreover, the ordinary staff at Tiger Trading Company had cultivation levels comparable to his own, while the shopkeeper and appraisers were at the controller level, which made Gu Xiangyu feel extremely insecure. He was afraid of accidentally exposing his identity or that Tiger Trading Company might covet the storage rings he presented, which could cost him his life. "Mr. Gu, among your 8 storage rings, one has an internal space of over 500 cubic units, and the trading company can offer 150,000 energy crystal coins for it. The rest of the storage rings have internal spaces of about 100 cubic units, and the company can only offer 20,000 energy crystal coins each. Would you be willing to transfer them?" Half an hour later, Lei Seheo exclaimed excitedly. Hearing Lei Seheo's offer, Gu Xiangyu fell into deep thought. He had no idea about the market value of storage rings and whether Tiger Trading Company's offer was fair. "Mr. Gu, please rest assured. Tiger Trading Company is a 1,000-year-old establishment and will absolutely not let customers suffer losses. If you have doubts about the price, you can compare it with other trading companies. I can guarantee that Tiger's acquisition price will not be lower than any other trading company," Lei Seheo said with a hearty laugh upon seeing Gu Xiangyu hesitate. Gu Xiangyu stared at Lei Seheo's face for a moment, then smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Deal. Please help me convert the energy crystal coins into equivalent beast general crystal cores." "Thank you, Brother Gu. Although our trading company has enough crystal cores in stock to meet your purchasing needs, you could buy such a large quantity directly from mercenaries, which would be at least half cheaper." Lei Seheo hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind him. Upon hearing Lei Seheo's words, Gu Xiangyu was taken aback. It should be noted that Lei Seheo saying this not only harmed the trading company's interests, but also seemed quite presumptuous, an action unbecoming of a mature businessman. However, Lei Seheo still spoke up, which greatly increased Gu Xiangyu's impression of him, making him feel that Lei Seheo was a trustworthy person. "Thank you for the reminder, Shopkeeper Lei. Just give me the energy crystal coins." Gu Xiangyu smiled at Lei Seheo and couldn't help but curiously ask, "I just saw in the 3rd floor hall that there were purchases for iron-eating beasts and water blue star teleportation coordinates. What prices did the buyers offer?" The purchase information for the iron-eating beast was posted by the young master of the Wang family, the first beast-taming family on the beast.Star. He has a special fondness for iron-eating beasts, so I can't say the price, but it certainly won't be a loss. As for the price for the water blue star teleportation coordinates, it's astronomical. It is rumored that newly awakened planets have a high chance of awakening level or above talents when participating in the Planet Alliance assessment. If people from other literary star systems can teleport to water blue star before it participates in the assessment, they can not only gain talent opportunities, but also have the chance to sabotage water blue star's assessment and enslave it. Lei Seheo answered Gu Xiangyu's inquiries without any reservations. "As far as I know,
There should be people from the beast.Source Star who have teleported to Water Blue Star, right? If the coordinates are that lucrative, wouldn't they want to share them and make a fortune? Gu asked. Mr. Gu, those who truly have the qualifications to access the Water Blue Star coordinates aren't short on money. To them, money is probably worth as little as beast droppings. They value the opportunity to become stronger even more. Moreover, before Water Blue Star joins the Planet Alliance, those teleported to Water Blue Star cannot log into the complete Super Origin planet. They can only chat in the Water Blue Star area channel of the Super Origin planet. So even if those teleported over really want to get rich, they have no way to share the Water Blue Star coordinates with the outside world. As Lei Seheo spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Gu Xiangyu with great anticipation, excitedly asking, Mr. Gu, you wouldn't happen to have the Water Blue Star coordinates, would you? If that's the case, we can definitely offer a price that will satisfy you. I'm afraid I will disappoint you, Shopkeeper Lei. As you just said, those who truly have the qualifications to access Water Blue Star coordinates aren't short on money. Right now, I'm just thinking about how to make money. How could I possibly have the Water Blue Star coordinates? Gu Xiangyu smiled apologetically and shook his head without hesitation. I was rude, I apologize. Lei Seheo said with an awkward smile, then cheerfully added, to express my sincere apologies, I would like to invite Mr. Gu to visit the 4th floor of our trading company to see some of our truly valuable items. If you find anything you like, I can offer you the biggest discount within my authority as compensation. While chatting with Gu Xiangyu, Lei Seheo had already instructed the trading company to prepare a crystal card for Gu Xiangyu, which contained 29 energy crystal coins. After receiving the crystal card handed over by Lei Seheo, Gu Xiangyu felt much more confident. Accompanied by Lei Seheo, Gu Xiangyu arrived at the 4th floor of the Tigear Trading Company. Brother Gu, the 4th floor of the trading company is rarely open to the public. Only those holding the top VIP card of the trading company are qualified to enter, and I must accompany you personally. That's why the 4th floor is usually very quiet. Lei Seheo explained patiently while pushing open the heavy stone door. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiangyu understood why the 3 floors below were bustling with people while the 4th floor was so quiet. The price for a spot in the Abyss Secret Realm was 7 million energy crystal coins, and there were many opportunities and treasures within the Secret Realm, some of which were worth over 10 million energy crystal coins, provided that the challengers could survive and come out of the Secret Realm. The 100 Beast Spirit Spring Baptism was the greatest opportunity for the evolvers of the beast.Source Star, without exception. As long as an evolver soaked in 100 Beast Spirit Spring for one day, their total 4-dimensional attribute values would randomly increase by 510,000 points. This humanoid puppet was even more precious. It possessed peak controller cultivation and could form contracts with spirit beasts, making it the best choice for guardians of some royal families. Sex and family science. There were not many items on the 4th floor, just over a dozen. Even though Lei Seheo enthusiastically described the information and value of each item in detail, they still finished touring the entire 4th floor in half an hour. While listening to Lei Seheo introduce the details and values of the items on the 4th floor, Gu Xiangyu remained in a state of extreme shock, his mind blank. His first impression was that Tigear Trading Company was incredibly well-connected. It seemed that the valuable items on the beast.Source Star were only those they didn't want, and there was nothing they couldn't obtain. His second impression was that he was too poor, even though he had just acquired nearly 300,000 energy crystal coins. Because the prices of the more than a dozen items on the 4th floor were progressively more beautiful, with the cheapest being 7 million energy crystal coins, and the most expensive reaching 40 million energy crystal coins. Brother Gu, if you have any items in mind, just tell me, and I promise to sell them to you at the best price. Back in the VIP lounge, Lei Seheo had the staff brew another cup of tea and smiled at Gu Xiangyu. Gu Xiangyu cast a resentful glance at Lei Seheo and said, Manager Lei, I seriously suspect that you brought me to the 4th floor of the shop to undermine my confidence. Even if you offered a 50 discount on the items there, I still couldn't afford any of them. No, Brother Gu can definitely afford any item on the 4th floor of our trading association. It just depends on whether Brother Gu is willing, Lei Seheo said with great certainty. Hearing this, Gu Xiangyu's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that his identity as a citizen of Water Blue Star had been exposed?
For a moment, Gu Xiangyu looked at Lei Seheo with vigilance, ready to escape at any time. Mr. Gu, there's no need to be nervous. Although I have my eye on the metal armor you're wearing. If you really don't want to sell it, our Tager Trading Association won't resort to coercion, Lei Seheo hurriedly explained, realizing that Gu Xiangyu might have misunderstood him. Gu Xiangyu was taken aback by his words. Could it be that he was overthinking? He looked at Lei Seheo with skepticism and deliberately asked, I wonder how much your trading association is willing to pay for this set of armor. I'm not entirely sure if Mr. Gu's armor is made of divine metal, but would it be convenient for you to remove one of the components for me to identify the metal composition? Seeing Gu Xiangyu's hostility dissipate, Lei Seheo breathed a sigh of relief and anxiously asked. Gu Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, then took out the glove of the armor from his storage ring and handed it to him. Lei Seheo carefully accepted the glove and then turned to walk into the identification room next to the VIP lounge. 5 minutes later, he walked out of the identification room. His face flushed. Brother Gu, it really is divine metal, and the purity has reached 100%. This is the divine metal our trading association has been searching for over 1,000 years. I wonder if you would be willing to part with your armor. Even if it's just one component, Lei Seheo said excitedly, rushing in front of Gu Xiangyu and grasping his hands. Seeing Lei Seheo's excited and incoherent state, Gu Xiangyu was a bit confused. His armor was clearly made of osmium. How did it become divine metal in Lei Seheo's mouth? If osmium was divine metal, didn't that mean he was wearing a mountain of gold? Manager Lei, are you sure your identification is correct? Perhaps you should arrange for a few more appraisers to confirm? Gu Xiangyu said, trying to suppress his excitement while subtly reminding him. Brother Gu, while other items may require multiple appraisers for confirmation, divine metal doesn't need such complexity. In fact, when I traded the storage ring with you earlier, I could already smell the divine metal. To confirm my sense of smell, I invited you to visit the 4th floor of the Trading Association because there is a divine metal detector there. Once you entered, the detector lit up brightly. After that, I took the opportunity to make physical contact with you and discovered that your armor was actually made of divine metal. I just used professional instruments in the identification room to test the purity of the divine metal in your armor. Hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Lei Seheo thought he was intentionally making excuses to refuse the transaction. He firmly stated his judgment, blocking all of Gu Xiangyu's retreat options. Brother Gu, I know my request may be a bit presumptuous, but I still sincerely hope you can part with some divine metal for the Trading Association. As long as you're willing to part with some divine metal, you may choose any 2 items from the 4th floor, and the association can also meet 3 of your conditions. In the end, Lei Seheo sincerely threw out the Trading Association's chips. Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The items on the 4th floor of Tager were all treasures, and some of them were even things Gu Xiangyu coveted. However, due to his financial constraints, he could only admire them from afar before. Now that Lei Seheo was actively offering these items to him, Gu Xiangyu felt he couldn't refuse. I can part with the entire set of divine metal armor for the association, but I want 4 items from the 4th floor. And then the association must agree to one condition of mine. How about that? Faced with the benefits offered by Tager Trading Association, Gu Xiangyu felt he had no reason to refuse and, after a moment of contemplation, stated his request. The entire set of divine metal armor? Lei Seheo had initially thought it would be good if Gu Xiangyu sold just one part of the armor, but he was taken aback to hear that Gu Xiangyu was willing to part with the entire set. No problem, for items is completely fine. I wonder what condition Brother Gu has for the Trading Association. I want the association to help acquire 600,000 beast general level ferocious beast crystal cores. Is that it? Brother Gu, how much do you look down on our Trading Association? Since you are generously willing to part with the entire set of armor, the association can't be stingy either. I have decided to give you 6 million beast general level ferocious beast crystal cores as compensation. Faced with Lei Seheo's extravagant demeanor, Gu Xiangyu didn't know how to respond. After the trading conditions were agreed upon, the two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Both were not ones to drag things out. Gu Xiangyu unhesitatingly took off the osmium armor he was wearing along with the armor components in his storage ring and handed them all to Lei Seheo. Seeing Gu Xiangyu trust him so much, Lei Siheo quickly ordered the Tager Trading Association headquarters and all branches to drop everything they were doing and focus on organizing the inventory of Beast General-level crystal cores, while also widely acquiring Beast General-level ferocious Beast crystal cores. After giving a series of instructions, Lei Siheo took Gu Xiangyu back up to the 4th floor of the Trading Association. Brother Gu, I wonder which 4 items have caught your eye. Just tell me, and I'll get them for you right away. Manager Lei. At this point, you still want me to call you Manager Lei? Lei brother? That's more like it, Brother Gu. I must say, you have helped me a great deal. With this 2 tons of divine metal, our Tager Trading Association's status on Source beast.After will be unshakable for at least 100 years. And my position as the head of the Trading Association is also completely secured. As Lei Siheo spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Congratulations, Lei brother. However, many times, fortune and misfortune are interconnected. You shouldn't become too complacent because of this. Sometimes, it's not external forces that defeat you, but your own mindset and cultivation. Watching Lei Siheo get overly excited, Gu Xiangyu couldn't help but kindly remind him. Ah, Brother Gu, you truly are a good brother recognized by me. This cold water was poured at just the right time. Upon hearing Gu Xiangyu's words, Lei Siheo was taken aback, then suddenly awakened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Looking at Gu Xiangyu with gratitude. Lei brother, I hope you won't be angry because of what I said. Gu Xiangyu smiled, and then stated the 4 items he was interested in. Brother Gu, I can understand your choices of the Beast Spirit Spring Baptism Quota, Humanoid Puppet, and Thunder Roar, but the Titan Blood really seems unreliable. Why not choose the Invincible Talisman or the Beast King Projection Clone? Although they are both one-time use items, they can save your life in critical moments. Seeing the 4 items Gu Xiangyu chose, Lei Siheo frowned and quietly suggested. Thank you, Lei brother, but I want these 4 items. Gu Xiangyu insisted. Brother Gu, the Titan Blood is really a scam. Although there's only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan Bloodline talent. In fact, over the past 1,000 years on the Source beast.After, 20 portions of Titan Blood have been auctioned off, yet no one has awakened the Titan Bloodline after consuming it. Otherwise, this Titan Blood wouldn't have gone unsold, gathering dust in the shop for over a decade. If it were someone else hearing Lei Siheo's persuasion, they would probably have no hesitation in giving up the Titan Blood and choosing other items instead. However, Gu Xiangyu just smiled, completely unmoved. In fact, among the 4 items, the one Gu Xiangyu wanted the most was the Titan Blood. This was because Gu Xiangyu had already seen clearly the properties of the Titan Blood with his inside eye. Item, Titan Blood. Quality, upper-level divine item. Bloodline, Titan race. Note, there is a 10% chance of awakening the Titan Bloodline upon consumption. After awakening the Titan Bloodline talent, each time absorbing the cores of ferocious beasts, one can increase physical and strength attributes. Master, you must not listen to Lei's advice. You must acquire it. Others have only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan Bloodline when consuming this drop of blood, but with your infinite mimicry to absorb this drop, you can achieve a 100% awakening of the Titan Bloodline. The Titan Bloodline is simply a perfect match for your infinite mimicry talent skill. In fear that Gu Xiangyu might be persuaded by Lei Siheo, Yaya shouted excitedly in his mind. Gu Xiangyu naturally knew that Titan Blood was a good thing. If he could awaken the Titan Bloodline, then in the future, when absorbing the cores of ferocious beasts, he would not only gain energy points, but also enhance his physical and strength attributes, which would be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even with only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan Bloodline, Gu Xiangyu was still willing to try. Moreover, there was a 100% chance of awakening the Titan Bloodline. This made Gu Xiangyu feel that the Titan Blood from Tager Trading Company was entirely prepared for him. Chapter 89. Did I really pick up such a big bargain? Brother Gu, I'm already very grateful that you are willing to sell the divine metal armor to the trading company. You don't need to deliberately choose items of low value. To be honest, even if you let me exchange all the items on the 4th floor of the trading company for your complete set of divine metal armor, I would agree. Seeing that no matter how he persuaded, Gu Xiangyu insisted on the Titan Blood, Lei Siheo felt quite guilty. In Lei Siheo's heart, divine metal was a priceless treasure. No one would be willing to part with it. Even if Gu Xiangyu rejected him,
he could fully accept it. Lu Siheo never expected that Gu Xiangyu would generously part with the entire set of divine metal armor for the trading company, while only asking for 4 items. And he even chose the Titan Blood, which was a tasteless item. Brother Lei, if I took all the items from the 4th floor of the trading company, wouldn't the trading company lose its treasure and be outdone by other trading companies? Gu Xiangyu looked at Lu Siheo with a strange expression for a moment and said softly. It wasn't that Gu Xiangyu didn't want to be bold and ask Lu Siheo for all the items on the 4th floor of Tai Gear Trading Company. But many items on the 4th floor, while good, were not suitable for Gu Xiangyu. For example, the Abyss Secret Realm would officially open 6 months later, and if Gu Xiangyu waited 6 months on Source beast.Star, he would definitely miss the Planetary Alliance assessment on Waterblue Star. The quota for the Mirage was also very precious. Entering the Mirage could at least enhance mental attribute points by 300, but once inside, there was no way to determine when he could wake up from the illusion. It could be a month or half a year, and Gu Xiangyu didn't dare to gamble. The Invincible Talisman and Beast King Projection were also good items, but both required super energy crystals to operate. Without super energy crystals, these 2 items would just be decorations. Other items also had various usage restrictions, so in the end, Gu Xiangyu reluctantly chose only 4 items, which instead left Lu Siheo with an impression of generosity. Brother Gu, your great kindness I will remember. You should familiarize yourself with these treasures today and also rest well to recover your energy. Tomorrow morning, I will send you to the 100 Beasts Spiritual Spring for baptism. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. After arranging for Gu Xiangyu to stay in the VIP building, Lu Siheo hurriedly departed. After watching Lu Siheo's figure disappear, Gu Xiangyu couldn't wait to close the door, his gaze falling on the 4 treasures sent over by Lu Siheo. First, Gu Xiangyu opened the wooden box containing the Howling Thunder, and looking at the 5 Howling Thunders quietly lying inside, he knew that the safety of Yudu province had gained another layer of protection. The fact that Tai Gear Trading Company placed Howling Thunder on the 4th floor indicated that Howling Thunder was an extremely rare item on Source beast.Star. How could Ouyang Fuyong carry 3 Howling Thunders with him? Was Howling Thunder a common item on his planet? Remembering the few Howling Thunders in Ouyang Fuyong's hands, a question popped into Gu Xiangyu's mind. Setting the Howling Thunder aside, Gu Xiangyu's gaze fell on the humanoid puppet. Item: humanoid puppet. Strength: peak controller cultivation. Material: divine tree of creation. Energy: all spiritual energy that can be absorbed in the universe. Note: after contract recognition, the humanoid puppet will automatically copy all the techniques and combat skills from the host and assist in training to improve proficiency. When Lu Siheo introduced the humanoid puppet to Gu Xiangyu, he only mentioned its strength and the contract attribute like spirit beasts, without mentioning anything else. However, Gu Xiangyu saw more information through his inside eye, such as how the humanoid puppet could automatically absorb spiritual energy from the universe, and how it could help him improve the proficiency of his combat skills and techniques. Given Lu Siheo's personality, if he knew about these characteristics of the humanoid puppet, he would definitely have mentioned them. So, since Lu Siheo didn't say anything, it could only mean he didn't know either, which made Gu Xiangyu feel like he had picked up a bargain. Gu Xiangyu stared at the humanoid puppet for a moment with his inside eye, then took out the contract scroll prepared for him by a Tai Gear Trading Company. After tearing open the contract scroll, a milky white glow enveloped Gu Xiangyu and the humanoid puppet. Then, in Gu Xiangyu's mind, it was as if a movie was playing with memories from past and present flashing rapidly before his eyes, allowing him to re-experience all the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and love. During this process, Gu Xiangyu felt like a spectator, yet also like a tool. He couldn't move an inch, let alone stop or exit. There was a mysterious force guiding everything. After a full 2 hours, the milky white light enveloping Gu Xiangyu and the humanoid puppet finally disappeared. Then, Gu Xiangyu's body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his eyes filled with terror. Master, the humanoid puppet is so amazing. After it recognizes the contract, its appearance actually resembles yours somewhat. While Gu Xiangyu was still gasping for breath, trying to walk out from the psychological shadow of being dominated. Yaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I am the Master-S avatar, so I will naturally resemble the Master-S appearance. Moreover, I can also communicate with the Master mentally. Just as Yaya's words fell, another voice echoed in Xiangyu's mind, startling him greatly. Xiangyu paused for a moment, then reacted to say that the one speaking should be the humanoid puppet in front of him. Item: humanoid puppet, to be named. Strength: peak controller cultivation. Material: divine tree of creation. Techniques: dust universe transformation, star moon induction cloud, beast sutra combat skills. Falling star palm, roaming cloud, astonishing dragon step. At this moment, the humanoid puppet was no longer a statue, but had transformed into a young man whose figure and appearance were very similar to Xiangyu's. If it weren't for the insight, Xiangyu would definitely not believe that what stood before him was a statue. Master, please give me a name. Xiangyu was lost in thought as he stared at the humanoid puppet, when suddenly the voice of the puppet echoed in his mind. From now on, you will be called Xianghua, and your public identity will be my cousin. A sudden memory flashed through Xiangyu's mind, and a trace of pain crossed his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Okay, brother, Xianghua remembers. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu's heart jolted, and he looked up at the humanoid puppet, finding it staring back at him in a daze. After a long while, Xiangyu regained his senses, realizing that the young man before him was not his cousin, but the humanoid puppet he had just contracted. Brother, from your memories, I've sensed that the death of your cousin was very suspicious, but you are unwilling to face it or investigate the truth. After we return a water blue star, I want to uncover the truth behind your cousin's death so he can rest in peace, and then I can truly inherit this name. Hearing the puppet's words, Xiangyu's eyes widened in surprise. Could a puppet really say such things? He realized that both the Tager merchant group and he had underestimated the wonders of the humanoid puppet. Xiangyu had initially intended to use the humanoid puppet as a fighter and bodyguard, thinking it was less intelligent than his own spirit beasts. He never expected that after the contract, the humanoid puppet would possess its own thoughts and emotions. Did the Tager merchant group know about this feature of the humanoid puppet? A doubt surged in Xiangyu's mind. Brother, under normal circumstances, humanoid puppets are just combat machines. I am special because I am made from the rare material of the Jinmu Divine Tree. The Tager Merchant Group does not know that I am crafted from the Jinmu Divine Tree, so they did not pay much attention to me. Jinmu Divine Tree? Upon hearing the puppet's words, Xiangyu felt a storm of emotions in his heart. Although Xiangyu was a science and engineering guy, he was also well-versed in mythological stories. The classic of mountains and seas mentioned 3 sacred trees, one of which was Jinmu. Legend has it that Jinmu connects the heavenly realm and the human realm, serving as a path to the heavens. Fuxi and the Yellow Emperor had once traveled through Jinmu to learn from the deities, ultimately gaining extraordinary divine powers. Master, I initially thought that the Titan Divine Blood was your greatest opportunity on the Source Beast Star, but it turns out that the Jinmu Divine Tree is your greatest opportunity. Although many stories in the myths of the 9 provinces are fictionalized, the fact that one can obtain extraordinary divine power through the Jinmu Divine Tree is real, and it is recorded in the Star Source Battleships database. Yaya exclaimed excitedly in Xiangyu's mind. Hearing this, Xiangyu was equally excited, his face flushed. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon such a huge fortune. Brother, I'm very sorry, but only a complete Jinmu Divine Tree can help practitioners comprehend extraordinary divine powers. I am just a small branch of the Jinmu Divine Tree, and I have been severed for over 1,000 years, so I cannot help you comprehend divine power. The humanoid puppet's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz as it spoke. It's fine. Actually, being able to help me improve my skills and combat techniques is already very satisfying, and besides, you can also protect my safety. Seeing the humanoid puppet's embarrassed expression, Xiangyu comforted gently. Yaya also noticed the humanoid puppet's awkwardness and did not continue on that topic. Soon, Xiangyu's gaze fell upon the jade box containing the Titan Divine Blood. The moment he opened the box, he felt a faint pressure. He took a deep breath and reached out his finger towards the Titan Divine Blood. As the infinite mimicry skill was activated, the Titan Divine Blood gradually disappeared from the jade box, while Gu Xiangyu's fingertip turned visibly red. The redness quickly spread from his fingertip to his palm, then to his entire arm, and finally, Gu Xiangyu's whole body turned bright red. Without any warning, a raging fire erupted from Gu Xiangyu's body. Under the scorching flames, his clothes instantly turned to ash. Yaya, is the master in danger? Don't worry, Wood. The master is just undergoing a blood change. This process is akin to a phoenix's rebirth, very painful. However, once the master survives this ordeal, he will no longer be an ordinary human, but a member of the Titan race. Who is Wood? I have a name. Please call me Huazai. You are just a piece of wood. Should I call you Branch? I know why you're mad at me. You're jealous of my relationship with the master because he treats me like a brother, but only sees you as a tool. Dead wood, rotten wood, smelly wood. I'm not. I was wrong. We are all the master's tools. No, we are all the master's siblings. That doesn't seem right. As Gu Xiangyu absorbed the Titan divine blood, gritting his teeth through the pain of blood transformation and undergoing a significant metamorphosis, the humanoid puppet and Yaya nervously watched him while bickering. Yaya, why do I feel like the master is going to die? Deadwood, even if you die, the master won't die. But just watching makes me feel pain. Isn't it worse for the master to experience it himself? The pain the master endured while refining and merging with the Star Source battleship Key was no less than this time. So I firmly believe the master will get through this. I hope the master can pull through. Otherwise, we both will be in trouble. Deadwood, shut up. Just as the humanoid puppet and Yaya were arguing fiercely, the flames on Gu Xiangyu's body gradually extinguished, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Yaya, Huazai, thank you. If you hadn't been talking in my mind just now, my consciousness might have sunk into an endless abyss, making it impossible to awaken the Titan bloodline. And I might have ended up as a vegetable. I finally understand why ordinary people have only a 10% chance of awakening the Titan bloodline after consuming Titan divine blood. The pain of blood transformation and marrow washing is enough to break most people. Even more torturous was the grinding of consciousness. After absorbing the Titan divine blood, my consciousness was trapped in a pitch-black abyss, continuously sinking, and I felt as if my body was also falling, with no end in sight. All I felt was panic and despair. During this process, your voices were truly like heavenly music to me. Just as Yaya shrank her neck nervously, thinking Gu Xiangyu would blame her, she was taken aback by his heartfelt gratitude. Wood, did you know that the master would encounter danger after absorbing the Titan divine blood? Which is why you deliberately started an argument with me. Remembering how she had ignored the humanoid puppet several times, yet it still relentlessly provoked her to respond. Yaya asked in surprise. The humanoid puppet nodded, confirming Yaya's guess. I have many fragmented memories in my mind, and vaguely know that the most dangerous part of awakening the Titan bloodline is not the collapse of the body, but the sinking of consciousness. Which is why I did that. All right, you are impressive. For now on, I want to call you Wood. I'll call you Huazai. Yaya admitted willingly. After Gu Xiangyu expressed his gratitude again to the humanoid puppet and Yaya, he eagerly looked at his body attribute template. To his delight, he found a new section for bloodline attributes in his template, clearly stating Bloodline, Titan Divine Blood, level. With a level bloodline, his cultivation qualifications and speed would greatly increase. And with Huazai's help in improving his skills and combat techniques. The energy points he obtained from absorbing ferocious beast cores could be used to absorb and mimic the talents of other awakened beings instead of just improving his skills. Gu Xiangyu was particularly excited upon learning that the infinite mimicry talent could absorb and mimic the talents of other awakened beings. The energy points required to absorb and mimic the talents of other awakened beings are simply too exaggerated, making Gu Xiangyu feel that it is basically impossible for him to absorb and mimic the talent skills of other awakened beings in a short period of time. However, thinking of the 600 beast general-level crystal cores that the Tagore merchants will soon pay him, Gu Xiangyu instantly became excited about the upgraded infinite mimicry talent skill. Yaya, I plan to return to Water Blue Star after undergoing the baptism of the 100 beast spiritual spring tomorrow. Have you found any clues about the components of the Star Source battleship on Origin beast.Star? After studying the body attribute template for half a day, Gu Xiangyu suddenly spoke up. Master, there shouldn't be any components of the Star Source battleship on origin B-Star, because the coordinates of origin B-Star are too far from L-Star and Water Blue Star. However, there's a small difficulty for the Master to return to Water Blue Star. What's going on? Because Yaya only found a way to teleport from Water Blue Star's super origin planet to other super origin planets in the database of the Star Source battleship, but hasn't found a way to teleport back to Water Blue Star's super origin planet. So, if the Master wants to return to Water Blue Star, he can only arrive through the method of temporal and spatial rifts. In other words, I might die from the chaos of time and space during the teleportation to Water Blue Star, or after arriving at Water Blue Star. I might be killed by the humans of Water Blue Star as a newcomer. Hearing Yaya's words, Xiangyu was speechless. Yaya seemed to know she had made a mistake, and she nervously pinched her skirt, not daring to say another word. Bro, my strength won't be affected by the chaos of time and space. After arriving at Water Blue Star, unless there are extraordinary beings taking action or multiple peak controllers attacking us, we won't be in life-threatening danger. No, Bro has the Thunder Roar, so he is not afraid of being attacked by peak controllers. If we really encounter an ambush after Bro throws away the Thunder Roar, I will take Bro to escape at the first moment. Just as Xiangyu was feeling anxious, Hua Zai patted his chest beside him. Hearing Hua Zai's words, Xiangyu and Yaya couldn't help but be overjoyed. They felt incredibly lucky to have encountered and gained Hua Zai on Origin B-Star, while Xiangyu was missing Water Blue Star on the distant Origin B-Star. Jiang Qingfeng had already arrived at Guangyang Island with a young man who looked remarkably similar to Xiangyu. Number 7. Do you understand the specific content of this mission? Report, Chief. Number 7's mission this time is to use a decoy, lure the snake out of its hole, cut off the tail to survive, and create confusion. Correct answer. Numero 7. If you encounter misfortune this time, the federal government will remember you. The young man pursed his lips, remaining silent, but a determined look flashed in his eyes. Jiang Qingfeng tugged at the black mask on his face, looking in the direction of the courtyard, his heart racing. He hoped his judgment was wrong, and that Tang Heng wouldn't be so cruel as to directly attack Guangyang Island. Just as this thought emerged in Jiang Qingfeng's mind, he heard a loud rumble, and then watched helplessly as the nearby courtyard turned into ruins. Xiangyu, I know you're hiding in the basement. Come out and die. Just as Jiang Qingfeng's eyes widened in anger, thinking that Xiangyu had already been killed by Tang Heng, he suddenly heard Tang Heng's roar. Chapter 91. Beast King Bloodline. Although it was already deep into the night, Xiangyu in the Tagore Merchant's VIP building was too excited to feel any sleepiness. After awakening the Titan God Bloodline, Xiangyu discovered that there seemed to be a tremendous power hidden within his blood, as if a rolling river was continuously nourishing his body and strengthening his physique. Before the great catastrophe, Xiangyu's physique was slightly thin